July 15, 2023 AD. Location, Changsha City, Hunan Province. It was midsummer, and the chirping of cicadas in the distant trees was loud and annoying. Mu Ruffing wiped the sweat from his forehead, squinted his eyes and looked up at the sun. My lips are chapped and I am sweating profusely. My steps were a little unsteady and my head was a little dizzy. Almost there. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the Laobexing pharmacy 100 meters away. Next to the pharmacy, there is also a Furong Xingxing convenience store. Mu Ruffing quickened his pace and quickly walked into the pharmacy. A cool breeze blew towards him, instantly perking him up. "Hello, what would you like to buy?" The young lady in a white coat sitting in front of the counter raised her head, put down her phone and asked, "Do you have Huoxiang Jingqi water?" Mu Ruffing asked directly. "Yes, I'll get it for you." The young lady stood up, turned around, and took out a box of Huoxiang Jingqi water from the glass cabinet at the back. 15 yuan, I'll scan the code for you. Mu Ruffing didn't say much, just picked up the medicine box and opened the bottle impatiently. As I took a sip of the small bottle of medicine, a pungent smell rushed straight to my head. His face twisted instantly. It was this smell that immediately cleared his mind. Then came the second bottle, and the third bottle. After drinking 3 bottles, Mu Ruffing felt that his sense of taste had almost disappeared. "There's no need to drink so much, 1 bottle is enough," the young lady quickly advised. "This damn weather is too hot. I can't bear it without drinking a few bottles." Mu Ruffing complained with a frown, and took out the payment code at the same time. Beep. Scan completed. Customer pays 15 yuan via WeChat. "Yeah, it's so hot that I sweat profusely just by walking a few steps outside." The young lady looked at him with some sympathy. Mu Ruffing nodded, picked up the medicine box and turned to leave the pharmacy. After leaving the pharmacy, he did not leave immediately, but turned and walked into the convenience store next door. "Go to the freezer and pick up a 1-liter bottle of iced jasmine tea." Mu Ruffing unscrewed the bottle cap and drank half of it in one gulp. A chilling feeling quickly spread throughout my body. At the same time, the bitterness in his mouth was suppressed, and he felt like he was alive again. Then he took 3 1.5-liter bottles of chilled Nongfu Spring and went to the counter. "Jasmine tea is 3.5 yuan, water is 7.5 yuan, a total of 11 yuan. I'll scan the code for you." Mu Ruffing responded, scanned the code to pay, and left. Mu Ruffing, male, 24 years old, graduated from college 2 years ago. During his 4 years in college, he learned some social skills, but in today's environment, it is too difficult to find a good job. The starting salary is 3,000. Are you afraid? Working from 9 to 9, I dare to ask you if you are afraid. A meeting in the morning, a meeting at noon, and another meeting in the evening. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of making a report every day? Mu Ruffing's answer was that he was afraid, so he did not choose a suitable professional job. Now, he works as a loader in a community group buying warehouse. "After 12 hours of hard work a day, I feel sore all over, but all the money I earn is hard-earned money. It's tiring, really tiring, but at least I can make money, and without all the hassles and headaches." Several of his college classmates also worked in Changsha. After 2 years, the highest salary was no more than 5,000 yuan, and the lowest was just over 2,000 yuan. As for him, he earns 7,000 yuan a month, and food and accommodation are provided. This is because the competition in community group buying is fierce and business is not good. When business was good last year, his average monthly salary was over 10,000 yuan, and his salary was even higher during the holidays. Of course, high wages are earned through hard work. Just like unloading a trailer of goods under the scorching sun in this 38-degree temperature. The loaders and unloaders came and went in waves. Most of them were middle-aged men. Only middle-aged people can endure this hardship. Mu Ruffing is a very hard-working person and has persisted here for 2 whole years. The cousin who brought him into this industry couldn't stand it and quit after Mu Ruffing had worked there for just 3 months. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Of course, Mu Ruffing did not gain nothing. 2 years of hard work had made his slightly plump body stronger, and since he drank less, his abdominal muscles were really showing. "Xiao Mu, are you feeling better? Do you want to rest for a while? Lao Wang and I will unload this half-truck of goods." A tall, somewhat dark man was standing on the platform. When he saw Mu Ruffing coming over, he started speaking. "Uncle Lu, it's okay. I'm feeling better now after drinking some Huoxiang Jingqi water. Come on, have a drink too. I also bought you some ice water. Have a couple of sips and rest for a while." Mu Ruffing followed Uncle Lu into the semi-trailer and handed them Huoxiang Jingqi water and 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring. "You guys keep the ice water for yourselves. I'm old and my stomach is not good. I brought some herbal tea with me." Uncle Lu said this, put the plastic board in his hand on the ground, and then took the Huoxiang Jingqi water. After drinking the potion, he picked up a large kettle from the ground and gulped down 2 sips of herbal tea. "I'm in good health. Give me all these to drink, hee hee." After Uncle Wang finished drinking the Huoxiang Jingqi water, he grabbed 2 bottles of water, opened one and started drinking it in big gulps. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing smiled and didn't say much. The 3 of them walked a few steps towards the platform and came to the rear of the semi-trailer. There is a tin roof above the warehouse to block the sunlight. As for the unloading area further ahead, ahead. I'm sorry, there is no shelter there and the sun is scorching. Uncle Wang is a thin man over 40 years old who likes to take advantage of others. Uncle Lu is kind but a bit stubborn. He is 3 to 5 years older than Uncle Wang. Xiaomu, you are 24 years old this year, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Uncle Wang suddenly asked. At this age, you've already made all the friends you need. Xiaomu is hardworking, strong, and good-looking. I'll introduce you to someone tomorrow. Uncle Lu continued with a smile. That's great. Mu Ruffing responded with a smile. I remember that your daughter is about to graduate, isn't she? I can introduce her to Xiaomu. Uncle Wang suddenly said. Uncle Lu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Ruffing said with a smile, Uncle Lu's daughter is from a 211 university. How can I be worthy of her? I'm just a laborer. Don't talk about this. I'll introduce you to a good girl tomorrow. Uncle Lu patted Mu Ruffing on the shoulder. Hey, did you hear? Another driver died in the liquor warehouse. Lao Wang said in a low voice. Ha? Another dead one? Really? I remember one died a few days ago. Old Lu's voice also lowered. Is this true? How did the driver die this time? Mu Ruffing asked hurriedly. My wife told me about the car accident at noon. Lao Wang answered in a low voice. Lao Wang's wife works as a receiving clerk in the liquor warehouse. Is this place bad feng shui? Mu Ruffing muttered a few words. Yes, and what's more, let me tell you, when those two drivers died, they seemed to have umbrellas next to them. Lao Wang's voice became even lower. Umbrella? Uncle Lu and Mu Ruffing were a little confused after hearing this. Yes, it's an umbrella. It's very strange. My wife. Hey, what are you three doing? Hurry up and unload the cargo. There's another truck waiting over there. At this time, a man in a red vest walked out of the warehouse. After hearing this, the three of them turned around and saw that it was the warehouse manager. He muttered a few words, put down the water and drinks in his hands, and walked into the trailer. Mu Ruffing came to the goods, took down an item and started stacking them. This truck is carrying 1.5-liter bottles of Nongfu Spring, with 12 bottles per box. The water alone weighs 18 kilograms. The weather was hot and he didn't wear gloves. After unloading half of the truck, his hands started to swell and ache. Lao Lu, Lao Wang, Xiaomu, please don't chat about anything else, okay? Supervisor Ma Jun came over and gave a reminder. Old Lu agreed. I understand, Brother Jun. Mu Ruffing also nodded to show that he understood. Hey, Brother Jun, is the umbrella incident really that weird? Old Wang was not afraid of trouble and asked in a low voice. Don't ask about this matter, don't pry into it, and don't say anything. The leader has issued a strict order, strictly prohibiting any outside spread. Hurry up and unload this truck. There's another truck of e-ball water waiting to be unloaded over there. After Ma Jun gave the instructions, he turned and left. As soon as Ma Jun left, the three of them didn't bring up that topic again. However, the young Mu Ruffing was very curious and couldn't help but ask Uncle Wang again. Uncle Lu remained silent, but his eyes also revealed his interest in gossip. After all, loading and unloading work is boring and tiring, and chatting and changing the topic can also relieve fatigue. My wife heard this last night. She just told me. I'm telling you guys not to spread it out, to avoid Ma Jun complaining. Uncle Wang reminded. Don't worry, I've always kept my mouth shut. Mu Ruffing patted his chest and assured. Soon, Uncle Wang began to tell the story. The two dead drivers were delivery men for the liquor warehouse. The first driver died in the early hours of Monday morning. The driver who shared the same dormitory found his body when he went back to change his clothes. The death was horrible, with irregular gaps all over the body, looking like it had been torn apart by wild beasts. Mu Ruffing had never seen that photo. Although it was posted in the group, it was deleted in less than an hour. The subsequent investigation has yet to produce any results. Later, when the company leaders came to deal with the situation, they found an umbrella in the room. The leader didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was left by someone in the dormitory. The second driver died last night. He was killed under the platform by another truck reversing. Rumor has it that the driver was actually dead before he was hit. Later, another leader came to deal with the matter. What's strange is that the driver also has a black long-handled umbrella next to him. The leader asked someone to pick up the umbrella, but the people around said they didn't see the umbrella. The leader seemed to know something and immediately issued a gag order, prohibiting the spread of the incident. However, even though the gag order was issued, people with nothing to do still started gossiping, and the news spread quickly. Okay, it's scary to listen to this, let's unload the goods quickly. Uncle Lu took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw away the cigarette butt, and continued to work. Yes, unload the goods quickly. Mu Ruffing nodded and started to work. He actually didn't feel anything in his heart. After all, as the successor of socialism, how could he believe these rumors? It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when the three of them finished unloading the truck of Yilabeo water. The sun has set, but the sky is not completely dark yet. It is still quite bright. Let's go and have dinner first. After dinner, there's a truck of Wanglaji waiting to be unloaded. Uncle Lu said. Well, I'm so hungry that my hands and feet are weak. Mu Ruffing felt that he could eat a whole cow now. You guys go ahead. My wife wife brought me some food. Uncle Wang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to go. So Mu Ruffing and Uncle Lu walked towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria is not close to the wine warehouse, it is a full 300 meters away. As a local community group buying company in Hunan, they directly rented the entire logistics park for transit warehousing. The wine warehouse alone is 10,000 square meters in size. The entire logistics park has various warehouses including liquor warehouse, grain and oil warehouse, home appliance warehouse, daily necessities warehouse, fruit and vegetable warehouse, boutique warehouse, return warehouse, etc. Unfortunately, due to the squeeze from Chutuanyukshuan, the traffic was snatched away and the business plummeted. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing noticed an umbrella lying quietly on the concrete ground in front of him. The umbrella was black, with a long handle, and lay alone on the ground a few meters away. Mu Ruffing was very sure that he had not seen this umbrella just now. It seemed to have appeared suddenly. He paused. What's wrong? Uncle Lu also stopped and asked. Uncle Lu, there is an umbrella over there, Mu Ruffing said, pointing at the umbrella. However, Uncle Lu's next words made Mu Ruffing's heart suddenly tighten. Umbrella? Where is the umbrella? Uncle Lu took a glance and said with a puzzled look on his face. Uncle Lu, there is clearly an umbrella there. Mu Ruffing swallowed and stared at the umbrella intently. Xiaomu, are you trying to scare your Uncle Lu? Where did you get the umbrella? Let's go quickly, or the food will be gone if you're late. Uncle Lu waved his hand, smiled, and thought Mu Ruffing was joking, so he strode forward. Mu Ruffing even saw Uncle Lu stepping on the umbrella. A strange scene appeared. Uncle Lu's feet actually passed through the umbrella and stepped on the ground, as if the umbrella did not exist at all. Uncle Lu didn't notice anything about this. Mu Ruffing admitted that he was a little flustered. In particular, he remembered what Uncle Wang had said before. It's the same black long-handled umbrella, but no one else can see it. Only one person can see it. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. As the successor of socialism, he avoided the umbrella and quickly caught up with Uncle Lu. He decided to pretend he didn't see the black umbrella. After all, he is just an ordinary person. When encountering something he cannot understand, the best way is to turn a blind eye. There were a lot of people in the cafeteria, mostly warehouse employees, and there were also quite a few suppliers delivering goods. The food in this cafeteria tastes good and is affordable. So many delivery suppliers like to eat here. Of course, there are also many restaurants outside the logistics park, and their business is equally booming. You know, when he first came to work 2 years ago, the Yuxian warehouse had just moved in. The place was desolate and deserted. There were only a handful of convenience stores around, let alone restaurants. Nowadays, there are many restaurants on the street behind. There are also many mobile vendors near gates 1, 2, and 3 of the logistics park. It can be said that this preferred general warehouse feeds countless people. Mu Ruffing and Uncle Lu ordered some food, found an empty table and sat down to eat. At this time, Mu Ruffing was so hungry that his hands and feet were weak, and he ate very quickly. In less than 7 or 8 minutes, he had finished the whole plate of food. Uncle Lu only ate about 1/3 of the meal. When Mu Ruffing was about to stand up and get another bowl of winter melon soup, his heart suddenly tightened. He saw something, a black long-handled umbrella, which fell less than half a meter away from his feet. Uncle Lu, look, is there anything at my feet? Mu Ruffing asked with a trembling voice. What's wrong? A mouse? A cockroach? I don't see anything. Did you step on some sticky rice? Uncle Lu glanced down and said casually, Brother, do you see what's at my feet? Mu Ruffing asked a young man who was eating next to him. The young man glanced at him, lowered his head and glanced at the ground and said, Nothing. What's wrong? The sultry weather, the noisy cafeteria, the crowded crowd, did not convey any warmth to Mu Ruffing's heart. At this moment, he felt a bone-chilling chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and he felt so cold. No, it's okay. Uncle Lu, take your time eating, I'll be over first. Mu Ruffing said, turned around and walked out of the cafeteria quickly. He walked out of the cafeteria and looked around, but he didn't see the black umbrella anymore. Did he feel relieved? No, he didn't. Mu Ruffing immediately took out his cell phone and dialed 110. If you have any difficulties, contact the police. But he was very conflicted. Would calling the police be useful? It seemed that only he could see that umbrella, and no one else could see it at all. He finally decided to make the call. Suddenly, the sound of a police car was heard in the distance. Mu Ruffing looked closely and saw several police cars driving in from gate number 1 of the logistics park. The police car was followed closely by a Mercedes-Benz MPV, and behind that were 2 ambulances. What's going on? Mu Ruffing subconsciously wanted to get closer to check. Anyway, there is no need to call the police myself. The police are here just in time. Go check out the group. There's a big melon. Hurry up, it will definitely be deleted later. Is this true? Another one died? Wow, seriously, this is so disgusting. I can't bear to watch this anymore. Let me list them. Who is this? What happened? Outside the cafeteria, scattered employees gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting, smoking and chewing betel nuts. Suddenly, they all took out their cell phones and their faces became serious. Mu Ruffing also quickly took out his cell phone. As As a selected full-time employee, he joined many work groups. Messages flooded the group like a flood. He quickly browsed the chat history, his eyes fixed on the screen. After a minute or two, Mu Ruffing finally found a video. When I clicked it, my eyes suddenly tightened and my scalp felt slightly numb. In the picture, a bald middle-aged man is lying on the desk as if he is sleeping, but a steel bar went straight through the back of his head. There was a big hole on the back of his head, with blood oozing out, but no white brain matter was visible. Mu Ruffing didn't know this person. He glanced at the news below and realized that the leader who handled the incident of the two dead drivers was this bald Uncle Wan Kuan. Upon hearing the news, Mu Ruffing couldn't help but swallow his saliva and felt even more panicked. He vaguely wondered whether these deaths were all related to the Black Umbrella. Now, he has also seen the Black Umbrella. Is it his turn next? Without further hesitation, he strode towards the office. There are several police cars parked there. If you have any problems, you should definitely contact the police. However, after taking a few steps, a familiar black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. His right foot stepped on the Black Umbrella. The umbrella appeared so suddenly that he didn't have any time to react. When his foot stepped on the umbrella instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and slowly spread along his right foot. When he reacted, the umbrella mysteriously appeared in his hand. His right hand gripped the umbrella handle, his thumb pressing on the switch. Damn! Mu Ruffing tried to break free from the umbrella, but he found that his hands were out of control, as if he had lost control of his palms. No, control wasn't completely lost, he could still move his thumb. The thumb was still able to move, so what did that mean? Were they going to force him to flip the switch and open the umbrella? Mu Ruffing wanted to rush to find the police, but his feet didn't move at all. The only parts that could move were the head and the thumb. What should I do? What should I do? He gasped and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, a figure passed through his chest. She is a petite girl, wearing a small vest from the warehouse, and has a cute face. The point is not that she looks cute, but that she passed through Mu Ruffing's body. What does this mean? Does it mean that Mu Ruffing is now like the Black Umbrella, untouchable by others? He tried shouting loudly around, but even though there were many people around, no one responded. Press? Don't press? Mu Ruffing already had the answer in his mind. He had no choice. Click. A crisp sound. The Black Umbrella opened with a whoosh. As the umbrella opened, a cloud of black smoke poured out, enveloping Mu Ruffing. In an instant, he lost consciousness. Enter the dungeon. Scarlet selection. Instance type, single player. Mu Ruffing lost consciousness after opening the umbrella. When he woke up, he found himself standing at the number 1 gate of the logistics park. He looked up and around. The logistics park was shrouded in a hazy fog, and the scene was blurry. You could only vaguely see some figures moving and a huge object slowly passing by, but you couldn't hear any sound. He looked back outside the logistics park and found that the surroundings were also covered in fog and he could not see anything clearly. He looked up and saw a few big words, Scarlet Logistics Park Gate 1. Mu Ruffing's heart tightened and he swallowed involuntarily. The logistics park is still the same logistics park, and the surrounding environment has not changed at all. However, the surrounding facilities looked a bit old and even had dark red and black stains. He had a vague feeling that he seemed to have entered a strange place. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing felt a chill on the right side. He turned around and saw a pale-faced man in a security uniform sitting in the security booth, staring at him. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard from the front. Because the scene in the logistics park was blurry, Mu Ruffing could only vaguely see a figure walking towards him. Soon, a woman in business attire walked out of the fog. The woman was very tall. Although she was wearing high heels, when she stood in front of Mu Ruffing, their heights were almost the same. Mu Ruffing is 1.8 meters tall. Excluding the height of women's high heels, she is at least 1.7 meters tall. Her pale and slender thighs and the curves faintly visible under her shirt show that she is undoubtedly a standard beauty, which makes people unable to resist the impulse. I'm Lu Mei, the Human Resources Manager of Scarlet Optimum. Are you here for an interview? Which position are you applying for? Lu Mei looked Mu Ruffing up and down and asked coldly. Mu Ruffing was at a loss for a moment. Information flashed rapidly in his mind, and then a prompt box appeared in front of him. Please select the position you want to apply for. 1. Delivery driver. 2. Tally clerk. 3. Shipment clerk. 4. Receiving clerk. 5. Stevedores. Delivery drivers, tally clerks, shippers, receivers and loaders? Mu Ruffing was full of doubts. The situation before him made his mind feel chaotic. He traveled to another world? But why is this world so familiar yet so strange? Although Mu Ruffing felt confused at the moment, as a modern young man, he was still very receptive. He tried to calm down and began to think about which position to choose. The 5 positions were all very straightforward, and one was even his job, loader. First, he ruled out delivery drivers as an option, because he doesn't have a driver's license and can't drive at all, not to mention that the delivery driver must be driving a truck. If it is a 4.2-meter blue plate truck, a C1 driver's license is enough to drive it. Other larger yellow plate trucks require an additional driver's license. Without a driver's license, there is no chance of applying for a delivery driver job. Although it was not stated explicitly, Mu Ruffing vaguely felt that if he was not competent for the position, there would definitely be terrible consequences. As the name suggests, a stock clerk cleans, sorts, and organizes inventory to ensure that the goods are clear and stacked safely and orderly. This job is quite tedious. The shipper takes the required goods from the warehouse according to the customer's order and hands them over to the delivery driver for delivery. The receiving clerk is responsible for recording and receiving incoming goods. As the name suggests, a stevedore loads and unloads goods, which is purely physical work. After comprehensive consideration, Mu Ruffing prefers to choose loader. Just as he was hesitating, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Host detected entering the instance. Plugin loaded successfully. Host, please choose one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Purification template, has purification ability and is immune to all pollution. 2. Super brain, photographic memory, 10-fold increase in brain computing power, immunity to mental damage. 3. Zombie template, iron-skinned, invulnerable, powerful, bloodthirsty and fearless. The cheat is here? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. As an old bookworm, these settings are not unfamiliar to him. He then carefully examined the 3 options. The appearance of the plugin instantly calmed Mu Ruffing's heart. I'm asking you a question. Lu Mei's cold voice sounded again. Mu Ruffing subconsciously looked at her, but found that Lu Mei was covered in black smoke at some point. At this moment, he clearly felt the strong malice emanating from Lu Mei. Not only that, the security guard sitting in the security booth has also walked out, holding an electric baton emitting a dark red light in his hand. Mu Ruffing's heart suddenly tightened. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of fear surged from the bottom of his heart. Without hesitation, he decisively chose the 3rd plugin. 3. Zombie template, iron-skinned, invulnerable, powerful, bloodthirsty, fearless. Almost instantly, a powerful force surged out of Mu Ruffing's body. At the same time, the fear and the chill in his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. I'm here to apply for the position of loader, he said in a steady, calm voice. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, the black smoke rising from Lu Mei's body quickly shrank back. Even the security guard next to him slowly put down the electric baton in his hand. The malice directed at Mu Ruffing subsided, but he could still feel an invisible pressure enveloping him. Loader? Okay, here's your temporary work permit. Remember, you must wear it while in the logistics park. Come with me. Lu Mei casually threw over a work ID, turned around and stepped into the depths of the fog. Temporary work permit. Position, temporary stevedore. Valid for 1 day. Please convert to a regular employee within 1 day and exchange for a formal employee work permit. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Watching Lu Mei's figure gradually blur and disappear, Mu Ruffing quickly hung his work ID around his neck. As soon as the ID card was hung up, the hazy fog in front of my eyes immediately dissipated. What followed was the noisy sound in the logistics park. The sounds of cars starting, reversing, and the roar of huge machines filled his eardrums. The pressure on my body disappeared without a trace. He turned his head to look outside the logistics park, but there was still thick fog, blocking his view outside. At this moment, a huge truck slowly drove out from the thick fog behind and stopped on the side passage. The security guard who had been staring at Mu Ruffing immediately stepped forward and stopped the truck, holding an electric baton in one hand and a registration book in the other, obviously preparing to register. Mu Ruffing didn't pay much attention. Lu Mei had already walked far away, so he hurried to catch up. After loading the zombie template, he was not afraid of this weird scene at all. This fearlessness allowed him to boldly scan the surroundings and those strange employees. The entire Scarlet Logistics Park is exactly the same as the Gauching Logistics Park in the real world. Following a wide cement road, we arrived in front of a huge warehouse. The 4 big characters Scarlet Warehouse were printed on a blood-red plaque hanging high above the warehouse. This warehouse is extremely spacious, hundreds of meters long and over 100 meters wide. However, there are not many trucks parked next to such a huge warehouse. After counting, there were only about 10 semi-trailer trucks and 7 or 8 4.2-meter trucks and several 9.6-meter trucks parked scattered around. You know, this long platform can accommodate dozens of trucks. Lu Mei continued to lead him along the passage on the platform without stopping. Mu Ruffing glanced at the busy employees and trucks around him from time to time. These trucks are no different from real ones, with both box trucks and trailers, but the compartments are covered in a layer of light black fog, making it impossible to see the interior clearly. Although those employees looked like ordinary people, their eyes were extremely cold. His face was pale, and he exuded a faint black aura. When their eyes fell on Mu Ruffing, the temporary employee, a hint of excitement and greed flashed in their eyes. However, no one dared to step forward to stop them, nor did they show any obvious malice. Soon, Lu Mei brought him to the tail of the Scarlet Warehouse. Mu Ruffing looked at this wine warehouse that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. That's right, this is also a liquor warehouse, and its location is exactly the same as the liquor warehouse where he works in the real world. Hey, Manager Lu, what brings you here? At this time, a fat, bald middle-aged man walked out of the warehouse. He had a flattering smile on his his face, and his obscene eyes were fixed on the collar of Lu Mei's shirt. Manager Wang, this is the new stevedore. Please assign him some tasks. Remember, you must assess his work ability. I'll come again tomorrow to see if he's qualified to be a full-time employee. Lu Mei was stared at on the chest by this guy, but her face did not show any ripples. She did not even wait for Manager Wang to speak and turned around and left. Manager Lu, take care. Don't worry, I will carefully examine his work ability. Only after Lu Mei walked away did Wang Kuan reluctantly turn his gaze away from her exquisite figure. Mu Ruffing kept staring at the back of Wang Kuan's head and suddenly felt that the back of his head looked very familiar. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Kuan suddenly turned and looked at him. At this moment, the flattering look on Wang Kuan's face disappeared instantly, replaced by an indifferent expression. Your name is Mu Ruffing? We have 2 loaders in our wine warehouse, and we hired you because one of our employees resigned. Your job is to unload the cargo from the vehicle. You can start now. Wang Kuan pointed to the 13-meter-long semi-trailer in front of him that was covered in black smoke, and turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. That's right, just gave an order and left. Not a single extra instruction was left. This left Mu Ruffing confused for a moment. At this moment, 10 meters away, a figure walked out of a truck parked on the platform. The figure was about 2 meters tall and had 7 or 8 tentacles with eyes all over its body. 2 of the tentacles were pulling a forklift, dragging a pallet of stacked goods towards the warehouse. Seeing this strange scene, Mu Ruffing was shocked. He guessed that this must be another loader from the wine warehouse. Seeing how many tentacles this guy has, he must be unloading very quickly. The tentacle monster turned its head and stared at Mu Ruffing with its dark eyes. Then its mouth slowly opened, revealing dense teeth. He saw it clearly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The guy was actually smiling. Mu Ruffing strode towards the truck in front. The carriage was still covered in a layer of black smoke, leaving him completely at a loss as to where to start. He raised his hand and reached into the smoke. A cool and sticky touch came. At this moment, the black smoke above the carriage disappeared instantly. Mu Ruffing also clearly saw the cargo in the carriage. The semi-trailer in front of me was blood red all over, and the sticky feeling was exactly the bright red blood. The carriage was filled with red drinks. The packaging is similar to Nongfu Sanquan, with a transparent film combining 12 1.5-liter bottles of beverage into one. Scarlet eyeball. Net content, 1.5 L. Ingredients, water, fresh blood, fresh eyeballs, corpse worm mucus. Effect, it tastes extremely delicious and has a slight lifting effect. Long-term use can continuously enhance vision and strength. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year XX month XX day. What kind of magical drink is this? Mu Ruffing even saw an eyeball through the bottle. What's even more strange is that the eyeball seems to be alive. Fortunately, he now possesses the fearless attribute. Not only is he not afraid of this scarlet eyeball drink, but he is full of curiosity. He was even considering whether to try it to see how it tasted. What am I thinking about? Mu Ruffing forced himself to stop thinking about it. There was a lot of goods in the truck, so he had to do his job well first. For the rest, let's take it one step at a time. Mu Ruffing skillfully found a forklift in front of the warehouse. Now that you have a forklift, you need a pallet. He looked around and finally found a pile of red yardboards in the right corner. When he walked over and took a look, he saw that the stack of planks was taller than him. Without hesitation, he used a forklift to drag the stack of pallets to the truck. Shaking his arms, Mu Ruffing felt the surging power in his body and prepared to start unloading. As soon as his hand touched the goods, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Notes for stevedores. 1. Please try your best to ensure the integrity of the goods. 2. The cargo on each pallet must remain consistent, except for the tail pallet, and must not exceed or fall below the specified floor height. 3. Be sure to complete the unloading of cargo as soon as possible. 4. If the driver asks you for any benefits, please refuse firmly. 5. If an employee offers to help you unload, please do not agree. However, if you feel that the unloading speed is too slow, you can ask another loader for help. These 5 points of attention made Mu Ruffing fall into a brief contemplation. His fearless character makes his brain work quickly. The first one is easy to understand. Just be careful not to damage the goods and keep them intact. As long as you pay a little attention, this will naturally not be a problem. The second rule is to stack the goods neatly and according to uniform specifications, which Mu Ruffing needs to figure out and confirm on his own. The third article emphasizes that there should be no delay and the cargo should be unloaded as soon as possible. If it is delayed, the consequences will not be very good. He is not sure about the specific time, so it depends on the employees themselves. The fourth article says that the driver asked for benefits, which sounds like the driver is extorting money. The fifth one is quite interesting. You should refuse others' offers of help, but you can ask others for help. Does this seem contradictory? Mu Ruffing put these doubts aside for the moment. The most important important thing right now was to unload the entire truckload of goods. The stevedore's instructions were clear: unloading had to be completed as quickly as possible. He had no idea of the time, so he could only run faster, faster, and faster. He thought of his experiences in the real world of loading and unloading. It takes 2 people about 2 hours to operate the semi-trailer. With 3 people, the time can be shortened to 1.5 hours. He had never tried working alone, but estimated it would take at least 5 hours. 5 hours to unload? That's really too late. Moo Ruffing reached out and grabbed one side of the cargo. With a slight force, he successfully took down a box of Scarlet Eyeballs. It is marked that a bottle of Scarlet Eyeball has a capacity of 1.5 liters. A box of 12 bottles is equivalent to 18 liters and weighs about 32 kilograms. But Moo Ruffing only felt that the goods in his hand were as light as foam and extremely light. This is the immense power granted to him by his cheat, zombie template. He immediately placed the boxes of goods neatly, stood up, grabbed 2 boxes in each hand, and quickly began loading and unloading. Just as Moo Ruffing was busy, inside the truck cab, a dark figure suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the central rearview mirror and saw a countdown that had appeared on it at some point. 1 hour 59 minutes and 55 seconds. It turned out that the loading and unloading time was only 2 hours. The dark figure sitting in the cab was obviously the driver of the truck. He didn't get off the bus, or rather, he couldn't get off yet. The driver just looked up, his eyes fixed on the countdown in the rearview mirror. The width of Scarlet optimized pallet can accommodate 14 boxes of goods, and a total of 4 layers can be stacked, which means 56 boxes. In just 2 minutes, Moo Ruffing had stacked a pallet of goods at an extremely fast speed. He operated with both hands, the cargo was as light as a feather, and his movements were naturally extremely fast. More importantly, there is no need to worry about damage to the goods, because the film is made of extremely tough material. I don't know what kind of high-end material is used. Moo Ruffing didn't dare to delay and immediately used a forklift to pick up the goods and prepared to drag them out. But I found that the goods were somewhat scattered. In this way, a slight bump could cause the cargo to collapse. I almost forgot. We have to use stretch film to secure the goods, otherwise they will collapse easily. Moo Ruffing put down the forklift and immediately walked into the warehouse. Looking around, he saw several rolls of stretch film in the left corner. As he walked over, he noticed a rule written on the wall. Guidelines for using stretch film. 1. Each roll of stretch film requires 10 soul coins to be collected. 2. New stevedores can receive 1 roll for free. 3. Please keep your stretch film properly. 4. Do not lend the stretch film to anyone except the loaders. Moo Ruffing pondered carefully and kept these rules firmly in mind. Without hesitation, Moo Ruffing picked up a roll of stretch film and walked straight towards the truck. Although he didn't know what soul coins were, he decided to unload the goods first. Returning to the truck, he wrapped the cargo with stretch film several times, then held the stretch film in one hand and pulled the forklift with the other, and walked towards the warehouse. He glanced at the tentacle monster not far away that was also dragging a pallet of goods, and found that it simply placed the goods on an open space in front of the warehouse. Moo Ruffing simply placed the goods nearby. He understood that without completing the receiving process, the goods could not be pulled into the warehouse and placed. Although the Scarlet Optimum seems a bit weird, it is still similar to the Optimum outside. The large open space in front of the warehouse is used to temporarily store goods that have not yet been received. Just as Moo Ruffing was pulling the forklift to unload the cargo in the carriage, the tentacle monster loader came over. Are you the new loader? Hello, my name is Anlu. The tentacle monster introduced himself. Well, my name is Moo Ruffing. He also gave his own name. There are only 2 of us loaders in the entire wine warehouse. We should help each other. Anlu said. Well, you're right, we should indeed help each other. Moo Ruffing nodded. By the way, let me remind you that the unloading time is 2 hours. If you haven't finished unloading, you can come to me for help. Anlu said with a smile, then turned and left. Moo Ruffing looked at his back, thinking about something. Returning to the truck, he began to unload the second load. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Moo Ruffing placed the 5th pallet of goods in place and returned to the carriage. Just as he was about to continue unloading, he suddenly felt something was wrong. For some reason, the carriage became cold. Although Moo Ruffing was not afraid of the cold, he could still clearly feel the temperature drop in the car. What was even stranger was that there was more and more slime in the carriage under my feet, making a sizzling sound when I walked. He ignored it and continued unloading. Even though there was a vague and indistinguishable sound in his ears, Moo Ruffing was not disturbed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The carriage was mostly empty. When Moo Ruffing finished loading a pallet of goods and was about to leave with the forklift, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw a dark shadow approaching from the rear of the car. How come you're unloading so fast? The black shadow was suddenly surprised. The man was not tall, about 1.7 meters, and his whole body was covered in thick black fog, so only his human figure could be barely recognized. Is it fast? I think it's slow. The unloading will be finished soon, Moo Ruffing said, pulling the dock board with both hands and walking out. Fast, too fast. How can you finish unloading so quickly? A black shadow blocked his way. Who are you? Move aside, I want to drag the goods out, Mu Ruffing said bluntly. As if sensing the determination in his words, the dark shadow actually moved aside obediently. I'm a truck driver, Chang Feng, said the black shadow. It's too fast. We can't do this. We can't do this. The driver muttered to himself, and the black mist on his body began to fade away. After a while, the driver's figure became clear. The man was extremely terrifying, with holes all over his body, as if he had been bitten. As the black fog around the driver dissipated, the car became colder, and there was even a thick layer of blood-red mucus under his feet. When you walk, you can feel the effect of candied silk. Driver. Mu Ruffing looked him up and down. Facing this terrifying driver, Mu Ruffing felt nothing. The fearlessness attribute granted by the zombie template is really useful in this weird copy. If it were the Mu Ruffing from the past, he would have been frightened to the point of his hands and feet going limp. Changes in the surrounding environment did not affect his movements. Even with the effect of pulling out the silk under his feet, he still maintained the speed of unloading without slowing down at all. How could this happen? How could this happen? The driver looked at Mu Ruffing, who was unaffected and was extremely anxious. He immediately quickened his pace and caught up with Mu Ruffing. However, when he reached the rear of the carriage, the driver suddenly stopped. Obviously, the driver could not leave the car, or in other words, could not get out of the truck at all. Not long after, Mu Ruffing walked into the carriage, dragging a forklift and carrying an empty board. Ha, driver, why are you still here? Mu Ruffing said. The driver lowered his head and did not respond, his eyes seeming to contain some unspeakable thoughts. Mu Ruffing shrugged, didn't think much about it, walked to the goods and continued moving them. The ground is sticky and it's a bit uncomfortable. Let's finish unloading it as soon as possible. The sticky bloodstains on the ground affected him somewhat, but because of this, he actually sped up the unloading process. The goods were stacked, wrapped in stretch film, and were about to be towed out when the driver came over again. This time, the black fog around the driver had faded a lot, and the originally blurry and terrifying body became unusually clear. The bite wounds began to ooze dark red liquid. At the same time, a foul smell came to his face, making Mu Ruffing's nose hurt slightly. Driver, what's wrong with you? Mu Ruffing stopped and asked with concern. The driver stretched out his right hand, which was missing 2 fingers, and handed him a piece of paper. Mu Ruffing couldn't help but feel shocked, and stretched out his hand to take it. 10 yuan soul coin, the universal currency in the dungeon world, with a face value of 10 yuan. Ha, this is money? Driver, why are you giving me money? Mu Ruffing asked in surprise. You are unloading too fast. Can you slow down? Said the driver. Slow down? Yes, slower. I'm sorry, driver, this is my job. You should take the money back. Mu Ruffing prepared to continue working and returned the 10 yuan bill to the driver. The driver seemed a little impatient and grabbed Mu Ruffing's arm. Here you go. All the money I have is yours. Could you please unload the goods more slowly? It shouldn't take less than an hour. As he spoke, he took out a few more banknotes and stuffed them into Mu Ruffing's hand. There are 4 in total, each worth 10 yuan. Together with the previous one, the total is 50 yuan. Why do you want me to unload slowly? Mu Ruffing asked puzzledly. According to his understanding of stevedores, unloading should be as fast as possible. 50 yuan, and the unloading time cannot be less than 1 hour. I owe you a favor, said the driver. Okay. Mu Ruffing took the banknote and agreed. Soul coins are the universal currency in the dungeon world, and they must be very useful. Thank you. The driver's expression finally changed slightly. Then, he let go of Mu Ruffing's arm, and his figure was gradually wrapped in the black mist and finally disappeared. It's a bit creepy, but luckily I'm not afraid. Mu Ruffing smiled and put the banknotes away. He glanced at his arm and saw several black marks left by the driver where he had just been grabbed. But after just a few seconds, the black mark disappeared. No, to be precise, it seemed to be absorbed by his body. Mu Ruffing didn't care too much. He dragged the pallet of goods out, put it away, picked up an empty pallet, and walked back to the carriage. He looked around at the cargo and roughly estimated that only 2 or 3 pallets were left to unload it all. When I first came in, my phone had no signal, but I was able to check the time without any problem. Although I didn't know what time it was outside, my phone showed 8:02. He finished unloading the goods at 7 o'clock, went to the cafeteria to eat, and entered this strange copy world at 7:15. In total, unloading took about 32 minutes. For loaders and unloaders, the time to unload a vehicle should not exceed 2 hours. The driver requires that the unloading time must not be less than 1 hour. So, Mu Ruffing still has a lot of time now. After thinking for a moment, he decided to play it safe. The plan is to unload most of the cargo first, leaving only the last bit of tail cargo unloaded. In this way, if any situation occurs, the remaining cargo can be unloaded quickly. Mu Ruffing immediately started packing the goods. In a short time, a whole pallet of goods was neatly stacked. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed. Mu Ruffing placed the last full pallet of cargo in place, leaving only 10 pieces of cargo in the carriage. Just as he had wrapped the car and was about to tow it away, the driver Chang Feng appeared again. You are not keeping your word? Chang Feng suddenly burst out with a sharp cry. The voice was a bit harsh. Mu Ruffing rubbed his ears and said, "Driver, don't we have 10 more pieces of goods? I'll go outside and fish a little later. I'll be lazy and I'm sure I won't make it hard for you." The driver didn't respond, but just stared at Mu Ruffing, and finally nodded slowly. "By the way, driver, do you know where this place is?" Mu Ruffing asked. The driver replied, "This is Scarlet Select." "Of course I know this is Scarlet Selection. I'm asking, why am I here?" Mu Ruffing said helplessly. The driver was silent for a moment. He didn't answer, but hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I'm just a delivery driver." Mu Ruffing is not a fool. This brief hesitation shows that he actually knows something. Mu Ruffing really wanted to figure out what this place was, why he was here, and how to leave. "Driver, I gave you face, so you should give me face, right? Don't you want to?" Mu Ruffing inadvertently turned his head and looked at the dozen or so pieces of cargo left in the carriage. Chang Feng only felt a strong hostility. Seeing that the driver did not move, Mu Ruffing did not say much, so he picked up the empty board beside him and put it on the ground. 1, 2, 3. After moving 3 pieces of goods, the driver hurried forward and grabbed Mu Ruffing. Wait, don't unload it. I'll tell you everything you want to know," the driver said quickly. "That's right, I help you and you help me." Mu Ruffing stood up, with a smile on his face. "I want to know how I can get out of here." This is his biggest concern. "As long as you become a driver, you can leave here," said Chang Feng. "Okay, I didn't explain myself clearly. I was asking how to leave this weird place and return to the real world." "You know the real world, right? It's the world where humans live," Mu Ruffing explained. "I know." Chang Feng nodded. Seeing Chang Feng nod, Mu Ruffing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, these strange people knew about the human world. Chang Feng didn't say anything for a long time, which made Mu Ruffing, who was waiting on the side, feel a little helpless. Just as he was about to speak, Chang Feng finally spoke. "Did you enter this strange copy because of an umbrella?" Chang Feng suddenly asked, which shocked Mu Ruffing. "How do you know?" Mu Ruffing looked at him suspiciously. "Because I came here because of that umbrella, or rather, it was because of that umbrella that I became what I am now," Chang Feng said slowly. "You?" Mu Ruffing stared at Chang Feng. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my mind, and a familiar picture emerged. "Are you the first driver to die in the liquor warehouse? The one whose whole body was bitten by wild beasts?" Mu Ruffing exclaimed. "So, I'm not the only one who died?" Chang Feng responded. "What is going on? What about that umbrella?" Mu Ruffing asked. "If you want to leave here, you must first become a regular employee. After that, you should receive news about leaving. Don't expect me to know too much. I don't know either. I just applied for a driver position and I didn't even get a permanent job. Also, I haven't been bitten by wild beasts." Chang Feng's voice was hoarse, and it made people feel itchy. For a moment, Mu Ruffing was overwhelmed with thoughts. Chang Feng's words also confirmed that the second driver who died and the third leader who died were most likely to have entered this Scarlet Preferred copy. But they all died here for some reason. Chang Feng was the first person to enter Scarlet Optimal. He was already dead in the real world, but here, he became a truck driver. Does this mean that the second driver who died and the leader also held some position in Scarlet Optimal? Wait, that bald supervisor Wang Kuan. Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered that the bald male supervisor Wang Kuan he had met before was the leader who had died in reality? "You were bitten to death by some monster while delivering goods, so why did you become a driver?" Mu Ruffing asked. Chang Feng was silent. Mu Ruffing didn't urge him and waited quietly. "I broke the rules while delivering a package and was bitten to death by the supervisor at the service station. When I woke up, I found myself as a truck driver. I couldn't leave the vehicle. Even if I drove out, I couldn't get out. I could only move around inside the vehicle. I'm giving you some advice. Don't die, and don't get contaminated. Otherwise, you'll end up like me." I was able to maintain my composure because I had just become a driver, but I feel my consciousness growing fainter and colder, and soon I will no longer be myself. "Can I ask you a favor?" Chang Feng asked. "Go ahead." Mu Ruffing didn't know how to respond at this moment, so he could only say this. "I know you're no ordinary person. You're unloading so quickly. Even another stevedore, and Lou, would have taken an hour and a half to finish unloading. With your ability, you will definitely have a great future. While I can still think, I hope you can help my family when you have the ability in the future." There was a hint of sadness in Chang Feng's words. "Okay." Mu Ruffing nodded vigorously. "Thank you. I have a daughter who is still in kindergarten. It's a pity that I can't see her grow up. What a damn world." Chang Feng cursed, and his figure gradually became blurred, and finally turned into a black mist and merged into the carriage. Watching Chang Feng disappear, Mu Ruffing sighed. He sympathized with Chang Feng's situation, but was powerless to do anything. If he didn't have a cheat, Mu Ruffing felt that he might have followed in Chang Feng's footsteps. However, as long as it is within my ability, I will naturally help Chang Feng's request. After all, the driver also helped him solve some of his doubts. Reminder, be careful of Wang Kuan, the warehouse supervisor. You're fast at unloading, so you can help another loader and make Wang Kuan have nothing to say about your work ability. Of course, we also need to pay attention to Anlu. He was the one who ate the last stevedore. Also, drivers cannot assault loaders in trucks unless the unloading time exceeds 2 hours. Suddenly, Chang Feng's voice sounded in Mu Rufeng's ears again. Eated? Mu Rufeng's heart moved slightly. Thank you. Mu Rufeng, who had sorted out some of his thoughts, thanked the driver Chang Feng. When Mu Rufeng dragged the pallet out of the carriage, a large truck had parked nearby, and Lu was standing in front of the car, apparently preparing to unload the cargo. Obviously, the previous car and Anlu had been unloaded. He also saw Mu Rufeng coming out. Mu Rufeng, wait, are you almost done unloading the goods in your truck? Anlu stepped forward to stop Mu Rufeng. Yeah, what's wrong? Mu Rufeng nodded in response. You're just an ordinary person. Why are you unloading so quickly? Besides, why hasn't your body changed at all? And Lu asked doubtfully. $10. Mu Rufeng stretched out his hand and said, What $10? And Lu looked at him in confusion. Give me $10 and I'll tell you. Mu Rufeng replied. And Lu was stunned, as if he had been greatly insulted. His lips began to move, making a strange grinding sound, the sound of his sharp teeth rubbing against each other. We should help each other, you, and Lu was obviously unwilling to pay. Give me $10 and I'll tell you. Mu Rufeng insisted. Okay. And Lu was silent for a moment, and finally took out a 10 yuan note and handed it to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng took the money and said directly, I am a person with great strength. I used to be a loader. I can unload goods very quickly. That's all? And Lu was obviously stunned. That's all, I've already told you. Mu Rufeng said, pulling the goods and continuing to walk into the warehouse. And Lu did not stop him, nor did he call out to him. He just stared at Mu Rufeng with cold eyes. At this time, a large truck emitting a thick black gas stopped in front of the wine warehouse and began to reverse. After a while, the car stopped next to the platform, and Lu took a glance, immediately walked forward, and reached out his hand directly into the black mist. The next second, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He looked at Mu Rufeng, then glanced at the large truck that was about to unload goods, and then walked into the warehouse. Mu Rufeng didn't pay much attention to it and didn't go back to the car to unload the goods. After all, he had promised his driver Chang Feng that he would slack off outside. Calculating the time, he would have to do it for at least 20 minutes. He also didn't plan to wait until the unloading time. After all, he hadn't been hired yet. Holding the stretch film and dragging the forklift, Mu Rufeng began to stroll around the area at the front of the warehouse where goods were stored. He didn't dare to enter the warehouse. After all, he was just a temporary worker. If he was targeted, he would be in big trouble. A few minutes later, Wang Kuan and Lu walked out of the warehouse at the same time. Mu Rufeng, why are you wandering around here instead of unloading the goods? Wang Kuan scolded him immediately when he saw him. Oh, it's Manager Wang. I'm looking for a board. Mu Rufeng replied. Are you blind? Isn't the board right over there? Don't run around in the future. Wang Kuan said coldly. Okay, Manager Wang. Mu Rufeng responded. By the way, 2 more trucks of cargo have arrived. Unload that one first and then unload the one on the right. Anlu, you unload the one on the left. Wang Kuan instructed. No problem, Manager Wang. Anlu took the lead and patted his chest. Although Mu Rufeng felt strange, he didn't think much about it and said, okay, Manager Wang. By the way, what are our working hours? Wang Kuan looked at his watch and replied, it's 8:10 now. We start work at 6 o'clock in the morning and get off work at 12 o'clock. We take a 1-hour break at noon, start work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and finish work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Come to my office after get off work and I'll arrange accommodation for you. Eat in the cafeteria. If you don't know where it is, ask Anlu. Okay, let's get to work. After saying that, Wang Kuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Do a good job. If you can't finish unloading, you can come to me for help. Anlu patted Mu Rufeng's shoulder with a smile and strode towards the truck on the left. He had seen Anlu had already put the loading platform in place and was preparing to unload the car on the right, but he didn't expect that as soon as Wang Kuan came out, he changed to unloading the car on the left. Needless to say, the cargo on these 2 trucks must be different, and it might be more difficult to unload the one on Anlu. Mu Rufeng didn't think much about it and walked straight to the car. Reach out and press on the black mist. Instantly, the cargo information came into my mind. Blood flower beer. Net content, 580 milliliters. Ingredients, corpse water, fresh blood, hops demon, wheat man-eating worm, yeast worm. Effect, the taste is slightly bitter. After taking it, the spirit is temporarily improved and there is a feeling of drunkenness. Long-term drinking can gradually enhance the spirit properties. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year XX month XX day. Warm reminder, please handle fragile items with care. Damage will be compensated according to the price. Mu Rufeng didn't care about the other details and only focused on the last one. It's a fragile item, so handle it with care. You'll have to pay for any damage, he muttered to himself. This blood flower beer is packaged in glass bottles, 12 bottles per case. Because they are glass bottles, you have to be extra careful when unloading, otherwise they will break if you are not careful. If Mu Rufeng wanted to load and unload the blood flower beer, he wouldn't be able to do it as easily as he did when he unloaded the scarlet eyeballs. In addition, addition, the bloodflower beer is packaged in cartons, making it impossible to easily pick up a piece of goods with one hand. As a result, the speed of unloading is likely to drop significantly. Mu Rufang let go of his hand and turned his head to look at Enlu. I saw that Enlu had already started unloading, with 4 or 5 tentacles working at the same time, each holding 2 pieces of cargo. Mu Rufang noticed that the cargo unloaded by Enlu looked like instant noodles or something. Compared with the bloodflower beer in Mu Rufang's hand, the difficulty of unloading Enlu's instant noodles is obviously much lower. Mu Rufang naturally knew Enlu's little plan clearly. He was a little confused, though. Wasn't this the liquor warehouse? Why were there instant noodles? Shouldn't this be the snack warehouse? After thinking for a long time without understanding, Mu Rufang was too lazy to delve into it, so he simply pulled the forklift to pick up another stack of pallets and walked towards the truck. That's right, he planned to start unloading the bloodflower beer directly. Slacking off? No, he has to work hard and make money. He didn't forget Chang Feng's reminder. He picked up a deck and placed it properly. The black mist on the tailgate of the truck had dissipated. Mu Rufang reached his hands into the pile of cargo and with a sudden effort, he actually moved out 4 boxes of beer at once. The net content of bloodflower beer is 580 milliliters, and the weight including the glass bottle is about 1.1 kilograms. There are 12 bottles in each box, and the weight of the carton is negligible, totaling about 26.4 kilograms. After 4 boxes, it weighed about 105 kilograms. To Mu Rufang, this weight was still as light as a feather. He gently put down 4 boxes of goods. He recalled the rules for stacking beer. Generally it was stacked 5 layers high, with 17 yards on each layer. 4 horizontally, arranged in 3 rows, and 5 vertically, arranged in 1 row, for a total of 17 yards. However, this way of stacking goods requires changing the stacking piles to ensure stability. Mu Rufang had considered this beforehand, so he only took 3 boxes at a time. The first, second and third floors remain unchanged, but the 4th and 5th floors are changed. Moreover, on the 4th and 5th layers, he would hold 2 pieces of goods in each hand and stack them layer by layer. In this way, the unloading speed is even faster than unloading the scarlet eyeballs. More importantly, Mu Rufang handles the goods with care and will never cause any damage. On the other side, after unloading a pallet of goods, Enlu looked up leisurely at Mu Rufang. He hadn't taken a casual look at it, but it unexpectedly made his eyelids twitch. Mu Rufang had actually unloaded a pallet of goods and was wrapping it with stretch film. What's going on? He's unloading the bloodflower beer faster than he's unloading the instant noodles? As if noticing Enlu's gaze, Mu Rufang also turned to look. He smiled at Enlu and said, "You have so many hands, so the unloading speed is actually slower. If you can't unload it, feel free to ask me for help." After saying that, Mu Rufang didn't wait for Enlu's response and walked into the warehouse with the beer. Although the wine warehouse is large and there is also a lot of space in front of the warehouse for placing goods, the scarlet eyeballs unloaded by Mu Rufang have already occupied more than 20 pier boards. Fortunately, most of the goods unloaded earlier in Enlu had been moved away by the warehouse staff. Mu Rufang immediately moved the beer over there and arranged it neatly. Seeing this, Enlu quickly wrapped the goods with film and dragged them over to place them. Space is limited, and if it is occupied, he can only put the goods on the platform. You will be fined if you leave it on the platform. The rules were clearly posted on the warehouse wall. No cargo is allowed on the platform. Violators will be fined 10 yuan per platform. When the two met, Enlu said, "You should have finished unloading the scarlet eyeballs, right? Go and collect them quickly, don't take up space here." Mu Rufang smiled and responded, "Sorry, I haven't finished unloading yet, so I can't receive the goods." Enlu didn't say much, just glanced at him resentfully and turned away. Mu Rufang looked at Enlu's back, touched his chin, and thought to himself, "I should be able to squeeze out a lot of soul coins from this body, but I have to speed up the unloading." Mu Rufang did it right away. He returned to the truck and started unloading the goods frantically. Half an hour passed in a flash. Mu Rufang wrapped the goods tightly with stretch film. Glancing at the front of the carriage, there were only about 20 pieces of cargo left. In just half an hour, Mu Rufang had almost unloaded all the cargo. Strangely, the truck driver never showed up. As the amount of cargo decreases, the environment inside the carriage also changes significantly. Not only was there a pungent stench in the air, but the blood under his feet had already flooded Mu Rufang's instep, and the temperature around him also dropped suddenly. White mist swirled around him as if the cold air had condensed into shape. However, these changes did not affect Mu Rufang's unloading speed at all. For him, there was absolutely no distraction. It was as if his zombie template was naturally immune to all of this. If an ordinary person were here, he would have probably frozen to death long ago. Mu Rufang used a forklift to pull the goods out of the carriage. When he arrived at the warehouse, the front space was already filled with goods. He found an empty seat in the far corner. There's probably only room for 4 pallets of cargo. Except for the aisles, everything else was occupied. "It's almost done. Let's go to Enlu and take a look." Mu Rufang smiled, put the goods in order and prepared to leave. At this time, Enlu also came over dragging a pallet of goods. "Mu Rufang, have you finished unloading the 2 trucks of goods? Hurry up and ask ask the delivery man to collect the goods? Anlu said. Not yet. Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. I've counted the cargo you unloaded. Although not all of it has been unloaded, there's definitely not much left. If you don't go to receive the cargo and fill up the space, how can I unload the cargo? Anlu said coldly. Your calculations are quite accurate, but I've unloaded 2 trucks in a row and my whole body aches. I'll probably need to rest for more than half an hour before I can continue. Mu Ruffing responded with a smile. Okay, you want to play, right? I remember your Scarlet Eyeball unloading took over an hour. I'll take the remaining seat and see if you or I can afford to wait. And Lu snorted coldly. Oh, okay, go ahead. Mu Ruffing didn't care. Seeing this, and Lu said no more and turned to leave. Mu Ruffing didn't unload the goods anymore and walked straight into the truck with scarlet eyes. Changfeng, are you there? He shouted in the carriage. Are you ready to finish unloading the cargo? It's been more than an hour. Changfeng's figure suddenly appeared in the carriage. No rush. Let me ask you something. What will happen if it takes me more than 2 hours to unload the cargo? Mu Ruffing asked. Changfeng paused and said, if it's more than 2 hours, you've violated my rules. In that case, you will become my prey. I can attack you and use the power of the truck to double my strength. Double your strength? Can you defeat that tentacle monster? Mu Ruffing continued to ask. Under normal circumstances, I am no match for him, but if he breaks the rules, I can hurt him but I can't kill him. Changfeng replied. I understand, thank you. I will unload the goods at the last moment. Mu Ruffing said. Thank you. Changfeng also thanked him. Mu Ruffing gradually understood that the longer the unloading time was delayed, the more the truck driver would absorb some kind of power to improve himself. Once the 2-hour limit is exceeded, the loaders can be taken. It seems that the employees in this weird copy world are not so easy to get along with. He smiled. Since Anlu wanted to play this trick on him, he would play along and have fun. Anlu said that he wanted to fill up the space and leave no place for his scarlet eyeballs. This was simply a joke, as if he didn't know that Mu Ruffing could drag the bloodflower beer back into the truck. After all, there is no rule in the warehouse that prohibits dragging the goods back. Even if there are regulations, if the goods are mispacked, can't he rearrange them? Mu Ruffing looked at the remaining 10 scarlet eyeballs, moved all the goods onto the pallet, and then walked out of the truck. Anlu used 5 tentacles to unload the cargo quickly. There were a few freight trains and employees walking along the main road in front of the platform. When they saw Mu Ruffing, they all showed expressions of curiosity, greed, and a little regret. Mu Ruffing took out his cell phone and started taking pictures of these strange scenes. Coming to this strange copy world, his mobile phone was still usable, so he naturally wanted to record these strange things. It is very useful whether as a commemoration or as evidence for relevant departments in the future. Before long, Anlu filled all the remaining spaces with 2 pallets of goods. Only 40 minutes had passed. Within 40 minutes, only a tailpiece of Mu Ruffing's bloodflower beer was left. And there are only 2/5 of instant noodles left in Anlu. As time goes by, the situation inside the truck will cause Anlu's unloading speed to gradually slow down. It is estimated that the total unloading time is about 1 hour and 20 minutes. This also means that Anlu has about 40 minutes of free time. Of course, Anlu wouldn't calculate the time too strictly and would definitely arrive about 10 minutes early. On the other hand, on Mu Ruffing's side, only 80 minutes had passed since the unloading of the scarlet eyeballs, with 40 minutes left. As for the bloodflower beer, there is no need to worry. Mu Ruffing, you only have 40 minutes left, right? I want to see how you deal with it. Anlu smiled with a gloomy face. Mu Ruffing listened, but didn't bother to pay attention to him. He yawned and walked straight into the bloodflower beer truck. He had just loaded the remaining bloodflower beer when the truck suddenly shook violently. The next moment, a black mist emerged and eventually turned into a man covered in pale white. Why are you unloading the cargo so quickly? Are there 3 of you unloading it together? The driver asked sternly. Driver, why are you yelling so loudly? I'm the only one unloading the cargo, and this is the last load. Please make way. Mu Ruffing, who had wanted to take the opportunity to sleep in, suddenly had an idea when he saw the driver appear and immediately spoke. 1 person? Impossible, impossible. I delivered bloodflower beer, which is fragile. It's impossible for it to be delivered so quickly. How did you do it? The driver stared at Mu Ruffing with sharp eyes. I'm strong and can unload quickly, so what's the problem? Driver, as I recall, if unloading takes less than an hour, there's going to be trouble, right? Driver brother, you don't want anything bad to happen, do you? Mu Ruffing smiled and stretched out his hand, gently rubbing his thumb and index finger. The driver originally wanted to scare Mu Ruffing, but was confused by this action. His eyes fell on the work ID hanging on Mu Ruffing's chest. Nonsense, you're the new stevedore, right? Stand still, I'll. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mu Ruffing. Sorry, driver, please move aside. I need to get out. As he spoke, Mu Ruffing picked up the goods with a forklift and dragged them out of the car. Wait, I'll give it to you. The driver was panicked and didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly called out. He took out a $5 bill. This is Soul Coin, the universal currency of the copy world. It's very valuable. Here it is for you. The driver driver proudly handed over $5. Mu Ruffing said nothing and just pulled the goods forward. Wait, do you think it's too little? $10, I'll give you $10. 20, I'll give you 20. $20 is a lot for you. Mu Ruffing stopped at the rear of the car, turned to look at the driver, and slowly said, the last driver gave me 100 yuan. Are you sending away beggars? The driver felt nervous when he heard this. 100, I'll give you 100. He immediately took out a bloody $100 bill. Please, make sure to unload the goods later, the driver said with concern. Well, that's not bad. Okay, I'll just sleep here for a while. Mu Ruffing took the $100 bill with a smile and put it away. Thank you. The driver was grateful to see Mu Ruffing agreed. However, he did not leave, as if he was afraid that Mu Ruffing would stand him up, so he stood directly at the rear of the car, blocking his way perfectly. Mu Ruffing didn't care about it at all. He set several alarms on his phone, at 30 minutes, 31 minutes, and 32 minutes. 3 alarm clocks are set to ensure that Mu Ruffing will wake up. When we say sleep, we mean a real sleep. Although he felt energetic, he had been busy all day and suddenly came to this strange world and unloaded 2 trucks of goods. Although the zombie template made him feel less tired, it didn't stop him from wanting to take a break. He knew that the time here was opposite to that in the real world. In the real world, it should be 8:50 in the evening, but here it is 8:50 in the daytime. In other words, there are still 9 hours until the end of the get-off workday, so it is definitely a good idea to take a break now. Mu Ruffing was lying on the pile of 10 pieces of cargo. Logically, he should have felt uncomfortable, but he seemed to feel nothing. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. 2 years of experience as a loader not only built up his strong body, but also gave him the ability to fall asleep in seconds. Imagine that you return to the dormitory after a tiring day, not wanting to do anything, with only one thought in your mind, sleep. So even if he fell into bed, even if it was made of hard wooden boards and uncomfortable cargo, he could fall asleep quickly. Of course, his sleep is not the kind that cannot be woken up even if the sky falls and the earth breaks, and the alarm clock can still wake him up easily. As for whether he was worried that the driver would attack him or steal his soul coins, Mu Ruffing was not worried at all because both drivers and employees had to abide by the rules. When the loader is in the truck, the driver has no right to touch him, not even to steal. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Mu Ruffing's alarm clock rang on time. He woke up immediately, turned off the alarm clock, and also turned off the other 2 alarm clocks that had not yet sounded. Only then did he stagger and pick up the forklift in his hand. Up ahead, the driver had left at some point. Apparently, after unloading for more than an hour, he had already returned to the cab. Mu Ruffing dragged the forklift out of the truck, and Lu saw him coming out from a distance, and first showed a look of surprise, and then sneered. Mu Ruffing ignored Lu and walked straight into the truck with scarlet eyes with a forklift. When he forked up the cargo and prepared to drag it out, black smoke suddenly appeared in front again, and Chang Feng was coming. This is the delivery note. You'll need this to receive the goods. Chang Feng handed Mu Ruffing a white note. Okay, thank you very much. Mu Ruffing took the order, nodded to him, and then dragged the goods out of the truck. As soon as Mu Ruffing got out of the truck, a large amount of black smoke immediately came out of the carriage. Boom! The truck engine roared violently. After a while, the truck started and slowly drove away from the platform. It's really timed. As soon as the goods are unloaded, the truck will leave immediately. Mu Ruffing slowly dragged the goods to Anlu's side. It seems like there's still an hour left, he said with a smile. Yes, there is still an hour left, and Lu also replied with a smile. Aren't you going to pick up the goods quickly? After the goods are unloaded, the receiver must pick them up within 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, there is no place to put them, right? And Lu asked again. Oh, 10 minutes? That's still enough time. But do you still have time to unload the rest of the goods? Mu Ruffing said as he looked into the truck. The carriage was still shrouded in black fog, and it seemed that only Anlu could see inside. At this time, Anlu waved his hand with a smile, and the black mist slowly dissipated. Soon, the scene inside was revealed. I saw that it was filled with pieces of pier boards. The goods are stacked on each pier and even wrapped neatly with stretch film. There are 2 piers in each row, 5 columns in total, and a total of 10 piers. When Mu Ruffing saw the scene, he was a little surprised at first, but then relieved. Sure enough, this guy is not a fool and will never waste time here. He stacked the goods and did not drag them out directly, which saved a lot of time. It is estimated that the remaining cargo can be unloaded in about 20 minutes. That is to say, even though 70 minutes have passed plus the 20 minutes required to unload the cargo, Anlu can still wait at least 20 minutes. You are quite smart. Mu Ruffing smiled, then stopped talking to Anlu and dragged the goods into the warehouse. He didn't delay and directly pulled out his bottle of blood beer, then put the bottle of scarlet eyeballs in it. Immediately afterwards, Mu Ruffing came back dragging the box of bloodflower beer and walked straight into the bloodflower beer truck. Anlu was shocked when he saw this scene. He never expected that Mu Ruffing would take the goods back. Anlu has been in this business for a long time and has never been troubled by location issues, so naturally he didn't think about it in this way. Now, he was shocked by Mu Ruffing's actions. In this way, Mu Ruffing can be sure of victory. What a tough guy. Forget it. Once he finishes unloading his goods, I have to finish unloading mine as well. And Lu knew that he couldn't deal with Mu Roughing at the moment and could only look for another opportunity. Mu Roughing put away the bloodflower beer, holding the stretch film in his hand, and walked into the depths of the warehouse. Soon, he came to the place where the stretch film was placed. 5 meters away from here, there is a small table. There was a notice on the table. Please press this button and a receiver will come. Please note that you should not press this button before unloading the goods. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Mu Roughing reached out and pressed the button. Huff, huff, huff. A gust of cold wind suddenly blew, and the drawer of the small table slowly opened. A black mist poured out and eventually condensed into a woman in a red vest. The woman was not very old, perhaps 35 at most. She was not pretty, but she was not ugly either. On the vest on her back were written 3 big words: receiving person. A living person? New here? The receiving clerk looked at Mu Roughing and asked, have you finished unloading the goods? Yes, it's finished. Mu Roughing nodded. Where is the goods? Take me to see it, said the delivery man. Please come this way. Mu Roughing quickly led her to the cargo area. Well, not bad. The goods are neatly stacked and not too high. How many pallets are there in total? Where's the delivery note? The delivery clerk asked while typing on his cell phone. Sister, I can't remember clearly either. Please count them yourself. This is the delivery note, Mu Roughing said as he handed it over. Ha, let me count? The delivery clerk's face suddenly turned gloomy. Suddenly, her expression changed. She pinched the delivery note and quietly lifted a corner, revealing the edge of a banknote. The denomination was not large, only $10. She calmly picked up the bill and put it away. Remember to count by yourself next time. I'll help you this time, she said calmly. Beauty, I still hope you can count slowly, and make sure you count clearly. Mu Roughing deliberately paused on the word slowly. The receiving clerk immediately understood and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will count them slowly and make sure they are counted clearly. $10 may not seem like much, but it's free. She is a receiving clerk. Although she can delay the time when receiving the goods, there is no profit to be made. The stevedores ignored her and let her dawdle, since the cargo had already been unloaded. Now, Mu Roughing directly bribed him $10, which was considered unexpected money, so he naturally had to give him face. Soon, 10 minutes passed quietly. This is the 10th board, the 11th board, the 12th. I think I've counted these boards? Oh, it's a mess again. The delivery clerk sighed. Sister Chunny, it's okay. If you make a mistake, just count again. Mu Roughing followed her the whole time, nodding from time to time and responding seriously. Well, Xiaomu is right. Let me count again. Chun and I nodded. At this time, and Lu came over dragging a pallet of goods. Ha, it's been so long. Why haven't you finished receiving all the goods yet? He frowned when he saw the receiving clerk still counting the goods. What? Do you have any objections? The delivery clerk glanced at Lu and said coldly. The goods have been unloaded for more than 10 minutes, right? You haven't finished receiving them yet? I have no place to put my goods. And Lu showed no mercy to the gloomy-faced receiver. Brother on Lu, Sister Chunny has always been serious and responsible in receiving goods and would never make mistakes. It's normal for her to be a little slow, Mu Roughing explained. Xiaomu is right. If something goes wrong, will you be responsible? Chun-Ni's face was gloomy. She snorted coldly, walked to the front and started counting the goods again. As Chun-Ni was counting, she made a mistake again and had to start over again. The consecutive mistakes made on Lu, who was standing next to her, furious. Hey, what are you doing? You want to accept the goods but you don't? Believe it or not, I will complain to you. And Lu couldn't help but scold. Complain? Okay, go ahead and complain. It's just right to transfer me to another position. I've had enough of staying in that drawer. Chun-Ni didn't care and continued counting. You, and Lu was so angry that he waved his 5 tentacles wildly. The scene was extremely horrifying. Unfortunately, he didn't do it in the end. Suppressing the anger in his heart, and Lu said, Mu Roughing, can you please spare me a moment to talk? Mu Roughing chuckled and said, Sister Chun-Ni, you continue counting. I'll go talk to him. Well, go ahead, Xiaomu, I'll count slowly. Chun-Ni nodded. After saying that, Mu Roughing and Lu walked out of the warehouse. And Lu asked coldly, what on earth do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Mu Roughing replied, take the goods quickly and tell me clearly what your conditions are. And Lu said impatiently, 100 yuan. As long as you give me that, I will immediately let Sister Chun-Ni collect all the goods. Mu Roughing said directly, you're looking for death. And Lu's tentacles suddenly spread out in all directions. His figure instantly grew taller, his mouth split to his ears, revealing densely packed sharp teeth, looking hideous and ferocious. But Mu Roughing was not panicked at all. If you want to hit me, just come on. I definitely won't fight back. He smiled indifferently. I don't have that much money on me. And Lu suppressed his anger and returned to normal. Then how much do you have? Mu Roughing asked. Only 50 yuan. And Lu replied, 50 yuan? Ha, truck drivers who have just been here for a few days all have 50 yuan on them. How come you, an old employee, tell me that you only have 50 yuan? Mu Roughing Ruffing smiled. Here, you have to spend money on food, clothing, housing and transportation, and you also have to buy wrap. I just went to see manager Wang and I only have 50 yuan left on me. And Lu explained. Okay, give me 50 yuan. Mu Ruffing thought about it and reached out to take it. After receiving in Lu's money, Mu Ruffing walked back to the warehouse with a smile. Sister Chunny, have you almost finished counting? Mu Ruffing walked up to Chunny and asked. Well, Xiao Mu, we're almost done counting. Only the tail board is left. I'll check it again. Chunny nodded. After counting the quantity, Chunny confirmed it on the list and handed the phone to Mu Ruffing. Come, sign your name, take a photo, and it can be put into storage, said Chunny. Mu Ruffing nodded, took the phone and signed his name, then returned the 2 10-yuan bills in his hand to Chunny. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Chunny, he said with a smile. It's no trouble, no trouble. Chunny quickly took the 20 yuan with a smile on her face. After taking the photos, Chunny said, we finished collecting this batch of goods. By the way, you were also the one who unloaded this bloodflower beer, right? Yes, Sister Chunny, there are only 2 boards left. Mu Ruffing replied. Okay, you go and unload the goods. I'll finish counting here first and then I can take over the goods after you finish unloading. Chunny said. Okay, thank you Sister Chunny. No, go ahead. The two were talking and laughing, and Lu snorted coldly as he passed by, expressing his dissatisfaction. Just as the receipt was about to be completed, an employee came out of the warehouse. He drove an electric forklift, dragged a plate of scarlet eyeballs, and headed deeper into the warehouse. Then a second person came out and also took away a row of scarlet eyeballs. Seeing this, Lu immediately put his goods in the empty space. Mu Ruffing did not provoke Lu again, but unloaded the remaining bloodflower beer from the truck. Taking the delivery note handed over by the driver, Mu Ruffing unloaded the goods from the second truck one by one. Sign it. Sister Chunny handed the phone to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing took the phone, signed his name, and had his photo taken. The process of receiving the bloodflower beer was thus completed. Sister Chunny, how many trucks of goods can arrive in this day? Mu Ruffing asked. We are organizing some activities these days, so there will be more. There will be a maximum of 4 or 5 cars in the morning these 2 days, and more in the afternoon, around 7 or 8. But you don't have to worry too much. We'll be off work at 6 anyway, so whether there's any cargo left or not, we don't have to unload it. After the event is over, there will be fewer trains. There is still some time before noon. You can rest on the platform for a while. Sister Chunny said. Okay, Sister Chunny. Mu Ruffing nodded with a smile. Time flies and it's already 12 o'clock noon. A shrill bell rang in the logistics park. As soon as the bell rang, all the employees put down their work at the same time and walked in the same direction as if they had made an appointment. Mu Ruffing had just stood up when he saw Lu jumping off the platform and heading straight towards the cafeteria. Seeing this, he immediately stood up and followed Lu. Speaking of which, he had just finished dinner when he came in, so his stomach was still full. But by 12 o'clock, Mu Ruffing's stomach was already rumbling. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, the familiar cafeteria appeared in front of us. Familiar yet a bit strange, because the cafeteria here has a gloomy atmosphere and a dark style. Mu Ruffing followed the crowd into the cafeteria. The layout here is very different from the canteens outside. There are many tables and chairs, and quite a few employees, but there are only 3 food windows. As a result, long queues formed in front of the 3 windows. Mu Ruffing didn't queue up, but walked straight to the window. Sure enough, when he saw the vegetables sold there, he was stunned. There are not many types of dishes, only 5. Each dish was served in a huge aluminum basin. Just looking at the name of the dish made Mu Ruffing feel his scalp tingling. He didn't think the names of the dishes were fake. So where do these ingredients come from? Mu Ruffing sniffed the bloody smell emanating from the vegetable bowl and swallowed involuntarily. Damn it, I'm not a real zombie. I don't suck blood. He forced himself to suppress the thought in his mind. Boy, these dishes taste pretty good. You're so strong, so they must taste good too, right? Said a staff member standing in line grimly. Obviously, he recognized Mu Ruffing as a human. I heard that the company recruited employees from the human world. Is this the 3rd or 4th one? He continued. This is the 4th one. I've eaten one before. It tastes really good and is much fresher than the ones in the cafeteria. A tall man licked his lips. Mu Ruffing glanced at the guy, then simply ignored the employees who were eyeing him eagerly and started wandering around the cafeteria. Wherever he went, all the employees stared at him with strange eyes. Some people even couldn't help swallowing, as if Mu Ruffing was very delicious. But even though they were drooling, no one dared to take action. Only then did Mu Ruffing realize that most of these employees were still able to maintain their human form. A small number of them no longer look like humans, their shapes are strange, and some look like tentacle monsters. It also looks a bit like Chang Feng's appearance when he died. Fortunately, Mu Ruffing has the attribute of not being afraid, otherwise his legs would have gone weak long ago. Ha! Vending machine? Mu Ruffing found a modern vending machine in a corner of the cafeteria. He walked over and his eyes lit up when he saw the goods inside. There are mineral water, drinks, spicy strips, bread, and even instant noodles. As for the selling price, it's exactly the same as the real real-world prices, which is incredible. Of course, the currency used here is soul coins, not RMB. There are also some products in strange copies, such as bloodflower beer, scarlet eyeballs, corpse worm spicy strips, etc. Of course, they are all traded with soul coins. Mu Ruffing touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. The stronger your body is, the sooner you feel hungry and the more you will eat. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will feel very hungry. He had quite a few soul coins on him, a total of 180. He earned the money for free anyway, so he didn't feel bad about spending it. After thinking for a moment, Mu Ruffing decided to buy 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water. 2 buckets of instant noodles for 10 yuan, 2 loaves of bread for 6 yuan, and mineral water for 2 yuan, a total of 18 soul coins. He took out 2 $10 bills and stuffed them directly into the coin slot of the vending machine. Wah 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 wah, zit-seedy. The vending machine shook a few times, and then with a few clang sounds, the items fell into the delivery port below. Mu Ruffing squatted down and reached out to take the thing out. When he saw what was in his hand, he was stunned. There were clearly only 3 things in his hand: a pack of Xiaodanja instant noodles, a piece of wife cake and a 330 milliliters bottle of mineral water. What's going on? Did you give me the wrong item? He bought 2 buckets of Kangshifu instant noodles, but he only had Little Chef instant noodles in his hand. The price tag for Little Chef is 1 yuan, but 2 buckets of instant noodles are 10 yuan, a full 10 times difference. 2 loaves of bread that cost $6 turned into wife cakes that were only worth $1, and 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water turned into 1 330 milliliters bottle? This time he lost more than 10 soul coins in vain. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Suddenly, a shout came from the vending machine. Ha, you can talk? Mu Ruffing asked in surprise. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared on the vending machine, and the delivery port below turned into a mouth. I say, did you make a mistake? I invested 20 yuan, chose something that cost 18 yuan, but you gave me something that cost 2.5 yuan? Mu Ruffing questioned. Are you saying I made a mistake? The vending machine's voice suddenly turned cold. The next moment, a pair of arms and a pair of legs suddenly grew out of the machine. The vending machine was already taller than Mu Ruffing, and now that it had legs, it looked even taller and more powerful. Yes, you are wrong. Mu Ruffing nodded without fear. Boy, it seems you are tired of living. The vending machine reached out and grabbed his collar and pulled it up suddenly. The t-shirt that Mu Ruffing bought for 30 yuan was torn. Kid, get out of here now, or I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The vending machine snorted. His clothes were torn, but Mu Ruffing was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and asked, excuse me, do you dare to lay hands on me? Boy, you're really tired of living. Since you think the thing was given to you by mistake, then return it. The vending machine didn't actually do anything. Instead, it reached out and snatched the instant noodles, wife cakes, and mineral water from Mu Ruffing's hand, threw them directly into its mouth, and then put them back on the shelf. You are violating the rules by doing this, right? Mu Ruffing suddenly said, hey, you're right. I did break the rules, but what can you do about it? You want to buy food? The price will be 10 times higher. The vending machine retracted its hands and feet and stared at Mu Ruffing with a smug look on its face. It was convinced that whenever Mu Ruffing wanted to eat, he could only buy it from it. After all, in the entire Scarlet Optimum, it is the only one that sells things from the human world. In this weird place, it doesn't dare to cheat its employees. After all, they are all tough guys. But humans, will cheat anyone they can. Mu Ruffing was not the first person it had cheated. Even if the rules were violated and some of the strength was suppressed by Scarlet Elite, so what? Humans can't beat it at all. If they do, it can fight back or even eat the human. Oh, you mean I can attack you? Mu Ruffing said with a smile. What? You want to fight with me? Fine, I'm right here. I'll let you hit me 3 times. The vending machine said with a smile. As long as Mu Ruffing attacks first, he can fight back, and in this way, his blood food will be secured. That's what you said. Mu Ruffing slowly raised his right hand. Yes, come on. The vending machine responded disdainfully. Although it is just a vending machine, its strength is not weak at all, and all humans are completely subdued by it. Then I'll come. Mu Ruffing took a step back with his right foot, clenched his right fist, swung his arm back, and twisted his upper body slightly to the right. This posture can unleash the greatest power. I don't know how strong I am, so I'll use you to test it out, he muttered to himself. Come on. The vending machine still looked contemptuous. Boom! There was a loud noise. The vending machine was smashed hard against the wall behind it. At this moment, a big hole was shattered in the glass window in front of the vending machine. Due to the heavy impact, the body of the vending machine was also seriously damaged. The loud noise immediately attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was stunned when they saw the broken vending machine. Oh, did I hit you too hard? Why are you so weak? Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised, but said it with a relaxed look on his face. After saying that, he walked towards the vending machine. When Mu Ruffing walked to the vending machine finally reacted. You, don't come over here, it screamed in horror. Mu Ruffing ignored it and just picked it up. This is just the first punch, there are 2 more punches waiting. He set up the vending machine machine and raised his right hand again. No, don't do it, big brother. Let's talk it over. This is a civilized society. The vending machine begged for mercy. You're right. This is a civilized society, but you don't seem to be a civilized person, Moo Ruffing said lightly. Civilized? I am very civilized, the vending machine hurriedly explained. Aren't you a vending machine? Moo Ruffing asked back. Brother, I will give you everything you need, everything. The vending machine didn't dare to talk back and quickly spit out 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water from its mouth. I think I still want to throw the remaining 2 punches. Moo Ruffing raised his hand. Brother, I was wrong. I will return the money to you. The vending machine hurriedly dispensed 2 $10 bills from the cash slot. Take out your cell phone. That's better. I'll spare you the punch then, Moo Ruffing said. Ha! The vending machine breathed a sigh of relief. But when it saw Moo Ruffing raise his fist again, it immediately panicked. Brother, why do you still want to hit me? It shouted anxiously. Moo Ruffing's punch had already seriously injured it, and it would cost a lot of money to recover quickly. If it was hit again, it would probably die on the spot. When I hit you, my right hand seemed to be broken. It costs money to see a doctor. Don't you plan to compensate me? Moo Ruffing said. The vending machine was shocked. Yes, it's my fault. I must pay compensation. The vending machine immediately spit out 2 10-yuan bills. It glanced at Moo Ruffing cautiously and saw that he was still staring at it. Helpless, he had to spit out another 30 yuan. It seems that not only is my hand broken, but the bones are also cracked? Moo Ruffing clenched his fist and checked it again and again. The vending machine was nervous, but it could only grit its teeth and continue to spit out money. He kept vomiting until he had 200 yuan, and then he finally stopped. Brother, I only have 200 yuan. The vending machine said cautiously. But you've torn my clothes. Now I don't even have anything to wear. How can I face people? Moo Ruffing said with a stern face. After hearing this, the vending machine said with a sad face, Brother, I really have no money. How about this? I will pay for your 3 meals from now on. Well, that's about right. Moo Ruffing nodded and put the 200 yuan away. This guy must have more than 200 yuan on hand, but there must not be much left. After all, he even spit out a 1 yuan bill. They were even willing to provide him with meals. I ate a bit too much, so I'll just grab a few more buckets of instant noodles. By the way, I think you also provide hot water here? I saw it said that if you buy instant noodles, you can add 1 yuan for hot water. Moo Ruffing took out 2 more buckets of instant noodles from the broken hole and pointed at the words above the vending machine. The vending machine didn't dare to resist at all. After hearing what he said, it immediately responded, Yes, I provide boiled water here. Forget about the money. Yeah. Moo Ruffing nodded and started making instant noodles. Before long, the aroma of instant noodles filled the air. He soaked 4 buckets at once, plus the bread he had before. It should be enough to fill his stomach, right? Moo Ruffing was not sure, but he was not worried. After all, there was a vending machine here. He took the instant noodles and found a table not far away to sit down. Several employees were also sitting there eating. Seeing Moo Ruffing coming, their eyes became more greedy. Even the punch that Moo Ruffing threw just now failed to intimidate these monsters at all. Instead, it made them more eager for Moo Ruffing's blood and flesh. His stomach was already growling with hunger, and Moo Ruffing gobbled up 4 buckets of instant noodles and bread in no time, even drinking up all the soup. However, he was not full. After swallowing the wife cake and instant noodles together, he was only about 50% full. He turned around and went back, and under the horrified gaze of the vending machine, he took out a lot of spicy strips, bread, and instant noodles. After eating all this and drinking a bottle of water, Moo Ruffing finally felt about 70% full. After filling his stomach, he felt refreshed. Turning around, he walked to the vending machine again. Brother, are you not full yet? Asked the vending machine. Moo Ruffing didn't answer, but just glanced at the vending machine and found that 50% of the damaged parts had been repaired. All in all, it took no more than 15 minutes. I recovered really quickly. It's nothing. I see that you still have scarlet eyeballs here. Give me a bottle so I can taste it. Moo Ruffing said. The vending machine was greatly surprised when it heard this. You know, the scarlet eyeballs are specially eaten by monsters. If humans eat them, they will be contaminated instantly and their bodies will undergo terrible changes. Why, you can't bear to let go. Moo Ruffing said lightly. The scarlet eyeball comes in 2 sizes, 500 milliliters and 1.5 liters. The former costs 3 soul coins and the latter costs 5 soul coins. It sells extremely well in the weird world. The vending machine rolled its eyes, without giving any reminder, and quickly said, Brother, here you go. If it's not enough, come to me again. As he spoke, the vending machine spit out a 1.5-liter bottle of scarlet eyeballs. An arm grew out from the right side, reached into the delivery port, took out the bottle and handed it to Moo Ruffing. Another small bottle. Okay, big brother. The vending machine took out another 500 milliliters bottle of scarlet eyeballs. Yes. Moo Ruffing nodded, took it, turned and walked out of the cafeteria. Oh, this guy must be possessed by a demon, right? Is he scared silly? This is the first time I've heard of a human daring to eat our food? I think he wants to be contaminated quickly and become like us, haha. In the cafeteria, some employees were disdainful, some were excited, and some were laughing. These are meaningless to Mu Ruffing. To be honest, he was really interested in this scarlet eyeball. For some reason, the scarlet eyeball had an inexplicable attraction to him. He longed to have a sip of it. He had had this strong feeling when he was unloading the cargo. He wanted to taste it very much. He made a vague guess. I looked at the ingredient list and it contains fresh blood. He loaded the zombie template, which has the attributes of iron skin, invulnerability, immense strength, bloodthirstiness, and fearlessness. Bloodthirstiness is probably the reason. Don't zombies survive by sucking blood? He remembered again that after loading the zombie template, it seemed that it was not affected by the black fog in the carriage. Then, there shouldn't be any problem for him to drink this scarlet eyeball. Mu Ruffin was really bold and careful at this moment. After leaving the cafeteria, he unscrewed the bottle cap on the road and drank it directly from the bottle. I drank half the bottle in one breath, chewing an eyeball in my mouth, and suddenly I felt a strange feeling, without even a trace of nausea. On the contrary, I think it tastes quite good. Mu Ruffing felt his body suddenly begin to heat up and his stomach began to feel full. He waved his fist, his eyes shining slightly. I feel stronger, and I'm only 8/10 full. I'm already full after drinking half a bottle. He glanced at the scarlet eyeball in his hand and became more and more satisfied. It looks disgusting, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious and so effective. It's pretty good. I'll have to go to the vending machine to get 2 more bottles tonight. After saying that, Mu Ruffing quickened his pace. A few minutes later, he returned to the liquor warehouse. He originally wanted to go shopping in Scarlet Select after dinner, but then he thought it was too risky. Sister Chunny, are you eating? I brought this for you. As soon as Mu Ruffing entered the warehouse, he saw Sister Chunny eating a bowl of food. Oh, Xiaomu, you are so polite. You even brought me something to drink. Sister Chunny said this, but she took the scarlet eyeball immediately. She has to buy a bottle of this stuff every day, so of course she is happy to save money. Sister Chunny, I remember you didn't go to the cafeteria? Mu Ruffing asked. Hey, I can't leave the warehouse for my job. I can only leave at night after work. I cooked this meal this morning and brought it here. Would you like to try it? Sister Chunny said with a smile. This. Mu Ruffing was a little hesitant for a moment. He really didn't want to eat it. The weird things were either human flesh or various disgusting monsters. How could he bring himself to eat them? I know you are a living person. Don't worry, it's not human flesh. It's a salad made with corpse worms. It tastes pretty good. They are all bought from Scarlet Select. Sister Chunny said with a smile. No, sister, I'm full now. Mu Ruffing still refused. By the way, have you downloaded the Scarlet Preferred app on your mobile phone? Sister Chunny suddenly asked. No, can I download it on my phone? Mu Ruffing asked. If you want to download a phone from the human world, you need to activate a phone card in the weird world. It can't be opened by a living person, but I have an extra phone card for you. Just remember to pay 50 yuan for your phone bill every month, said Sister Chunny. Thank you, Sister Chunny. Mu Ruffing was happy to hear that and quickly thanked her. You're welcome. Sister Chunny handed over a phone card with a smile. Ghost phone card. This secondary phone card is sold by Ghost Communications, a major conglomerate in the spooky world. A monthly fee of 50 yuan is required. Note, both primary and secondary cards share the same credits, and the primary cardholder can withdraw the secondary card at any time. Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This phone card is a secondary card, and Sister Chunny must have the main card. The main card and the supplementary card share the same phone bill, which means that Mu Ruffing's 50 yuan phone bill will be borne entirely by Sister Chunny. She can save on phone bills and doesn't have to worry about losing the secondary card. If something happens to Mu Ruffing, Sister Chunny can take back the card at any time. Sister Chunny, how do I pay the phone bill? Mu Ruffing asked. He felt that $50 a month was not a lot and the card would definitely be useful. Turn off your phone first, insert the SIM card, and after you turn it on, the Ghost Communication app will appear on your desktop. You can pay the bill directly on it. Sister Chunny explained. Mu Ruffing nodded, turned off the phone, and inserted the Ghost phone card into card slot 2. When you boot up, an option appears. Enter the normal system, or enter the Ghost system. Choose the Ghost system. The ordinary system can only be used in the human world, while the Ghost system can be used in the weird world. Sister Chunny reminded. Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded and immediately chose to enter the Ghost system. The layout of the mobile phone desktop is similar to that of the real world, but the overall style is gloomy and dark. There are many apps installed in it, which are basically the common ones in real life, but the colors have turned gray and cannot be opened by clicking. Only 4 apps, SMS, Call, App Center, and Ghost Communication, are lit. However, both the text messages and call records are blank and contain no content. Come, I'll teach you how to pay your phone bill. Sister Chunny directly helped Mu Ruffing open the Ghost Communication. Then she found a recharge interface. Take out $50. Sister Chunny said. Okay. Although Mu Ruffing didn't understand why, he still took out 5 10 yuan bills. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke came out from the camera of the mobile phone, directly
directly wrapping up the 50 yuan, and then the money returned to the phone.
Ding dong.
Recharge of 50 yuan for phone credit successful. The balance on the card is 50 yuan. Okay, if you open an account at Tiandi Bank in the future, you can also pay the bills directly online, so you don't have to use cash anymore, Sister Chunny explained.
Chunny was in a good mood at this time. She felt that she had saved another 50 yuan, and as long as this kid was lucky enough, she might be able to save that much every month. Heaven and Earth Bank.
Mu Ruffing pondered for a moment, feeling quite surprised. This strange world is by no means simple.
There are not only communication groups, but also banks and even Scarlet Preferred.
It seems that this place is very similar to the real world. The former is the living place of the strange world, and the latter is the place where humans live.
Okay, I have downloaded Scarlet Selection for you. You can log in directly with your mobile phone number. My number is also in your address book. You can contact me if you have any questions, Sister Chunny said.
Okay, thank you, Sister Chunny.
Mu Ruffing took the phone and thanked her.
By the way, Sister Chunny, I just saw a truck of instant noodles arriving.
This is our wine warehouse. Why are the instant noodles being unloaded here? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Oh, you mean that?
Because the snack warehouse is full, the instant noodles are being unloaded here. After the activities are over in the next few days, the instant noodles will no longer be unloaded here, Sister Chunny explained.
I see. Mu Ruffing nodded. You rest here for a while. I'm going to take a nap.
After saying that, Sister Chunny turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the drawer. Mu Ruffing watched her leave, smiled lightly, and then sat down on the chair next to him. He took out his mobile phone and opened the Scarlet Preferred app, intending to see what products were available. He didn't pay attention at first, but when he saw it, he found that the content was so rich that Mu Ruffing was surprised. There are a wide variety of goods inside, and there are multiple sections, such as daily necessities, vegetables, fruits, snacks, alcoholic beverages, dairy products, etc.
This is almost identical to the preferred platform in the real world.
However, the goods here are rather peculiar, and are all prepared for the residents of the strange world.
Mu Ruffing first clicked on the wine, beverage and dairy drinks category, and the first item that caught his eye was the Scarlet Eyeball. The second item is also a Scarlet Eyeball. The former is a 1.5-liter bottle and the latter is a 500 milliliters bottle. Mu Ruffing browsed through all the categories of goods, but still felt unsatisfied. Unfortunately, 99% of the products here are simply unusable by living people.
However, Mu Ruffing looked at the price of the Scarlet Eyeball and compared it with the price in the vending machine. He couldn't help but sigh that the price of Scarlet Preferred was really affordable. The prices in vending machines are basically normal for the weird world. For example, a 1.5-liter bottle of Scarlet Eyeball vending machine costs 5 yuan, while Scarlet Eyeball Premium only costs 3 yuan, but you have to buy it in a box. Similarly, the price of 500 milliliters of Scarlet Eyeball is 1.5 yuan per bottle, and you also need to buy it in a box.
Order on the same day and the goods will be delivered the next day.
What's even more amazing is that the goods can be delivered directly to you, but you need to pay a certain delivery fee. If you want free delivery, you can only choose a pickup point close to you and pick it up yourself after it arrives. This is very convenient indeed.
Time passes by little by little.
10 minutes before work, a large truck slowly stopped on the platform.
Mu Ruffing did not forget Changfeng's reminder to do more work.
He immediately stepped forward, reached into the black fog, and touched the goods inside.
Demon Spirit Braised Crazy Beef Noodles. Net weight, 105g. Noodles, 76g. Ingredients, noodles, special wheat flour, refined mad cow butter, starch.
Meat sauce package, crazy cow butter, magic beef, green onion, table salt. Seasoning package, edible salt, maltodextrin, MSG, white sugar, spices, edible spices.
Vegetable pack,
dehydrated cabbage, dehydrated carrots, dehydrated beef cubes, dehydrated onions, dehydrated egg yolks, dehydrated soybean paste, dehydrated worms. Effect, extremely strong sense of fullness and ultimate umami taste, which can slightly improve one's own abilities after consumption.
Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year XX month XX day. Wow, braised Mad Bull noodles. Mu Ruffing couldn't help but sigh.
The truck of instant noodles that the tentacle monster unloaded in the morning was nothing but the delicious corpse worm noodles, but what was delivered this time was actually braised Mad Bull noodles. He recalled that this thing was sold at Scarlet Optimum for 45 yuan per piece, and each piece contained 12 buckets, which came out to be 3.75 yuan per bucket. In the vending machine, this bucket costs $5.
I have to say, it's really a lot cheaper. I remembered what Sister Chunny said, that we can still work during the lunch break.
Mu Ruffing simply picked up the forklift, dragged a stack of pallets over, and started unloading the goods.
This instant noodle is really too light.
He can lift 10 pieces at a time with his bare hands. It is also easy to stack the goods. There is no need to change the size, as long as they are not piled too high. The reason why he was so sure was because he saw Onlu unloading instant noodles in the morning. At this speed, Mu Ruffing felt that the unloading could be completed within 20 minutes.
This is by no means a boast. When Onlu first started unloading, he was even even faster than Mu Roughing because he had so many tentacles.
But it ended up taking an hour and 20 minutes because the truck driver secretly interfered. Of course, it is not a direct attack, but taking advantage of the driver to change the environment in the car and delay the unloading speed.
Mu Roughing loaded the zombie template, which has multiple attributes and is directly immune to these adverse effects without any hindrance.
In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed.
It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon and time to go to work.
And Lou, who had been missing for a long time, also appeared in front of the warehouse on time.
He was shocked to see Mu Roughing unloading instant noodles.
It wasn't because Mu Roughing unloaded quickly, but because he regretted not coming earlier so that he could have grabbed this truckload of goods.
Ha, it depends on whether you can hold on tonight. And Lou sneered and sat down against the wall, staring at Mu Roughing, waiting for the next truck to arrive. Scarlet Optimum is very quiet during the day, but at night,
another 10 minutes passed. Only the last tailgate was left on the truck. Just like the previous 2 trucks, the terrified driver handed Mu Roughing a $100 bill and told him to rest first and unload the goods in an hour. Mu Roughing put away the money, walked out of the truck and stood on the platform.
Coincidentally, and Lou came out of the carriage pulling a cart of goods. The look he gave Mu Roughing was as cold as ice. Just as Mu Roughing was unloading the goods, the second truck arrived.
This truck was carrying blood-flower beer. Lou was extremely cautious in unloading, so the speed was naturally slow, but 2 hours was enough to complete the task. The current situation is in stark contrast to that in the morning.
Take a nap.
Mu Roughing still had to wait for an hour, and he was so bored that he wanted to sleep again. This time he didn't go back to the carriage, but came to the receiving area and fell asleep on the table. Of course, he didn't forget to set several alarms.
However, Mu Roughing was woken up before the alarm clock rang.
The person who called him was Lou.
Mu Roughing, could you please help me unload the goods? And Lou's tone was unusually awkward, as if he was holding back something.
Mu Roughing had just woken up and was not fully awake yet, so he didn't react for a while.
I'm too slow in unloading. Could you please help me unload it?
And Lou said with difficulty.
What? You are unloading too slowly? You want me to help you unload? Mu Roughing couldn't believe what he heard. Brother Lou, you have 5 tentacles and a pair of hands, and you're telling me you're unloading too slowly? Even if it's blood-flower beer, you should have finished unloading it in 2 hours, right? Mu Roughing looked at Lou with suspicion. Lou forced a smile and said, this truck driver is difficult to deal with.
He has a huge impact on me.
It's not impossible for me to help.
Mu Roughing rubbed his hands with a smile, and his words hinted at the meaning of I have to get some labor fees for helping.
I don't have any money on me.
I'll give it to you after I get paid after get off work.
How about that? Lou said. No money? Is the salary paid daily? Mu Roughing was a little surprised. Yes, it's daily pay.
Help me unload the goods, and I'll give you 50 yuan after get off work.
And Lou replied, okay.
Mu Roughing slowly stood up.
Thank you. And Lou thanked him. Mu Roughing took a big sip of the Scarlet Eyeball and took out his cell phone to check the time. It was now 1:40, which meant he had only slept for half an hour before being woken up by Lou. Then, Mu Roughing followed Lou into the truck. He glanced at the cargo inside and found that 3/4 of it was still unloaded. Remember, the truck didn't arrive until 1 o'clock.
40 minutes later, Lou had only unloaded 1/4 of the cargo. No wonder he came to Mu Roughing for help. At Lou's current speed, it would definitely take more than 2 hours to unload all the goods.
You are unloading so slowly. You have only unloaded 1/4 of the cargo in 40 minutes? Mu Roughing asked. How come you are not affected?
Lou did not answer directly, but looked at him in surprise. At this moment, there was a layer of hazy fog in the truck, and the environment was unclear.
Even Lou had to consume his ghost energy to stay awake.
There wasn't much blood under my feet, only up to my ankles, but it was incredibly thick, making every step difficult.
This is why unloading in Lou is so slow.
All these signs indicate that the driver of this truck is extremely capable. Seeing that Mu Roughing seemed unaffected, and Lou was naturally extremely shocked.
Is this strange? By the way, did the driver ask for any benefits from you? Mu Roughing suddenly asked.
And Lou was silent for a while, then nodded slowly.
How much do you want? Mu Roughing continued to ask. This time Lou didn't answer, but just shook his head. You don't want to say it? Okay, then I'll go first. Mu Roughing turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, wait, he asked me for 100 yuan, and Lou finally said it. $100? Okay, start unloading. Mu Roughing curled his lips and said nothing more, then immediately started unloading the goods. Seeing this, Lou didn't say much. He walked to the left and waved his tentacles to help. It's just because Lou has been affected that the unloading speed is still slow.
In addition, Mu Roughing's movements were so big that he almost knocked the goods over. Mu Roughing frowned and said, you go and pull the goods in the stretch film. I'll unload them.
Okay.
Lou nodded in agreement.
He was actually quite happy about it.
Because as long as there is someone to help, if the unloading cannot be completed in 2 hours, the driver will definitely target Mu Roughing first.
That way he could slip away. Some people may ask, if he just hides in the warehouse and waits for 2 hours, is there nothing the driver can do? Of course. course not. As long as the unloading time exceeds the limit, the driver can leave the truck and cause trouble for you. Even if a fight occurs in the warehouse, it will not violate the regulations. Without Anlu's interference, Mu Roofing's unloading speed immediately increased a lot. Even though the fog in the carriage grew thicker and the blood under his feet became thicker, none of this affected Mu Roofing in the slightest. However, Anlu, who was responsible for film making and transporting goods, was obviously affected. He looked dazed and his movements were slow and inefficient when pulling the goods. Seeing this, Mu Roofing ignored him and simply placed 2 boards to start unloading the goods. 30 minutes later, Mu Roofing finally unloaded all the goods. He still failed to extort anything from the driver. This driver was really cunning. He actually removed all the properties of the fog, leaving only the effect of interfering with vision. This situation greatly reduced Mu Roofing's unloading speed. Otherwise, he could definitely finish unloading within an hour. When the truck was unloaded, Anlu's attitude immediately changed and he completely ignored Mu Roofing. Mu Roofing didn't bother to pay attention to him and went straight back to his truck to unload all the remaining instant noodles. Time flies and it is already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Ring ring ring. The shrill ringing of bells echoed throughout the Scarlet Logistics Park. Mu Roofing, who was dozing off on the ground out of boredom, suddenly woke up and stood up immediately. Finally, I'm off work. Anlu, where's my money? Mu Roofing walked straight to Anlu and said. Anlu rolled his eyes at him and replied coldly, didn't I tell you to give it to you after I get paid? Don't worry, Manager Wang will be here soon. Oh, I'm finally off work. My back and waist are sore, so I'm lying in the drawer. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the drawer of the table and eventually turned into the appearance of Sister Chunny. Xiao Mu, do you want to come to my dormitory to sit in the evening? I will make you something delicious. Sister Chunny teased with a smile when she saw Mu Roofing. Sister Chunny, I don't really like your food. I'll go to the cafeteria and find a vending machine myself. Mu Roofing responded with a smile. Then you won't have a good time. A trace of disappointment flashed in Sister Chunny's eyes. After a while, Wang Kuan walked out of the warehouse. He first glanced at Mu Roofing with a strange look in his eyes, obviously thinking that it was inappropriate for Mu Roofing to be shirtless. Li Chunny, this is your salary. You can go home now. Wang Kuan took out a 50 yuan bill. Thank you, Manager Wang. Li Chunny took the money, turned around and left, cleanly and neatly without any delay. Afterwards, Wang Kuan turned to Anlu. Anlu, your basic salary is 50 yuan. For unloading 4 trucks, you'll get a commission of 40 yuan. But if you ask Mu Roofing to help, you have to share the commission from this truckload of goods with him. Your salary today is 80 yuan. Wang Kuan handed Anlu 80 yuan. Thank you, Manager Wang. Anlu also thanked him politely and quickly took it. Just as Wang Kuan was about to continue speaking, Mu Roofing suddenly snatched the 50 yuan bill from Anlu's hand. 50 yuan, that's what you agreed on before. Mu Roofing said calmly. Yes, we agreed on that. Anlu suppressed his anger and uttered these words with difficulty. Then he turned and left without looking back. Ah, kid, you made a lot of money today. Mu Roofing, as a temporary worker, your base salary is 25 yuan. After unloading 6 trucks, including Anlu's, your commission is 60 yuan. You helped Anlu unload a truckload of goods, so I'll give you an extra commission of 10 yuan. You unloaded 6 trucks today. You're an outstanding employee of the liquor warehouse. I'll give you an extra $20. So your total salary today is 115 yuan. Wang Kuan handed over the bill. The first round of testing has begun, and it depends on your support. Please read. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Mu Roofing quickly took the money and said, thank you, Manager Wang. Okay, you can go home now. Wang Kuan waved his hand and prepared to leave. Manager Wang, I'd like to ask, where is the dormitory? Also, based on my work efficiency today, can I be converted to a regular employee? Mu Roofing seized the opportunity and asked. The dormitory is in the building behind the cafeteria. Ask the dorm manager and he'll arrange it for you. Your performance today was good, so you can be transferred to a regular employee. When Manager Lu comes to work tomorrow, you can officially start working there, said Wang Kuan. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Mu Roofing's mind. Confirmation requirements have been met. Countdown to becoming a regular employee, 11 hours 55 minutes and 22 seconds. Promotion mission, please survive until tomorrow's work start time, meet with Manager Lu, and complete the promotion. Mu Roofing had a blank expression on his face, but a ripple appeared in his heart. Finally, the copy gave a hint. He has met the requirements to become a regular employee. Mu Roofing guessed that as long as he completed his normal daily work, he would be able to meet the requirements, and his title as an outstanding employee will surely add points to his reputation. But, seeing the message that followed, asking him to survive until work the next day, made him start thinking. Obviously, no matter who you are, you have to abide by the corresponding rules when it comes to Scarlet selection during the day. But at night, these rules disappear completely? No matter what, it is better to have news than no news. After all, he still has the plug-in to support him and is not afraid at all. Wang Kuan left and did not return to the warehouse, but walked towards the cafeteria.
cafeteria. It was obvious that he had also finished get off work. Mu Ruffing collected the money and walked slowly towards the cafeteria. At this moment, he had a total of 495 soul coins on him, which was just one day's income. Hey, this is more than what I make in the real world. If I could do this every day, I could make tens of thousands a month. Mu Ruffing couldn't help feeling a little regretful. It would be great if I could earn this much in real life. Putting aside these thoughts in his mind, Mu Ruffing just wanted to fill his stomach at this moment. He was really hungry. If he hadn't drunk a bottle of scarlet eyeballs, he would probably be even hungrier. Sure enough, as my physical strength increased, my hunger also intensified. Soon, Mu Ruffing came to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with people at this moment. But as soon as he walked in, the whole cafeteria suddenly became quiet. All the employees' eyes were on him, and none of them concealed the greed and malice in their eyes. "Kid, where do you live? I have something to talk to you about tonight." An employee suddenly spoke. Mu Ruffing was about to respond when another employee nearby sneered, "Are you stupid? New employees have to be assigned dormitories by the dormitory manager." "Yes, the dormitory manager will make the arrangements. I hope this kid can be assigned to my room." "Is your whole family stupid? Boy, which dormitory is yours? I'll come find you tonight. Come if you want. I'm afraid of you. I'm at 305. A group of monsters were barking nearby. Mu Ruffing scratched his ears unconsciously and then walked straight to the vending machine. Although it's time to get off work, it's dinner time from 6 to 7, so don't worry too much. Only after 7 o'clock will Scarlet Optimal's suppression of them be reduced to the lowest level. From 7 o'clock to 5 in the morning, it is a chaotic time when demons are running wild. From 5 to 6 o'clock is breakfast time, and the suppression still exists. Mu Ruffing got all this information from the vending machine. "Hello, is my dinner ready?" Mu Ruffing greeted while standing in front of the vending machine. "Please choose the food you need and then insert the coin." The vending machine answered in a serious tone. At this moment, the vending machine has returned to its original state, and its injuries have obviously healed. "Ha? Insert a coin? Are you talking to me?" Mu Ruffing asked in surprise. "It's reasonable to pay soul coins to buy goods. Do you want to rob them? Still think you're awesome for beating me at noon?" The vending machine said disdainfully. Now that it has not violated the regulations and its strength has not been suppressed, it naturally will not give Mu Ruffing dinner for free. If Mu Ruffing takes action, it would be a violation of the rules and he would be suppressed. One positive and one negative. The vending machine felt that this time it could eat the blood of a living person. "Oh, then, for the remaining punch from lunch, I..." Before Mu Ruffing could finish his words, the vending machine interrupted him. "Huh, do you think I'm still the same me from noon? Want to make a move? Fine, go ahead." Mu Ruffing was a little surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect that this small vending machine would become so arrogant in just one afternoon. "Everyone, listen up. Whoever is assigned to his dorm, come to me tomorrow morning with his head. I'll give you cigarettes for 3 days. The vending machine suddenly shouted to the cafeteria staff. This was obviously intended to provoke Mu Ruffing to take action. The cafeteria was suddenly silent, and then it broke out into heated discussions. "Vending machine, are you serious? Can it hold 3 days worth of cigarettes? I don't smoke. Can I use betel nut? You don't have enough cigarettes, right? You should at least pack some cigarettes and betel nut together." In an instant, all employees' attention was focused here. Okay, cigarettes and betel nuts are fine, as long as you can bring his head to me." The vending machine replied. "Don't worry, as long as he's assigned to my dormitory, I promise to bring his head with me." "Me too." All the employees spoke in unison. At this moment, Mu Ruffing sneered, swung his huge fist, and smashed it directly at the vending machine. At this moment, he suddenly felt a terrible pressure on his body. Almost instantly, he felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His strength was suppressed by half. This is the consequence of his actions. Breaking the rules won't result in death, as long as you can handle the punishment. If you are strong enough to fight against the Scarlet Preferred rules, it doesn't matter whether you are suppressed or not. And now, Mu Ruffing has violated the explicit regulations of Scarlet Optimal. Fighting is prohibited. This rule is posted at the door of each warehouse. The vending machine kept staring at Mu Ruffing, and when it saw him take action, it was secretly happy. He reacted quickly, his right hand already extended, and the moment Mu Ruffing threw a punch, his fist followed closely. The two men's fists collided with a loud bang. Boom! There was a loud noise. Mu Ruffing's fist was as powerful as a vending machine, and he smashed it hard with his fist. The huge force caused the vending machine to crash into the wall again. Just like in the morning, the glass for customers to choose from had a big crack again. The fuselage was damaged by the impact, but the damage was slightly less severe than at noon. I have to admit that this kind of suppression does have some effect. How is this possible? The vending machine fell to the ground, its face full of horror. It never expected that Mu Ruffing, who had violated the rules and had his strength suppressed, could still be so powerful. "Now, it's our turn to settle the accounts." Mu Ruffing walked forward slowly, his voice steady. At this moment, the surrounding employees were surprised. They didn't expect things to turn out like this.
this, it was completely unexpected. This guy is not simple. I am more and more greedy for him, huh? Slurp. My saliva is almost flowing out. God bless him. I really hope he can be assigned to my dormitory. May Guanyin Bodhisattva bless me, may heaven bless me, may the three pure ones bless me. I must be assigned to my dormitory. The employees became more and more excited. I say, have you forgotten? Security will take action in this situation. Suddenly someone reminded me. These words immediately poured cold water on the excited crowd. Yeah, they almost forgot security would get involved. Okay, I'll help you up and we can talk about compensation. Mu Ruffing looked at the frightened vending machine and picked it up. Brother, I was wrong. The vending machine was in a panic. Well, how do you plan to compensate me? Mu Ruffing asked with a smile. Brother, I really have no money. The vending machine looked sad. No money? Then use the goods as compensation. Come on, anyone want to buy something? 40% off, everything is 40% off. No waiting after you've made it. Mu Ruffing stood up and shouted loudly to the employees behind him. Following his shout, the originally noisy cafeteria suddenly became quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. You won't suffer any loss, you won't be cheated, everything is 40% off, everything is 40% off. He shouted again. Is it really 40% off? An employee closest to them couldn't help but ask. Of course, you can buy whatever you want as long as it's in the vending machine. Mu Ruffing nodded. Okay, 2 packs of Furongwang and 2 packs of Wangling Tianxia. The employee reacted the fastest and immediately took out the money to pay. Okay, 2 packs of Hibiscus Death are 50 yuan, and 2 packs of Undead World are 100 yuan. After a 40% discount, the total is 90 yuan. I'll give you $100, and I'll give you $10 in change. Use the remaining $10 to buy me 3 1.5-liter bottles of Scarlet Eyeballs, and add another $1 to buy a 500-milliliter bottle of Scarlet Eyeballs. No problem. Although he lost 2 cents, Mu Ruffing still agreed generously. Mu Ruffing earned 100 yuan by collecting money with one hand and delivering goods with the other, and he was very happy. The employee was also very happy. Seeing this, other employees reacted and rushed over. Soon, except for the goods for living people, everything in the vending machine was cleared out by Mu Ruffing. Adding it all up, he earned a total of 1,328 yuan. It's gone, whoa, it's all gone. The vending machine collapsed limply, completely lifeless. Security, there's a robbery. Suddenly, the vending machine shouted loudly. At some point, 2 men in security uniforms walked into the cafeteria. Seeing this, they walked quickly towards Mu Ruffing. Ha! Not only did they fight, but they even dared to rob. They're really tired of living. The 2 men took out the electric batons from their waists, pressed the switches, and gray electric light flashed. Their eyes were full of greed as they stared at Mu Ruffing. When employees fight, it's not just about suppressing them with strength. Some powerful people can still defeat some weak monsters even if they are suppressed. Therefore, this rule has no effect on them. At this time, the security guard's responsibilities become apparent. If an employee who breaks the rules loses, security will not intervene. But if the employee who broke the rules wins, he becomes prey for the security guards. The security guards are the strongest group in the Scarlet Elite. The weapon in his hand is extremely powerful. Once the electric baton hits someone, the person will immediately lose consciousness and be at the mercy of others. The employees looked over here with regretful expressions. Since the security guards took action, this living person obviously could not become their prey. Mu Ruffing's expression changed slightly, and he also felt the power of the 2 security guards. He never expected that the fight would attract the security guards. Was there no security guard when he fought in the morning? Can I beat them? His heart sank and his mind raced with thoughts. Ha! Are you a temporary worker? A security guard suddenly spoke. Temporary worker? Another security guard frowned and looked at Mu Ruffing's chest. Yes, I'm a temporary worker. Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment and quickly took out the work ID hanging around his neck. The 2 security guards stared at him. You're lucky this time. They snorted coldly and turned away. This scene not only stunned Mu Ruffing, but also all the employees around him. Ah, security, why did you leave? He violated the rules by fighting and also stole my money and merchandise. Why didn't you do anything about it? When the vending machine saw the security leave, the expression that was originally expecting to watch the show suddenly turned into fear. However, the 2 security guards ignored it and simply ignored it. The vending machine wanted to chase after it, but under Mu Ruffing's fierce gaze, it didn't dare to go beyond the line. Just then, a hoarse voice sounded. How strange, what's going on? Mu Ruffing was puzzled. Because you're a temporary worker, the voice explained. A week ago, Yuxian started recruiting people and created the position of temporary worker. New regulations have just been issued, and temporary workers have one chance to be exempted. But your immunity has been used up. If you break the rules again, they will definitely take action against you, said an employee. Mu Ruffing listened and looked in the direction of the voice, and found that the person who spoke was the first employee who came to him to buy the 40% off product. So that's how it is. Thank you for your explanation. Mu Ruffing responded responded with a smile.
Although he understood the meaning of the words, he was still very confused. Most employees were unaware of this rule, but this guy knew it clearly.
Is there such a thing? Temporary worker?
Oh, I want to be a temporary worker too. Working here, the salary is getting lower and lower.
If I could quit, I would have gone to ghost optimization a long time ago. Ha, if that's the case, this living person might be assigned to my dormitory. Hee, that's true. Moo Ruffing looked at the employee who explained to him.
She is not tall, about 1.65 meters. His entire body was wrapped in white bandages, with only one eye exposed. Judging from her body shape, she is obviously a female. Although the voice was a little hoarse, it was vaguely distinguishable as a female voice. Moo Ruffing could still smell a strong burnt smell from her. It seems that she still looks like she was burned to death.
You're welcome.
The bandaged woman responded softly and turned to leave. Looking at the time, Moo Ruffing found that it was already 6:20.
There are only 40 minutes left until 7 o'clock. He immediately took a lot of instant noodles and snacks from the vending machine.
The vending machine trembled as it made 5 buckets of instant noodles for him. This time, Moo Ruffing did not sit at the dining table but leaned against the vending machine, eating while asking it for the latest news about Scarlet Optimum. After dinner, he felt only 80% full, and then he drank a bottle of Scarlet Eyeball and suddenly felt a little bloated. Afterwards, he walked towards the dormitory building carrying a 1.5-liter bottle of Scarlet Eyeballs.
Although Moo Ruffing bought all the goods in the vending machine, he still kept some for himself as a backup.
The dormitory building is not far from the cafeteria, about 3 minutes walk.
On the way, many employees, like him, were rushing towards the dormitory.
Of course, there are also many who think they are powerful and seem to be preparing to hunt at night. It can be said that the number of employees in Scarlet Optimal is decreasing every night. In addition, the competition is fierce and it is not easy to recruit people, so Scarlet Selection recruits living people from the real world.
This is still just the trial stage.
If the effect is good, the scale of recruiting living people will definitely be expanded in the future.
Moo Ruffing got all this information from the vending machine.
Although the information may be somewhat biased, it is about 80% true.
He also asked curiously, "It's so dangerous at night, how did you avoid those employees?" The vending machine replied, "I'm a vending machine, unlike them. Every 7 o'clock, I can shut down and rest. During this time, I belong to Scarlet Optimum's public property. Even at night, they dare not destroy public property, otherwise." The staff dormitory building is a 7-story building covering a large area.
The building is closed, and even the first floor is tightly sealed with solid iron fences. Moo Ruffing counted carefully and found that there were 20 rooms on the first floor. Moreover, the rooms are designed with double doors, which means that there are actually 40 rooms on one floor, and a total of 280 rooms on the 7 floors. He didn't know how many people lived in each room yet, but it was definitely not a single room.
At the entrance of the dormitory building, there is an extended L-shaped building. Moo Ruffing ignored the gazes of the employees around him and walked straight into the dormitory building.
There is a gate at the main entrance, but it is open at the moment. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold wind blew in his face, making his hair stand on end. He was not wearing a shirt at the moment. If he was not afraid of the cold now, he would probably catch a cold tomorrow.
What comes into view is a dormitory management office. The window of the dormitory management office faces the main entrance.
On the other side of the window, there was a fat old lady staring at Moo Ruffing.
"Are you a new employee? Come here."
The dormitory manager raised her chubby hand and waved towards Moo Ruffing.
Moo Ruffing responded and walked quickly to the window. Now he could see more clearly.
I saw that the lower body of this dormitory manager was not legs, but a round ball of flesh. Moo Ruffing couldn't help but smell it, and a strong greasy smell hit his nose.
"Ha, you're still alive? A temporary worker? Hee. Let me see which dormitory I'll arrange for you."
The dormitory manager licked her lips, then took out a booklet and began to read it.
"By the way, you should have just received your salary. Do you want to buy some candles?" she suddenly said. "Candle? Can I take a look?"
Moo Ruffing's heart moved and he asked hurriedly, "These are all good things, they can save lives." The dormitory manager quickly handed over a yellowed candle. Secret candles of the dormitory manager, candles made from the fat of the dormitory manager. Effect, after being ignited, it can emit the power of the dormitory manager.
During the ignition period, all monsters weaker than the dormitory manager will retreat.
Note, during the lighting period, there is a certain probability that the dormitory manager herself will be attracted. Moo Ruffing only felt that his hands were greasy and he felt a little nauseous.
Although it is a good thing and can indeed bring security, it will attract the appearance of the dormitory manager herself. This dormitory manager must be very powerful. I guess as long as these candles are lit, safety will be absolutely guaranteed.
However, once the dormitory manager is attracted here, it is hard to say what will happen next.
"Sister Lu, how much is one of these candles?"
Moo Ruffing glanced at her work badge and asked. 100 yuan each, 10% off if you buy 3, 20% off if you buy 5. The dormitory manager replied.
Moo Ruffing didn't know how to respond for a moment. A candle costs costs 100 yuan? Is that expensive? The basic salary of employees is only 50 yuan a day.
Only a very small number of positions can get commissions, and most people just get a fixed salary of 50 yuan a day. Mu Ruffing felt that the dormitory manager's business might not be very good, as she spent 2 days' wages to buy a candle that might be risky. If you don't have money, you can also use your flesh and blood to pay for it. Don't worry, even if my arm is cut off, I can help you heal the wound quickly, the dormitory manager said, as if this was her real intention.
Sister Lu, I'll take 5. Mu Ruffing took out the money and handed it directly into the window.
The dormitory manager was stunned at first, then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face and she quickly reached out to take the money.
Okay, ha ha, she laughed happily. Here's your candle. I just opened today, so I'm giving you an extra one for good luck and good fortune. The dormitory manager picked up a plastic bag, put 5 candles in it, and handed it to Mu Ruffing. After Mu Ruffing took it, he also put the candle in his hand into the plastic bag. Okay, your dormitory is 301.
Just a reminder, if you're in danger, remember to light 2 candles at the same time. Oh, and here's a box of matches. The dormitory manager handed over a key and a box of matches.
Matches, a box of ordinary matches that can be lit anywhere. Key, an ordinary key that can open the door of dormitory 301. Thank you, Sister Lu. Mu Ruffing thanked her and turned to walk towards the dormitory.
The employees watching nearby all looked regretful when they saw this.
It's actually 301. What a shame I wasn't assigned to it. Even though he wasn't assigned to my dorm, I'm right next to him. Big Head is really lucky. He actually lives in a dormitory by himself. Yeah, Big Head hasn't come back yet, right? Let's wait for him here and ask him to leave some blood and flesh for us. The taste of a living person is truly unforgettable. To be honest, this guy made a lot of money from the vending machine. Yes, I bought so many candles. It will be difficult to catch him tonight. Big Head, I don't think the situation is good. I'm afraid the dorm manager is going to take advantage of us. It had already darkened outside, but it was not yet dinner time, and the streetlights on the roadside kept the Scarlet Logistics Park from being completely dark. Even in the dormitory building, there were dim lights on. Although not bright, they were enough for people to see the way forward clearly. There were many employees in the dormitory building. Mu Ruffing was stared at by everyone as he walked along.
Although he was not afraid, he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart.
He walked to the 3rd floor and stood in the middle of the corridor.
Both sides were pitch black, with only the balcony at the end of the corridor letting in the light from the street lamps outside, making it look eerie and strange.
Room 301 is located at the far left end of the 3rd floor. Mu Ruffing walked along the corridor to the end.
Along the way, there were many employees hiding in the dark, staring at him silently. If it were the Mu Ruffing from before, he would have been frightened and panicked. He stood in front of room 301. Next door is room 303 and opposite is room 302. He glanced at the balcony again and found that it was sealed with iron bars. He took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, turned it gently, and the door creaked open. The room was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you.
Mu Ruffing immediately touched the wall on one side. He quickly found the switch and pressed it. With a click, the old light bulb lit up, emitting a faint orange light. The room is not very big, with 2 beds placed against the wall on both sides. In the middle stood a dusty square table. There is a door and a window at the end of the room.
The windows were nailed tightly shut with pieces of wood and red cloth. If my guess is correct, there should be a small balcony behind the door, and the toilet is on the right side of the balcony. In the real world, these dormitory conditions are considered quite luxurious. I don't like turning on the lights, turn them off. A voice suddenly sounded. Mu Ruffing was slightly startled and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. He found that there was a person sitting on the bed on his left. Moreover, it was that familiar woman whose body was covered in bandages.
No rush, I'll pick a bed first,
Mu Ruffing said with a smile and closed the door.
Which beds here are empty? He asked.
The one next to you and the one next to you are both empty, the bandaged woman replied.
Mu Ruffing looked at the 2 beds.
On one side is the bed on the right-hand side of the door, with only a mattress. The bed on the left side, close to the balcony, also has a mattress, but it is piled with miscellaneous items and clothes.
Then I'll choose this one, he said, and sat down on the bed on the right. At this time, the bandaged woman pointed behind Mu Ruffing. He was stunned for a moment and turned to look. I saw a line of words appear on the wall at some point. Dormitories notes. 1. Please keep quiet. 2. Please do not go out between 7 p.m. and 5 a.m. 3. Try not to turn on the lights in the dormitory.
4. Be sure to lock the door after turning off the lights. 5. If someone knocks on the door, no matter who it is, never open it, even if it is the dormitory manager.
6. Make sure your roommate is the only one in the dormitory. If not, you can throw him onto the balcony. 7. When there are no outsiders in the dormitory, it is absolutely safe. Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised that this was actually a dormitory rule. Thank you.
He looked at the bandaged woman and nodded in thanks.
Can we turn off the lights? The bandaged woman asked again. Of course, no problem.
Mu Ruffing stood up and turned off the lights directly. The room suddenly returned to darkness. But this darkness had no effect on Mu Ruffing. In the darkness, he was as comfortable as a fish in water.
By the way, I think there should be another roommate on that bed? Mu Ruffing asked the bandaged girl. Yeah, she lay back down on the bed. What do you do for a living? Mu Ruffing continued to ask.
Miss Bandage hid her work ID card in her bandages, so Mu Ruffing didn't know her specific position and name.
Please follow the rules and keep quiet. Miss Bandage replied. Sorry. Mu Ruffing apologized quickly and said no more.
In this pitch-black environment, sleepiness gradually set in.
After all, he had been tired all day before entering this copy world. Now, after another busy day here, I am really very sleepy.
However, just before he was about to fall asleep, Mu Ruffing suddenly thought of something and immediately got up and locked the door.
One roommate hasn't come back yet. I locked the door. Should be okay? He asked Miss Bandage. No problem. That guy hasn't returned to the dormitory for several days. Maybe he died outside tonight. Miss Bandage was silent for a moment before finally answering.
In this case, Mu Ruffing felt relieved. He then lay back on the mattress and soon fell into a deep sleep. After a while, the sound of his even breathing could be heard.
In the darkness, Miss Bandage slowly turned sideways and turned her face towards Mu Ruffing.
The eye hidden under the bandage stared at him intently, and the scene suddenly became eerie and terrifying.
Time passed slowly and soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. 7 o'clock is the time when dinner ends. All the lights went out.
At this moment, there is not even a trace of light in the Scarlet selection. The moon in the sky was also blocked by thick fog, and the sky and the earth were pitch black.
Mu Ruffing was sleeping soundly,
but the knocking sound on the door from time to time made him very annoyed. But he was so sleepy that he ignored the knocks on the door. The knocking didn't last too long, just 1 or 2 knocks occasionally. After a long time, there was a noise outside the door.
Mu Ruffing was still sleeping. Time passed quickly and it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Just after 12 o'clock, a strong wind blew inside the Scarlet Optimal Hotel.
The thick fog in the sky was blown away, and a blood moon appeared.
The blood-red moonlight sprinkled down, dyeing the entire logistics park an eerie blood-red color.
Mu Ruffing, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly startled and woke up from his dream. When I opened my eyes, I saw a face wrapped in bandages. Anyone would be scared to death by such a scene. However, Mu Ruffing spoke in an unusually calm voice. Miss Bandage, why are you standing at the head of my bed instead of going to sleep? As soon as she finished speaking, the corner of Miss Bandage's mouth opened, revealing a row of white teeth. Then, she opened and closed her mouth, as if she was speaking, but no sound came out.
Although Mu Ruffing didn't understand lip reading, he could still understand simple words.
You spoke. That was what Miss Bandage meant.
Did I speak?
Mu Ruffing's heart moved, and he immediately remembered the first item of dormitory precautions.
Rule 1. Please be quiet. The literal meaning is very clear, which is that you cannot make any sound. So when he spoke just now, didn't he break the rules? No, there is a 7th one. Article 7. The dormitory is absolutely safe when there are no outsiders in it. He and Miss Bandage are both members of the dormitory and are not considered outsiders.
Thus, Articles 1 and 7 seem to be in conflict.
Thinking of this, Mu Ruffing said again, do you want to fight me? With the 7th rule here, you can't attack me, right? How do you know I'm from this dormitory? Miss Bandage's hoarse voice sounded slowly. Ha, you're not from 301? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned.
When he entered the room, the first person he saw was Miss Bandage, and he naturally subconsciously thought that she and he were in the same dormitory.
Miss Bandage is a female employee and should not live with male employees.
But Mu Ruffing felt that common sense could not be used to judge this situation, so he didn't think much about it. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Miss Bandage suddenly moved. The bandages on her body suddenly fell apart, revealing the charred body underneath. A strong burnt smell quickly filled Mu Ruffing's nostrils. The scattered bandages instantly wrapped around his body, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped him tightly.
A living person. This is a real living person, not like those soulless clones in the cafeteria. Let's see first, where should we start?
Miss Bandage swallowed, her eyes full of desire for the delicious food.
You have to drink blood first. She licked her tongue and sat on the edge of the bed. Then, Miss Bandage picked up Mu Ruffing horizontally.
The neck has always been the best place to suck blood. She blew gently, and the bandage on her neck slowly unraveled, revealing Mu Ruffing's bronze skin.
Miss Bandage couldn't hold back and bit his neck fiercely. Dang!
A crisp collision sound was heard. Her teeth felt as if they had hit steel, incredibly hard.
What's going on? Miss Bandage was stunned. She never imagined that she couldn't even bite this living person. Squeak, creak, creak.
There was a sound of teeth grinding. Miss Bandage was increasingly surprised.
No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tear Mu Ruffing's skin.
At this moment, a big hand suddenly held her down.
The powerful force caused Miss Bandage to lean back involuntarily.
Mu Ruffing slowly sat up. At some point, he had broken free from the bandages on his body. His left hand was tightly grasping a ball of bandages, which squirmed in his palm, but he couldn't break free. Although you smell like you're burning, I can still smell the strong smell of blood in you. In my life, I've only eaten eaten pig blood and duck blood, and I've never drunk any other blood. Although the conditions are a bit poor, I'm not picky." Before he finished speaking, Moo Ruffing opened his mouth, revealing a row of sharp zombie teeth. You. Miss Bandage was so frightened by the scene that she couldn't speak. There was a sudden knock on the door.
"Shoo, don't make any noise." Moo Ruffing leaned close to Miss Bandage's ear and whispered.
He stuffed the bandage directly into her mouth and covered her mouth with his left hand.
Then he bit Miss Bandage's tender neck.
The sound is crisp and clear, and the bite is clean and crisp. Miss Bandage's body immediately stiffened. At the same time, there was a slight tremor. As time went on, the trembling gradually weakened and the body became more and more stiff. At this time, the knocking on the door did not stop, but became more urgent. Just then, the knocking stopped abruptly. The sound of a door closing was faintly heard. Moo Ruffing let go of his hand. Miss Bandage immediately fell onto the bed. Her mouth opened wide, her body twisted, and her figure became increasingly hunched and thin.
"She's dead. Miss Bandage is dead."
The remaining blood and energy in the body had been sucked dry by Moo Ruffing. At this moment, Moo Ruffing's eyes were full of bloodshot light. He did not feel any discomfort, but felt refreshed.
The power in the body becomes stronger. Sure enough, zombies can only become stronger by sucking blood.
Even this strange blood and the ghost energy in her body were sucked away by him completely.
"By the way, I remember she bought a lot of things."
Moo Ruffing then began to search Miss Bandage. However, as soon as she was touched, Miss Bandage instantly turned into fine black sand, and after a moment, she turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Only the squirming mass of bandages remained.
"The bandage hasn't disappeared?"
Moo Ruffing reached out and grabbed the bandage in his hand. Stinky bandage. It emits a foul odor because it was worn by a burned monster for a long time. The smell will go away after washing. Effect: it has extremely strong toughness and ductility, is not afraid of sharp blades and flames, can extend up to 20 meters, and can speed up recovery when wrapping wounds.
"Ha, this is actually a prop. What a good thing." Moo Ruffing was slightly surprised.
After thinking for a moment, Moo Ruffing wrapped the bandage around himself.
Although the smell is a bit pungent, it can at least be worn as clothes.
The bandage seemed to have its own consciousness and had recognized Moo Ruffing as its master.
As soon as Moo Ruffing started working, the bandages automatically unraveled and quickly wrapped around his body.
This time, instead of wrapping his entire body, he followed his wishes and only covered his naked upper body, forming a bandage short sleeve. Wearing a bandage short-sleeved shirt is quite cool, but it does look a bit weird. Suddenly, Moo Ruffing's nose twitched and a strong smell of oil hit his nose. The smell was extremely familiar, and he immediately remembered that it was the smell of the dormitory manager's secret candle. Strictly speaking, this should be the smell of the dormitory manager. The taste of the two is exactly the same. Moo Ruffing was sure that the smell did not come from the candle he placed on the bedside, but came from outside the door.
Is the dormitory manager here?
He listened carefully, but didn't hear any movement outside.
Suddenly, there was a loud boom.
Moo Ruffing didn't move at all, but a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He certainly didn't hear the sound of anyone moving around, but he could clearly hear the knock on the door.
Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 more rapid knocks on the door. Moo Ruffing remained silent.
The person outside the door knocked harder. A voice came, "Open the door, dormitory inspection." Moo Ruffing recognized that it was the voice of the dormitory manager. He was still sitting at the head of the bed, without responding.
I took out my phone and glanced at the time. It was 10 minutes past 12 in the morning.
I have to say, since I installed the phone card from that weird world, the battery level of my phone has skyrocketed from 30% to full.
After so much time,
the battery is still fully charged. Open the door. I know there is someone inside. Open the door quickly. The dormitory is being checked. The dormitory manager knocked on the door again. She knocked several times, but when no one responded, she quietly left. Although her footsteps were silent, the strong smell of grease dissipated, proving that she had really gone far away.
Moo Ruffing lay back on the bed and prepared to continue sleeping.
He has only slept for 5 hours since 7 o'clock, but he still feels sleepy. However, as soon as he lay down, his nose twitched slightly again.
Time passes by every second. The smell is coming from under the bed. Moo Ruffing immediately stood up and walked to the bed opposite. That was where Miss Bandage slept before. He leaned over and looked under the bed. Sure enough, there was a figure there. The stench of corpse that he smelled came from that person. Miss Bandage is not from dormitory 301.
This strange existence is most likely the owner of this bed. Moo Ruffing reached out and grabbed the man, then pulled him out from under the bed with sudden force. This guy looks extremely weird. Its head is as big as an ox's, but its body is extremely thin and hunched. In addition to the strong stench of corpses, there was also a burnt smell. Even after being pulled out, this guy still didn't react. Obviously, he had not recovered from the beating he received from Miss Bandage just now. It's a bit smelly, but I can still bear it. Moo Ruffing wiped the big-headed ghost's neck with his hand. His fangs slightly turned outward, and he bit it hard. An indescribable taste filled my mouth. That's not blood, it's clearly corpse fluid. Moo Ruffing relaxed and spat out a large mouthful of corpse water. Although there was nothing wrong with his sense of taste, he still found it hard to accept swallowing corpse fluid. He picked up the scarlet eyeball, drank some water and rinsed his mouth, and the strange feeling in his heart gradually dissipated. After wiping his mouth, he walked forward and bit the big-headed ghost's neck again. This time he had experience and only sucked blood without touching the corpse water. In less than a moment, the big-headed ghost's body began to shrink rapidly, slowly becoming hunched and twisted. Even the huge head gradually shrank back to the size of a normal person, and the body became like a child.
Ha! Moo roughing threw the big-headed ghost's body on the ground and let out a long breath.
At this moment, he was like an old smoker who had quit smoking for a month and finally took a puff of the cigarette he had been longing for.
I've become stronger again. Moo roughing waved his fist, feeling the power surging in his body.
The big-headed ghost is dead, but his body has not yet disappeared. He thought for a moment and then picked up the body. He ran straight to the balcony door, reached out, pushed it open, and walked out. It was not pitch black outside, but a blood-red full moon hung high in the sky. The blood-red moonlight poured down, staining Moo Roofing's figure with a strange red color. He raised his hand and threw the big-headed ghost's body off the balcony. I originally wanted to go back to my room and sleep, but suddenly I felt inexplicably excited and didn't want to rest anymore. For some reason, Moo Roughing felt that the hidden bloodthirsty desire was completely aroused by this blood moon. He guessed it was because of the blood moon, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he licked his tongue and smiled excitedly.
There are so many weird things in the building.
If I suck them all out, how strong can I become? He thought to himself. He already had a bloodthirsty nature and had devoured two monsters one after another. Now, the blood moon had ignited his bloodthirsty instinct. At this moment, he felt extremely inflated. Even after returning to the house and out of the light of the blood moon, he still maintained this bloodthirsty state.
Moo Roughing likes this feeling very much.
Returning to the room, he began to search carefully inside, especially around the bed.
Unfortunately, nothing valuable was found.
I only found $30 under the big-headed ghost's mattress.
I didn't even see a cell phone from the weird world. Could it be that this big-headed ghost doesn't have a cell phone at all? Click.
A sound was heard. Moo Roughing directly opened the door of room 301. Coincidentally, the door of room 302 opposite was also opened at the same time. Behind the door stood a strange, extremely thin figure. All that was left on its face was an eye and a huge mouth. The mouth occupied 2/3 of the face, looking extremely terrifying. When the big mouth ghost saw Moo Roughing open the door, he was stunned at first, and then his face showed joy. To be honest, Big Mouth Ghost never expected that after knocking on the door so many times and no one responded, this time it was the person in the room who opened the door on his own initiative.
Ha, I'm lucky today.
The big mouthed ghost immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand to grab Moo Roughing. Moo Roughing did not resist and let the big mouthed ghost pull him into room 302. Click. The door was closed. The layout of room 302 is almost identical to that of room 301. It's just that the beds here seem to be full, and the atmosphere in the dormitory is quite weird. I saw three strange-looking creatures sitting around a table. They each held a deck of cards and played a silent game of cards. Two of them had cigarettes in their mouths, and another was chewing betel nut. There was no foul smell in the entire room. The smell of cigarette smoke covered all other smells. When the big-mouthed ghost brought Moo Roughing in, the three weirdos turned around and looked at them at the same time.
A living person?
The man with a cut on his head exclaimed strangely. The other two's eyes lit up. They stopped playing cards and stood up together.
Hey, I don't want to keep this guy to myself. I want his head and one of his thighs. The rest can be divided among you three, and the debt I owe you will be settled. How about it? Said the big-mouthed ghost with a smile. They spoke so quietly that people outside the door couldn't hear them even if they stood close to the door. The three weirdos looked at each other and nodded in unison. They saw how hard the big mouth worked all night. I didn't have any hope, but I didn't expect it to actually work this time. They didn't mind writing off the money they lost playing cards just to sit at home and have a good meal. I want a thigh and an arm. Then I'll give you an arm and half your body. Then I'll take the loss. I only want the heart and the rest of the body.
The three were distributed strangely and quickly.
I say, are you just going to divide my body like this? Moo Roughing asked slowly. This living person is really brave. How could it not be big?
He's so strong that he even smashed the vending machine.
Strong? Stronger than us?
Humph, if the vending machines weren't turned off after hours, I would have snatched it away long ago. At this time, the big mouth ghost said, then I will take his head first. As soon as he finished speaking, the big mouth ghost suddenly opened twice as wide and bit towards Moo Roofing's head. Judging from the posture, it seems that it is ready to bite off Moo Roofing's head in one bite.
Moo Roughing didn't say anything, but quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the big mouth ghost's neck.
Before the big mouth ghost could react, he pinched it hard, and the big mouth ghost's whole body suddenly stiffened. His left hand had been pressed on the top of the big mouth ghost's head without him knowing when. With a little force, he twisted the big mouth ghost's head 540 degrees. Suddenly, the smell of the stinky mouth was significantly reduced.
Moo Roughing opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs, and bit the big-mouthed ghost's neck.
The bloodshot in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. While sucking the blood, he looked coldly at the the three strange people in front of him. The scene was so eerie and terrifying that the three of them were stunned.
What on earth is this living person doing? Fangs? How can a living person have fangs? Zombie. Isn't he a living person? How did he become a zombie? One of them exclaimed strangely. Zombies? There are zombies in this weird world? Have you heard of them?
I've only seen ghouls, but I've never seen a zombie with fangs that sucks blood. The three were frightened by Moo Roofing's terrifying appearance. Although the big-mouthed ghost was the weakest in the dormitory, he didn't even have a chance to resist and his blood was sucked dry. His originally thin body now looked like a dried corpse due to blood loss and energy depletion, which was extremely terrifying.
Moo Ruffing threw the body on the ground. It's your turn now.
I hope your blood doesn't smell weird. He licked his lips and stared at the three weird people with a ferocious look.
Boy, don't think that killing Big Mouth will.
Before he could finish his words, Moo Roofing's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, one of the three strange people felt a big hand covering his shoulder and right ear respectively. A huge force pressed down on his shoulders and head. His head involuntarily tilted to the left, his shoulders slumped, and his neck was exposed.
Not good.
The strange man was shocked, and thick black fog quickly rose from his body.
However, Moo Roofing's fangs still bit his neck without any hindrance. The opponent's body stiffened instantly and he completely lost the ability to move.
Moo Ruffing narrowed his eyes slightly, immersed in the pleasure of sucking blood. The two strange creatures nearby were shocked when they saw this and immediately distanced themselves. Immediately, he became furious and attacked Moo Ruffing almost at the same time. The strange thing on the left had its belly protruding, and a huge mouth emerged, which opened and spewed out a bubbling dark green corrosive liquid. As the stomach acid splashed, the bandages on Moo Roofing's body suddenly emerged and intertwined into an airtight shield. The stomach acid hit the bandage, and the bandage bounced slightly, and the stomach acid bounced back and splashed directly onto the weird body. The bandage remained intact. The weird guy on the right had pulled out the knife from his head at some point and slashed at Moo Roofing's neck.
Moo Ruffing didn't move at all, still sucking blood. Ding! A crisp sound echoed throughout the dormitory. Ah!
The stomach acid ghost was poured with his own stomach acid. The severe pain made him completely forget the rules and he couldn't help but shouting loudly.
How is this possible? Dao Gui looked at his kitchen knife, which only left a white mark on Moo Roofing's neck. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His kitchen knife was extremely sharp and could chop off the body of an ordinary strange creature with just one blow. But now, he chopped off a living person's neck without even breaking the skin? The knife ghost was unwilling to give up, so he pulled back the kitchen knife and swung it again, this time aiming for the back of Moo Roofing's head. Just as the kitchen knife was about to fall, a hand suddenly grabbed the blade and held it firmly. Your knife is good, it belongs to me.
Moo Ruffing snatched the kitchen knife from the knife ghost's hand.
Resentful kitchen knife. This kitchen knife carries a woman's strong resentment, wanting to kill all men.
Effect, abnormally sharp and hard, can slowly repair itself if damaged, and causes an additional 50% damage to men. This attribute doesn't seem very friendly to men.
No wonder Moo Ruffing felt a dull pain in his neck and it left a mark.
It turned out that the bonus damage from the knife was causing the problem.
TSK. It seems that this Dao Gui is really a scumbag. Moo Ruffing muttered to himself.
Obviously, this knife was left by a girl who had been hurt by the knife ghost, and she used this knife to kill the knife ghost directly.
My knife, this is my knife.
The knife ghost was furious when he saw the kitchen knife was taken away. However, before he could react, a cold light flashed.
A thin line of blood appeared on Dao Gui's neck. Boom! A muffled sound.
His head fell directly to the ground. Moo Ruffing slowly put away the knife. It is indeed a good knife.
You, who are you? How could a living person be so powerful? Dao Gui spoke.
The sword ghost was not dead even though his head was chopped off. His body was still able to move, but he took big steps back, ready to pick up his head.
Me? I'm just an ordinary temporary worker. Moo Ruffing threw the kitchen knife out suddenly. Bang! There was a loud noise.
The kitchen knife cut off the stomach acid ghost's legs, and its sharpness did not diminish as it pierced deeply into the floor, sticking halfway in.
Ah!
The stomach acid ghost who wanted to escape screamed again and then fell to the ground.
I can't let you get away. You are all my prey. Moo Ruffing walked forward with a smile. Let me go.
Dao Gui was so frightened that he froze in place, not daring to move at all.
Let you go? Sorry, I can't do that.
Moo Ruffing bit the broken part of the knife ghost's head. Pure energy and residual blood were continuously absorbed into his body.
After a long time, Moo Ruffing threw away the body of Dao Gui and walked towards the door. Snap!
There was a crisp sound. As he passed by, he stomped the knife ghost's head hard, smashing it to pieces.
Help! Dormitory manager, there are zombies. Help!
Even without his legs, the acid ghost still crawled to the door and held the door handle tightly with both hands. He pulled hard, but the door handle didn't budge. The stomach acid ghost was obviously too frightened and forgot that the door had been locked by the big mouth ghost and could not be opened at all.
Moo Ruffing was standing behind him at this moment.
He raised his hand, grabbed him, and bit his neck.
The
stomach acid ghost's consciousness was instantly invaded and gradually dissipated. At this this moment, Mu Rufeng's nose twitched, and a familiar smell of oil wafted over again. He knew that the dormitory manager had arrived. Because of the screams and shouts of the stomach acid ghost, the dormitory manager was attracted again. Maybe because she is a little chubby, she walks silently. If it weren't for the strong smell of grease, Mu Rufeng would hardly have noticed her approaching. Bang! There was a loud noise. The door of room 302 shook violently.
Someone knocked hard on the door. Your dormitory is too noisy, open the door. The dormitory manager's cold voice sounded. Open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Several heavy knocks hit the door again. Mu Rufeng threw the withered corpse, which looked like a ghost, away casually. He ignored the sound of the dormitory manager knocking on the door and began to search around room 302. In the end, he only found 325 yuan plus a few packs of cigarettes and a few packets of betel nuts. No cell phone or other props were found. Only then did Mu Rufeng understand. When he killed the weirdo, he saw the weirdo's cell phone turn into a black mist on the table and then disappear. I guess it's some kind of rule that when the owner dies, the phone will be taken away by some force. But to be honest, these few weird ones are really poor. For grown men only had a basic salary of 50 yuan a day, and it was paid daily. Including commission, the total is only 325 yuan. In comparison, he alone contributed more than 1,000 soul coins at the cafeteria vending machine. Crash! Suddenly, there was a sound of keys colliding outside the door. If you don't open the door, I'll have to come in by myself. The sound of the key being inserted into the lock can be clearly heard. The dormitory manager has the spare keys for the entire dormitory building. But if there were no violations in the dormitory, even she would not be able to open the door with the spare key. The next moment, there was a slight click sound and the door was opened. An extremely fat face stretched out from outside the door. If you violate the rules, I'll eat you. The dormitory manager stared at Mu Rufeng in the room intently, her mouth slightly open, and thick saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth to the ground, making a hissing sound. Obviously, her saliva was extremely corrosive, much stronger than the stomach acid of the stomach acid ghost. She tried to step into the room, but because she was too fat, she could only squeeze her upper body in, while the huge fleshy lower body was restricted outside by the door frame. It's so crowded, so crowded. The dormitory manager murmured softly, stretched out her hand and grabbed Mu Rufeng through the air. He suddenly felt a powerful force pushing him towards the door. Mu Rufeng exerted force on his feet and stood firmly. The dorm manager tonight seems to have lost her mind. He calmly observed the dormitory manager in front of him. She was completely different from the dormitory manager who sold him candles before. If it weren't for the exact same aura and body shape, he would even suspect that it was another monster. Come here quickly, come here quickly. The dormitory manager suddenly became angry and started shouting. Huff, huff, huff. A strong wind blew in from the balcony, and items in the house flew everywhere, with crashing sounds coming one after another. The strange power exerted on Mu Rufeng suddenly increased. He was forced to take 2 steps toward the door, but that was all he took. Zombies have one advantage: as long as they absorb enough blood, they can quickly become stronger. If it were in the past, Mu Rufeng might be slightly inferior, but he has absorbed 6 strange energies and his strength has greatly increased. He bent down calmly and picked up the kitchen knife at his feet. Although the dormitory manager is a woman and the kitchen knife does not provide any damage bonus, it is still much better than using bare hands. I always feel that I can't do it. Mu Rufeng looked up and down at the dormitory manager and couldn't help swallowing. It's coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in. A rough roar erupted from the dormitory manager's throat. The door frame was already covered with a layer of grease, and it was this lubrication that allowed the dormitory manager's huge lower body to squeeze in. Due to the extreme squeezing, she rushed towards Mu Rufeng like a spring. Smells so good, I'll eat you, I'll eat you. Facing the bloody mouth with outstretched arms and bigger than Mu Rufeng's head, Mu Rufeng did not dodge but took a step forward, swung the kitchen knife in his hand, and chopped it down fiercely from top to bottom. As expected, the kitchen knife hit the dormitory manager's head. An amazing scene appeared. The kitchen knife slid down the dormitory manager's skin and landed on the ball of flesh. Looking more closely, there was only a shallow mark on the skin that was cut by the knife, and the fat on the dormitory manager's body was easily separated. Her skin was not damaged at all. So slippery? Mu Rufeng was surprised. He never expected that even with all his strength, the knife would be easily deflected by the grease. Just as he was shocked, the dormitory manager's big hands had already hugged him tightly. Her huge body completely wrapped Mu Rufeng, and then she crashed into the bed next to her without slowing down. Boom! There was a loud noise. The bed collapsed instantly. Fuck you! Mu Rufeng cursed, his whole body shook, and he actually managed to break free from the fat hand of the dormitory manager. However, to his surprise, the fat came again like a tide and wrapped him perfectly. Looking closely, it was the fleshy ball on the lower body of the dormitory manager. At this moment, Mu Rufeng felt his whole body was extremely slippery, as if covered by a layer of grease. A powerful suction force was pulling him deeper into that ball of flesh. The grease accumulated more and more, and at the same time, a huge squeezing force pressed down on him. It seems that the
meatball of the dormitory manager is what is truly being swallowed and digested. Mu Ruffing felt extremely uncomfortable and kicked his feet hard, but his feet slipped and he completely lost his balance. He couldn't keep his body steady in the slippery ball of flesh, let alone gain leverage. Whether it was a punch or a kick, it always slipped away due to the grease.
This is simply a low-end version of the slippery fruit user. However, this low-profile version is really ugly.
Soon, the suction disappeared. The space around him suddenly became larger, and it was obvious that he had entered the dormitory manager's stomach. The surrounding area was covered with extremely thick mucus, which was extremely slippery and highly corrosive. His pants, shoes, and socks had all been corroded. Fortunately, he was still wrapped in those smelly bandages. At the moment of corrosion, Mu Ruffing immediately wrapped his entire body tightly with bandages. It would be more accurate to say that the bandages form a set of clothes and are worn on the body. If he wraps his head, he will definitely look like the bandaged monster in Conan. At the same time, the items he carried were also wrapped in bandages to prevent them from falling.
Mu Ruffing now feels weak all over. It's too slippery.
Even though he had great strength, he was still pushed away no matter how hard he tried. The dormitory manager wanted to digest him, but his zombie-like body was not afraid of the corrosion of gastric juice at all.
How can I escape? Mu Ruffing touched his chin and fell into deep thought.
Wait, grease. He suddenly thought of something and immediately took out a box of matches from the bandage.
Matches, a box of ordinary matches that can be lit anywhere. This was given to Mu Ruffing by the dormitory manager when he bought candles. He took out a match, struck it lightly, and the match lit instantly.
A ray of fire rose up.
Mu Ruffing slowly extended the match towards the greasy gastric juice. However, as soon as the match touched the grease, the flame went out immediately. Ha! It won't light? Or, he was unwilling to give up and took out another match. The result was still extinguished instantly. Mu Ruffing thought for a moment and lit another match.
This time he didn't light the thick, greasy gastric juices again, but instead extended the match to the top of the stomach wall. The flames burned the fat on the stomach wall, emitting wisps of smoke.
But the flame soon went out again. Could it be because the flame is too small? He thought. Although the match can be lit, the flame is too weak. I guess even if all the matches were lit, it would be difficult to ignite the grease. After a moment of silence, Mu Ruffing suddenly took out a candle and lit it with a match. An inexplicable aura quietly emanated.
The candle flame became extremely huge, several times larger than the match flame. He aimed the candle flame at the stomach wall and began to burn it, with a series of hissing sounds. That's a sign that the grease is burning. It seemed that the dormitory manager noticed something unusual in her stomach. I saw my stomach shaking violently a few times, and the boiling gastric juice churned instantly, actually submerging the candle directly.
However, an amazing scene appeared.
Even though the candle was in the thick and greasy gastric juice, the flame was still burning. When Mu Ruffing saw this, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he jumped out 3 more candles, moved closer to the already lit candles, and lit the 3 candles one by one. 4 candles burned at the same time. Each candle exudes the strong scent of the dormitory manager. In this way, the aura was layered on top of each other, and the weirdness in the entire dormitory building could be clearly felt, and the terrifying presence could be felt. Suddenly, the weird people who were still staying in the dormitory trembled in fear, and dared not make any more trouble, let alone make any noise. As for those weird people who have not returned to the dormitory and are wandering outside, they are even more silent and dare not approach the dormitory building. Even if they want to go back to the dormitory to rest, they are afraid of being discovered by the dormitory manager and becoming prey. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 4 candles were burning, and the gastric juice began to bubble profusely. But within a few breaths, with a swoosh, a cluster of flames ignited on the surface of the gastric juice. The flames quickly spread around. In the blink of an eye, the entire stomach was engulfed in flames. Flammable materials, confined spaces, and flames, the 3 elements that contribute to an explosion, come together.
Boom! A loud noise shook the earth. The dormitory building shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck.
The dazzling firelight illuminated the entire Scarlet Optimum.
The horrific explosion echoed throughout Scarlet Optimum.
A large amount of thick smoke rose into the sky, instantly covering the sky and obscuring the hanging blood moon. The flames rising into the sky gradually dissipated. Thick smoke continued to rise, blocking out the sky. The strong smell of grease filled the entire dormitory building and spread throughout the entire Scarlet Optimum. Room 302, the center of the explosion, was riddled with holes, the front door was broken, and the balcony door and glass were all shattered. The left side exterior wall is bumpy, mottled and dilapidated. Although it has not collapsed, rusty steel bars are exposed. Many cracks also appeared on the outside of the dormitory building. The wall of room 304 next door had collapsed, and the items inside were destroyed. The eerie feeling of living there had undoubtedly disappeared. Room 202 below was also badly affected. The floor collapsed, and all the objects and strange things below were destroyed. These are all caused by the aftermath of the explosion. I have to say that the quality of this dormitory building is really extraordinary. Except for rooms 302, 202, and 304, room Room 301 opposite and Room 303, diagonally across the street, only had some charred marks, as if they were only burned by the flames and were not affected by the explosion. The situation in Room 402 upstairs was a bit more tragic, as the entire ceiling was blown through. The weirdness inside must have been wiped out long ago. The weirdness of living in Rooms 304 and 402 is really an unexpected disaster. At the door of Room 301, there is a charred object. At this moment, the charred figure trembled slightly. The next second, the charred figure stood up with difficulty. Mu Ruffing looked at his current appearance and felt helpless. His whole body shook, and the charred dead skin on his body instantly shattered, revealing his delicate skin. His originally bronze skin seemed to be reborn at this moment, transforming from a masculine man into a fair and handsome man. The strange thing was that his entire body was extremely smooth, without even a single hair. Whether it is hair, eyebrows, sweat hair, or hair in some private places, they all disappeared without a trace. Where's the hair? Where's my hair? Mu Ruffing then realized that all the hair on his body seemed to have been burned. Click! There was a sound. A charred mass fell from the door. Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and grabbed it. It was nothing but a burnt bandage. The bandage moved slightly, slowly revealing what it was wrapped in. It was a bunch of keys, 2 candles, a box of matches, 2 packs of cigarettes and a pack of betel nuts, as well as the 2,178 soul coins he had earned with great difficulty. Thank you for your hard work. Can you still move? Mu Ruffing looked at the intact soul coin and nodded with satisfaction. The bandage moved again, as if responding to him. It's good that you can move. Quickly turn into clothes and put them on me. It's so embarrassing to be naked. Let's get out of here quickly, Mu Ruffing said. The bandages eventually wrapped around his body, transforming into a set of charred clothes and pants. Although the color is black, it at least covers the body. The bandage has self-healing properties and will probably return to its original state after some time. The soul coins and props on his body were also put back in their original places and tightly wrapped with bandages. By the way, where's the kitchen knife? This kitchen knife is very easy to use, and he would be reluctant to see it destroyed. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the dilapidated Room 302. Mu Ruffing walked forward and looked down through the hole in the collapsed wall. I saw a thin figure slowly standing up from the ruins. When Mu Ruffing saw the man clearly, his eyes suddenly fixed. She was a woman, thin but curvy, clearly an E-cup. Although she was not wearing any clothes, her key parts were obscured by the black smoke and could not be seen clearly. It must be very pleasant to bite the smooth skin, and the blood must be sweet. Mu Ruffing swallowed involuntarily. I have lost all my fat. I have lost all my fat. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The woman stared at Mu Ruffing, and her expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. The familiar smell is that of the dormitory manager. However, the current dormitory manager is as pretty as Manager Lou in figure and face. It was probably because Mu Ruffing ignited the fat on her body, causing an explosion and completely burning all her stored fat. The dormitory manager, no, now she should be called the dormitory manager lady. She stepped hard and tried to pounce on Mu Ruffing, but he had barely jumped out half a meter when he fell to the ground with a weak cry of awe. The current dormitory manager has almost lost her fighting ability, and even an ordinary person can easily defeat her. Miss Dormitory Manager, you look quite beautiful now. Mu Ruffing jumped down from above and walked straight to her side. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you, the dormitory manager shouted with her teeth bared. Mu Ruffing smiled, grabbed her, exposed her delicate neck, and bit it hard. The dormitory manager, who had been struggling and attacking him frantically, suddenly stopped and her hands fell down helplessly. After a long time, Mu Ruffing threw the shriveled dormitory manager to the ground, still with a look of enjoyment on his face. Although there is not much energy left in the dormitory manager's body, the energy level is much higher than that of other monsters, and the quality is not even on the same level. I feel like I'm full. Burp. Mu Ruffing rubbed his stomach and burped. A feeling of weariness came over me. After eating and drinking enough, it is time to rest and sleep to digest the energy in the body. Oh, I almost forgot about the kitchen knife. Mu Ruffing searched in the ruins but couldn't find the kitchen knife. He immediately jumped into Room 202, looked around, and finally found the kitchen knife on the door of Room 303. The kitchen knife was embedded in the door by the force of the explosion, with only the handle exposed. When Mu Ruffing pulled out the kitchen knife, a gap appeared on the door. A red eye was faintly visible behind the gap, which was extremely strange. It's so late and you're still not sleeping? Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Mu Ruffing scolded. The next second, the pupils of the owner of those eyes suddenly contracted and then quickly disappeared without a trace. From beginning to end, there was not a single sound in Room 303. Mu Ruffing picked up the kitchen knife and examined it carefully, only to find that it was intact and not damaged at all by the explosion. So he put the kitchen knife back into the bandage, then took out the key and opened the door of Room 301. After locking the door, Mu Ruffing set the alarm clock, lay back on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Outside the door, in the dilapidated Room 301, there was no strange movement from beginning to end. Neither the weirdness in the dormitory building, nor the security guards patrolling the campus campus, nor even the top management of Scarlet Preferred, noticed anything.
It seemed as if no one paid any attention to what was happening here. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. At 5:30 in the morning, Moo Roofing's alarm clock rang on time. Yawn, I slept so soundly.
He rubbed his eyes and yawned loudly. There was still some noise outside, but he didn't care. After getting up, he walked to the balcony.
I glanced at the toilet but didn't go in.
For some reason, he felt as if he didn't have the need for the cycle of reincarnation.
It has been almost 22 hours since he entered the dungeon world, and he has neither the urge to urinate nor the urge to defecate. Obviously, this is a unique convenience brought by the zombie physique.
Coming to the sink, he turned on the faucet, but after a long time, the water still did not flow out.
There is no water here.
Forget it, let's go to the cafeteria's vending machine and buy some water to wash our faces.
Moo Ruffing shook his head and walked straight out of the dormitory.
After leaving the dormitory, rooms 302 and 304 opposite remained the same, but there are many strange things gathered there.
These are the weird employees in the dormitory building, and they are all talking about it. Tell me, what happened yesterday? It was such a loud noise.
Yeah, the explosion shook the whole building a few times, and I almost fell out of bed. I was out hunting last night when I ran into a patrolling security guard.
I quickly fled back to the dormitory, and then something exploded.
I was almost scared to death. I heard that the dorm manager was fighting with a weirdo.
I don't know who won.
Many people were discussing strange things at once. When the door of room 301 opened, no one noticed. Their eyes were all on the room where the explosion occurred.
These weird things don't seem to belong to this floor.
They must live either upstairs or downstairs. The strange thing about this layer is that they had already gone to the cafeteria to eat as early as 5 o'clock.
Excuse me, please let me pass, Moo Ruffing said politely to the crowded weirdo.
Get out of here, or I'll eat you up, a pig-headed man roared strangely.
A living person? Not dead yet?
If you're not dead, then be quiet and stop crowding, another weird person shouted.
Get out of my way.
Moo Ruffing took out a kitchen knife and chopped at the door of room 303.
Bang!
With a dull sound, the blade chopped straight into the door panel.
This move immediately shocked everyone. This is the dormitory door.
Even the dormitory manager finds it difficult to break it.
I didn't expect that the kitchen knife could easily cut it open. Moreover, this knife looks so familiar. Could it be the knife on the knife ghost's head? The sword ghost was actually killed by this living person?
In an instant, many strange people had all kinds of speculations in their minds and retreated to make way for him.
You are so shameless. You are really spoiled. Moo Ruffing snorted coldly, put away his knife and strode towards the stairs.
He found that his temper seemed to have become much more irritable. Could it be because of the blood I sucked last night? He whispered to himself. After absorbing a large amount of energy and blood last night, coupled with the influence of his zombie physique, Moo Roofing's personality had subtly changed without him noticing.
Soon, he came downstairs.
At this moment, a group of strange people wearing safety helmets and uniform entered the dormitory building through the main gate.
Moo Ruffing passed by them.
He guessed that these people might be here to deal with matters on the third floor. A few minutes later, Moo Ruffing arrived at the cafeteria. It is now 5:40, the morning rush hour, and the cafeteria is extremely busy. Most of the weirdos were discussing what happened last night.
Even when Moo Ruffing stepped into the cafeteria, he only attracted a few strange looks.
Soon, he walked to the vending machine. The vending machine started working at 5 o'clock sharp.
As soon as Moo Ruffing arrived, the vending machine shook slightly. Huh, it recovered so quickly? The sold-out goods were replenished? Moo Ruffing said in surprise.
The vending machine was no longer damaged, and the items he had bought out before were fully replenished.
Good morning, bro. What would you like to eat?
We have instant noodles, bread, and fresh milk.
The vending machine showed a very flattering expression.
Both hands are stretched out, ready to hand over the items needed at any time. Well, go and make instant noodles of all flavors, get some bread to fill your stomach, and get the 1-liter bottle of milk,
Moo Ruffing ordered. Okay, no problem.
The vending machine cleverly changed the subject and diligently began to prepare breakfast for him. By the way, bring me a bottle of water first,
Moo Ruffing said again.
Soon, he opened a bottle of mineral water. He poured some water on his hands, rubbed it on his face repeatedly, and rinsed his mouth, using up half a bottle of water.
Moo Ruffing didn't waste any water and drank the remaining half bottle in one breath.
After eating 3 or 4 loaves of bread, the vending machine came over with instant noodles. Brother, your noodles are ready, the vending machine said flatteringly.
Yeah, Moo Ruffing responded.
Just then, a strange and burly man walked up to his desk.
Bang! There was a loud noise. A dish slammed heavily onto the dining table. I heard that someone came back alive yesterday. I thought you wouldn't make it tonight, but I didn't expect you to actually make it. I haven't had enough breakfast yet.
Seeing that you have a good relationship with the vending machine, ask it to get me some packets of hand-shredded meat and meat spread bread. This monster was at least 2 meters tall and had strong muscles, but its head was not human-shaped but a horse's.
It is exactly the same as the legendary ghost messenger in the underworld.
The horse-faced ghost sat opposite Moo Ruffing, his huge horse eyes full of mockery. Moo Ruffing looked up at him and said calmly, I've seen many beggars, but I've never seen anyone as tough as you.
Go wherever it's cool.
The horse-faced ghost's playful eyes froze for a moment. After realizing what was happening, he immediately became furious. A tiny living person, an ant that is only fit to be fed with blood, dared to speak to him like this.
You're such a tough guy, but it doesn't matter.
I just like tough guys.
You should be thankful that it's not working hours now, Moo Ruffing said. During working hours, fighting is strictly prohibited as long as it is within the Scarlet Logistics Park. Violators will not only be suppressed, but will also be visited by the security team and killed directly, becoming food for the security. The security guards are powerful and equipped with strange weapons. They are the strongest group of strange people in Scarlet's selection. Of course, Scarlet Optimum has a clear internal order. Although there is disorder after get off work, there are still security guards patrolling the park. Once discovered by security, they will be treated as prey and attacked. Most of the weirdos would go back to the dormitory and rest. In the dormitory building, the most authoritative person is the dormitory manager, and this is their territory. Scarlet Optimal has a large number of employees and there are 4 dormitory buildings, namely East, South, West and North dormitories. The East dormitory building where Moo Ruffing lives is just one of them. Ha ha.
The horse-faced ghost laughed, as if he had heard something extremely funny.
Are you the loader at the liquor warehouse? Hey, I'll come find you when you start working.
The horse-faced ghost smiled coldly, picked up his cutlery and left. It's not that he couldn't bear to throw away the used tableware, but those tableware were public property and had to be returned to the designated area after eating, otherwise it would be a violation of the canteen rules. Moo Ruffing didn't care about it at all, thinking to himself that this was just a weird clown-like existence. Brother, don't leave in a hurry after eating. I will help you throw the dishes into the trash can. The vending machine next to him said very attentively. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, how come your goods were replenished all of a sudden? Didn't you say that you had no money to purchase more goods? Moo Ruffing suddenly asked. Well, big brother, please give me some leniency. I bought these items on credit and have to pay them off at the end of the month plus 30% interest. The vending machine had a sad face and its voice was full of helplessness. Moo Ruffing curled his lips and said, stop howling. I didn't say I was going to sell your goods. Thank you, big brother, the vending machine said with tears of gratitude. At 5:50, Moo Ruffing finished his breakfast and felt 7/10 full. Give me another bottle of big scarlet eyeballs and a bottle of small ones, he said. Okay, big brother, are 2 bottles enough? Do you want one more bottle? The vending machine asked anxiously. 2 bottles will be enough. It's almost time to go to work, Moo Ruffing replied. Not long after, 2 bottles of scarlet eyeballs, one large and one small, appeared in front of him. Moo Ruffing picked up the small bottle and drank it all in one gulp. That's why he felt 8/10 full. He always eats until he is 80% full because that way he won't procrastinate. If you eat too much and go to work, your stomach will definitely feel uncomfortable. Carrying a large bottle of scarlet eyeballs, Moo Ruffing left the cafeteria under the strange gaze of the vending machine. At 5:59, he arrived at the liquor warehouse almost on time. 2 employees were already standing at the warehouse door. Loader Onlu and receiver Chunny. There are not only them in the wine warehouse, but also many delivery drivers, tally clerks, and shippers. However, these people are either working inside the warehouse or busy on the other side. So there is another supervisor who is responsible for managing them, and he is responsible for paying salaries and holding meetings. In other words, Wang Kuan, who manages this group of employees, is not actually a real supervisor, but more like a deputy supervisor, responsible for managing these little karamis. Moo Ruffing learned all this from Sister Chunny. As for why Wang Kuan was able to become the deputy director, Sister Chunny did not say, and seemed to have some reservations, and Lu was very surprised to see Moo Ruffing appear. After all, he didn't expect anyone to survive a night in the dormitory building. Oh, Shamu, I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were dead. Sister Chunny walked up and patted his chest. Moo Ruffing smiled at Sister Chunny. A few minutes later, it was time to go to work. Only then did Wang Kuan slowly walk over from a distance. Ha, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Wang Kuan was shocked when he saw Moo Ruffing. It's not that easy for me to die. Moo Ruffing responded with a smile. You're lucky. Manager Lu will be here soon. Wang Kuan said. Yeah, Moo Ruffing responded and stood aside waiting. Wang Kuan didn't leave either. He stood by and waited. Anlu and Chunny didn't leave either. After all, there is no work to do now. Manager Wang, you should be the 3rd person to enter this copy, right? Moo Ruffing asked boredly. Why are you asking this? Wang Kuan glanced at him. Just curious. You're the 3rd living person to come in. Even though you're dead, how did you become a member of the management here? An ordinary truck driver like Chang Feng was also the 2nd person to enter the copy, but I have never seen him. Moo Ruffing said. The 2nd living person? Wang Kuan smiled and his face suddenly turned gloomy after hearing this. Do you have any secret to your rapid rise to management? Moo Ruffing continued to ask. That's naturally because I'm extraordinary and have management skills. Do you think a newbie like me can easily
officially become a member of the management team? Wang Kuan raised his head slightly, looking proud. Oh, really? Mu Ruffing had a perfunctory look on his face. Talent? Is it the talent for cheating and deceit? Or the ability to embezzle and bribe? Thump, thump, thump.
The familiar sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. Mu Ruffing turned around and saw Manager Lu, who was wearing a professional suit and had a curvaceous figure, walking towards him from a distance.
Manager Lu, good morning.
Seeing this, Wang Kuan, who was standing by, immediately came forward with a flattering look on his face.
Yeah.
Manager Lu responded lightly.
By the way, there is something I need to inform you about. Manager Lu said. You say, I'm all ears. Wang Kuan's heart immediately showed joy when he heard this. If his guess was correct, this should be the news of his promotion. After all, he was able to directly serve as the deputy director of the wine warehouse as a new employee, naturally relying on having someone powerful to support him. From now on, your position as deputy manager is revoked and you will be transferred back to the liquor warehouse as a tally clerk. Manager Lu announced coldly. Thank you, Lu Jing, huh?
Wang Kuan thanked him subconsciously, but then he reacted and was stunned.
Manager Lu, shouldn't I be promoted? How? Why was my position revoked? Your lover died last night.
Manager Lu said straight to the point.
Ah, impossible. Jillian is so powerful, how could she die? Wang Kuan's face was full of disbelief. Didn't you go back to the East Dormitory building last night? Manager Lu did not answer directly, but asked instead. I had something to do last night and didn't go back. Wang Kuan answered hesitantly. There was a brutal fight in the East Dormitory last night, and the dormitory manager Li Jiao was murdered. Furthermore, 12 employees were implicated and reduced to ashes. I think this isn't the final death toll. What do you think, temporary worker Mu Ruffing?
Manager Lu changed the subject and looked directly at Mu Ruffing.
Mu Ruffing smiled faintly. Manager Lu,
I don't think I have violated the rules, right?
No, Humph, you destroyed the walls of rooms 302, 202, 402, and 304, and also caused numerous cracks to appear on the sidewall of the East Dormitory building. Therefore, the East Dormitory building is temporarily uninhabitable and requires urgent repairs. Staff placement, wall repair, all of this has caused our group tens of millions in losses, Manager Lu said sternly. That's not right, Manager Lu. You said it was me. Do you have any evidence?
Besides, it was the dormitory manager's own explosion that actually caused the tragedy.
I live in room 301. If the door wasn't strong, I wouldn't be able to stand here right now. Mu Ruffing responded calmly. Ha ha, they're all fake. Are you kidding me? Wang Kuan suddenly laughed, completely disbelieving the facts before his eyes. Manager Lu glanced at Wang Kuan and sneered. Do you think I'm lying? Then why don't you check your ID card yourself? You've been delayed here for several minutes. I think Director Lu will properly assign you tasks.
When Wang Kuan heard this, he quickly grabbed the work badge on his chest.
It only says, Employee Work Permit. Position, Liquor Warehouse Tally Clerk.
Working hours, 6 to 12 o'clock in the morning, 13 to 1800 hours in the afternoon. He changed from the deputy manager of the liquor warehouse to an ordinary tally clerk. Although he was a tally clerk before, the difference between that and his current comfortable position as deputy supervisor is huge.
Manager Lu, what is going on? What happened to Jillian?
At this moment, Wang Kuan's face was full of panic.
I remember that Manager Lu hates employees who are late the most.
Manager Lu did not give a direct answer, but instead reminded him jokingly.
Wang Kuan didn't dare to say anything more and ran quickly into the warehouse. No matter what, saving your life is the top priority. Manager Lu, is the Jillian that Wang Kuan mentioned the dormitory manager? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Manager Lu turned to look at Mu Ruffing, but kept silent.
The next moment, he quickly approached and was in front of Mu Ruffing in the blink of an eye. A fragrant breeze blew in, filling Mu Ruffing's nostrils. I have to admit that the smell is really pleasant, although there is a faint stench of corpse in the fragrance.
Manager Lu, what are you doing? Mu Ruffing felt that Manager Lu was too close and quickly took 2 steps back.
Unexpectedly, Manager Lu went a step further, even more excessive than before, and put his entire face close to Mu Ruffing's neck.
Mu Ruffing could clearly feel the cool breath of Manager Lu. Manager Lu, don't come near me. I'm really not that kind of person. Mu Ruffing took a few steps back, pretending to be frightened. The fragrance is very strong. You are definitely alive.
And a living person with an extremely fresh smell of flesh and blood.
There is no ghostly aura at all.
Although it is not clear how you killed Li Jiao, there is no doubt that you have violated the rules. Manager Lu spoke slowly.
Oh, then Manager Lu, please tell me, which rules did I violate? Mu Ruffing asked calmly.
First, you violated the policy prohibiting fighting and you killed a number of employees. Secondly, you violated the regulations prohibiting the destruction of public facilities, causing significant economic losses to our group. Manager Lu listed Mu Ruffing's crimes one by one. Mu Ruffing laughed after hearing this. First of all, it was already after get off work. How come I haven't heard that fighting is not allowed after get off work? Secondly, wasn't it the dormitory manager, Li Jiao, who vandalized public
facilities and caused significant damage? Why are you looking for me? Or do you have evidence? No, you probably don't have any evidence, right? Otherwise, why would Manager Lu be so polite to me here? Mu Ruffing said, you are quite thoughtful. This is your work badge. You have been converted to a regular employee. Manager Lu handed over a tag. Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned and looked down at the temporary work permit on his chest. However, his chest was already empty, so where was the temporary work permit? When Mu Ruffing held the official work permit in his hand, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the player for successfully becoming a regular member. The dungeon clearance and return mission has begun. Please earn 100 soul coins to complete the dungeon clearance requirements. Ding! Detected that the player has earned 2,178 soul coins and has met the conditions for clearing the dungeon. Return countdown 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. You can also return immediately. A series of prompt sounds made Mu Ruffing's head a little dazed. When he realized it, his face immediately lit up with joy. The next moment, a magical scene appeared. After the conversion to a regular employee, there will indeed be a dungeon clearance task, and the task of earning 100 soul coins is a piece of cake. 3 minutes. After the 3-minute countdown, Mu Ruffing will be able to return to the real world. Manager Lu, I'm very curious about what exactly happened between Wang Kuan and Li Jiao. Mu Ruffing asked quickly while there was still some time before returning. However, Manager Lu never responded to his questions. He gave him his work ID and left. Xiao Mu, do you want to know? Hee, that guy has lost his backing, so I have nothing to worry about. Let me tell you. Sister Chunny came over at this time. Okay, Sister Chunny, you are really the most reliable. Mu Ruffing's expression immediately brightened up and he listened attentively. Soon, he figured everything out. It turned out that Wang Kuan was the third living player to enter this copy. He chose the identity of a tally clerk, which was also his job before he became a manager in the real world. I didn't make any mistakes at work, made it to the end of the shift safely, and even got my salary. Later, when he was assigned a dormitory, he was arranged to live with a brain ghost. At night, he was frightened by the sudden shock and screamed, breaking the rules, and his brain was sucked out by the brain ghost. Wang Kuan died because of this, becoming a strange thing in this world. He was a new kid, not very strong, so being bullied was no big deal. I am even more afraid of being targeted by other monsters and being devoured. Therefore, he turned his attention to the powerful dormitory manager, Li Jiao. With his persistence and eloquence, he successfully won Li Jiao over in a short period of time and made her his mistress. Afterwards, Li Jiao used her extensive network of contacts to help Wang Kuan get a position as deputy manager in the liquor warehouse. In just one night, Wang Kuan changed from a spirited monster to a spooky monster with a serious loss of energy. The dormitory manager's aura, as if she could sit on the ground and absorb steel, is really intimidating. When Mu Ruffing heard this, he couldn't help but look full of admiration. Sure enough, as long as you are talented, you can make a living no matter where you are. Unfortunately, Wang Kuan's thigh was eventually killed by him. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Mu Ruffing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Location, Kaohsiung Logistics Park. Time, July 16, 2023 AD, 19 hours 7 minutes and 33 seconds. As usual, many trucks were constantly coming in and out, loading and unloading goods, and employees were also heading to the small vendors outside the logistics park. The only difference is that the area within a radius of 50 meters centered on the cafeteria is tightly surrounded by a temporary wall. A cordon was set up 1 meter outside the wall. Every 20 meters, there is a sentry box with a man in a black suit standing on duty inside. The warehouse closest to the wall is only 20 meters away. From time to time, employees looked over here curiously, as if trying to figure out what was going on and why it was surrounded so tightly. The interior of the enclosure was deserted, but a large tent had been erected at the edge. There are many screens placed in the tent, showing surveillance images, which are the real-time conditions inside the wall and the 3 gates of the logistics park. A whole day has passed, and this guy still hasn't come out. I think he's really capable. A man in his 30s said. Yeah, if he didn't have some skills, the body would have been exposed long ago. A female college student who looked only 20 years old nodded in agreement. This is a newly appeared copy. We must be fully prepared. It would be great if Mu Ruffing could come back alive. We can get some information and invite him to join our department. If what comes back is a corpse, then we must get the medium as soon as possible. It's just right that I should go to the dungeon. A man who looked to be about 27 years old spoke slowly. I don't know how difficult this freshman copy is. Captain Joe, don't fail miserably, otherwise I will gladly accept the position of captain. Chang Yulin teased with a smile. Ha, even if Captain Joe fails, it won't be your turn to be the captain. I'm ahead of you. Chu Lianhong responded unwillingly. Just you, an ordinary little girl? Chang Yulin retorted disdainfully. Lin Dazue, say it again if you have the guts. Chu Lianhong was immediately enraged. Chu Lianhong is beautiful and is definitely a school beauty. Fair skin, delicate facial features, and picturesque
picturesque eyebrows. She has a slim figure, elegant temperament, and exudes confidence and wisdom. The only regret is that she has a pair of cups. Therefore, she hated it most when others mentioned this point. Even the word ordinary could make her angry. What? Did I say something wrong? Chang Yulin challenged with a smile. Bang! A loud noise. Do you believe I can tear your mouth off? Shu Lianhong was covered in black air and slapped the wooden table. A deep slap mark was left on the hard wooden table. I surrender, I surrender. Chang Yulin pretended to be scared and raised his hands in surrender. Humph. Shu Lianhong snorted coldly, but ultimately did not take action. Alright, you two just keep arguing when you meet. Why do I feel like you two are just like the bickering lovers in a TV drama? Hopefully, nothing will happen and you'll become a couple. Captain Zhou said with a smile. I would rather jump off a building than fall in love with this guy. Shu Lianhong responded disdainfully. Chang Yulin didn't care about it at all. I just need one more copy to level up, but I still hope he can come back alive, Zhou Wen said. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a rapid sound came from a strange instrument nearby. I'm back. Zhou Wen's eyes fixed, and he immediately stood up and walked out of the tent. Chang Yulin and Shu Lianhong's expressions changed slightly, and they quickly followed Zhou Wen out of the tent. A black smoke slowly rose from the open space not far from them. This kind of smoke is invisible to ordinary people. Only players who have entered the dungeon before, or reserve players who have been selected to enter the dungeon, can detect it. The three of them looked at each other and quickly formed a triangle formation, tightly surrounding the area. At the same time, a faint black gas rose from their bodies. After a few seconds, the black smoke gradually dissipated, and in its place appeared the figure of a man. The man's body was wrapped in charred bandages, with only a pair of eyes showing, looking extremely strange. Seeing this, Shu Lianhong was slightly startled and raised his hand to punch out. What happened? Mu Ruffing just regained consciousness and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a very beautiful woman throwing a punch at him. At the same time, a charred bandage extended from Mu Ruffing, along Shu Lianhong's arm, and wrapped around her body. Stop, he is alive. Zhou Wen stepped lightly, and two black shadows instantly extended and connected with their shadows. Mu Ruffing and Shu Lianhong were suddenly unable to move. However, the bandages on Mu Ruffing's body remained unaffected. While Shu Lianhong was unable to move, the bandage quickly wrapped around her upper body, and in the blink of an eye it was wrapped around her head and lower body. It stinks, so disgusting. Shu Lianhong couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body as he was wrapped in the charred bandage that emitted a strong stench. Ha, it's actually a prop. Zhou Wen smiled. Boy, you're really lucky. In an instant, a ball of fire appeared, with thick black smoke rising from above. As soon as the flame appeared, it immediately approached Shu Lianhong. The bandage seemed to be afraid of the flames and quickly moved away from Shu Lianhong and wrapped around Mu Ruffing again. Hello, Mu Ruffing. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Zhou Wen, the operations team leader of the Wancheng district branch of the relevant department in Changsha City. These two are team members, Chang Yulin and Shu Lianhong. Zhou Wen retracted his ability and spoke. Related departments? What relevant departments? Mu Ruffing breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he had regained control of his body. After all, he had completed the dungeon and uninstalled the external zombie template, but he still felt a little uneasy. It's the relevant department, Zhou Wen replied with a smile. The department is called relevant department? Mu Ruffing was a little stunned. That's right, the name is relevant department. All matters related to the copy are under our jurisdiction. Zhou Wen nodded and explained. I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and we also have a lot of questions we need to learn from you, but now is not the time. The most important thing is to settle the rewards, Zhou Wen said. Settlement of rewards? Mu Ruffing murmured softly. The next second, a prompt sound rang in his mind. Congratulations to the prospective players for completing the single-player dungeon, Scarlet Selection. Your level has been upgraded to LV1, officially becoming a player. Unlock the following permissions: Inventory X3, Contract Slot X1, Open Character Panel. The player successfully became a regular player and received 2178 soul coins, 2000% completion, a random rule skill card, a rule prop blind box, and an additional 2000 soul coins. Note: clearing a dungeon grants 100 basic soul coins. Calculation formula: completion x basic soul coins equals final soul coins. The host has been detected to have cleared the dungeon, the cheat has been uninstalled, and the cheat's remaining attribute has been obtained, Bloodthirst, all attributes increased by 10%. The information bombardment in his mind made Mu Ruffing's head swell. It took him a while to come back to his senses. At this moment, he clearly felt that he had an inventory. There were already 3 items inside. Random rule skill card. After use, you can randomly obtain a rule-related skill. Rule props blind box. After use, you can randomly obtain a rule prop. Inventory X3 can only hold items from the strange world. Each inventory slot can only hold 1 item. Note: there is no upper limit on the number of soul coins you can hold. Bloodthirst. Once triggered, the player becomes irritable and impetuous, forgets fear, and reduces pain by 50%. Note: this state requires blood intake.
Physique. Personal attributes panel. Name, Mu Roughing. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength 14, normal adult male has 10 points. Spirit, 11, normal adult male has 10 points. Constitution, 14, normal adult male has 10 points. Contract slot, none. Skills, none. Props, smelly bandage, resentful kitchen knife, dorm manager's secret candle X2, matches, random rule skill card, rule prop blind box, soul coins, 4178. The completion rate is as high as 2000? There are also rule skill cards and rule prop blind boxes? Mu Roughing kept pondering in his heart. He had to admit that he was a little excited. The word rules alone is enough to show that this thing is extraordinary. As for the bloodthirsty state, the effect is also quite powerful and is of great help to him. His 3 attributes increased by 10% due to the bonus of zombie physique. In other words, his original stats should be strength 12, constitution 12, and spirit 10. How's the completion rate? Is the dungeon finished? Joan seemed to know that the settlement was completed and asked, "Can't you see my level of completion?" Mu Roughing did not answer directly, but asked them instead. Of course you can't see it. Only you can see the degree of completion. The higher the degree of completion, the greater the reward. Chun Yulin explained. You managed to come out of the dungeon alive for the first time and got such a good item. Your level of accomplishment must be quite high, right? Shu Lianhong interrupted. Our Team Joe's first dungeon completion level was 300 and we directly captured the powerful contracted ghost. We were really lucky. Chun Yulin said again. Okay, stop arguing and let Xiaomu speak for himself. Zhou interrupted their chatter. My completion level is 200. Mu Roughing felt that no one might believe him if he said 2000, so he lowered the number slightly. Wow, that's amazing. My first time was only 110. Chun Yulin exclaimed. You useless guy, if Captain Zhou hadn't accompanied you in, would you have been able to pass? Stop trying to be so stubborn. Shu Lianhong said disdainfully. I don't want to bother with you. Xiaomu, what rewards did you get? Let Brother Lin see it. Chun Yulin's curiosity was immediately aroused. Shu Lianhong didn't say anything, but turned to look at Mu Roughing, obviously wanting to know too. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. Zhou reminded him, whether or not to disclose the reward you received is entirely up to you. Mu Roughing thought to himself that the reward must be kept secret, but he also had to show them something. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I got an item and a personal attribute. As he spoke, Mu Roughing took out the kitchen knife from his inventory. There were only 3 slots in the inventory, so he took out the soul coins first and quietly put them into the bandage without them noticing. He also put the kitchen knife and the bandage back into his inventory. A knife? Zhou Wen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw it. Oh my god, it's actually a strange knife-like weapon. This kind of thing is quite rare. Chun Yulin exclaimed again. Shu Lianhong stepped forward and asked, can you show me its properties? Of course, feel free to look around. Mu Roughing nodded. It is actually very simple to know the attributes. Just touch the item with your palm to read its attributes. It doesn't matter whether it's your own props or someone else's. You are lucky. This knife is very good, and your bandage is also a rare treasure. Did you get it from the copy? Zhou asked. Well, I used a trick to kill a bandaged ghost and looted it from it. Mu Roughing replied. After Chang Yulin learned about the properties of the 2 props, envy immediately appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Mu Roughing. You know, Chang Yulin has already cleared 3 copies, but he only has a very useless item on him. When he sees what Mu Roughing has in his hand, how can he not be envious? This is enough to show that it is extremely difficult to obtain props. Would you like to sell this knife? Shu Lianhong suddenly asked. Mu Roughing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Shu Lianhong to suddenly ask such a question. Knife-type strange weapons are extremely important for survival in the dungeon. He is just a newcomer and has never even made a strange contract. He needs it more than you do. Zhou said in a deep voice. Okay, I was rude, I'm sorry. After hearing what Zhou said, Shu Lianhong felt that he really shouldn't have spoken rashly. When she saw the properties of Mu Roughing's kitchen knife, her heart warmed and she wanted to buy it. After being enlightened by Zhou words, she suddenly felt ashamed. It's okay. Mu Roughing responded with a smile. On the surface, he seemed indifferent, but inwardly he was smiling bitterly and thinking, hey, you name the price, I'll sell it. But he didn't say it in the end. Zhou was right. Offensive weapons were extremely important to newcomers. If he sold them rashly, something might be exposed. By the way, you said before that you gained another attribute. What is it exactly? Zhou asked again. All attributes are enhanced by 10%. Mu Roughing replied. Naturally, he did not mention the attribute with the bloodthirsty effect, but only talked about another benefit left by the plugin. The bloodthirsty attribute seems negative at first glance, causing irritability and restlessness, but the subsequent forgetfulness of fear and a 50% reduction in pain are extremely crucial. In this strange world, the most intuitive way to avoid breaking the rules is to stay calm and not be swayed by fear. The bloodthirsty attribute just echoes this point. Compared to forgetting fear and reducing pain, irritability and restlessness are nothing.
nothing. More importantly, the bloodthirsty state can be triggered by simply sucking blood, which is simple and convenient. All attributes increased? I have to say, you are really lucky, Joe exclaimed. I have only cleared 3 dungeons, and have only received a reward of 10% increase in single strength once. Shu Lianhong said enviously. Okay, now the settlement is complete, and you've officially become a level 1 player. I believe you have a lot of questions for us. Now, I sincerely invite you to join our relevant department. Joe looked solemn and spoke seriously. Mu Ruffing did not agree immediately, but asked, I want to know, do I have to join you? If I don't join, how will you treat me? Joe smiled and said, there are 2 types of dungeon players, and the official attitude towards these 2 types of players is completely different. The first type is players recruited and trained by the government, and we belong to this category. The second type is dungeon players who operate independently of the official system. They are supervised and restricted by the official authorities to prevent them from causing harm to ordinary people. If you don't join, we can only tell you the most basic information. Shu Lianhong added, this information is very important and can greatly increase your chances of survival in the dungeon. If I join the official team, what should I do? What should I pay? Mu Ruffing continued to ask. Nothing special, just some simple work, similar to what we are doing now. After entering the dungeon, if you meet official players, help them if you can, and they will also help you, Joe said. Mu Ruffing remained silent, seemingly thinking. The plugin had been uninstalled when the rewards were settled before, but he knew that this plugin would only be automatically loaded when entering the copy. Moreover, each copy seems to have a new plugin template. He must never let anyone know about the cheat. At this moment, Chang Yulin said, joining the government will give you very good benefits. As soon as you start working, we will immediately purchase 9 insurances and 2 housing funds for you. In addition, a house will be allocated. As long as you become a level 2 player, the property can be directly transferred to your name. The base salary is 10,000 yuan per month plus bonuses, commissions, and various subsidies. On average, it's at least 15,000 yuan per month. With each promotion, the salary, bonuses, commissions, and subsidies double. If you have children, all tuition and fees are free. Once you upgrade to level 2, you can also get them admitted to the best schools in the city, excluding universities. As soon as these benefits were mentioned, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Mu Ruffing's eyes. Without any hesitation, he said directly, okay, I will join the relevant department. He secretly swore in his heart that he had not made this decision for the sake of welfare. Welcome to join our branch. Joe smiled and extended his hand. Mu Ruffing smiled and shook his hand back. Well, how big is the house? How many rooms and living rooms are there? What's the common area? Don't worry about this. Someone will contact you later. Joe replied with a chuckle. Now download an app first and I will give you an invitation code, he said. App? Mu Ruffing was a little confused. At this moment, Joe's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Minister. What? Are you sure? Lao Hei and the others went there too? Okay, I'll take people there right away. Yes, he has cleared the dungeon and has joined our relevant department. Okay, I'll tell you the details later. After the call was disconnected, Joe's expression became serious. Captain Joe, what's wrong? Is there a situation? Shu Lianhong asked with concern. Oh, I just wanted to rest for a while, but now I have to work overtime again. Chang Yulin complained. You too, follow me. Xiaomu, you just finished a dungeon, you must be very tired. I'll arrange for someone to take you to a safe house to rest. The person who takes you there will tell you about the copy. This is my number. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Joe handed Mu Ruffing a business card, then hurried away with Chu Lianhong and Chang Yulin. Mu Ruffing watched them walk away, scratched his cheek, and felt a little confused. Looking at the business card, it's quite classy. It was a dark card, without any fancy title, just a name and phone number. On the back is a deep starry sky. He saved the number in his contacts and then subconsciously searched for it on WeChat. I'm a salted fish? Mu Ruffing stared at the online name, then looked at the strange salted fish avatar. He could hardly believe that this was the WeChat account of the usually serious Captain Joe. Just as he was thinking about it, a man in a suit walked in. Hello, Mr. Mu. My name is Zhao Dayong and I'm an employee of the relevant department. I'll take you to the safe house to rest first. As for the copy information you want to know, I will tell you one by one when we get there. Zhao Dayong said. Okay, let's go. Mu Ruffing nodded. I have to say that Zhao Dayong is of high quality. When he saw Mu Ruffing with bandages all over his body, he remained calm. Soon, Mu Ruffing followed Zhao Dayong out of the walled area. The car is here. Zhao Dayong led him to a small car parked not far away. That is a new energy vehicle. Mu Ruffing sat in the back seat, and soon the car drove out of the logistics park. In less than half an hour, an engineering team arrived here. In less than half an hour, they demolished the makeshift wall. It took an hour to completely restore the place to its original appearance, leaving no trace. What happened here was seen by people in the nearby warehouse, and everyone started talking about it. It even started to spread in work groups and friend groups. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mu Ruffing arrived at the safe house of the
the relevant department. The so-called safe house is nothing more than a self-built building in the countryside.
The building is not tall, only 5 stories high, but it covers a fairly spacious area and the overall architectural style is relatively modern. There is also a large courtyard surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. There were quite a few people in the yard, at least a dozen of them were busy. Mr. Mu, the first, second, third, and fourth floors are all office halls, and there are 4 more floors underground, Zhao Daong introduced. The first floor below ground is the conference room, and the second floor below ground is the safe house for players to rest temporarily. As for the third and fourth floors below ground, they are not open to the public at the moment, and I don't know the specific conditions inside.
Well, this place looks quite remote, Mu Ruffing said casually.
The work we are responsible for is not convenient to disclose to ordinary people, so the office location naturally has to be more hidden,
Zhao Daong replied. That's right, Mu Ruffing nodded.
By the way, I have joined the relevant department.
Do I have to come here to work every day in the future? Mu Ruffing asked again as he walked up the stairs. Yes, I start work at 9 in the morning and get off work at 5 in the evening. 3 meals are provided and I have 2 days off. On weekends.
But my cell phone must be turned on 24 hours a day because there may be emergencies sometimes, said Zhao Daong.
Oh, this treatment is pretty good. Mu Ruffing was delighted.
Such relaxed working conditions are exactly the ideal job he has always dreamed of.
Not long after, Zhao Daong took him into the office lobby on the first floor. It took a few minutes to enter Mu Ruffing's information into the department system, and then he made a pass for him. Although this is a branch of the relevant department, the management is still very strict. You must show your pass wherever you go. Soon, Zhao Daong led him to a room.
Mr. Mu, please go take a shower first. I'll prepare clean clothes and dinner for you.
I'll send some information about the copy directly to your phone.
Half an hour later, Mu Ruffing changed into a clean robe and sat at the dining table. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and cabbage and tofu soup. While eating, he stared at the black umbrella mark on his left forearm. This mark has appeared since I completed the dungeon and returned to reality.
In Zhao Daong's words, this is exactly the medium for Mu Ruffing to enter the copy next. Mu Ruffing opened an app called Weird Forum. Following Zhao Daong's reminder, he clicked to register and entered his name and ID number.
Then, fill in the invitation code sent by Zhou Wen to complete the registration. 2 prompts popped up on the screen. Congratulations, Mu Ruffing, on your successful registration.
As you are a visitor, you can only view posts and cannot reply or post. Please complete player authentication as soon as possible to fully unlock your permissions.
Mu Ruffing followed the prompts, took a picture of the media mark on his hand, and successfully completed the authentication.
Congratulations to LV1 player Mu Ruffing for completing the authentication.
Your status has been upgraded from a visitor to a LV1 user.
To prevent identity leakage, please set a nickname. Set a nickname? Mu Ruffing thought for a moment and decided to name it Zombie King. Result prompt: this nickname has been taken. Please choose a new nickname. He changed a few more nicknames. I am the Zombie King. I'm a big player. I'm a big dungeon player. Kill your way through the dungeon world. But every time it shows, this nickname is already taken. Please choose a new nickname. Mu Ruffing smiled bitterly and helplessly. Are there really so many players in the dungeon?
In the end, he settled on the nickname Salted Fish Zombie King.
He then informed Zhao Daong and Captain Zhou Wen of the nickname via WeChat.
Soon, Mu Ruffing became familiar with how to use the strange forum. At the same time, he also learned that this strange forum did not belong to a state institution, but appeared along with the copy world. The forum has many divisions, as many as there are countries in the world.
Mu Ruffing entered the Chinese section. Ordinary users cannot access other national sections across regions.
Only players who reach level 3 have cross-region permissions. The Weird Forum, as the name suggests, is a forum for communication.
Anyone can post in the public area and cannot be blocked.
When the user reaches level 3, they can create their own community in the forum. The community is highly confidential and no one except the creator and the joiner can enter. The official Huaxia community is the largest community in the entire Huaxia.
Ding dong, you have new messages, please go check. Ding dong, you have new messages, please go check.
At the same time, the forum received 2 messages. The first one is a document sent by a tourist named Daong. The second one was a community invitation from a user named I Am a Salted Fish. When Mu Ruffing saw the usernames, he immediately understood that the former was Zhao Daong and the latter was Zhou Wen. He accepted Zhou Wen's invitation without hesitation, joined the Huaxia community, and became an official member.
You should rest for a night. I have already submitted your information. I will take you to the headquarters tomorrow when I have time. It's a bit of a sticky situation right now, so there might be some delays. Once you finish reporting tomorrow, you'll have to get right back to work. Should that be okay? On WeChat, Zhou Wen sent 2 messages. No problem. Mu Ruffing replied quickly. What a joke. With such generous treatment, how could he have the idea of being lazy?
Not to mention, he can get double pay just by working overtime, so how could he not be be willing to work hard. His original job as a loader only gave him 1 day off a week. He was exhausted and often had to work overtime, but he didn't even get overtime pay. Forget about the 9 insurances and 2 funds, they don't even buy social security. The dormitory conditions were unbearably bad, filled with smoke and stench. But here, he was directly allocated an apartment. Seeing that Joan did not send any more messages, Mu Ruffing ate dinner peacefully and began to carefully check the information sent by Zhao Daong. First, the origin of the weird copy game is introduced. About 5 years ago, in 2018, weird copy games suddenly appeared all over the world. Initially, the number of participants was small, and although the mortality rate was high, they were all classified as ordinary cases and were basically unnoticed by the authorities. Even if someone successfully cleared the dungeon and returned to reality, they did not report it to the authorities. As more and more players entered the dungeon, a person with a high status within the system joined in. When the player completed the game and returned to reality, he reported it to the country immediately, and the copy game attracted official attention. Subsequently, a special department was established with this player as the core, and a lot of resources were invested. The department is not managed by any other department and is only responsible to the top management. To date, the department has been established for 5 years. At the beginning, there were few people entering the copy, so it was relatively easy to manage. But as time goes by, more and more players enter the dungeon. Some people even speculate that in the future there may be an era where everyone enters the dungeon. However, this is just speculation, and no one dares to be sure. The only thing that is certain is that more and more players are entering the dungeon. As for the true origin of the strange copy, no one knows, and even if the copy is cleared, it still exists, allowing the next batch of players to continue entering. Because of this, copy guides came into being, and the official ones naturally have the most guides. It can be said that the official can indeed help players increase their chances of survival in the dungeon. Of course, not all copies have detailed guides. For example, those copies that have never been successfully completed, or even if there are guides, they are accompanied by an extremely high risk of death. The most important thing is that new copies will appear every once in a while. The emergence of a new copy means that players must use their lives to explore the strategy. The Scarlet Selection that Mu Ruffing had just cleared was a newly appeared copy. Zhao Daong had reminded him before that he should write down the dungeon strategy when he had time. Every 7 days, players must enter the next dungeon. It cannot be advanced or postponed because it is a mandatory task. But if you master a specific medium, you can enter the dungeon directly without having to abide by the 7-day limit. At the same time, when the level reaches 3, the time interval for entering the dungeon becomes once a month. Of course, there are ways to delay the time of entering the dungeon. However, this postponement method only applies to LV1 and LV2 players. Just spend 100 soul coins and you can postpone entering the dungeon by 1 week. However, even if you have enough soul coins to delay, you must enter the dungeon at least once a month. For example, if you originally planned to enter the dungeon on the 5th and you want to spend 400 soul coins to postpone it for 4 weeks, that is, 28 days. But after 28 days it will be the next month, so the maximum you can spend that month is 300 soul coins to postpone it for 3 weeks. In other words, as long as you have enough soul coins, you can enter the dungeon world once a month. If your level reaches LV5, you only need to go to the dungeon once every 2 months. When you reach LV7, you only need to go to the dungeon once every 3 months. The higher the level and the stronger the strength, the more dangerous the dungeon you enter. 5 years have passed. Am I lucky or unlucky? Mu Ruffing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He continued to look through the information. The background and origin introduction has been completed. Next is the copy level system and some basic knowledge. First of all, the player level system is from LV1 at the lowest to LV9 at the highest. When ordinary people enter a dungeon for the first time, they are not considered real players, but only reserve players. Only after clearing the first copy can you become an official LV1 player. The level here is not calculated by experience points, but is determined by the number of cleared copies. If you want to upgrade from LV1 to LV2, you need to clear 2 more copies before you can upgrade. To upgrade from LV2 to LV3, you need to clear 3 more copies. The same applies to subsequent levels. If the first group of players who entered the dungeon hadn't died, it seems the highest they could have reached was only level 7. When he checked the official information, he found that the player who founded the relevant department seemed to be still alive. Although the higher the level, the stronger the strength, but the dungeon you enter is more dangerous and the chance of death is greater. Mu Ruffing didn't know what the highest level in the country was currently because there was no record of it in the information. At LV1, you can open the contract slot and inventory. The contract slot allows players to make a contract with the weird and gain the weird power. Contract slots play a key role in the player's survival rate in the dungeon. With each level up, the contract slots and inventory will increase. At LV2, it has 2 contract slots. At LV3, there are 3 contract slots, and so on. As for the inventory, 3 more slots are available per level. Is the contract weird? It seems that Captain Joe Wan's previous previous restraints on my body, which made me unable to move, and the force that forced back the flames of the bandages, should be the mysterious power of the contract, right?
Mu Ruffing thought silently. He used 2 abilities. Does this mean that Zhou 1 is already a LV2 player and has contracted 2 monsters? What level are Chu Lianhong and Cheng Yulin? What kind of weirdness did they contract? Mu Ruffing continued to look through the information. He gained a deeper understanding of the copy world. The copy game is divided into 2 modes, single-player mode and multiplayer mode. Single-player copies naturally refer to the Scarlet Preferred type. A multiplayer instance is one where multiple players enter the same instance at the same time.
I heard from Chu Lianhong before that Cheng Yulin's first dungeon was a multiplayer dungeon, and Captain Zhou 1 also participated in it.
If he is in a multiplayer instance, then there is a risk that his possession of cheats will be exposed. Forget it, let's wait until we really enter the multiplayer dungeon and take it one step at a time. At worst, I'll be exposed directly.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Mu Ruffing was too lazy to think about it.
When the most dangerous moment comes, the worst that can happen is that we can start over again in 18 years.
He looked through the descriptions of skills and items again. There are many kinds of props.
The kitchen knife and bandage in his hand are strange weapons and are classified as props. There are also candles and matches that he obtained from the dungeon, which are ordinary props, but not trick weapons. Of course, the most precious and rarest of these are undoubtedly the rule-based props. As for skills, they are basically like those in online games.
There are 3 major categories in total.
The first category is auxiliary skills, including treatment, perception, gain, etc., all of which belong to the auxiliary category. The second category is attack skills, which, as the name suggests, are attack skills that can cause damage. The third category is rule-based skills. It can be said that rule-based skills are extremely precious and powerful. Even powerful weirdness cannot resist the power of rule-based skills. Among these 3 types of skills, the rule type is undoubtedly the rarest and most powerful.
Mu Ruffing happened to obtain a random rule skill card and a rule prop blind box.
Thinking of this, he lost interest in continuing to look through the information. He pushed his finished bowl aside. As soon as he thought about it, the random rule skill cards and rule prop blind boxes in the inventory appeared on the desktop. The random rule skill card was exquisitely crafted, with the card surface covered with complex runes and an inexplicable aura, making it look extremely strange. As for the blind box, it is a fist-sized, square red box with a big black question mark printed on each side of the box.
Mu Ruffing picked up the card and tore it into pieces without hesitation. The next second, the torn card burst into a white light. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rule-based skill, Life and Death. Life and Death, a rule-based skill. When the enemy dies, the user's attributes are doubled.
Note, this can be multiplied up to 10 times.
Ha, a fight to the death? It will only work if the enemy dies? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned.
Then he reacted and a look of joy appeared on his face.
On the surface, the enemies are all dead, so doubling the attributes seems to be of no use.
Although it doesn't have much effect in the real world.
But in the dungeon world, the value of this skill cannot be underestimated.
After all, the so-called enemies in the weird copies are not real living people, but more like the dead. As long as Mu Ruffing regards those monsters as enemies, there is a high probability that the rule skill, Life and Death, will be triggered. He couldn't be completely sure, so he could only wait until the next time he entered the copy world to try it himself.
I might be a bit cautious in real life, but in the dungeon world, I'm the one who strikes hard? That feeling is quite interesting.
After calming down a little, Mu Ruffing turned to look at the blind box of rule props.
I wonder what I can get.
He prayed silently in his heart, hoping to draw a powerful rule prop. Then he reached out and crushed the blind box. He gently squeezed the blind box, and strange notes floated out of the box.
The notes gathered in his palm and eventually formed a mouth. That's right, it's a mouth. Mu Ruffing immediately recognized that this was a woman's mouth.
Her plump lips are slightly upturned, painted with lipstick of unknown color, which looks like an attractive cherry. There is also a row of white and neat teeth inside her lips, which makes it difficult to look away.
What the hell? A mouth? Mu Ruffing was a little stunned.
Singing mouth. This mouth belonged to a girl who loved singing and was extremely talented. Her voice once moved the entire city. Later, the girl disappeared and reappeared as a corpse. Strangely, her mouth had been cut off. Effect: a rule-based prop that can specify a target and force it to sing a song loudly. Note: after designating a target to sing, the user must sing the song sung by the target within 24 hours.
If the time is exceeded, it will be enforced. This should be okay, right? However, this item actually has a price, although the price is not high.
In fact, there are 2 types of rule-based props. One type requires a certain price to use, while the other type has no restrictions. Comparing the 2, it is difficult to determine which one is better. We can only look at the specific effects.
Mu Ruffing opened his mouth and took a closer look.
I have to say, this singing mouth is almost the same as a real person's mouth, soft and sticky, but slightly cold. A bold idea flashed through his mind.
Just kidding, Mu Ruffing is a serious person. Then he put the mouth into the inventory. Mu Ruffing browsed the forum for a while. Most Most of the posts above discuss information related to the copy. Of course, there are also some people chatting and joking, or even quarreling with each other. He read through many posts and gradually realized that there were indeed many player organizations in the real world. Although these organizations are not official, they are more or less supported by capital forces. Some player organizations can maintain close cooperation with the official. Of course, there are also groups that stir up trouble in secret. However, Mu Ruffing didn't care much about these things. After all, he had already joined the official camp. Hey, this Scarlet Preferred app can still be opened? Mu Ruffing suddenly discovered that the Scarlet Preferred app on his desktop was still lit. After all, his phone was running a ghost system, so the apps downloaded from it should not be usable in reality. He directly clicked on the Scarlet Preferred app. The interface was exactly the same as when he first opened it in the dungeon. A wide variety of goods are distributed in various sections. Can I place an order? Mu Ruffing's heart moved, and he immediately clicked on a product and clicked to place an order. Soon, it jumped to the payment interface. Dear user, you have not selected the order address. Please select the location where you want to place the order. Mu Ruffing clicked immediately and the page switched instantly. Sorry, dear user, there is no address available for ordering in your world. To facilitate your shopping needs, you can become a community group buying leader and select a location as a pickup point. Ha, I can actually become the leader of a community group purchase? And I can even set up a pickup point? Mu Ruffing was surprised. As a loader who has worked at Yuxian for 2 years, he naturally knows what being a community group buying leader means. Regardless of anything else, after establishing the pickup point, Mu Ruffing can place an order directly, although he is not sure whether the goods can be delivered. But since the app says that a pickup point can be established, it means that the goods can be delivered in some way, but I don't know how exactly. If that's the case, then wouldn't he be able to be a middleman? After all, things from the weird world should be very popular in reality, right? In the end, Mu Ruffing still did not choose to set up a pickup point. After all, this is not his territory. The location of the pickup point must be carefully considered. At least it cannot be chosen here. I'm so sleepy, let me take a nap first. He yawned. He had just woken up from the copy world not long ago, and had slept for only 5 hours. Now that he had lost his zombie physique, he naturally needed more rest. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing remembered something and immediately shut down and restarted the computer. After turning on the computer, he chose to enter the normal system. Once entering the normal system, the Scarlet Preferred app immediately turns gray and cannot be opened. However, the weird forum is still open and can be used. After turning on the phone, several missed calls and WeChat messages instantly popped up in the notification bar. The missed calls were all from several familiar colleagues such as Uncle Lu and Uncle Wang. The WeChat message was sent at noon by a good college roommate asking to borrow money. They have a good relationship and usually borrow and return things. Mu Ruffing usually lends him money. After thinking for a while, Mu Ruffing replied with a message, "How much do you want?" The other party replied immediately, "No thanks, I cashed it out with my credit card." "What took you so long to reply?" "I just got off work and didn't check my phone." Mu Ruffing replied, "Okay, it's my birthday next Friday, come to my house tonight and get together. Are there any crayfish?" Mu Ruffing asked. "Yes, it must be." "Okay, I'll be there Friday night. By the way, don't buy the cake, my girlfriend has bought it, you can just come. Then I'll bring some drinks." Mu Ruffing said, "Okay, you're responsible for the drinks. You don't need to bring the wine. Brother Chang said he would bring it." After hanging up WeChat, Mu Ruffing thought for a moment and called Uncle Lu again. Fortunately, Uncle Lu didn't ask any more questions, otherwise it would be difficult to speak. Mu Ruffing hung up the phone and felt relieved. After receiving the call, Uncle Lu immediately went into 100,000 wise mode. Mu Ruffing didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell Uncle Lu everything about the copy world, so he had to say vaguely that he had received a gag order from his superiors and had signed a confidentiality agreement, so he could not disclose anything casually. Me too. Uncle Lu seemed to understand the seriousness of the matter and did not ask any further questions. After confirming that Mu Ruffing was safe, he hung up the phone. I almost forgot. I still have to write out the dungeon strategy. Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered something. He immediately opened the document on his phone and began to edit it seriously. Mu Ruffing carefully reviewed his experience in the dungeon. Afterwards, he deleted the fact that he had a zombie physique and moved up the time when he obtained the bandages, so that he could say that he successfully completed the task with the help of the bandages. In subsequent content, he also suggested that players who want to enter this copy should give priority to shippers, tally clerks and receivers. It is especially important to not choose to be a loader because the probability of death is extremely high. Half an hour had passed by the time I finished writing the guide. Sleep. Wait, is there something else I forgot? Oh, by the way, the bandage is still soaking in the bucket. Mu Ruffing stood up suddenly and walked quickly into the bathroom. He came to a plastic bucket and reached in to take out the contents. It was a bundle of wet bandages with many bubbles of bath gel hanging on them. Wet bandage. The bandage that was originally smelly no longer smells after
washing, but it is still wet and needs to be dried. Effect: it has extremely strong toughness and ductility, is not afraid of sharp blades and flames, can stretch up to 20 meters, and can speed up the recovery speed when bandaging wounds. At this time, the bandage had almost repaired itself, and there was no trace of the previous burnt marks. Mu Ruffing took a clothesline, wrapped the bandage around it, and hung it over the head of the bed. Sleep, sleep. He fell onto the bed, closed his eyes, and a wave of sleepiness washed over him. Soon, his breathing became even and he fell asleep. It was almost 9 o'clock and it was unbearably hot outside. Fortunately, the room was equipped with air conditioning, so Mu Ruffing was not woken up by the heat. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Mu Ruffing slept soundly, but at this moment, in another part of the city, there was chaos. Location: railway station. Time: July 17, 2023, 12 a.m. Get everyone out of here. No one can stay. An angry roar rang out in the train station square. Minister Tian, those are all reporters, and there are a lot of onlookers outside taking videos with their mobile phones. The director of the Public Security Bureau quickly reminded. Impact? Do you think I care about the impact? Don't you know how serious the situation is? I'll give you 3 minutes to expel everyone, including the onlookers. None of your people are allowed to set foot in the train station, otherwise you can't wear this hat anymore. Tian Lin shouted angrily. Yes, I will arrange for someone to expel them immediately. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and groaned inwardly. At this time, the unique buzzing sound of a drone came from the sky. Tian Lin looked up angrily, grabbed his shoes and threw them hard. The leather shoes cut through the air and instantly hit the drone dozens of meters in the air. Asshole, arrest the guy flying the drone and give him a week of administrative detention to teach him a lesson. Tian Lin ordered angrily. I'll go right away. The director didn't dare to say anything more, turned around and left quickly. The square has been surrounded by a temporary wall, and not only the square but the entire train station is under martial law. Outside the train station, there were figures of the Public Security Bureau and the military. I don't know what means the director used, but he managed to expel everyone within 3 minutes. At this moment, there was dead silence all around, without any noise. Minister Tian Lin has returned to the ticket hall of the train station. What are the calculation results? How long will it take for the bloody train dungeon to arrive? Tian Lin walked up to an instrument that was only 1 person tall and had a very strange shape, and asked, Minister, according to the instrument's calculations, the bloody train copy will arrive in 10 minutes at most. The woman sitting in front of the instrument replied, Tanabe, the bloody train has actually come to our place. I don't know how many people will die this time. A dark-skinned man sighed. I remember that the bloody train has always been in the north. This time it actually came to us. Joe Wen on the side also shook his head. No matter what, we have to go there in person today, Tian Lin said in a deep voice. He glanced around and continued, every time the blood train appears, the death toll is extremely high. The strategies brought back by the surviving players only slightly increase the chances of survival. I won't say much to you old players. Everyone present here is an elite who has undergone rigorous training. Although you haven't entered a dungeon yet, you are already considered a reserve player. Let's go to the waiting room together. If you get your ticket, don't be nervous or afraid. Remember your previous training and strictly follow those rules. Yes, all the employees burst out with powerful momentum. Except for a few technical personnel, those who can become employees of relevant departments have basically undergone rigorous training, with the aim of entering the cruel copy one day. They have waited too long for this moment. Bloody Train is a large-scale multiplayer instance that only appeared once every 6 months. 2 years ago, the frequency became once every 3 months. If I remember correctly, the Bloody Train appeared in Harbin in the north last month. In other words, the interval between the appearances of the Bloody Train has now been shortened to 1 month. At the beginning of the month, the Weird Things Research Bureau located at its headquarters in Beijing developed a new instrument to detect fluctuations in ghost energy. As the Hunan branch, they were naturally allocated one. However, this instrument has just been developed and can only detect within a certain range. It can detect any fluctuations in ghost energy. When the distance is too far, only copies with extremely high ghost energy concentration can be detected. For example, the black umbrella that Mu Ruffing used as a medium to enter the copy world was not detected at all because the distance was too far. They only learned about this after several people had died and the scene was extremely horrific. At first, they weren't sure it was a Bloody Train copy when they detected it. The reason for the discovery was that after confirming that a strange copy was about to arrive at the train station, personnel were mobilized immediately to seal off the scene and stop all trains entering and leaving the station. Then we began to gradually investigate all the strange things. Finally, an old station sign stained with dark red blood was found on the platform next to the tracks. There are 3 big words written on the station sign, Chansha Station. This discovery instantly confirmed the identity of the Bloody Train copy. Bloody Train is a multiplayer dungeon with extremely high difficulty and an extremely alarming mortality rate. The way into the Blood Train is also difficult difficult to control. When the bloody train pulls into the station, tickets are randomly distributed throughout the city.
The number of tickets has never been fixed.
All they knew was that as long as they were inside the train station, their chances of getting a ticket would increase significantly.
This is also the reason why Tianlin wants to block the train station, expel all ordinary people, and only leave employees of relevant departments and players. At the same time, the bloody train dungeon completely ignores the player's dungeon cooldown time. Even if you have just entered the dungeon the day before, you have to board the bloody train as long as the ticket is delivered to you. When time passed the 9th minute, Tianlin, Lao Hei, and Zhouwen seemed to have noticed something and suddenly looked up towards the platform. Whoa!
A shrill whistle sounded from a distance, striking the hearts of all the players. All the players in the train station heard it, but the ordinary employees in the relevant departments could not hear it, because they are just ordinary people who can neither see nor hear.
Ha! Why is there the sound of a train whistle? At this time, an ordinary employee suddenly asked, "Is there a train arriving? But isn't this place blocked off?" Another employee asked in confusion. When Tianlin heard this, he turned to the two men and asked, "Did anyone else hear the whistle?" "Whistle? I didn't hear it." "No, where does the whistle come from? What is going on? Is the bloody train coming?" The employees started discussing. "Enough, be quiet. You two, come out." Tianlin sternly ordered everyone to be quiet and then asked the two people who heard the whistle to stand up. "You two, fill your pockets and see if you have any tickets." "Everyone should look too," said Tianlin.
Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to search in their pockets.
"Yes, I have a ticket. I have one too." The two employees who came out really took out 2 tickets from their pockets.
The ticket was old and stained with dark red blood, giving off a strange smell that made people feel creepy.
"It seems that I have to work overtime tonight."
At this time, Chang Yulin raised his hands helplessly. I saw that he was also holding a train ticket in his hand.
"I have one too."
Xu Lianhong, who was next to Chang Yulin, also took out a blood-stained ticket.
Suddenly, 4 people here got tickets. "Has anyone else got a ticket?" Tianlin's face was gloomy. He was obviously not relaxed because of the 4 tickets. Instead, he continued to ask.
Everyone looked at each other and continued to grope in their pockets.
I have one too."
At this time, a faint voice came from the door of the waiting room.
It was the girl who had operated the instrument before. "Ah, Xiaoyi, how did you get the ticket? Didn't I ask you to leave the station?" Tianlin was shocked. "Uncle, I don't know either.
I was outside just now and suddenly found an extra ticket in my pocket, so I hurried over here."
Xiaoyi's face was full of horror.
Apparently, she was still afraid of entering the dungeon.
Damn it, it had to be you. You're obviously just a technician." Tianlin slapped his head and racked his brains to think of a solution. "Minister Tian, don't worry, I will definitely protect Xiaoyi well."
Xu Lianhong stood up and said solemnly,
"Yes, I will also protect your niece, Minister." Chang Yulin quickly agreed. "Uncle, I will be careful."
Xian Xiaoyi also said in a low voice.
"Have you read the information and strategy guide of Bloody Train?" Tianlin asked. "Uncle, don't worry, I've already checked it out." "Okay, then you must think twice before entering the dungeon and be extremely careful. You have to take good care of Chang Yulin, Xu Lianhong, Xiaoyi, and the others." Tianlin looked at them with a firm gaze. "Take it, this can save your life." Tianlin handed a prop to Xiaoyi.
In the dungeon world, props are extremely valuable and can greatly increase the chance of survival. Few people are willing to lend these valuable items, fearing that if others die, the items will be lost.
Everyone saw it and understood the importance of it.
The other 2 employees who got the tickets did not think it was unfair, and Chang Yulin and Xu Lianhong had no objection.
Whoa!
The whistle sounded again, closer this time. At the same time, the temperature in the waiting room began to drop slowly, and the surrounding walls were decaying and peeling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figures of those without tickets gradually became blurred.
"Remember, you must get out alive, otherwise I won't be able to explain to your parents."
Tianlin held Xian Xiaoyi's hand tightly and reminded her again and again.
Uncle.
Tianlin disappeared, and the people around him disappeared one after another. "Don't worry, we too are here to protect you."
Xu Lianhong walked forward and held Xian Xiaoyi's half-raised hand. "Well, thank you, Sister Hong." Xian Xiaoyi's uneasiness was slightly relieved.
The waiting room at this moment has completely changed.
I don't know when this place became an open waiting room. Moreover, the platform where the train enters the station is only 20 meters ahead.
At this moment, they were already in the copy of Bloody Train.
Several figures holding tickets also appeared around.
The strangest one among them was actually sleeping on the ground, his body wrapped in bandages, with 2 bandages extending out. A kitchen knife was tied to the end of one bandage, and a blood-stained train ticket was rolled up on the end of the other bandage.
Mu Rufeng?
Xu Lianhong recognized at a glance that the strange man covered in bandages was Mu Rufeng.
No way, why is Mu Rufeng here? Isn't he lying down and sleeping?
Chang Yulin also stared at the bandaged weirdo on the ground in surprise.
Mu Rufeng? Is he the new player who just joined? Although Qian Xiaoyi didn't know Mu Rufeng, he learned the name of this new player from Zhou Wan. Where exactly is this place? Am I not in an internet cafe? What's going on? I remember I was still at home. Husband, where are you? Whoa.
Suddenly, a chaotic sound came from the crowd. Dozens of people had gathered in the waiting hall. Obviously, they were all passengers of this train. Chung Yulin, the train is about to arrive at the station, and time is running out.
And you too, go and comfort everyone immediately and tell them the basic information. Shall we? Go wake up Mu Rufang. No matter what, having one more player is always good. Shu Lianhong made arrangements quickly. Yeah, Chung Yulin nodded in agreement. Everyone took action immediately. Mu Rufang didn't sleep comfortably.
The ground was cold and hard, making him feel uncomfortable all over.
Was the air conditioner turned on too low?
Wake up, Mu Rufang. A voice rang in his ear, and at the same time a finger poked his face.
Who? Mu Rufang opened his eyes in a daze. Hello, I'm Qian Xiaoyi, a staff member of the relevant department.
Qian Xiaoyi introduced herself.
Qian Xiaoyi? Mu Rufang rubbed his eyes and half sat up.
At this time, he realized something was wrong.
This didn't seem to be a safe house. He woke up immediately.
He stood up from the ground, quickly glanced around, and found that a group of people were making a lot of noise not far away.
What's going on? I remember I was sleeping in the safe house? Mu Rufang looked at Qian Xiaoyi.
Qian Xiaoyi raised his hand and pointed to Mu Rufang's left.
Mu Rufang turned his head and looked in the direction he was pointing.
Then he saw the blood-stained ticket tightly wrapped in a bandage. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, Mu Rufang knew that he had entered the dungeon again.
No way, entering the dungeon again? Isn't there a cooldown period? Shouldn't it be 7 days before entering again? Mu Rufang asked in surprise.
You may not have looked carefully.
Some specific copies can ignore the player's cooldown period and force the player to enter. Qian Xiaoyi explained. Oh, can't you just let me have a good sleep? Mu Rufang sighed.
Since he couldn't sleep, he could only make preparations.
It's a good opportunity to try out your newly acquired skills and items.
At the same time, he was also looking forward to what kind of plugin he would load.
First, Mu Rufang checked his inventory.
Inside are singing mouth, soul coins, and candles. Bandages were also on his body. The kitchen knife was wrapped in a bandage, and the matches were also wrapped in bandages. Everything was complete and nothing was missing because he was sleeping.
Wait, why are you bandaging me again? Get out of here, get out of here. No wonder Mu Rufang always felt something was wrong.
It turned out that at some point, the bandages were wrapped around his entire body again. The bandage seemed to be very obedient and immediately spread out from his body, finally wrapping around Mu Rufang's right hand. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing Mu Rufang to shiver involuntarily.
Why are you only wearing a pair of shorts? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed and took a few steps back. Ha!
Mu Rufang then realized that he was naked except for his black shorts. Yes, he is used to sleeping in just his shorts. Hurry up and put on a set of clothes and pants for me.
Mu Rufang was a little embarrassed and gave the order immediately. As soon as the command was given, the bandages responded quickly.
Within a few seconds, Mu Rufang put on a set of bandage trousers and long sleeves.
Sorry.
Mu Rufang apologized to Qian Xiaoyi a little embarrassedly.
No, it's okay, your style is quite unique. Qian Xiaoyi immediately praised. Mu Rufang looked at his outfit, which was so weird that it was truly unique. Besides, what's more? A train slowly approached from the thick fog. The earth shook.
The entire waiting room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention was drawn over.
The train has arrived. Everyone, please remember what I just said. Do not break the rules. Everyone, try your best to survive.
At the same time, a prompt sounded in everyone's mind.
Enter the dungeon, bloody train. Instance type, large multiplayer instance. Number of participants, 30. Easy. Ding dong.
The train has arrived at the station.
All passengers are requested to leave the waiting room immediately and go to the platform to queue for ticket inspection and boarding.
After a burst of electric sound came from the old waiting station broadcast, a cold female voice was heard. The train came speeding, slowed down as it approached the platform, and slowly moved onto the track. Gusts of cold wind whistled past, carrying a gloomy and ghostly aura, making everyone shiver involuntarily. The temperature was clearly around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius before, but now it was so cold that it made people shiver. Fortunately, this cold wind came and went quickly, and the temperature rose quickly, so people no longer shivered from the cold.
Everyone, leave the waiting area immediately and go to the platform to line up for ticket checking and boarding the train. Chung Yulin shouted loudly. Some people followed Chung Yulin and Shu Lianhong's instructions and walked towards the platform cautiously. However, there were still some people who did not believe Chung Yulin. They took out their mobile phones to make calls and even tried to escape from the other end of the waiting room. I'll say it again, go to the platform to check your tickets and get on the train. Chung Yulin stood in front of several people and said coldly, who do you think you are? You want to scare me with a crappy ID? Get out of here, and don't blame me for being unreasonable with my fists. A burly man stared at Chung Yulin with disdain on his face. The dispute here made people who were about to go to the platform stop and look back. You are shameless. Before Chung Yulin could finish his words, Shu Lianhong strode towards him. Following closely
behind were Mu Ruffing, Qian Xiaoi and two other employees, Shui Fan and Xinyu.
Leave it to me, Chan Yulin said.
He raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers, and instantly 5 blood-red threads shot out from his fingertips. Under the horrified gaze of the 5 people, the silk thread quickly wrapped around them. The 5 people were lifted directly into the air. Let's go to the platform. Chang Yulin walked slowly towards the platform. The 5 people were entangled by silk threads and suspended in the air like balloons. The others were all extremely shocked when they saw this scene. This was completely beyond their comprehension. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly walked towards the platform. The 5 people hanging in the air wanted to scream in fear, but their mouths were covered by silk threads and they could not make any sound. Brother Lin, your move is really cool. What the hell is your contract? Mu Ruffang leaned over and asked curiously. Chang Yulin was about to answer when Chu Lianhong said, the one he contracted is a thread ghost, specializing in harming people. He's useless. Ha, you talk as if you can beat me. Chang Yulin retorted. Can't win? Come on, let's have a fight. Chu Lianhong raised his eyebrows. Sister Hong, Brother Lin, can you please consider the occasion? Qian Xiaoi tried to dissuade them, fearing that they would start arguing again. Mu Ruffing shook his head and sighed. It happened that these two people were arranged into the same copy. By the way, in this copy, we may enter different trains, so everyone should be prepared to separate. Chu Lianhong reminded. Okay, I understand, Sister Hong. Qian Xiaoi nodded. Separate? Mu Ruffing was secretly happy in his heart. It would be best if they could separate. Soon, everyone arrived on the platform. Wait, I suddenly remembered, Xiao Mu, although this is your second time entering the dungeon, you are still a newcomer. You should not have read the guide for Bloody Train, right? Chang Yulin suddenly said. No, tell me about it. Mu Ruffing replied. As he was speaking, the doors of the train that had already stopped suddenly opened, and one by one the attendants walked out. Mu Ruffing glanced at the scarlet train. Excluding the locomotive, there were 10 carriages in total. Starting from the end, a crew member came out from each car, from car number 10 to car number 2. These flight attendants are both male and female, and they all wear uniforms. They don't have strange shapes, they are all human shape, but their skin is abnormally pale. He had an expressionless face and stared at the passengers who were about to get on the bus, which looked strange and unusual. Being stared at by them, the people waiting for the bus felt a chill. Everyone, check your tickets immediately. They will indicate the corresponding carriage and seat. You must get on the bus within 3 minutes, otherwise you will violate the rules and will definitely die. Chu Lianhong reminded again. Upon hearing this, everyone took out their tickets. Sure enough, the carriage and seat numbers appeared on the bloodstained ticket. At this time, Chang Yulin also released the 5 balloon people. After landing, the 5 people held their breath and looked at their tickets carefully. Mu Ruffing looked around and found himself in carriage 8, seat number 20. I'm in carriage 8, seat 20. Is anyone in the same carriage with me? Mu Ruffing asked. I'm in carriage number 5. Shui Fan replied. I'm also in carriage number 5. Xinyu said, holding up his ticket. I'm in carriage number 10. Where's Xiaoi? Chu Lianhong asked. I'm in car number 9. Qian Xiaoi's face was a little pale. It's okay, Xiaoi, I'll be in the same compartment with you. Chang Yulin comforted. Time is running out. You must remember the rules I mentioned earlier and be careful. Chang Yulin patted Mu Ruffing on the shoulder. Then, he looked at Shui Fan and Xinyu. Your primary goal is to survive, clear the dungeon, and become a player. As for ordinary people, as long as it doesn't endanger your own safety, you can help them. Yes, Brother Lin. The two nodded heavily. Hurry up and check your tickets and get on the train. Chu Lianhong urged, turning and walking towards carriage number 10. Mu Ruffing felt pretty good about not being in the same carriage with people from relevant departments. He held the ticket and walked towards carriage number 8. Carriage number 8 was at the rear of the train, and there weren't many passengers, only 2 people, including Mu Ruffing, making 3 in total. The 2 people in front have already checked their tickets and boarded the bus. Tickets, a conductor said, holding out his hand. The attendant in carriage number 8 was a tall woman wearing black lace stockings and had a beautiful face. If it weren't for those strange white eyes, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. Mu Ruffing handed over the ticket. Get on the bus. The attendant nodded and returned the ticket to him. Mu Ruffing took the ticket and stepped onto the train. As soon as he entered the carriage, Mu Ruffing felt a strong and strange aura. The breath flashed by. This aura is really strong. The difficulty of Bloody Train is higher than Scarlet Selection. However, why hasn't my plugin been activated yet? Mu Ruffing thought to himself. Before he finished speaking, a prompt sounded in his mind. Host detected entering the instance. Plugin loaded successfully. Host, please choose one of the following 3 plugins. Host, please select one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Unlimited soul coins. You will receive 1 trillion soul coins at the beginning, which you can spend at will. 2. 100-fold amplification. Amplify a single attribute by 100 times. You can convert any attribute at any time. 3. Stoneman. You will become an ordinary, insignificant stone, and will be able to survive this dungeon safely. Ha! Mu Ruffing paused, looking a little surprised. To be honest,
honest, these 3 plugins are really pretty good.
He thought carefully for a while and finally chose the first plugin, Unlimited Soul Coins. The reason why he chose it was naturally because he already knew the importance of soul coins in the strange world. First of all, according to the information, the weird copies are basically connected, and together they constitute a huge weird world. This strange world also has its own order, and soul coins are the currency circulating here.
Whether it is items, props, or contracted ghosts, soul coins are indispensable.
More importantly, soul coins contain ghost energy, and their face value determines the concentration of ghost energy. The higher the face value, the stronger the ghost energy contained in the soul coin. Take the 4 ghosts in Dormitory 302 that Mu Ruffing just defeated, for example. They only dropped 325 soul coins because they absorbed the ghost energy in the soul coins to strengthen themselves. Of course, they will also leave some soul coins to buy daily necessities.
This is also the reason why they don't have many soul coins.
As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. This saying is not only applicable in the real world but is also true in the weird world. With 1 trillion soul coins, Mu Ruffing couldn't help but want to experience the feeling of being a rich man. As for the second plugin, 100-fold amplification, even 1,000-fold amplification, the effect is actually not obvious when facing some strange ghosts. Therefore, Mu Ruffing was the first to pass on this plugin.
The third plugin is quite interesting.
It turns you into a stone man with the properties of a transparent man, allowing you to pass through the dungeon safely. If you just want to get through the game smoothly, this is undoubtedly the best choice.
But Mu Ruffing was not satisfied with the minimum 100% completion rate.
Therefore, he decisively chose the option to obtain 1 trillion soul coins at the beginning.
After the plugin was selected, there was nothing unusual around.
This made Mu Ruffing feel a little confused. Immediately, as urged by the attendant, he slowly walked into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Mu Ruffing looked around and found that there were not many passengers. The only living people were the 2 who had entered earlier, plus himself, making a total of 3 living people in this carriage. There were only about 10 strange passengers.
You know, this carriage can seat more than 100 people.
Therefore, the dim carriage seemed particularly empty and the atmosphere was eerie.
It stinks.
Mu Ruffing's heart trembled slightly. As soon as he stepped into the carriage, he smelled a foul odor mixed with many other smells. There was the stench of dead fish and rotten shrimp, the smell of decaying corpses, and a strong smell of blood. These smells are mixed with some indescribable strange stench that is almost unbearable. Coupled with the oppressive environment around him, Mu Ruffing's nerves couldn't help but tense up. After all, this was only his second time entering the dungeon.
2 days ago, he was just an ordinary worker.
He recalled the bloodthirsty attribute in himself. Bloodthirst, after triggering this state, the player becomes irritable and agitated, their fears forgotten, and their pain perception reduced by 50%.
Note, this state requires blood intake.
He acted decisively and bit the tip of his tongue.
A bloody smell suddenly filled my mouth.
A strange feeling welled up from deep within my heart.
Fear, panic,
all vanished, replaced by a ferocious, bloodthirsty instinct. A flash of blood red appeared in Mu Ruffing's eyes. Sure enough, sucking one's own blood can trigger a bloodthirsty state. As for the duration, he didn't test it, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter if the tongue was a little bitter. Soon, he found his seat, a seat for 2 people on the left side of the carriage.
Excuse me, my seat is number 20. Mu Ruffing said politely. His seat was by the window, with the seat number on the inside, next to seat 19, close to the middle aisle. There was an old lady sitting in seat 19. However, this old lady is obviously not a living person, but a strange existence. She glanced at Mu Ruffing and said coldly, "I don't like living people sitting next to me, old woman. Go away." After saying that, the old lady opened the lid of the bamboo basket in her arms. A strong smell of blood immediately hit my nose. There was a human head lying in the basket. It was the head of a middle-aged man with blood coming out of all 7 orifices and a calm face. "Son, come out and get some fresh air."
The old lady took out the head with a smile. The eyes of the head suddenly opened, sensing the breath of a living person, and its gaze quickly locked onto Mu Ruffing, staring at him intently.
"Mom, I want to eat meat.
His meat smells so good.
I want to eat it so much."
What's strange is that the voice coming out of this head is actually a childish voice.
"Be good, son. It's not time to eat yet. Just be patient,"
the old woman said with a smile on her face.
"Okay, Mom. Then put me down. I want to move around," the head said again. Okay, I'll put you down right now." The old woman then placed the head on seat number 20. Mu Ruffing looked at this scene with no expression on his face. Although the scene was weird and terrifying, it was completely acceptable to him. "That's perfect. I can try that rule skill," Mu Ruffing thought secretly in his heart. But how can he make this weird thing become his enemy? Without thinking too much, he tried to activate the rule skill, Life and Death. Life and Death skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. Life and Death skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes increased by 2 times, lasting for 1 hour. Almost instantly, Mu Ruffing felt the strength in his body increase by 2 times. He quickly opened his personal panel to check. Name, Mu Ruffing. Ring. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength 42, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Spirit, 33, 11 plus 11 plus 11. Constitution, 42, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Contract slot, none. Skill, life and death. Props, fragrant bandage, resentful kitchen knife, dorm manager's secret candles x2, matches, singing mouth. Soul coins, 100000000004178. Sure enough, the attributes increased by 2 times. As for it lasting an hour, he wasn't surprised. After all, if there were no time limit, that would be a magical skill. The train is about to depart. Passengers who have not yet taken their seats, please take their seats as soon as possible. The train is about to depart. Passengers who have not yet taken their seats, please take their seats as soon as possible. The train is about to depart. Passengers who have not yet taken their seats, please take their seats as soon as possible. The announcement sounded 3 times. Mr. Human Head, please give up your seat, Moo Ruffing said with a kind smile on his face, holding a kitchen knife. Oh, you want to fight? Come on, kill this old woman like me. The old woman was not panicked at all, and stretched her neck to signal Moo Ruffing to chop. It was really very long, with the neck stretching out nearly 1 meter, which looked extremely weird. The old woman turned into a long-necked monster, staring at Moo Ruffing with excitement in her eyes. She seemed to be expecting him to actually take action. Moo Ruffing naturally did not take action. The rules Chu Lianhong told him clearly stated, it is forbidden to attack living people on the train. This rule is to protect the safety of players. If the player attacks the weird, this rule will be invalid and the weird can fight back. That's why the long-necked monster was so looking forward to Moo Ruffing taking action. It is said that this rule was tested at the cost of countless lives. The rules of Bloody Train are unclear, and players can only figure it out as they play. Because of this, Blood Train has an extremely terrifying death rate. Even when the incidence is highest and the mortality rate is lowest, it is still as high as 50%. At its peak, the mortality rate was as high as 90%, making it a veritable slaughterhouse. The long-necked monster seemed to realize that Moo Ruffing had no intention of attacking. Its eyes rolled and it stretched its neck again, pointing directly at Moo Ruffing's neck. Judging from its posture, it was obviously trying to scare Moo Ruffing and force him to take action. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Whether it was the long-necked monster, the little boy in front hitting the ball, or even the attendant who had just walked into the carriage, they all stood still at this moment. What's going on? Moo Ruffing also felt something was wrong. He noticed that even the clock on the bloody train had stopped, which meant that even the train itself was affected. Suddenly, a ball of black mist appeared out of nowhere in front of Moo Ruffing. A golden light flashed from the black fog. It was a black card with a gold border around it. 3 big words were written on the front of the card. Black Gold Card. On the back are engraved 4 big characters. TND Bank. A strong ghostly aura emanated from the black gold card. Dear Black Gold Card holder, excuse me for disturbing you. I am Zhao Huanyu, General Manager of TND Bank. Thank you for applying for a black gold card with us. I should have come to meet you in person, but a powerful force blocked my way. I could only open a passage and deliver the black gold card to you. You are the most distinguished super VIP user of TND Bank. If necessary, please come to the Imperial Capital headquarters. We will treat you with the highest standards. A voice came from the card. After hearing this, Moo Ruffing was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said quickly, no need. Then he reached out and took the black gold card in his hand. TND Bank Black Gold Card. This card is TND Bank's top super VIP card. To obtain it, you need to deposit 1 billion soul coins. Current bank card balance, 1 trillion yuan. Effect, you can withdraw cash from the black gold card at any time. Moo Ruffing stared at the string of zeros and swallowed. Dear guest, the power has increased. I have to leave now. Please be sure to visit the Imperial Capital Bank. Wei, zizizizi. The sound gradually faded away, and the black fog dissipated. Was that power the blood train, or his cheat? Moo Ruffing speculated silently in his heart. He felt that it was probably the power of the plug-in that prevented the real body from showing up, and he could only use the black gold card to transmit information. TND Bank is definitely the top force in this strange world. The general manager's aura alone was enough to stop the bloody train in free space, which shows how powerful the TND Bank is. At this moment, Moo Ruffing noticed that the clock on the top of the carriage began to shake, and it seemed that it was about to resume ticking. Looking at the black gold card in his hand that was filled with strong ghostly aura, Moo Ruffing put it into the inventory without hesitation. All the forces faded away, and the frozen space around them resumed its flow. The long-necked monster began to approach Moo Ruffing again. It seemed to be completely unaware of what had just happened. Moo Ruffing didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and the bandage immediately extended out, tightly wrapping the long-necked monster's body in the blink of an eye. The long-necked monster was forced to sit down, and the bandages quickly spread to the seat. Soon, the struggling long-necked monster was tied tightly to the seat and could not move. Should I ask you to leave, or? Before he could finish his words, the long-necked monster's head quickly jumped off the seat and landed accurately in the bamboo basket on the ground.
sound.
Before Mu Ruffing could make a move, the lid of the bamboo basket automatically flew back and covered it tightly.
I wish I had known this earlier. Mu Ruffing shook his head and sat down in seat 20. Not far away, the flight attendant who had just wanted to get closer saw Mu Ruffing sitting down, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. In less than 30 seconds, the train will start moving, and any passengers who have not yet taken their seats will become her prey. Besides, the train started slowly. The old platform gradually disappeared from Mu Ruffing's sight. Not long after, the last ray of light disappeared completely. The scene outside the window turned pitch black, and I couldn't even tell where the road was. The bloody train seemed to be traveling through another dimension, so strange and creepy that it made people's hair stand on end.
Dear passengers, hello, our next destination is Kunshin Chicken Farm. Please refrain from making loud noises on the train.
If you do not have a ticket, please purchase one promptly.
The broadcast sounded again.
At the same time, a prompt sounded in the minds of all the living passengers.
Massive multiplayer dungeon, bloody train. Number of participants, 30. Current number of survivors, 28. Clearance conditions, arrive at the Kunshin Chicken Farm alive.
Each additional station you reach doubles your completion score.
Arrival at Kunshin Chicken Farm alive?
Mu Ruffing recalled the broadcast just now, and the next stop was Kunshin Chicken Farm.
We just got on the bus not long ago, and 2 people have already died?
He stared at the number of survivors, unable to hide his surprise. After all, Xu Lianhong, Cheng Yulin, and Xinyu explained the basic rules to the passengers in detail. Unexpectedly, some people still died. At this moment, Mu Ruffing finally felt the horror of the death rate in this strange copy. Dear passengers, there are still 3 hours until the next stop.
In order to better serve you, we have specially prepared some food.
At some point, the flight attendant came slowly from the connection between the carriages pushing a small cart. On the cart was a huge iron barrel, next to which was a half-sized plastic bucket and a stack of bowls the size of half a football. The flight attendant stopped by the first row of seats. There sat a non-living passenger. The man looked disgusting, his face was rotten, his body was swollen, and corpse worms and fat maggots were crawling around in his body.
What's the food today? This strange passenger seemed to take this train often.
Hello, sir. Today's dish is heart, lung and bone soup, which contains blood ginseng and corpse worms that are more than 3 years old.
The flight attendant replied.
Wow, it looks like we're in for a treat today, but the price won't be cheap, will it? Asked the passenger. Just drinking the heart and lung soup is 10 soul coins, adding corpse worms and blood ginseng is 20, and adding thigh bones is 50. As the flight attendant spoke, he opened the lid of the large iron barrel. As soon as the lid was opened, the passenger stuck his head in to take a sniff, and an expression of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face.
Okay, it seems the ingredients used this time are all top quality. Give me a set meal for 20 yuan.
Suddenly, there was a plop sound.
Maggots crawled out of his eye sockets and fell directly into the iron bucket. Neither the strange passengers nor the flight attendants reacted at all.
Not long after, a large bowl of soup was brought to the strange passenger. It smells so good. He drank half a bowl in one gulp, chewing the ginseng roots and corpse worms in his mouth full of enjoyment. The attendant pushed the cart further forward, this time to the third row of seats.
Auntie, I remember that food was provided for free before. Why do we have to charge for it this time? The child holding the ball looked up and asked.
Because many passengers complained that the free food was hard to swallow, we launched a new service last week, the flight attendant explained.
I see. Auntie, is the thigh bone here from a living person or a clone?
If it's a clone, the price wouldn't be worth this much. The child continued to ask.
Of course they're not clones. The flight attendant pointed at Mu Ruffing and the other 2. They're just like them, otherwise they wouldn't be so expensive.
Well, auntie, give me a 50 yuan portion to warm my stomach so I can have a good meal later, the child said, looking naively behind Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing had no reaction to this, but the other 2 players were so scared that their faces turned pale. A large bowl of soup was served, with a large bone in it, and the soup was full of dead worms and ginseng roots floating on the surface.
The generous portion shows that this set meal is indeed extraordinary.
The child grabbed the large bone and bit off a large piece, making a crunching sound as he chewed it.
It looks like it's frozen?
I still prefer fresh ones, but it's also good as an appetizer, the child said seriously.
Soon, the flight attendant pushed the cart to the 4th row, where Mu Ruffing was sitting. This, passenger, what do you need? The flight attendant looked at the tied-up old lady and asked politely.
The old lady struggled hard, making sounds, but she didn't move at all and couldn't even speak. Mu Ruffing suddenly pointed at the bamboo basket on the ground and said, Staff, I'm reporting that there's a ghost with a human head trying to evade the ticket.
Ha! Someone evaded the fare? A flash of bloodshot appeared in the attendant's eyes. Yes, there is a ghost with a human head in this bamboo basket. He didn't buy a ticket. Mu Ruffing said. The flight attendant didn't say anything and just reached out to grab the bamboo basket.
At this moment, the lid of the bamboo basket was suddenly opened and a human-headed ghost jumped out from it. I'll buy the ticket. I'll buy the ticket. The human-headed ghost said hurriedly.
Buy a ticket? Okay, I'll give you a 100 yuan discount as a token of my appreciation. The flight attendant showed a hint of regret on his face.
Her prey is not only living passengers but also strange creatures.
What? 100 yuan? Isn't the ticket only 50 yuan?
The human-headed ghost was shocked.
You can choose not to pay for the ticket. The flight attendant responded coldly. As a flight attendant, it is common to make some money. As for complaints,
I'm not a VIP, so ordinary complaints are useless.
Okay, I'll buy the ticket. My money is all with my mother. My mother is trapped by him now. You ask him to let my mother go.
The human-headed ghost said, gritting his teeth.
The flight attendant looked at Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing smiled at the flight attendant and said nothing.
The attendant's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Mr. Head, please buy your ticket immediately, otherwise.
My money is with my mother. Ask him to let my mother go.
The human-headed ghost panicked.
Woo woo.
The old lady struggled desperately, and strong ghost energy gushed out from the gaps in the bandages. However, even so, it only resulted in a few more wraps of the bandage.
If you can't afford the extra money for the ticket, then you're mine.
The flight attendant showed a ferocious smile and reached out to grab the human-headed ghost.
No, I'll bite your bandage.
The human-headed ghost bit the bandage. The sharp teeth kept rubbing, trying to bite through the bandage.
If the bandage could talk, it would definitely complain. What else can you do besides spit all over me?
This is indeed the case. The human-headed ghost's teeth cannot bite through the bandage at all. This bandage is extremely elastic, or perhaps the teeth of the human-headed ghost are not as sharp as imagined.
I got you, you're mine.
The flight attendant said with a sinister smile. Before the head ghost could react, the flight attendant pressed him against his abdomen.
At the same time, the flight attendant's abdomen suddenly split open in the middle.
A strange baby with a twisted body appeared in the crack.
Ah!
The human-headed ghost screamed and disappeared in an instant. The stewardess's belly was closed again and her uniform was restored to its original state.
You can let this passenger go. The flight attendant looked at Mu Ruffing. I'm happy to do so.
Mu Ruffing smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly, and the bandage was retracted. As soon as the old lady was freed, she stared at the flight attendant like a mad tiger. A terrifying and strange aura spread out, making people feel frightened.
She is quite powerful, at least stronger than the flight attendants. Sir, what can I do for you?
Plain soup is 10 yuan, adding human blood ginseng and corpse worms is 20 yuan, and a grand slam is 50 yuan. Faced with the old lady's malice, the flight attendant remained calm. On this train, she was not afraid of anyone hitting her, or rather, no one dared to hit the train attendants.
50 yuan.
The old lady said one sentence at a time.
It's still a long way to go.
She sat back in her seat and stared at Mu Ruffing gloomily.
Yes, it is very long. Mu Ruffing nodded in agreement.
Your soup is ready.
The flight attendant brought a bowl of rich bone soup.
The old lady took the bowl and slowly began to taste it.
Dear passenger, which package would you like? The flight attendant turned to look at Mu Ruffing. Current number of survivors, 25.
Suddenly, a blood-red screen frame appeared in front of Mu Ruffing's sight.
Another player was eliminated.
Zhu Lianhong once said that the train would provide free food, and if you refused to accept it, the strange people would use it as an excuse to attack you. Although the free food provided on the train tastes hard to swallow, as long as you eat it, nothing bad will happen. And there's no need to worry about the food being contaminated. At most it'll be disgusting unless you devour 5 bowls in one go. But if that were the case, let alone being poisoned, I would have been feeling uncomfortable from bloating. However, the service has changed from free to paid.
After thinking for a moment, Mu Ruffing asked, didn't you provide food for free before? Isn't it free now? Sure enough, the contractors are just like stink bugs, all paupers.
The flight attendant showed a look of contempt, then scooped out a portion of black food from a smaller iron bucket next to the iron bucket and handed it to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing clearly saw that the black food was mixed with hair and some unknown insects. Accompanied by a disgusting stench, it is hard to imagine where this so-called free food comes from.
It stinks terribly. How can I possibly eat this? Is this all the food your train provides? Mu Ruffing asked in a deep voice. Ha, so you don't want to eat anymore? The flight attendant responded coldly. Is this something human can eat? Is this your service attitude? Mu Ruffing scolded angrily. What's wrong with my service attitude? The flight attendant licked her tongue, a bloodshot look in her eyes. Look for yourself. Not only is there hair in the free food, but there's even a giant maggot wriggling in the paid food itself. If I'm not mistaken, this maggot should have fallen out of the mouth of the previous passenger, right? Even after all this, you still dare to continue selling this kind of stuff and say that your service attitude is fine? Mu Ruffing stood up and reprimanded in a cold voice. So what? The flight attendant tilted her head and stared at Mu Ruffing blankly. What do you think? These are not things that humans should eat at all. I want to eat in your dining car. Mu Ruffing said firmly. Dining car? The female flight attendant sneered, a creepy malice emanating from her body. A ghostly aura visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. Want to go to the dining car? Passenger, don't you know that the minimum charge for the dining car is 1,000 soul coins? Since you asked to change carriages, I will oblige you. But if you can't come up with soul coins, I don't mind breaking your head to appease my anger. The young lady licked her tongue and spoke in a
bloodthirsty tone. Mu Ruffing silently communicated with the black gold card through his mind, and a black light flashed in his hand, and 100 yuan bills suddenly appeared.
Is this money enough? He asked calmly.
Seeing the stack of banknotes in Mu Ruffing's hand, the flight attendant was obviously stunned.
Snap! There was a sound. Mu Ruffing threw the stack of banknotes hard at her fair face.
Here's your tip.
Can I go to the dining car now? He said coldly.
10 soul coins with a denomination of 100 yuan were scattered on the ground. The strange gazes around were immediately attracted and their eyes widened, especially the old lady next to her. Her face was full of disbelief.
There are soul coins.
This living person actually has so many soul coins. 1,000, but a full 1,000 soul coins.
The flight attendant reacted immediately, squatted down, and quickly collected the soul coins.
When she stood up again, her face was covered with a friendly smile. Dear sir, please forgive my rudeness just now. You can now go to the dining car in carriage number 1 for your meal.
The female attendant became particularly enthusiastic. The ghost energy that was released before was immediately taken back.
Why don't you move your pair of black silk legs and make way for me?
What, do you want me to fly over? Mu Ruffing said lightly.
Sorry, sir, it was my negligence. The flight attendant immediately pulled the cart back a few steps to make way for Mu Ruffing. By the way, sir, this is your meal card.
With this proof, the attendants in other carriages won't give you any trouble.
As she spoke,
the flight attendant handed Mu Ruffing a meal card. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded, walked to the aisle and headed towards carriage number 7.
Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy killed, all attributes tripled, lasting for 1 hour. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy killed, all attributes increased fourfold, lasting for 1 hour. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy killed, all attributes increased tenfold, lasting for 1 hour. All the strange passengers in this carriage showed strong malice towards Mu Ruffing. It was also because of this that Mu Ruffing successfully raised his rule skills to the limit. At this moment, he was full of strength and his mind was clearer than ever before.
Mu Ruffing is now certain that it is very easy to identify the enemy.
As long as the other party has malicious intentions towards him, he can be judged as an enemy. Similarly, as long as he has ill will towards others, that other person can also be regarded as an enemy. Sure enough, in this strange world, all the monsters are in a dead state, which is simply a perfect paradise for his rule skills.
Mu Ruffing opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 154. 14 plus 140. Spirit, 121. 11 plus 110. Constitution, 154. 14 plus 140. Contract slot, none. Skill, life and death.
Props, fragrant bandage, resentful kitchen knife, dorm manager's secret candles x2, matches, singing mouth, black gold card, soul coin, 10000000000003178. Looking at the endless string of zeros, Mu Ruffing felt indescribably comfortable. Tip, he almost never paid out of his own pocket in the real world, but he didn't expect that the first time would be in this strange world, giving a tip to the weird lady here. But I have to admit, it feels really good to tip, haha. At this time, Mu Ruffing walked up to the 2 new players and stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to move on, but the 2 men just stood up and stretched out their hands to block his way.
Your name is Mu Ruffing, right? You should be an official as well. You have to save us. Yeah, that black thing is so disgusting. I don't want to eat it. I see you have quite a lot of soul coins. Can you lend us some so we can go to the dining car to eat? The 2 people, a man and a woman.
The man was about 40 or 50 years old, chubby, disheveled, with lipstick marks on his face and a strong smell of alcohol, obviously having been dragged into the dungeon from a bar. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, dressed seductively, and had so much makeup on her face that her face shape could be imprinted on the black cloth.
How much do you want to borrow? Mu Ruffing asked.
Borrow,
1,000.
The charming woman was interrupted by the middle-aged man just as she opened her mouth.
Lend me 10,000. I promise to pay you back soon.
The charming woman was slightly surprised when she heard this. She had originally only wanted to borrow 1,000, but she didn't expect the man to ask for 10,000.
10,000? Ha ha. Mu Ruffing didn't say anything, but a weirdo next to him couldn't help but laugh. Is 10,000 a lot?
The middle-aged man was a little confused. He thought that Mu Ruffing always spent 1,000 soul coins, so he naturally thought that the value of soul coins was similar to that of RMB, or even lower. So he felt that 10,000 soul coins were nothing. After all, he spent more than 10,000 at a time when he went to the bar. 10,000 soul coins can buy dozens of guys like you with a high meat yield rate, the weird man said with a sneer. Just stay here and remember what my colleague said before. Be bold and careful. Miss Flight Attendant, please give them some free food, and the portions can be smaller.
Mu Ruffing turned and said to the flight attendant, Okay, no problem, sir.
After hearing this, the flight attendant nodded in agreement. Although she still wanted to eat the 2 living people, the tip of 1,000 yuan was hard for her to refuse. She could refuse, but what if this gentleman came back and saw it and complained to her? Those who can consume in the restaurant are all distinguished VIP VIP customers. If she receives such a complaint, she will definitely be punished.
If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. You put it in a nice way.
The middle-aged man snorted coldly and then sat back in his chair. The charming woman wanted to get closer to him, but seeing the middle-aged man's attitude, she hesitated for a moment and had to sit back down.
Mu Ruffing chuckled and walked straight out of carriage number 8.
It seems that the information Qian Shui told me is indeed very important. The reason why Mu Ruffing knew the location of the dining car was because of the information provided by Qian Shui. Unfortunately, even with this rule, no one wants to go to the dining car.
1,000 soul coins.
Even a weirdo would feel distressed, let alone a player. The player's soul coins are definitely less than the weird ones. Of course, Mu Ruffing is an exception.
Today, he has temporarily achieved financial freedom. He walked into carriage number 7.
There are quite a lot of passengers in carriage number 7. Not only are there many players, but there are also many weird things.
6 new players, more than 20 weirdos.
At this moment, there was no peace in carriage number 7. The floor was covered in blood.
A flight attendant was busy mopping the floor with a mop.
At the same time, there was a thin monster with a mouth like a suction cup, lying on the ground and sucking blood. Looking at the 6 novice players trembling, Mu Ruffing guessed that a living person seemed to have just died here. When Mu Ruffing appeared in carriage number 7, all the weird people and the 6 living people looked at him. When the flight attendant saw Mu Ruffing, a strange smile appeared on his cold face. You are not allowed to leave your seat while the train is moving, but you violated the rule. The flight attendant stuck out his long tongue, licked the tip of his nose, and walked towards Mu Ruffing with a grim smile on his face. He threw the mop in his hand aside, and it seemed as if Mu Ruffing was the only one left in his eyes.
Mu Ruffing took out his meal card slowly and waved it in front of the gossipy flight attendant. Meal card?
The flight attendant squatted on the ground, staring suspiciously at Mu Ruffing and the meal card in his hand.
Do you want to get out of here on your own, or do you want me to throw you out? Mu Ruffing said lightly. Boy, you are so arrogant. The flight attendant was furious. Arrogant? I can be even more arrogant. Do you want to try it? Mu Ruffing responded with a sneer. Okay, I want to see how arrogant you can be. The flight attendant responded with a sneer. Mu Ruffing took out a stack of soul coins. Bang, bang, bang.
Each note has a face value of 100. There are 100 in total, adding up to 10,000 soul coins.
He pinched a corner and slapped the flight attendant directly in the face. Bang! A muffled sound shook the entire carriage number 7. Pa pa pa.
Mu Ruffing used all his strength to throw the banknotes at the flight attendant's face for 5 consecutive times. At this moment, Mu Ruffing's attributes were multiplied tenfold. Even if he slapped the flight attendant with money, he would still smash his face to pieces. Flesh and dark red blood splattered everywhere.
This scene left the flight attendant stunned, and even the other passengers looked at Mu Ruffing in shock. How is it? Am I arrogant enough?
The flight attendant reacted and became furious, but he did not dare to take action because of the 10,000 soul coins in Mu Ruffing's hand. Anyone who casually takes out 10,000 soul coins is definitely a very distinguished guest, even if he is a contractor. If the conductor knew that he had neglected the distinguished guest, he would be severely punished.
For various reasons, the flight attendant's expression became extremely complicated.
At this moment, Mu Ruffing took out 10 soul coins and threw them at his feet.
This is your medical expenses, he said lightly. After hearing this, the flight attendant was stunned at first, then surprised, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
She immediately squatted down and began to pick up the soul coins on the ground. It seems that my shoes are stained with the rotten flesh and blood from your face.
Please help me wipe it off, Mu Ruffing said again. No problem, no problem.
I promise to clean it thoroughly for you, dear guest, without a speck of dust. The flight attendant showed no shame at all, but instead felt that he was extremely lucky today. 1,000 soul coins, even for her, it would take her several months to save enough. For people like them in the Moonlight Clan, getting 1,000 yuan deposit for free is definitely a huge sum of money. Not only did the crew feel embarrassed, but the strange passengers in carriage number 7 also cast envious glances, as if wondering in their hearts why the person shining the shoes wasn't them. Their eyes unconsciously fell on Mu Ruffing, their eyes filled with greed and vigilance. Obviously, a living person who can possess so many soul coins must be a high-level contractor. After the flight attendant helped him polish his shoes, Mu Ruffing threw down another 200 soul coins as a tip and left quietly under the flight attendant's flattering eyes. From beginning to end, those new players didn't dare to come forward and talk to Mu Ruffing, let alone stop him. Soon, Mu Ruffing arrived at carriage number 6. Strangely, there was peace here. There was no smell of blood. The 5 new players in carriage number 6 were intact, sitting quietly in their seats, seemingly sleeping. Those strange passengers also lay on their seats and fell into a deep sleep. But the flight attendant was nowhere to be seen. No, to be precise, the flight attendant did not disappear. He just sat in the first row on the left. This is an equally beautiful female flight attendant, who was also sleeping in it. Next to her sat a fat, greasy man in a white vest. The greasy ghost stared at the flight attendant with lustful eyes, rubbing his hands in the air, sniffing the the corpse stench emanating from the flight attendant, his face full of enjoyment. Yes, he has such a strong taste. When Mu Ruffing appeared, a trace of panic flashed across the greasy ghost's face. However, once he confirmed that Mu Ruffin was a player, he immediately felt relieved. Kid, I'm in a good mood today, get out of here now, the greasy ghost scolded. Mu Ruffing glanced at him and walked forward silently. He thought that the carriage was so quiet, probably all thanks to the greasy ghost. He didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, so he just let carriage number 6 remain in this state. The greasy ghost finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Ruffing walk to the connection with carriage number 5. This guy doesn't even have a weird contract, and he's a first-level contractor. He can actually enter and exit other carriages at will. What a tough guy. But this is none of my business, hee hee. His originally pensive expression instantly turned into a pig-like one, and he stared at the beautiful flight attendant lustfully. Ugh. As soon as Mu Ruffing entered carriage number 5, he heard a sound of retching. She was a woman wearing a JK skirt and a small vest. She can't be considered a peerless beauty, but she is a little beauty with makeup on, especially her generous personality. She is definitely the most beautiful among the new players. I saw that she actually vomited because of excessive dry heaving, but she didn't dare to spit out the contents of her stomach on the ground, so she had to cover her mouth with her hands. His cheeks puffed out instantly. After a long time, she made an important decision. She swallowed what she had just spit out. Ha! After swallowing it, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her stomach felt much better. Ugh! Seeing this scene, the other new players couldn't help but feel their stomachs churning and couldn't suppress the urge to vomit. Fortunately, they had strong endurance and didn't vomit anything in the end. Mr. Mu, why are you in carriage number 5? Shui Fan, who was sitting in the back row, also noticed Mu Ruffing's sudden appearance and was so surprised that he was speechless. Mr. Mu? Xingyu also noticed Mu Ruffing at this time and could hardly believe his eyes. Although they were both novice players, they had received professional training and did not feel like vomiting even after eating those free and disgusting foods. After all, no matter how unpalatable the food was, they had already tasted it. Ha, it seems that you also asked the flight attendants to give out free food. Did you ask for it on your own initiative, or did you see other weird things and ask for it too? Mu Ruffing asked with a smile. I'm just trying it out. I think even though they sell paid food, the free food should not be removed yet. Shui Fan replied. Yeah, not bad. Mu Ruffing nodded. Bug, you dared to come to me instead of staying in your own compartment. You are really unlucky. At this time, the flight attendant in the last row of aisles showed a ferocious smile and stared at Mu Ruffing. He put down the big spoon in his hand, kicked his feet, and flew directly over. However, it was only his head that flew away, and his body stepped on some unknown object and fell heavily to the ground. The head hung in the air, glancing at the fallen body without a care in the world. Thick ghost energy continued to spew out from the broken part, rapidly approaching Mu Ruffing. Why do you have to force me? Mu Ruffing sighed and took out a stack of banknotes. Great strength brings about miracles. The banknote hit the left cheek of the man's head with great force. The head flew back at an even faster speed. Bang! There was a loud noise. The head hit the wall, and then with a thump, it fell into the bucket of bone soup. This scene shocked all the passengers around. This contractor is so arrogant? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a contractor dare to touch a flight attendant. Ha, let alone the contractors. I've never seen anyone dare to attack a flight attendant. Ha, wait, this guy is holding soul coins? Oh my god, so many soul coins, how many are there? The group of weirdos who were originally surprised immediately had greedy glints in their eyes when they saw the soul coins in Mu Ruffing's hand. Some even couldn't hold back and wanted to take action. If the flight attendants hadn't been there, they would have swarmed over. You dare to hit me? A strange head-emitting black smoke flew out of the barrel. It seemed to feel something in its mouth and wanted to spit it out, but found that it was ginseng root. It was reluctant to spit it out, so it chewed it for a few times and simply swallowed it. Then he flew back to his body that had just stood up again. Mu Ruffing didn't say much and slowly walked towards the flight attendant. How dare you do that? This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. The flight attendant was now seething with rage. In less than a moment, Mu Ruffing was standing in front of him. He quickly pulled out 10 bills. I'm in a bad mood today. How about 100 yuan and a slap? Mu Ruffing said in a flat tone. What? The flight attendant who was about to take action was stunned and unable to react. Bang, bang, bang. Sir, hit me, I'm willing. A strange man suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted. Mu Ruffing looked up and found that it was a strange creature covered with tentacles, and even its face could not be seen clearly. Sir, a slap doesn't cost $100. Just give me 50 and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Another weird one reacted quickly and also spoke loudly. Ha, quiet. The flight attendant finally came to his senses and immediately scolded the noisy passengers. In an instant, all these strange things quieted down. Unless one's status is high enough, the flight attendant's intimidation is still quite strong. Sir, you have violated the rules by attacking me, but God loves life and I can't bear to kill. How about this? Just compensate me with this stack of soul coins in your hand. I won't bother with you anymore. The flight attendant smiled with her eyes curved.
Compensation to you? I broke the rules? Are you sure I broke the rules? Mu Ruffing responded with a faint smile. What? You don't plan to compensate? Don't think that you can do whatever you want on the train just because you are a contractor. The attendant sneered coldly. He wasn't afraid of Mu Ruffing at all. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't handle, he could always call the train conductor.
On the bloody train, the conductor is the king and no one can defeat him. Although the flight attendant was unsure whether Mu Ruffing had contracted a ghost, but the one who could knock him away must be a strong person who has contracted a ghost.
Bang, bang, bang. Is this how the train attendants treat passengers? I just wanted to go to the dining car to eat, but you attack me for no reason. Call your superiors. I want to see how shady the service on your train is. Mu Ruffing took out the meal card with an angry look on his face.
As soon as the meal card was presented, the flight attendant's expression changed immediately. If Mu Ruffing had entered the carriage without permission, the conductor could have done whatever he wanted to him. But now with meal cards, the situation is very different. If the conductor was called, he himself would probably be stuffed into the furnace as fuel.
Sir, I'm very sorry. I was rude. Please forgive me.
The flight attendant's face changed and he hurried forward to apologize.
The same thing, one slap, 100 yuan. Mu Ruffing said lightly. Sure, sir. Would you like to be hit on the left or the right? Left. I'm a man of loyalty and righteousness. Okay, sir, please. The flight attendant turned his head and tried to show Mu Ruffing his left face. Mu Ruffing picked up the stack of bills and threw it hard at the flight attendant's face. The enormous force instantly knocked the flight attendant flying to the left. However, the next second, a bandage flew out and pulled the flight attendant back firmly. That wasn't the end of it. The bandage spread quickly, firmly pinning the flight attendant to the aisle. Snap, snap, pa 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 pa. Sorry for hitting me a few too many times. Don't worry, you won't lose any money.
Mu Ruffing took out a dozen bills, threw them on the ground, turned around and strode towards carriage number 4. When he passed by Xue Fan and Shin Yu, he paused and said, "You two stay here, everything will be fine." Before he finished speaking, Mu Ruffing had disappeared at the connection between the carriages. Shin Yu and Xue Fan looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and their minds filled with countless question marks.
As Mu Ruffing left, the bandage disappeared as well. The flight attendant finally escaped.
But his left face had already been beaten to pieces and his bones were broken. My head spun countless times. Fortunately, Mu Ruffing's last blow hit him right on the head. When Mu Ruffing took action, the passengers in the carriage, whether they were new players or weirdos, did not dare to make a sound. Even after Mu Ruffing left, those weird people could only talk in low voices. After all, his momentum when he was throwing money and hitting people was too strong. Not only is he powerful, but he also has incredible strength. He was able to smash a flight attendant's face with his soul coins. If I use my fists or the kitchen knife at my waist, I can kill them in minutes. The flight attendant refixed the head and quickly picked up the scattered soul coins. Everyone, does anyone need to eat? If not, I will clean up the food. He returned to the cart with a seemingly innocent-looking creature and asked the passengers. As soon as Mu Ruffing entered the carriage, he felt the biting cold. The temperature in other carriages was about 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. Although it was a bit cold, it was still bearable. Here, it is so cold that even a drop of water will freeze. Even though Mu Ruffing's physique had increased tenfold, he still felt the biting cold. At this moment, a cold wind blew, and Mu Ruffing shivered involuntarily. There are quite a few novice players here, as many as 5. Each of them is shivering from the cold, huddled together, and clinging to their seats. It seems that only in this way can we barely resist the biting cold. Not only the novice players, but even the monsters were shivering with cold. The attendant of carriage number 4 was sitting in the empty seat in the first row. Seeing Mu Ruffing coming, he didn't bother to pay attention to him. After all, he was too cold to move. Why is the air conditioner turned on so low? Mu Ruffing couldn't help asking as he looked at the cold air blowing out from above the car. I have to ask. I can still bear those weird things, but I'm afraid those 5 novice players won't be able to hold on for long. It would have been fine if Mu Ruffing didn't see it, but since he saw it and he had the ability to help, he naturally didn't mind lending a hand. Old rat, you have nothing to do here. Leave immediately, otherwise I won't mind eating you to warm myself up, the flight attendant threatened. Mu Ruffing ignored him because his attention was drawn to a strange passenger. It was a strange creature with a charred body. His whole body was covered in black smoke, and one could vaguely see flickering flames beneath his charred skin. The burnt ghost seemed to have noticed Mu Ruffing's gaze. He looked up at Mu Ruffing and said slowly, "Sorry, I'm too hot, so I asked the flight attendant to turn down the air conditioning. If they can't stand it, they can sit next to me instead." Mu Ruffing did not respond immediately, but just stared at the burnt ghost. Suddenly, he asked, "Are you a firefighter? Is that a melted fire helmet?" Jiao Gui was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. "It costs 50 soul coins to change seats, which is nothing to me, but I'm sorry, I'm short on money lately. I'm injured. If I don't use air conditioning to suppress it, I will lose control." Jiao Gui added, "It's okay, I'll pay for it." "Flight attendant, come here," Mu Ruffing shouted. nodded. The flight attendant still ignored him, but when Zhao Gui emitted a hint of ghostly aura, he reluctantly came over. Mu Ruffing gestured to the novice players, and then moved all their seats to the front, back, left and right of Zhao Gui. The 5 players were so cold that they could hardly move, and Mu Ruffing had to pick them up one by one and put them in their seats. If he had been a few minutes late, these 5 people would probably have frozen to death. You have helped me solve a big problem. You should be able to return after reaching the next stop. As long as you stay here, I can guarantee your safe return, Zhao Gui said. Excuse me, where are you going? Mu Ruffing asked. Horror Hospital, Zhao Gui replied. To treat injuries? Zhao Gui shook his head. The injury was healed a long time ago, but the treatment is quite expensive. I recently failed in my investment and have accumulated a lot of debt. I took this bus on credit, so I really can't afford the extra money. Zhao Gui was a firefighter during his lifetime. Even after his death, he still held on to his beliefs and miraculously retained some of his sanity. He had originally planned to ask the flight attendant for credit, or borrow money from those weirdos to allow the novice player to change seats. Mu Ruffing's help did solve a problem that was giving him a headache. Investment failed? How much is the total debt and medical expenses? Mu Ruffing asked. Zhao Gui didn't want to say it. After all, the number was too big. But in response to Mu Ruffing's concern, he finally stretched out a charge finger. 10 million? Mu Ruffing asked in surprise. What's the card number? I'll transfer it to you. Several question marks appeared on Zhao Gui's head. One of his fingers represents 1 million. He had failed in his previous investment, or rather, was cheated by Guiwei, and lost his 200,000 yuan savings. He also owed Tiandi Bank a loan of 500,000 soul coins. Later he went to settle the score with Guy, the man who had cheated him out of his money. Unfortunately, the weirdo had many accomplices around him. Although they defeated many weirdos, the main weirdo still did not die, and he himself was seriously injured. The investment money was not recovered, and another 300,000 yuan was spent on treating the injury. All in all, he was short of a full million. 1 million, this is an extremely scary number. Although it only took him 2 or 3 years to make a million during his peak period, there is a world of difference between making a million and saving a million. Now that he has not recovered from his injuries, it is undoubtedly a daydream for him to want to save 1 million. Card number, give me your card number. Mu Ruffing's voice woke up Zhao Gui, who was lost in thought. You have so much money? Zhao Gui tilted his head, his face full of confusion. Just give me the card number. Mu Ruffing continued. Okay, my card number is 671 times 1808. Zhao Gui said. Mu Ruffing immediately connected the black gold card and prepared to transfer money to this card number. The next second, a prompt popped up in his mind. Please confirm whether to transfer 10 million soul coins to the Tiandi bank account number 671 times 1808 under Zhang Xiaojie's name. Are you Zhang Xiaojie? Mu Ruffing asked. Yes, it's me. Zhao Gui was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, the money should have arrived, take a look. Mu Ruffing said. Zhang Xiaojie initially thought Mu Ruffing was joking, but suddenly, he felt something strange. Soon, he took out a card with a white glow from his body. How come my card became a platinum card? Zhang Xiaojie was stunned. Soon, he thought of something and quickly took out his cell phone to check the text messages. Then he saw a piece of news that shocked him. Your card with the last number 1808 received a transfer of 10 million yuan at 12:21 on July 17th with a balance of 9,500,000 yuan. This, you really transferred 10 million soul coins to me? Zhang Xiaojie was shocked and couldn't believe it. A full 10 million soul coins. Because he still owed Tiandi Bank 500,000 yuan, the money was withdrawn as soon as it arrived in his account. This is also the reason why the balance is only 9.5 million. None of this matters. The key is why this contractor has such a huge fortune. 10 million soul coins is really unimaginable with his strength, unless he himself becomes even more powerful. Complex emotions surged in Zhang Xiaojie's heart, emotions that had not appeared for a long time since his death. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Xiaojie calmed down and spoke slowly. You look pretty powerful. Can you make a contract with me? I haven't made a contract with anything weird yet. Mu Ruffing said. It so happened that Mu Ruffing's contract slot was still empty. He met a firefighter ghost who was powerful and kind-hearted. He thought it would be a good idea to contract him. Wait, you said you have never made a contract with a weird thing? Are you a first-level contractor? Zhang Xiaojie was shocked again. He was very surprised that such a wealthy contractor had not yet contracted anything strange. Yes, that's right. Mu Ruffing nodded. Zhang Xiaojie shook his head and said, if you want a contract with me, come back when you reach level 5. Don't worry, I will return these soul coins to you. I promise. Level 5? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. He learned from Zhao Daong that not only are players divided into levels, but weirdness is also divided into levels. There are 9 levels of weirdness, namely Wandering Soul, Red Ghost, Evil Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Red Clothed Fierce Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, and Ghost Emperor. These 9 levels correspond exactly to the player's levels. The level of the monster that the contractor wants to contract cannot be higher than his own. For example, Mu Ruffing can only contract with a second-level red ghost at most. This also shows that Zhang Xiajie is actually a level 6 red-clothed ghost. Are you a level 6 ghost? Mu Ruffing felt his mouth was a little dry. I stole this from my enemy. It's of no use to me, so I'm giving it to you as interest. Zhang Xiajie took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing took it subconsciously, checked the properties, and was immediately shocked. Flame Vehicle card. Attach this card to any vehicle to unleash Hellfire, activating it and granting it incredible abilities. The duration of this effect depends on the user's ghost power. Note, you need at least level 2 ghost power to use it. Although it requires 2 levels of ghost power to use, I have already injected ghost power into it. It can be used about 10 times, each lasting 2 hours. Zhang Xiajie explained. This card is good. I like it very much. Mu Ruffing was secretly happy, and then put the card into the bandage for safekeeping. He then asked, by the way, how many stops are there to the horror hospital? Zhang Xiajie replied, after passing the Kunshan chicken farm, you'll reach the horror hospital. Well, I still have to go to the dining car, so I won't bother you for now. Mu Ruffing nodded and then spoke. There are a lot of weird things in the dining car. I'm overthinking it. Could you please leave me your contact information? Zhang Xiajie originally wanted to persuade Mu Ruffing not to go to the dining car. With his current strength, going there would basically be seeking death. But on second thought, he has extraordinary financial resources and may have some hidden tricks that we haven't noticed yet. Sure, my number is 177x. Mu Ruffing readily gave his contact information in the strange world. I've already transferred the money, you can save it, Zhang Xiajie said, pointing to his phone. Mu Ruffing quickly noticed the vibration of his phone, took it out from the bandage and saw that there was indeed an incoming call. He immediately saved Zhang Xiajie's number in his mobile phone. By the way, there is one more thing I almost forgot. Do you know Scarlet Selection? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Scarlet Selection? I know. The things there are quite cheap. I often buy things there, Zhang Xiajie replied. Mu Ruffing was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the new players were drowsy and seemed to be about to wake up. Zhang Xiajie reacted immediately, and the ghost energy in his body shook. In an instant, all the passengers in the carriage, including the weird ones, the new players and the crew, fell into a coma. He and Mu Ruffing were the only ones awake in the carriage. Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised when he saw this. Zhang Xiajie seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile, it's just a little trick. They will wake up after a while. Is this ghost power? Mu Ruffing asked doubtfully. Well, once you contract the first monster, ghost power will naturally be born in your body, Zhang Xiajie said. I understand. Mu Ruffing nodded. Okay, now you can talk about the next topic. Zhang Xiajie gestured. When Mu Ruffing mentioned Scarlet Selection, he naturally wanted to talk about the pickup point in the real world. He told Zhang Xiajie what had happened in detail. I'm not too sure about this. If you want to set up a pickup point in the real world, you should think twice before doing so. However, I just received a piece of news this morning before I got on the bus that should be helpful to you. Zhang Xiajie took out his mobile phone, opened an app, and played the news for Mu Ruffing to see. Mu Ruffing took it and looked at it, his eyes slightly fixed. On the screen is a news app called Weird Headlines. There is a headline in the middle that takes up half the article. Shock! A massive explosion occurred at Scarlet Optimal, resulting in heavy casualties. It's suspected to be the work of a new contractor. He immediately clicked on the article. A huge explosion occurred in the Scarlet Logistics Park early this morning. It is suspected that more than 10 employees were killed, including a third-level evil spirit. Insiders revealed that the incident was triggered by a first-level contractor in the real world. The reason is that the Scarlet Group is unable to recruit enough employees and has turned to recruiting contractors from the real world. The editor analyzes that the Scarlet Group may take this opportunity to expand its market into the real world, hoping to break the double-sided pressure from the undead optimization and CC optimization. As we all know, most of the top groups in the strange world have reached their limits. If they want to make further breakthroughs, there are only two ways to go: either eliminate similar groups and achieve monopoly, or open up another market in the real world. With the surge in the number of contractors, this has also formed a huge market that cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, the real world and our strange world are two completely different spaces, and our strange residents feed on them, which has become a major problem in development. Some experts have pointed out that the real world is gradually merging with the uncanny world, and the increasing number of contractors seems to confirm this. Many top groups have already tried to extend the market into the real world, but it is obvious that none of them has really succeeded. Will Scarlet Optimum become the leader of this era? Let's wait and see. Mu Ruffing read the article word for word. It had to be said that this news gave him a huge amount of information. I didn't expect that the dormitory manager is actually a third-level evil ghost. He marveled in his heart, and then he realized that he was blessed by the god of luck to be able to defeat her. Even if Mu Ruffing has a zombie template, it is not not easy to kill the low-end version of the slippery fruit user. After all, his fat and slippery body prevented him from fully exerting his strength. Even if you use zombie teeth to suck blood, all you can bite is thick fat. Apart from sucking in a belly full of grease, you can't suck in a drop of blood or energy. I never thought that there would be real-time news in this strange world.
Mu Ruffing couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Thank you very much. This news is very helpful to me. He returned the phone. I'm glad it's useful.
However, I just noticed that your expression seemed to have changed a little.
Could it be? Zhang Xiaojie said tentatively. Well, don't laugh at me.
I am the first-level contractor who caused the riot.
Mu Ruffing scratched his cheek and confessed. Ha, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Oh, that's not right. This happened yesterday. Did you join the bloody train again?
Obviously, Zhang Xiaojie also knew that there was a cooldown period for contractors to enter the dungeon.
I almost forgot. The bloody train doesn't have a cooldown period.
It's one of the few special vehicles that can directly lead to the real world.
Zhang Xiaojie explained. Excuse me, how strong is the train conductor? Mu Ruffing asked curiously.
Well, I've seen the train conductor, but I've never fought him, so it's hard to assess his prowess. But I guess the train conductor's level must be no lower than mine, maybe even a level 7 Ghost General, and the bloody train should be a level 8 vehicle.
Zhang Xiaojie said. A level 7 Ghost General, a level 8 vehicle? Mu Ruffing felt a sense of unreality. He is only level 1.
Not to mention, 2 days ago he was just a loader earning a few thousand yuan.
It's really hard to believe that I'm suddenly exposed to these things. Okay, you can go to the dining car. They are almost awake. If you have any other questions, feel free to call me. Zhang Xiaojie reminded. Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded and said goodbye and left.
I have to say, spending 10 million to gain the friendship of a level 6 red-clothed ghost is a sure win no matter how you look at it. Of course, I always feel a little regretful that I couldn't sign a contract with him. At level 5, Mu Ruffing still had to clear 14 dungeons to reach that level. If we don't count unlimited copies like Bloody Train, it would probably take him more than 7 months.
As for dying in a dungeon, that's a joke.
Besides, Mu Ruffing now has 1 trillion soul coins in his hands, and 10 million is just a drizzle for him. If other weirdos knew about this, let alone 10 million, even $10,000 would force him to kneel down and call him daddy. Even if it is a powerful monster of the same level 6, 1 million can make him obey. In this strange world, the more money you have, the stronger you are, but the stronger you are, the less money you have, because the money is used to strengthen yourself.
This is really contradictory.
After all, one can increase one's strength by absorbing the ghost energy in the soul coins.
Mu Ruffing stepped into carriage number 3. The attendant in carriage number 3 was quite perceptive and knew clearly that the contractors who could move freely were not easy to deal with.
They also knew that this place was close to the dining car, so no melodramatic plot happened.
The flight attendant simply politely asked Mu Ruffing if he wanted to go to the dining car. When Mu Ruffing took out his meal card, the flight attendant took the initiative to make way.
Some novice players saw him passing by and hesitated to speak.
They wanted to ask something but ultimately didn't muster up the courage.
It didn't take long for Mu Ruffing to arrive at the passage connecting to carriage number 2.
It seems a bit weird here.
He did not enter carriage number 2, but stood at the front of the carriage, because he found that the entire carriage number 2 was pitch black, without even a trace of light.
It's so dark that you can't even see your hand in front of you. Is there anyone inside? Why is it so dark? Mu Ruffing didn't dare to enter rashly and shouted loudly at the entrance of the passage.
Although he has the help of plugins, he is not stupid.
Obviously there is something wrong here.
He has money, but that doesn't mean he has everything.
Hello sir, are you going to the dining car?
I'm sorry, the lights in the car are broken for some reason and are being urgently repaired.
We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you.
A voice came from carriage number 2.
Broken? Repair? Mu Ruffing didn't quite believe it. Are you kidding? Even if the light is broken, it can't be this dark.
Although the lights in carriage number 3 were a little dim, at least light could still come through.
In carriage number 2, not even a ray of light could enter.
However, this is a weird copy after all, and all kinds of strange things can happen. After thinking for a moment, Mu Ruffing took out a match, lit it and threw it directly into carriage number 2. A strange scene appeared. The moment the match fell into the carriage, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. It wasn't that the flames were extinguished, but that they were swallowed up by darkness and completely covered. Mu Ruffing could still smell the burning matches. Obviously the matches had not disappeared. It is still burning, but the light has been stripped away by the invisible.
How long will it take? I'm hungry, Mu Ruffing asked.
Although the copy does not explicitly stipulate mealtimes, there are many rules. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be safe.
Maybe the rule is that not eating within an hour is considered a violation.
Even if he is rich, he will become a target of public criticism if he violates the rule. Maintenance workers are carrying out emergency repairs, and the time is currently uncertain. The voice sounded again.
Then how do I eat? Wait here? Is this how your train service is? Mu Ruffing asked coldly. I'm very sorry, sir. This was our mistake. Don't worry, we will compensate you. After its
repaired. You can go to the dining car again and enjoy a 20% discount. The voice sounded again.
20% off? Do I need that little money? Mu Ruffing sneered.
If you really can't wait, you can hold on to the silk thread and it will lead you to the dining car. As soon as the words fell, a black thread emerged from the darkness.
Mu Ruffing frowned. What happened in carriage number 2? Sir, are you still there? Just hold this silk thread and you can go to the dining car,
the voice urged.
Mu Ruffing reached out to touch the silk thread. After thinking for a moment, he took out the rule prop, a singing mouth.
Since the situation inside is unclear, you might as well use props to break the deadlock. Please specify the target audience and songs to be sung. He immediately targeted the person speaking in carriage number 2. The moment the prop was activated, the singing mouth turned into a black light and drilled into carriage number 2.
Ha! What is this? No, the rules.
The man screamed, but before he could finish his words, a cheerful song started to sing. Good luck. I wish you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck has come. Our good luck has come.
Welcome. Good fortune and prosperity will spread all over the world.
Make 1,000 paper cranes and tie them with red ribbons.
May good fortune befall kind people every day.
The moment the song started, the darkness in carriage number 2 quickly dissipated. At this moment, Mu Ruffing finally saw the situation inside carriage number 2 clearly. This place is not much different from the other carriages, and the lighting is still intact. There weren't many passengers, only 13 in total, including the 3 new players. They all sat in their seats with their eyes closed, their faces full of fear, as if they were experiencing a nightmare. In the corridor, a strange man in a suit was singing Good Luck Comes. The man in the suit had rich expressions, danced and gesticulated, and devoted himself to the singing.
But Mu Ruffing vaguely felt a terrifying ghostly aura emanating from his body.
At this moment, the man in the suit wanted to kill Mu Ruffing on the spot, but because he was immersed in singing, he was unable to do anything for the time being.
Mu Ruffing still didn't dare to enter carriage number 2 rashly.
He was worried that the man in the suit was just pretending and might make a move at any time to lure him in. Or, he originally wanted to let Mu Ruffing leave, but suddenly changed his mind.
Suddenly, Mu Ruffing noticed the flight attendant sitting in the first row.
She was also sleeping, with a panicked look on her face, obviously experiencing a nightmare. From this, it can be seen that the ability of the man in the suit is likely to be a nightmare.
Please give me some monthly votes. I already have 86 followers. Can you help me get to 100?
Then, Mu Ruffing's bandage slowly stretched out. When the bandage touched the stewardess, he pulled it hard and slapped her hard on the forehead. I don't know if it was because the force was not strong enough or for some other reason, but the sleeping flight attendant didn't react at all. He hit her a few more times, but the situation remained the same. Mu Ruffing had no choice but to let the bandage wrap around her and pull her up from her seat. He dragged her all the way out of carriage number 2 and brought her to his side. After the flight attendant left the carriage, she woke up immediately. She opened her eyes in horror, her face full of fear.
I say, what happened in your carriage number 2? Mu Ruffing asked.
Damn, where did this stink bug come from? When the flight attendant saw Mu Ruffing, the contractor, his first reaction was to curse, and then he wanted to take action. In desperation, Mu Ruffing had to take out a stack of banknotes and smash it hard on her head.
The blow woke the flight attendant up.
Although her head was dented, her intelligence was not affected at all.
This is your medical expenses and tips. Now, can you tell me what happened in carriage number 2? Mu Ruffing threw down a dozen bills with a light tone. At this time, the flight attendant finally reacted. She quickly picked up the 15-note bill and said with a flattering smile, Sir, you're heading to the dining car, right? Don't go through car 2. Once you enter, you'll be affected by the nightmare power Mr. Nightmare has cast upon you. Mr. Nightmare will get off at the next stop.
You can wait until he gets off before going over.
Wait for him to get off the train? The power of Nightmare? You actually allowed him to do this on the train? Explain it clearly.
Mu Ruffing frowned and asked, Sir, the thing is, Mr. Nightmare is a VIP customer of our train and has a good relationship with the conductor, the attendant explained. He's also an executive at a catering company and provides us with food. This time he took our train and spent 20,000 yuan. He is one of our big customers. Mr. Nightmare likes to make people have nightmares and draw strength from them, but he won't harm our lives, so the conductor chose to turn a blind eye.
Mu Ruffing was stunned and looked at the flight attendant in surprise. How much did you spend? 20,000 yuan?
Sir, spending 20,000 yuan is nothing. Mr. Nightmare is of noble status, so he can easily take out 50,000 yuan.
Let alone spending
20,000 yuan. If I had 2,000 yuan in savings, I would wake up laughing in my nightmares.
The flight attendant said enviously.
Oh, no, sir, you just gave me 1,500 for spending, which, combined with my savings, is enough. She was immediately surprised.
You're so arrogant with only 20,000 yuan? If I spend 200,000 yuan, won't I be able to go to heaven? Mu Ruffing asked in shock.
Sir, you're joking. 200,000 is the monthly sales of our train catering department. The stewardess did not doubt Mu Ruffing's financial resources, but 200,000 was indeed hard to imagine.
Your train train catering business's monthly sales are only 200,000? Mu Ruffing was completely shocked. How could such a powerful train have such dismal performance? Is the food bad? No, we used to offer free food, so performance was low to begin with. The 200,000 yuan in sales should be partially due to the newly introduced paid food, with the rest mainly coming from the dining car. The minimum consumption of 1,000 yuan deterred most of the weird people from visiting. Only those who could enter the dining car were wealthy and powerful. You haven't answered my question yet, Mu Ruffing said. Sir, let alone 200,000, even if you spend 100,000, we can help you change your itinerary, said the flight attendant. Okay, take your reward. Mu Ruffing took out a stack of banknotes and stuffed it into the flight attendant's unspeakable place. Although the banknotes were a little cold, they felt real to the touch. This stack of banknotes has completed its mission, and it is estimated that nothing strange can cause him any harm anymore. The flight attendant was shocked, and then ecstatic. She immediately reached out and took out the large stack of banknotes. Seeing so much money, she was so excited that her face turned from pale to a little flushed. Sir, this is my personal number. If you have any needs, I can satisfy you. The flight attendant shyly stuffed the note with her number on it into Mu Ruffing's bandage. She felt that it was her charm that came into play, and she couldn't help feeling a little proud. This scene made Mu Ruffing confused for a moment. He just saw that the flight attendant was so nice and didn't want to throw the tip on the ground to humiliate her. He shook his head and ignored the slips. As for the slip with the number, it was hard to throw it away now. He would deal with it after he got to the next car. Then, Mu Ruffing prepared to step into carriage number 2. But on second thought, he felt that it was not appropriate, so he tied it somewhere outside the car with a bandage. As soon as he was hit, the bandage would pull him out of the car immediately. After doing all this, Mu Ruffing strode in. He was not affected at all, but he still didn't dare to be careless. Good luck to you. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck to us. Good luck to us. Welcome. Good fortune and prosperity will spread all over the world. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon on them. May good luck come to kind people every day. A cheerful song Good Luck Comes filled the entire carriage. When Mu Ruffing walked up to the man in the suit, the latter was jumping and dancing happily. However, the look in his eyes that wanted to kill someone could not be hidden. If he could speak now, he would have wanted to beat this guy up. A strong ghostly aura filled the entire carriage, but he was unable to make a move. It seems that the rules and props restrict his actions. Not bad, you sing quite well, Mu Ruffing praised. This is my first time using this prop. It seems that you can't attack me. Then can I attack you? The man in the suit asked tentatively. Mu Ruffing wanted to try it, but considering that they were still on the train, wouldn't it be against the rules to test it? After thinking about it, he gave up. Anyway, he had the props in hand and there would be plenty of opportunities to try again in the future. Mu Ruffing walked past the man in a suit who was singing and dancing and went straight to the connection between carriages 1 and 2. He thought about it, took back the bandage, and then walked to the door of carriage number 1. Unlike other carriages, carriage number 1 is separated by an old glass door in front. You should know that there are no doors at the connecting points of the other carriages or even in the aisles. Mu Ruffing noticed a warning, or rather a rule, posted on the glass door. The minimum consumption in the restaurant is 1,000 new Taiwan dollars. Those who spend less than 1,000 new Taiwan dollars will be responsible for the consequences. He looked at the rule, chuckled, pushed open the glass door, and stepped directly into carriage number 1. The dining car is the car closest to the locomotive, which is car number 1. As soon as he came in, Mu Ruffing immediately smelled the rich fragrance in the air. In addition to the fragrance, there is also a smell of blood. To ordinary people, the smell of blood is unpleasant and pungent, but to the weird, it is a rare delicacy. He looked around the layout of the dining car. The layout here is similar to that of other carriages, except that there are more dining tables. Mu Ruffing also discovered that the area of carriage number 1 seemed to be one size larger than the other carriages. The aisles are wider, the lighting is brighter, and the environment is far better than other carriages. Sure enough, as the most profitable carriage, the environment is naturally better. As soon as Mu Ruffing walked in, all the weird people in the carriage turned to look at him. There weren't many strange things about the dining cars, only 8. As for the players, no one was seen except Mu Ruffing, who had just come in. Or, it never appeared at all? A series of gazes filled with strong malice fell on Mu Ruffing. There was greed, disgust, and strong curiosity in their eyes. That's right, they were just curious, because they had never seen any contractor dare to step into the dining car. The minimum consumption is 1,000 yuan, which is an astronomical figure for many weirdos, not to mention the contractors who are always short of money. Due to the rules, these weird creatures did not attack immediately, but still stared at Mu Ruffing with greedy eyes. However, there was one person who strangely didn't even look at him with any interest. This strange, thin figure was eating a variety of food on the dining table, completely ignoring Mu Ruffing's presence. Mu Ruffing glanced around and found that their food was extremely strange. There were wriggling maggots no bigger than a thumb. There are hideous and terrifying barbecued corpse worms. There were even whole brains with a straw inserted
food for them to suck on. There is also a large intestine with bright red bloodstains and full of food, which tastes particularly fresh. Surprisingly, these weirdos ate with relish. That's right, these seemingly disgusting foods are rare delicacies in this strange world. After taking a closer look, Mu Ruffing came to the bar at the innermost ordering area. A male waiter in uniform was standing at the bar. The waiter looked extremely strange, his head was flat above his eyes, and there was a fist-sized hole drilled in it. Something was wriggling in the hole, and it looked quite disgusting. At this moment, the waiter was holding a string of roasted corpse worms and eating them one by one with a crisp sound.
"Hello, I want to order some food. Please give me the menu," Mu Ruffing said. "Ha, why do you smell like a living person?"
The waiter looked Mu Ruffing up and down, his face gradually becoming suspicious. "Bug, how dare you come to my carriage? Hee hee, the fresh ingredients for tonight are found."
The waiter grinned.
He didn't expect that a contractor would dare to step into the dining car. He simply didn't believe that Mu Ruffing had enough money to spend.
In their view, all contractors are paupers, even high-level contractors are no exception. Snap!
A crisp sound was heard. Mu Ruffing calmly took out a stack of banknotes and slammed them heavily on the bar.
"Can't you speak properly now?" he said lightly.
When the waiter saw the thick stack of bills, his eyes widened.
"Hello, sir. Here is the menu."
The waiter quickly stuffed his round eyes back into his sockets, his expression unpredictable, but he still respectfully handed over a menu and pushed it in front of Mu Ruffing.
Mu Ruffing didn't even glance at the menu.
He just took out a large stack of bills and slammed them heavily on the bar.
"Your attitude just now really annoyed me. Just swallow these 2 eyeballs yourself. This $1,000 tip is yours."
He pulled out 10 bills from the pile of money, speaking calmly. As soon as the banknotes fell out, the weird people around immediately showed expressions of surprise, and then this surprise quickly turned into greed, reaching its extreme. Only the strange one who was eating Hesse crazily looked up, glanced at him, and then ignored him. The waiter didn't hesitate at all and quickly tore off the blood-red eyeballs and swallowed them in one gulp. After completing the action, he quickly reached out and grabbed the 1,000 yuan, hiding it tightly, as if he was afraid that it would be snatched away.
"Now, you look much better to my eyes." Mu Ruffing nodded with satisfaction, took the menu and began to look at it carefully. There are actually not many dishes on the menu, only more than 20 kinds.
Most of them are unique to the weird world, a small number are clone dishes, and of course there are also dishes made with new players as ingredients. The price is not cheap. The cheapest one costs 588 yuan, and the most expensive one costs 18,888 yuan. Although the prices are high, judging from the introduction, these dishes are indeed worth the money and are beneficial to the body.
"Why are all the weird foods on the menu yours? Don't we contractors deserve to eat in the dining car?" Mu Ruffing asked.
Sorry, sir, of course, absolutely."
The waiter immediately took out another menu.
This menu contains all food that contractors can eat, including instant noodles, bread, and mineral water, and the price is about twice that of the vending machine in the Scarlet Preferred Canteen. There are even special delicacies, but these ingredients are extremely rare, such as pandas, sturgeons, finless porpoises, blue whales, elephants, etc.
It's hard to imagine how these ingredients ended up on the train.
The cheapest one is 588 yuan, and the most expensive one is not that outrageous, only 1,888 yuan.
Mu Ruffing couldn't help but complain. What a profiteer. These ingredients are indeed extremely precious.
He swallowed involuntarily. These things, let alone having eaten them, he had never even seen them. However, what Mu Ruffing cared about most were the 3 kinds of fruits at the top of the menu.
Soul fruit, eating it can increase your spirit by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. The selling price is 10,000.
Fruit of meat, eating it can increase your physical fitness by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points.
The selling price is 10,000.
Fruit of strength, eating it can increase your strength by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points.
The selling price is 10,000. Oh my god, it can actually improve 3 of its own attributes.
It's really weird that these are not considered food but classified as functional drinks.
Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing said, "How much of these 3 kinds of fruit do you have left in stock?" "I want them all."
Sir, you want all of them?" The waiter was shocked.
"This fruit is worth 10,000 yuan each." "What? Are you afraid that I can't pay?" Mu Ruffing raised his eyebrows.
No, sir, it's just that we only have 10 of each type in stock. If you want to buy them all, it will cost you 300,000.
"What? 30? Mu Ruffing was shocked after hearing this.
"Yes, sir."
The waiter nodded quickly. "There are only 30 of them."
"Really?
Couldn't you have prepared more?" Mu Ruffing frowned.
He had expected an unlimited supply, or at least several hundred.
With his current financial resources, he could easily buy them all.
By then, he will be able to achieve financial freedom instantly in the real world.
"Well, sir, these 3 kinds of fruits can only be eaten by contractors.
There are almost no contractors coming to our dining car, and these 30 pieces have been in stock for several years."
The waiter explained patiently. "Okay, then I'll take them all." Mu Ruffing immediately took out 300,000 soul coins and threw them on the bar without hesitation. 30 thick stacks of banknotes were piled up on the bar. This
shocking scene frightened the waiter so much that his eyes seemed to have grown back and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Sir, please take a seat first. I'll get you some fruit." The waiter became extremely respectful at this moment and treated Moo Ruffing as a god. He just waved his hand and swept all the money under the bar, then turned around and rushed to the warehouse behind. Seeing this, Moo Ruffing sat down in the seat at the edge.
"Contractor, you actually have so much money?"
A pig-headed creature's eyes flashed with strange light, as if it was thinking about something. 300,000 soul coins were taken out so casually. "My monthly salary is only 30,000, and my savings are not even that much. This is really unbelievable." Another weirdo also said, "Hey, contractor, where did you get these soul coins? Is there any way to make a fortune?" There was a hint of jealousy and vigilance in their words. 300,000 soul coins made Moo Ruffing's image change rapidly in the eyes of this group of weird people, but this change was developing in a negative direction.
Their malice also deepened. Although Moo Ruffing is rich, he is not very strong and is just a new contractor.
It's like a child guarding a warehouse of gold and silver during wartime, and anyone can come and rob it. However, due to the rules of the train, they could not take action for the time being, otherwise they would have come up and robbed him of his money. Moo Ruffing listened to what they said but ignored it. He crossed his legs and waited quietly for the waiter to come back.
"Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you looking for death?"
Seeing that Moo Ruffing ignored them, the weirdos all got furious and shouted angrily,
"Look at what you are like. You come to me like a dog for this little money. If you bark like a dog twice, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Moo Ruffing showed his contempt without any concealment. "Ha!"
When the weirdos heard this, they were immediately furious.
Bang!
With a loud noise, the pig head slapped a corner of the dining table with a strange slap, breaking it. Then he stood up and strode towards Moo Ruffing. Judging from the situation, it seems that he is planning to take action. At this moment, a black light came flying from the glass door, gathered in Moo Ruffing's hand, and turned into a beautiful mouth. This singing mouth will automatically return to its owner's hand after singing, which is convenient and there is no need to worry about it being snatched away.
The song Good Luck Comes is about 3 minutes long, and the prelude is about 3 minutes. Now that the mouth is back, it means that the ghost in the suit is probably coming soon. Just at this moment, Pighead had already stood in front of Moo Ruffing. "It stinks. You are a pig-headed ghost, not a real pig. Why do you stink so much?" Moo Ruffing pinched his nose, his face full of disgust. "You are so brave. Do you think I dare not touch you?" The pig-headed ghost opened his bloody mouth and asked ferociously. "Yes, you dare not." Moo Ruffing nodded with a contemptuous tone. At this time, the glass door of the carriage was pushed open, and a man in a suit walked in with a gloomy face. "Boy, I want you to die," the suit ghost said, almost gritting his teeth. Who was he? Who was he that he could sing such an embarrassing song like Good Luck while dancing? Being humiliated by this brat is such a shame and humiliation. No matter what, he must get rid of Moo Ruffing today. Even if the train conductor came, he would still kill it. It would cost him a few tens of thousands more at most, and he wouldn't mind making a few concessions on the food supply. "Stop, stop it." The waiter ran over quickly with a suitcase in his hand, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the rules of the train? Do you want to become the train's food?" The waiter came to Moo Ruffing and said coldly while staring at the suit ghost and the pig-head ghost, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" The man in the suit looked at the waiter with a gloomy face. "What? Are you missing the feeling of singing?" Moo Ruffing slowly stood up, playing with the singing mouth in his hand. The man in the suit's eyes fixed, and he involuntarily took a step back. "At least everyone is sleeping in carriage number 2. As for here, he. Moo Ruffing smiled meaningfully. "You, humph." The suit-suited ghost was furious, but he was also afraid of the rule props in Moo Ruffing's hand. In the end, he just snorted coldly, turned around and went straight back to carriage number 2. "Boy, you are so arrogant." The pig-headed ghost leaned over, and the huge pig face was almost in front of Moo Ruffing. "Get out of here, it stinks." Moo Ruffing scolded without any politeness. "Boy, I remember your smell. I really hope you can live longer. Remember, don't let me meet you again." The pig-headed ghost sniffed, then stood up straight and said with a grin, "This guy still didn't dare to act rashly." Moo Ruffing stared at the pig-headed ghost coldly, without saying a word, and directly took out 100,000 soul coins. "I'm really upset with this guy. Whoever can take care of him after he gets off the bus will get the 100,000 yuan. After saying that, he threw the 100,000 yuan heavily on the dining table. 100,000 yuan fell on the table with a dull sound. At this moment, the dining car suddenly became eerily quiet. Even though he was weirdly thin and had been eating non-stop, he looked up at the 100,000 yuan on the table. 100,000 yuan is indeed a large amount. Although each of them has certain assets, this money is enough to kill the pig-headed ghost. A group of weird people began to stir. When the pig-headed ghost saw the 100,000 yuan on the table, his eyes lit up. He. The pig-headed ghost let out a strange laugh. 100,000 yuan, that's a huge sum of money. Aren't you giving it away for free? They took your money, got off the car and left. What do you think is the probability of this happening? The pig-headed ghost sneered. The
weirdos felt a little unhappy after hearing this. They originally planned to take the money without working, since it was impossible for the contractor to come to the strange world anyway. Even if it comes, that's even better. I can just kill it and eat the meat. Maybe I can even make a fortune. Oh, that's right. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. Well, I'll give each of you a 20,000 yuan deposit. Whoever can kill this guy will receive another 200,000 yuan. Mu Ruffing said this, took out another 240,000 yuan and threw it on the dining table. Gurgle. The weird people swallowed their saliva, their eyes fixed on the 340,000 yuan in cash, unable to move their gaze away. Are you telling the truth? A strange figure like a mummy suddenly stood up. Mu Ruffing glanced at him, grabbed 20,000 yuan and threw it directly to him. This is a deposit. Do you think it's real? Even if you didn't kill him, you don't have to return the 20,000 yuan. Mu Ruffing said lightly. Okay, I'll take this order. The mummy took the money and agreed on the spot. I took it too. Hee hee, how can I be missing out on such a good thing? This pig-headed ghost is dead. Even if I say Jesus comes, it will be useless. A group of weird people responded and said they would take the order. Mu Ruffing naturally handed over 20,000 yuan to them one by one. However, there was still one strange thing that did not move. The one who keeps eating. Mu Ruffing didn't care and still threw 20,000 yuan on the strange dining table. The other party looked up, glanced at him, and said, I'll take the money, but I won't accept the order. After saying that, he actually grabbed the money and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Brr! After eating so much food and adding the 20,000 yuan, he let out a strange and long burp. It doesn't matter. I've said that even if you don't make a move, you don't have to return the 20,000 yuan. Mu Ruffing said with a faint smile. At this time, the pig-headed ghost's face was frighteningly gloomy. He looked around with a fierce look in his eyes and said coldly, What? You want to attack me? Don't overestimate your own abilities. If you want to get the money, just come to me. My destination is the pig farm. Boy, pray that I don't run into you outside. The pig-headed ghost glared at Mu Ruffing coldly, then turned around and left the dining car without looking back. Which car is this pig-headed ghost in? Someone asked in a low voice. I don't know. I'm in carriage number 3 and have never seen him, another person answered. I was in carriage number 5 and saw him coming from carriage number 6. He must be between carriages number 6 and 10, someone analyzed. A group of weirdos began to whisper, discussing the specific location of the pig-headed weirdo. These weird creatures even planned to work together. Except for the weird one who was only concerned with eating and not participating, and excluding the target pig-headed weird, there were 6 weird passengers left in the carriage. They are all quite powerful, but compared with the pig-headed ghost, their momentum is obviously much inferior. Therefore, these guys decided to unite and prepare to kill the pig-headed ghost in one fell swoop. After all, if 6 people fight alone, not only will it be difficult to win, but they may also be killed by the pig-headed ghost. The wise thing to do is to join forces to kill him and then divide the 200,000. What's more, with the previous 20,000 yuan, each of them can get at least 50,000 yuan. Sir, how do you plan to arrange the subsequent payment of 200,000? The mummy asked Mu Ruffing. This is a troublesome matter. Mu Ruffing touched his chin and thought. According to what Zutugi said before, he would get off the car at the pig farm. Mu Ruffing knew that the next stop was the Kunshin chicken farm, and the next stop was the horror hospital. In other words, Zutugi will not be able to get off until at least 3 stops later. When he got off the bus, Mu Ruffing naturally couldn't see these strange things, so he couldn't pay the 200,000, and he would never give them money first, because it was obvious that as long as he took the money, these weirdos would definitely ignore him. As a result, they had no motivation to hunt the pig-headed ghost. By the way, I spent 300,000 yuan. Does that make me a VIP customer of your train? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Ah, sure, sir, you are already our most distinguished platinum customer. The waiter replied respectfully. This is your platinum membership card. You can enjoy a 20% discount on your purchases on the train. The waiter took out a sandalwood box from his pocket and handed it to Mu Ruffing. The platinum membership card should have been issued by the train conductor himself, but he has something important to attend to and cannot come in person. Once the matter is settled, the conductor will visit you personally, the waiter explained. Really? Mu Ruffing immediately took the sandalwood box. When I opened it, I saw a platinum card lying quietly inside. Bloody Train Platinum Membership Card. The Bloody Train's distinguished platinum membership card can only be obtained by spending more than 100,000 soul coins on the train at one time. It is a symbol of status. Benefit: cardholders receive a 20% discount on all train purchases and can change their train destination at any time. They can also spend soul coins to summon the blood train for door-to-door pickup. Note: door-to-door pickup is only available in the weird world and does not include the real world. I have to say, this platinum card is really convenient. Not only can you enjoy a 20% discount, but you can also change your destination at any time and go wherever you want. You can also spend soul coins to have the bloody train come to pick you up personally, although this does not include the real world, which is a bit regrettable. By the way, can this card be recharged? Mu
Ruffing suddenly asked. That's fine, the waiter replied. Is there a recharge limit? Mu Ruffing continued to ask.
Yes, the upper limit for recharging a platinum membership card is 1 million yuan.
If it exceeds 1 million, you will be automatically
upgraded to the most distinguished black gold membership card user on our train.
The waiter no longer doubted Mu Ruffing's financial resources. There is actually a black gold card? Is there a higher level of black gold card? Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. No, sir.
Black gold card users are the most distinguished super stips on our train.
The waiter replied. What is the recharge limit for the black gold card? Mu Ruffing asked again.
I'm not too sure, because there has never been a black gold card user on our bloody train. The waiter's heart trembled slightly and he replied. Forget it, I'll ask the conductor when I see him later.
Just top up 1 million for me first. Mu Ruffing directly took out a full 1 million soul coins using the black gold card of TND Bank. 1 million soul coins piled up, almost covering the entire dining table.
A strong ghost aura emanated from these soul coins, causing great shock to those weird beings.
Even the weird guy who only knew how to eat couldn't help swallowing.
Although they earn a lot, it is just the salary they receive on time every month, and they can occasionally get a small windfall. But in the final analysis, they are still the Moonlight Clan. The stronger they are, the more they spend.
With 1 million soul coins in front of them, how could they remain indifferent?
Well, sir, are you sure you want to top up 1 million? Once you top up, even if you want a refund, you can only get 10% back. The waiter swallowed and spoke carefully.
Only 10% can be refunded? Mu Ruffing frowned slightly.
Yes, sir, the waiter replied quickly. In that case, recharge me 2 million.
Mu Ruffing said lightly, then took out another 1 million soul coins and continued to pile them up on the table. That's a lot of money. Am I dreaming? How can this guest be so rich?
The group of weirdos no longer dared to be disrespectful and their attitude immediately became extremely respectful. Sir, are you sure you want to top up 2 million? The waiter asked, trembling all over. 2 million, although the money is not his, he can get a commission. As long as someone recharges their membership card, he can get a commission of 1%, which is 20,000 yuan.
I've taken it all out. Are you taking me for a joke?
2 million, and the refund is only 10%, which is 200,000. Then you get the head of that pig-headed ghost, take the bloody train to find him, and withdraw the 200,000 yuan from my membership card.
Mu Ruffing said calmly.
After hearing this, the group of weird people nodded repeatedly. To be honest, this payment method is indeed reliable.
The only question is whether Blood Train can operate in this way.
Their eyes turned to the waiter. That, sir, is not permitted in principle, as refunds must be made in person.
However, I think the conductor will definitely not refuse this request, the waiter explained. Okay, please help me recharge. Mu Ruffing nodded.
Sir, just place your platinum membership card on the banknotes and silently recite the recharge, the waiter instructed.
Oh, so convenient?
Mu Ruffing immediately pressed the membership card on the pile of banknotes. With a silent recitation, a strange energy gushed out from the membership card, covering the banknotes. In just a moment, all the money disappeared without a trace, and the balance on his platinum membership card quickly increased to 2.2 million. Sir, the conductor is aware of this matter, and he is really busy right now. He said that your meal today is free of charge, and after you finish your meal, he will come personally to upgrade you to a black gold card user, said the waiter.
Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded and glanced at the strange crowd.
Remember, if you bring a pig's head here, it must be a pig's head,
he warned solemnly. No problem, sir. We will help you kill that pig.
Yes, yes, yes. A group of weird people responded in unison.
That's more like it. Now, give me some food.
Bear paw, braised pig fish, shark fin rice, and grilled elephant trunk. Oh, and a bottle of mineral water.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will ask the kitchen to prepare it right away. The waiter responded and prepared to leave.
Wait, serve each of them one of these. No need to give them a free meal. I'll pay for it, Mu Ruffing said, pointing to a dish on the menu. The waiter looked at it and was slightly stunned. Then he said, okay, sir, I'll arrange it right away. Roasted suckling pig. This pig is carefully raised on a farm and fed soul grass daily. Its meat is delicious and enhances ghost power.
Price, 8,888 soul coins.
For 7 people, the total consumption was more than 60,000 yuan.
It's simply inhumane. That's very generous, sir. Thank you in advance.
Thank you, sir. I've been craving this roast suckling pig for a while, but I've never been willing to spend so much money. Sir, this is my number. If you come to my place again in the future, please feel free to contact me.
I will definitely treat you with the highest standards.
Me too.
Here's my number.
The 6 guys with strange movements and non-stop activities immediately handed their business cards to Mu Ruffing.
Mu Ruffing took them one by one with a smile.
These business cards might come in handy in the future.
Soon, the food Mu Ruffing ordered was served.
The whole carriage was filled with the rich aroma of meat, which made him swallow his saliva involuntarily. After all, he had just woken up from his sleep and 5 or 6 hours had passed since dinner time. He immediately grabbed a bear paw and started eating it in big mouthfuls. The taste is excellent. it is truly a national treasure level ingredient. By the way, where do you get these ingredients?
Moo Ruffing asked the waiter curiously. These ingredients are provided by Happy Zoo. They are fresh and affordable. It's just that the customer ordered a little less. The waiter replied. Happy Zoo. Moo Ruffing smiled. Just hearing the name made him feel particularly happy.
By the way, please get me some bread and mineral water to give to each of the contractors on the bus.
You can pay by credit card.
Also, remind the crew to behave themselves,
Moo Ruffing said.
At this moment, there are only 21 players left alive on the train. Most of these surviving new players ate the free food provided on the train.
Although I can't say that I'm full, my stomach is definitely empty. Giving them some food and water can also make them feel more at ease.
Okay, sir, don't worry, I'm the flight attendant and they dare not disobey my orders.
The waiter responded seriously. Go ahead. Moo Ruffing waved his hand. The waiter turned and walked towards the bar. Because the waiters were busy serving Moo Ruffing, the roast suckling pigs had to be delivered personally by the chef in the kitchen. Only after seeing Moo Ruffing did the chef have to believe what the waiter said. A contractor actually has so many soul coins.
Hello, distinguished sir, are you satisfied with the dishes? After serving the dishes, the chef walked respectfully to Moo Ruffing and asked,
well, your cooking skills are quite good. I'll give you a reward.
Moo Ruffing said approvingly and casually took out 10,000 soul coins and threw them on the corner of the table.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm relieved that you're satisfied.
The chubby chef grabbed the tip and forced a flattering smile on his face. After sending the chef away, Moo Ruffing continued to enjoy the delicious food in front of him. After eating and drinking, there were still about 2/3 of the dishes in front of me. It's not that he has a small appetite, but the food is just too much. Looking at the unfinished food, Moo Ruffing felt a little sorry. After all, they couldn't take the food away. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, he turned his gaze to the suitcase beside him. When I opened the box, I saw 3 kinds of fruits neatly arranged inside. The first one is the soul fruit, which is pitch black with a wisp of black gas coming out of the top. Next is the dark red meat fruit, which looks like a piece of raw meat. The last one is the fruit of strength, which is red all over and exudes an attractive fruity fragrance. Soul fruit, after consumption, it can increase spirit by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. Fruit of meat, after consumption, it can increase physical fitness by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. Fruit of strength, after consumption, it can increase strength by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. The attributes were clear and Moo Ruffing did not hesitate and directly picked up a fruit of power and stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit is not big, only the size of a ping pong ball. Once it enters the mouth, without even chewing, it turns into a stream of pure energy that flows through the limbs and bones. Edible strength fruit, increases strength attribute by 1 point. Wow, this feels so comfortable. Feeling the energy flowing through my body, I felt extremely comfortable. He then picked up the other fruits and put them into his mouth one by one. Edible strength fruit, increases strength attribute by 1 point.
Eat neat fruit, increase physical attribute by 1 point.
Eat soul fruit, increase spiritual attribute by 1 point. After a while, Moo Ruffing had eaten all 15 fruits. He suddenly felt much more energetic and his strength was significantly increased.
His figure is a little stronger than before. Moo Ruffing opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Moo Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 209, 19 plus 190. Spirit, 176, 16 plus 160. Constitution, 209, 19 plus 190. Contract slot, none. Skill, life and death.
Props, fragrant bandage, resentful kitchen knife, dorm manager's secret candle X2, matches, singing mouth, T&D Bank black gold card, flame vehicle card, bloody train platinum membership card.
Soul coins, 9999872899962. Alas, I spent more than 10 million, and I still have so much money. It's a pity that I can only use it in this copy. Moo Ruffing sighed. He wanted to lend some weird things, but if you borrowed these weird things, would you expect them to return them? That's a joke. Even if he lent it to that level 6 ghost Zhang Xiejia, he had no hope of getting it back. As for trading to new players or teammates, it is completely unnecessary. How long would it take him to save up 1 trillion soul coins bit by bit, and he would have to ask his teammates to collect them? The most important thing is that he doesn't want to reveal that he has so much money. Even if a player sees him tipping, he has a way to shirk or explain it. Of course, Moo Ruffing did not forget that even if the plugin was uninstalled, there would still be some residue. The plugin for the first copy is the zombie template, and the remaining one is the full attribute enhancement. The plugin for the second copy is 1 trillion soul coins, and it is very likely that the soul coins are left behind. Not to mention leaving 10%, even if only 1% is left, that would be hundreds of billions of soul coins, enough for Moo Ruffing to take off. Even if it's 1 in 10,000, it's still 100 million, so he was not panicked at all. Can't you eat anymore? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Moo Ruffing looked up and saw a strange figure standing in front of the dining table. The man was the thin and weird one who had been eating non-stop before. Before Moo Ruffing could speak, the thin and strange man continued,
"If you can't eat it, I'll help you finish it." After saying that, he sat down opposite Mu Ruffing and started eating the food in big mouthfuls.
Are you so unassuming?" Mu Ruffing looked at him in surprise. The thin and weird man didn't say much. In less than a minute, all the food on the table was gone. There wasn't even a bone left. "Thank you for your hospitality."
The thin and weird man wiped his mouth and thanked politely.
"You're welcome." Mu Ruffing waved his hand. "You should be a level 1 contractor, and you haven't contracted a monster yet, right?"
The thin and weird man suddenly spoke.
"Well, yes, you want to make a contract with me?" Mu Ruffing was not surprised.
Obviously, this guy saw that he was rich and wanted a contract. No, your level is too low to contract with me directly, but you can sign a contract with my daughter," said the thin and weird man.
Your daughter? Where is she?" Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned and confused.
The thin and weird man didn't say much, but reached out and opened his belly. No, it's not the belly that is opened, but the skin on the belly that is opened, like the pouch on a kangaroo's belly. Soon, he took out a strange baby from the leather bag. The strange baby closed its eyes and held a finger in its mouth, sucking on it. Its whole body is green and chubby, which makes it look quite cute.
"My daughter just finished her meal and is a little sleepy. She is sleeping now."
Although she is just a ghost baby, she has reached the 2nd level and has great potential. As long as she is given enough meat, she can grow quickly, the thin and weird explained.
"Level 2 red ghost?" Mu Ruffing looked the little baby up and down.
If what thin and weird said was true, this child did have amazing potential. "Why did you choose me? Moreover, I remember that most monsters don't like humans, and are even less willing to sign a contract with humans."
Mu Ruffing asked curiously.
"Most monsters prefer raw meat, especially fresh living people like new players. Once a contract is signed with the contractor, you will first lose a lot of freedom and have to stay with the contractor at all times.
More importantly, they can no longer devour living people with impunity."
My daughter has a huge appetite and eats so much that I can barely feed her. You are financially strong and can provide her with enough food. What do you think?" said the thin and strange one. "What abilities does she have?"
Mu Ruffing asked.
"I only know that she has a very practical ability that will definitely help you. As for her other abilities, it's up to you to communicate with her and explore them slowly," the thin and strange man replied.
"What ability?"
"She is immune to mental attacks. Even mental attacks from a level 3 weirdo are immune to her," the thin weirdo explained.
"Immune to mental attacks?
This ability is quite good. Moreover, from what he said, his daughter had other abilities.
As long as she is given enough food, can she grow quickly?" Mu Ruffing continued to ask with a slightly fixed gaze. "Yes, as long as there is enough food, she can grow quickly. She has a big appetite."
The thin and strange man nodded. "She ate up all my savings and even started draining my energy due to lack of food. I dropped a level as a result. I really can't hold on any longer, and you are so rich, you can probably afford to support her, and she can also be a great help to you," said the thin and weird man.
"You have a very clever calculation." Mu Ruffing sneered.
It is obvious that this thin and weird man wants to get rid of his daughter, who is a burden. After all, not only did his savings get eaten up, but even his own level was lowered because of his daughter's energy absorption. Seeing that Mu Ruffing had no intention of refusing, the thin and weird man couldn't help feeling a little anxious. He loves his daughter very much, otherwise he would have abandoned her long ago.
"Now I really can't hold on any longer, but I can't bear to give up until I met Mu Ruffing."
He felt that entrusting his daughter to a wealthy contractor could not only solve his own difficulties but also ensure his daughter's food, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
"I have something here. If you are willing to contract my daughter, I will give it to you."
The thin and weird man said this and slowly took out a mineral water bottle from his arms.
"What is this?" Mu Ruffing stared at the blood-red bottle and inexplicably felt a strong resentment.
Just as the thin and weird guy was about to explain, the bandage on Mu Ruffing's body suddenly stretched out and rolled the bottle over him. Seeing this, the thin and weird man did not stop it and let the bandage move.
"Ha, you are quite proactive."
Mu Ruffing smiled and reached out to grab the bottle. The bandage didn't retract, but instead wrapped around his palm, rubbing gently.
"You want this?" Mu Ruffing was even more surprised.
However, when he saw the properties of the items in the bottle, he was shocked. Blood filled with curses, blood filled with strong resentment and carrying a powerful curse, seems to be extracted from the body of a high-level weird person.
Effect, can enhance certain special items to give them unique abilities. A special item for strengthening? So you want to give this thing to me?
Mu Ruffing looked at the thin and weird man. "Well, I originally planned to sell it when I went to the Netherworld Trade City this time," the thin and weird man said.
"Can my bandages be strengthened with this?" Mu Ruffing continued to ask. "Your bandage is a good tool. It already has a little consciousness, so it's very suitable for strengthening." The thin and weird answer. "Okay, then I promise you." Mu Ruffing nodded and agreed to the contract. "Then I'll ask you to take care of my daughter."
The thin and weird man was delighted and handed the weird baby to Mu Ruffing.
Mu Ruffing took it and then activated the contract slot, preparing to formally sign a contract with her.
The strange baby slept extremely soundly, and even when Mu Ruffing held it tightly in his arms, it did not not react at all. My daughter was so full that I had to force her to fall asleep, otherwise I wouldn't be able to cope, said a thin and strange voice. However, as long as you sign a contract with her and provide her with enough food, you can freely use her abilities, he added.
Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded slightly.
At this moment, a piece of parchment glowing with blood appeared out of thin air in Mu Ruffing's palm.
This is the manifestation of the power of the contract slot.
After signing a contract with Weird and becoming a contractor, the content and conditions of the contract must be negotiated by both parties and cannot be changed once signed.
Mu Ruffing knew nothing about the content of the contract and could only confirm it after discussing it with Shouruo Gyi.
The general content is that Mu Ruffing is responsible for providing food for Gyi, and Gyi lends his own power to the contractor, and there is no reason to refuse.
This contract was quite loose, and Mu Ruffing didn't care.
After all, he was confident that he could provide enough food for the ghost baby.
In fact, this contract is very beneficial to Mu Ruffing.
In comparison, most other contractors have to accept harsh conditions and are in a weak position. Otherwise, Weird would never sign a contract with humans.
Of course, it is not ruled out that there is a contract that allows humans to completely control the weirdness.
After the content of the contract was finalized, Mu Ruffing dripped a drop of blood and pressed his fingerprint.
Gyi then held Guiying's hand,
pressed a fingerprint, and dripped a drop of blood. The contract was completed, and the parchment turned into a ray of bloodlight and merged into Mu Ruffing's mind. Then, a vague thought flooded into his mind.
I'm sleepy, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry, I'm sleepy.
No need to think too much, that must be the voice of the strange baby in front of me. Soon, a magical scene appeared. The strange baby turned into a ball of ghost energy, poured into Mu Ruffing's body, appeared in the contract slot, and fell into a deep sleep. From then on, the contract slot became the strange baby's cozy nest. The moment the contract was concluded, a stream of pure energy surged out of Mu Ruffing's body and quickly spread throughout his body.
An indescribable feeling of comfort came over me.
He could clearly feel that this energy was strengthening his body. After a long time, Mu Ruffing's body gradually stabilized. Then, he raised his right hand and condensed a ball of black aura.
Is this ghost energy? It's amazing.
At this point, Mu Ruffing finally mastered the ghost energy. Seeing that the contract was completed, the thin and weird man finally breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of your ghost energy depends on the strange power within you. Human and contracted strangeness complement each other.
The stronger the contract, the stronger your strength will be.
You can make progress together, said the thin and weird one.
Oh, by the way, how do I use this prop? Mu Ruffing asked after retracting his ghost energy.
You just need to open the bottle cap and let the bandage absorb it on its own. The thin and strange answer. Mu Ruffing nodded and unscrewed the bottle cap directly. When the bandage saw the bottle cap open, it immediately reached into the bottle and plunged into the blood. As soon as the bandage was stained with blood, the amount of blood in the bottle decreased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the bandage turned bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally warm bandage began to become cold, and the soft yet chilly touch made Mu Ruffing feel a little uncomfortable. He desperately wanted the bandage to loosen itself from him at this moment. However, just as Mu Ruffing was about to do so, he suddenly remembered that he was only wearing a pair of shorts. If the bandage were to come loose, it would be a disgraceful sight and extremely embarrassing. Helplessly, he could only watch as the bandages on his body quickly turned bright red. This situation did not last long. All the bandages were stained red with blood and then retracted from the bottle, as if they were sleeping, tightly wrapped around Mu Ruffing, motionless. Bloody bandage. The originally fragrant bandage turned blood red after being stained with blood that carried resentment and curses. Effect, possesses extremely strong toughness and ductility, making it impervious to swords and high-temperature flames, and immune to low-level curses. It can extend up to 30 meters, and can accelerate healing when used to bind wounds. Mu Ruffing was delighted that the bandage had become so powerful after being strengthened. Not only is the toughness improved, but the high-temperature resistance and defense are also greatly enhanced. The maximum extension length reaches 30 meters, and it even has a special attribute, immunity to low-level curses. It's really a treasure.
Mu Ruffing smiled.
I'm leaving my daughter in your care. I hope you can take good care of her.
I'm going back to the train now. The next stop is a chicken farm.
I'll buy a few chickens to replenish my body. After saying this, the thin and weird man stood up and walked forward. Mu Ruffing watched the thin and strange man leave, then turned to look at the remaining 15 fruits. He ate 5 of each fruit, which was the upper limit. He planned to take the remaining 15 back to the real world and sell them for some money. The inventory space is limited and there is no place to put it. After thinking for a moment, Mu Ruffing wrapped the fruits tightly with bandages and carried them on his back. The back was bulging because a lot of things were stuffed in it, and you could tell at a glance that something was hidden.
Get me a cloak, Mu Ruffing said.
The bandages were unusually obedient, and many bandages instantly grew out from both shoulders, converging into a blood-red cloak. Now the bandages were blood-red, and he was covered with a cape, which looked weird no matter how he looked at it.
Even slightly creepy. But Mu Ruffing didn't care. These external oddities were not as important as life.
Dear sir, hello, we have dealt with the conductor's matter and he is waiting for you in his office now.
The waiter approached respectfully and said, well, lead the way. Mu Ruffing nodded and stood up.
Soon, under the guidance of the waiter, he passed through carriage number 1 and came to another carriage.
Make way, make way.
Before reaching the locomotive, the carriage was split into 2 parts. Mu Ruffing stood in front of the door, which was the conductor's office.
Conductor, the guests have arrived. The waiter knocked on the door and announced. There were footsteps in the room. Squeak. The door was opened. A tall man with black aura all over his body appeared in front of Mu Ruffing.
As soon as the train conductor appeared, a strong sense of oppression came over me instantly.
Even in carriage number 1, the weird people who were enjoying the roast suckling pig worth 8,888 soul coins felt this eerie and ghostly aura.
For a moment, they all slowed down their eating. The train conductor rarely appears, and every time he does, he brings great pressure.
Sorry, you must be the distinguished guest Xiaofei mentioned. Sorry for the long wait. Please come in.
The train conductor seemed to notice something unusual about Mu Ruffing and immediately restrained his breath.
Xiaofei, go get a glass of water.
The conductor instructed the waiter.
Understood, Master Conductor. The waiter responded respectfully and retreated. Sir, please come in. My office may be a little messy, so please forgive me. The conductor led Mu Ruffing into the office. Mu Ruffing listened and took a quick look at the interior environment.
He had expected it to be filled with horrific dismembered limbs or human heads soaked in formaldehyde, or at least some specimens of hideous monsters. But surprisingly, the office was extremely clean and tidy, without any strange things. The only thing that caught his attention was a 3-tiered bookshelf. The bookshelf was filled with novels, comics, and some figures that he was quite familiar with. Next to the bookshelf, there was a set of pure black Lolita clothes that was obviously worn by a child.
Excuse me, I have liked these things since I was a child. That dress belongs to my daughter.
The conductor smiled and explained when he noticed Mu Ruffing's gaze. It seems that you, the conductor, are also a second-level ape.
I guess your daughter must be very cute, huh?
Mu Ruffing said with a smile, and suddenly felt that the conductor in front of him was not scary at all.
Yes, my daughter is really cute, but it's a pity that I will never see her again.
The conductor sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his tone.
Sorry, Mr. Mu, please sit down.
The conductor sat down on the chair and motioned Mu Ruffing to sit opposite him.
Mu Ruffing nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and sat down. Hello, Mr. Mu.
I am the conductor of this train, Wang Tingzheng.
I was delayed by something just now. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
The conductor said politely.
No way, conductor, you're too polite. Mu Ruffing waved his hand to show that he didn't mind.
Mr. Mu, your spending on the train today has exceeded the standard for our highest-end black gold card.
If you have a platinum card, I can help you upgrade. The conductor got straight to the point. Yeah.
Mu Ruffing didn't say much and took out his platinum card. The train conductor reached out to take the platinum card, and then a strong ghostly aura surged out from all around and slowly gathered on the card. Not long after, the platinum card turned black, with bits of gold flashing on its surface, making it look exceptionally gorgeous.
Mr. Mu, the upgrade has been completed.
This is your black gold card.
The train conductor placed the black gold card in front of Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing immediately reached out to take it.
Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card. The highest level black gold membership card of the Bloody Train requires a one-time consumption of 1 million soul coins on the train, and the recharge balance must reach more than 1 million yuan, which symbolizes noble status. Effect: this card grants free train rides, a 40% discount on all train purchases, and the ability to change train destinations at any time. Soul coins can also be used to have the Bloody Train pick you up at your doorstep, including in the real world. Note: real-world transfers are limited to 1 use per month.
Special effect: can command flight attendants to a certain extent. Current balance: 2,200,000 yuan.
After reading the card attributes, Mu Ruffing couldn't help but sigh that the privileges of this black gold card were extremely powerful. He can even command those weird flight attendants within a certain range.
Mr. Mu, you are now the most distinguished black gold card customer on the Bloody Train. Everyone on the train, including me, will serve you unconditionally. Even if it's an unreasonable request, we will try our best to satisfy you.
The conductor said respectfully.
Unreasonable request? What kind of rude request can be met? Mu Ruffing raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Well, of course you can. For example, if you like a certain attendant, she will satisfy any of your needs. The conductor nodded seriously. I'd better forget about that kind of request. By the way, is there a recharge limit for your black gold card? Mu Ruffing asked. Recharge limit? Well, there is indeed one. The maximum recharge is 100 million yuan. The Bloody Train cannot bear it if it exceeds this limit.
The train conductor replied. There was a knock on the door.
Conductor, the water is here.
The voice of waiter Xiaofei came from outside. The door was pushed open and the waiter came in with a glass of water.
Sir, your water. Xiaofei respectfully placed the water in front of Mu Ruffing. Okay, you can get off. Mr. Mu and I have have something to talk about. The conductor waved to Xiaofei. Xiaofei understood immediately and turned away.
Mr. Mu, I'm sorry, the contractors on the train can only drink water, the conductor said apologetically. Bloody Train mainly deals in local weird businesses, such as contract players, which are basically a losing business. Only when the contractors are treated as food can you make some money.
Ah, it's okay, I just like drinking water.
Mu Ruffing smiled, picked up the water cup and drank it all.
Conductor, then I will recharge 100 million soul coins.
Putting down the water cup, Mu Ruffing waved his hand and said in a heroic manner. Crack! The train conductor crushed the worm teacup in his hand in an instant.
How much?
The conductor was so shocked that he almost doubted his ears. I said, I want to recharge 100 million soul coins. If you hadn't set the upper limit to only 100 million, I would definitely recharge more.
Mu Ruffing said with some regret. 100 million? Mr. Mu, do you really want to recharge 100 million soul coins? The train conductor trembled slightly in disbelief. 100 million soul coins, this number is simply astronomical.
Not to mention 100 million, he had never even seen 10 million.
How do I top up this? If I take out 100 million, will there be too much space in the office? Mu Ruffing looked around and asked. Ghoul. The conductor swallowed and said slowly, Mr. Mu, you should have a bank card from Tiandi Bank, right?
Yes, I have. Mu Ruffing nodded, and with a thought, the black gold card of Tiandi Bank appeared in his hand. A strong sense of oppression immediately spread. Even the train conductor, who was a 7th level ghost general, could not help but be affected.
Black and gold card? The conductor was once again shocked and speechless. As a person with millions of deposits and holding a Tiandi Bank gold card, he is quite familiar with the hierarchy of Tiandi Bank. The lowest level of Tiandi Bank card does not require any conditions.
As long as you are weird enough, you can legally apply for an ordinary card. When the deposit reaches 100,000 yuan, the card will be automatically upgraded to a silver card.
When your deposit exceeds 1 million, you will be upgraded to a gold card.
If your card exceeds 10 million, you can be upgraded to a platinum card. Only when the deposit exceeds 1 billion will one be eligible to upgrade to a black gold card.
More importantly, all cards will be downgraded as soon as the balance drops below the upgrade requirements. For example, if the deposit is less than 1 billion, the black gold card will be immediately downgraded to a platinum card, even if the difference is only $1.
At this moment, Mu Ruffing became more mysterious in the eyes of the train conductor, and his attitude became more respectful.
Mr. Mu, are you sure you want to top up 100 million yuan? The train conductor tried to calm down and confirmed again tremblingly. Well, how do I recharge? Mu Ruffing responded indifferently.
The train conductor had been somewhat calm at first, but upon hearing this, he became agitated again, and the evil spirit in his body was almost out of control.
Fortunately, Mu Ruffing held the black gold card in his hand and was completely immune to his pressure, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable.
Sorry, I was rude. The train conductor realized that he had gone too far and quickly forced himself to calm down and restrain his anger.
Mu Ruffing just waved his hand without saying anything more.
You just need to gently touch the two cards together, and then communicate with the Tiandi Bank black gold card with your mind, and you can recharge the soul coins to the Bloody Train black gold card, the train conductor explained. Mu Ruffing nodded, then communicated with the black gold card with his mind. Soon, 100 million soul coins were transferred from the Tiandi Bank black gold card to the Bloody Train black gold card. Before he could say anything, the train conductor seemed to have noticed that the recharge was successful and was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Mr. Mu, you will be the most distinguished passenger on our train from now on, and all expenses on the train will be free of charge. As long as you communicate with our black gold card, no matter where you are or where you are going, we will respond to your call at any time, the conductor said solemnly.
Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. In this way, does he have the ability to go anywhere? Thinking of this, he immediately asked, when I am in the real world and want to go to the weird world, can you come and pick me up?
Of course you can, but our train has regulations that we can only go to the real world once a month, the conductor replied. By the way, conductor, I remember that the Bloody Train used to run once every 3 months.
How come it suddenly became once a month? Mu Ruffing asked curiously. I don't know either.
The conductor shook his head.
Then can you prevent new contractors from boarding the Bloody Train? Mu Ruffing continued to ask.
The train conductor shook his head again. This is not something I can control. It is the Bloody Train's own rules.
Is that so? Then can you modify the rules to try to ensure that the new contractors can survive? Mu Ruffing asked.
I can only change the rules I set, but the rules of the Bloody Train cannot be changed, said the conductor.
Is that so? Mu Ruffing frowned slightly.
At this moment, the train conductor changed the subject and said, however, I can set aside a carriage as an exclusive space for contractors.
Once those contractors get on board, I will use my authority to gather them all into that exclusive compartment. The crew will also pay special attention to ensure that there are no other passengers disturbing the contractors. They should be able to
arrive at their destination safely and get off the train smoothly. Okay, then I'll trouble the conductor. Mu Ruffling nodded. In this way, as the train conductor said, the death rate of new players in the future can indeed be reduced to an extremely low level. After experiencing this dungeon, unless the player seeks death, there is no need to worry about safety issues when entering the bloody train dungeon again. To be honest, Mu Ruffing quietly solved the high mortality copy, which made him feel a sense of accomplishment. However, he will not tell anyone about this. At this moment, Mu Ruffing suddenly felt the strength in his body suddenly weakened. At the same time, the irritability in my heart gradually dissipated. He knew clearly in his heart that the duration of his rule skill, life and death, and bloodthirsty attribute had expired. Conductor, I would like to ask, how long will it take to get to the next stop? Mu Ruffing thought for a moment and asked. About 2 hours. The conductor looked at the clock on the wall and replied. 2 hours? That means the duration of the rule skills and bloodthirsty attributes is about 1 hour. Mu Ruffing calculated secretly. 1 hour is neither long nor short. The key is that his skills have no cooldown. 1 hour is enough. Conductor, is there a private compartment here? I'm a little sleepy and want to rest for a while. Mu Ruffing said. Yes, there are private rooms. We can arrange them anytime if you need them. Mr. Mu, please wait a moment. I will prepare a compartment for you right away. After saying this, the conductor hurriedly left the office. In less than 5 minutes, the conductor returned to the office. Mr. Mu, the compartment is ready. Please follow me. The conductor said respectfully. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded, stood up, and followed the conductor out of the office. The compartment is right next to the conductor's office, and further ahead is a large iron door that is somewhat rusty. There was a sign hanging on the iron gate with 3 big words written on it. Driver's cab. Looking back at the compartment, it was about the same size as the conductor's office. It must be a carriage divided into 2 parts, with the conductor's office on one side and this compartment on the other. Mu Ruffing looked around and felt it was pretty good. There were beds, tables and chairs, and even a toilet. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. This used to be my resting place, but now it's your exclusive box. No one will live here except you. The beds and quilts are brand new. You can use them with confidence, said the conductor. Is that so? Then how will you rest in the future? Conductor, Mu Ruffing asked. My office is quite spacious, so you can just rest in the office from now on. To be honest, I don't really need to rest, the conductor replied. Mu Ruffing nodded without saying anything more. Mr. Mu, if you need anything during your break, you can press the service bell on the table and we will come as soon as possible, said the conductor. Oh, excuse me, is the bloody train for sale? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Ha? The conductor didn't react for a moment. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry, this can't be sold. The conductor shook his head. No matter what it is, it has its value. Tell me the number. 10 billion. Are you selling it for? Mu Ruffing said lightly. 1 billion? The conductor felt his mouth dry. Not enough? What about 2 billion? Mu Ruffing doubled the price. Mr. Mu, it's really not possible. It can't be sold. The conductor smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it were possible to sell it, the conductor would have done it long ago, but the problem is that it simply can't be sold. The only way to change the ownership of the bloody train is if he dies. If he died, he wouldn't be able to spend even 10 billion. Forget it, then go ahead and do your work. No need to say hello to me. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and said with some regret. Oh, by the way, when the train arrives at the Kunshin chicken farm, remember to remind me, he added. Although Mu Ruffing will not get off at the Kunshin chicken farm this time, he still has to see Xuefan and Xingyu again before getting off. Okay, Mr. Mu. The conductor nodded and slowly closed the door. Mu Ruffing walked directly to the bedside and signaled Bandage to move the things placed behind him to the other side. Then he lay down. To be honest, this bed is really comfortable and soft. There was a quilt on the bed, and the conductor's arrangement was quite thoughtful. Now I feel full and in a good mood. Without any worries, it's a perfect time for sleep. Mu Ruffing pulled the quilt over him and soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, he just felt something pressing on his chest. There was also a pair of cold little hands pressing his cheeks randomly. From time to time, some vague thoughts came to my mind, but Mu Ruffing was sleeping so soundly that none of the noises could wake him up. Suddenly, he felt that the ghost power in his body was being lost at an alarming rate. I'm afraid that in less than a minute, his ghost power will be sucked dry. This sudden change woke him up suddenly. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a baby with a pale face lying on his chest, shouting something. The strange baby's big black eyes stared at him. Mu Ruffing could clearly feel that his ghost power was being absorbed by the strange baby. Ah! As soon as he saw the strange baby, he jumped up from the bed. The time of bloodthirstiness was long over. Fear suddenly came over him, and the strange baby on his chest scared him. When he came to his senses, he remembered that this monster was the strange baby he had contracted. This made him feel relieved. Little guy, you really scared me to death. Mu Ruffing touched the cold little hands and scolded half-jokingly. I. Hungry, hungry, eat, eat. Although he didn't understand his language, Mu Ruffing understood what the little guy meant. Stop smoking, stop smoking. If you continue, I will lose my life. I will ask someone to prepare
food for you right away,"
he said hurriedly. Once the ghost power in his body is exhausted, the strange baby will begin to suck his vitality. Mu Ruffing knew that his life could not withstand such consumption. The ghost baby was very obedient. When he heard him say that, he stopped absorbing ghost power.
"Oh, by the way, little guy, can you eat the soul coins directly?" Mu Ruffing suddenly had an idea and asked.
The ghost baby evolves by absorbing ghost power or blood and flesh energy from food, and the soul coins also contain ghost power. The monsters he had seen all became stronger by absorbing the ghost power in the soul coins.
Thinking about it this way, can the ghost baby also evolve by eating soul coins directly? Money, 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 eat some money.
The strange baby sat on the back of Mu Ruffing's neck, holding his head with both hands, babbling.
"Come, eat."
Mu Ruffing's mind moved, and 100,000 soul coins appeared out of thin air and were placed on the bed.
Ah, ah, ah.
The strange baby seemed to have found food and instantly turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared from Mu Ruffing's neck. But in the blink of an eye, it magically appeared in front of the 100,000 soul coins. I saw the strange baby grab a stack of banknotes in each hand and try to stuff them into his mouth, but the 2 stacks of banknotes were too big to fit into her little mouth. This made the ghost baby look a little anxious.
Soon, the strange baby's eyes rolled and its mouth suddenly split open, reaching its ears.
In this way, with a big enough mouth, the strange baby swallowed 20,000 soul coins in one gulp.
And that's not all.
In the blink of an eye, the remaining 80,000 soul coins were all swallowed up by it.
"You can eat so much? Then give me some more." Mu Ruffing was full of heroic spirit.
With a wave of his hand, millions of soul coins covered the bed.
Ah, ah, ha.
When the ghost baby saw the mountains of soul coins, an extremely happy expression appeared on his face. Then she kept grabbing the banknotes with both hands and stuffing them into her mouth. As she swallowed more and more soul coins, the ghost power in her body became stronger and stronger. Even Mu Ruffing could feel that the strange baby seemed to have grown a lot. In less than a minute, the million soul coins were eaten up by the strange baby. No, there were still 20,000 soul coins left, and she was holding 10,000 tightly in one hand. The strange baby has obviously grown a lot bigger at this moment. When the contract was first signed, she was only a 7 or 8-month-old baby. Now, after consuming these 1 million soul coins, she has grown into a baby of about 1.5 years old.
"Daddy, Daddy, this is for you to eat."
The strange baby appeared in front of Mu Ruffing again at some point and actually spoke.
"Ha, what did you call me?"
Mu Ruffing was surprised that she could speak, and was stunned when he heard the name.
"Daddy, Daddy, hug me."
The strange baby opened his arms and asked Mu Ruffing to hug him. Because Mu Ruffing gave her 1 million soul coins, and because of the contract, Guiying felt very close to him.
"Call me brother."
Mu Ruffing reached out and held her in his arms.
"Daddy, Daddy, eat some money."
The ghost baby looked at Mu Ruffing innocently, grabbed the soul coins with both hands and stuffed them into his mouth.
"Call me brother." Mu Ruffing leaned back slightly to avoid the attack of the 20,000 soul notes.
"Call me brother," he said in a heavier tone.
"Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy."
The strange baby seemed to accept this name.
"Alas, he hasn't even had a girlfriend, but he has a daughter." Mu Ruffing sighed. Forget it, forget it. "Do you have a name?" he asked. "Name? What's your name? Can I eat it?" "Daddy." The strange baby seemed not to understand the meaning of the name. "Forget it, then I'll pick one for you. How about calling you Mu Guiying?"
Guiying. Well, Mu Ruffing has never had any talent for naming, and this is the best name he could think of.
Guiying, Mu Guiying. Good, good.
At this time, the strange baby seemed to finally understand what the name was.
He kept muttering and clapping his hands happily.
"Then I'll call you Xiaoying."
"Xiaoying, eat it yourself. Dad doesn't eat soul coins." Mu Ruffing refused the 20,000 yuan that Xiaoying handed over. Oh. Xiaoying responded and then swallowed the remaining 20,000 yuan in one breath. "Daddy, I'm hungry." "Daddy, Xiaoying wants some more snacks." Eat as much as you want, there's plenty of soul money." Mu Ruffing waved his hand again, and a small hill appeared in the room.
He took out 10 million soul coins. "Oh, money, so much small coins," Xiaoying exclaimed, and the whole person turned into a ball of black gas and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was lying on the mountain of money, swallowing it in big mouthfuls.
"Xiaoying has an amazing appetite. No wonder that skinny weirdo gave her to Mu Ruffing to sign a contract." In just 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaoying had eaten up all the 10 million soul coins, not even one was left.
Xiaoying has grown a lot at this moment and looks about 4 or 5 years old. She was wearing a bright red bandage skirt. She had grown up, and it was obviously inappropriate for her to be naked, so Mu Ruffing wrapped her with a bandage. "Well, I have to put on the bandages myself, or I have to find some clothes for Xiaoying." Mu Ruffing looked down at himself. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. To be honest, if he was alone in the room, it wouldn't matter, but with Xiaoying around, he felt a little shy. "Hey, wait," in the conductor's office. Suddenly, he remembered that he had seen a pure black Lolita dress in the conductor's office. That style is just right for children around 4 or 5 years old. But after thinking about it, Mu Ruffing felt that it was not appropriate. Not only because the clothes are the train conductor's favorite, but also because Xiaoying will continue to devour soul coins. Maybe it will grow even bigger. While Mu Ruffing was still thinking about how to get a set of clothes, Xiao Ying had already quietly appeared in front of his head without him knowing when. Daddy, I'm full. I want to sleep. I want to sleep, Xiao Ying said coquettishly while holding Mu Ruffing's head tightly. Are you full now? Keep eating, eat more. Mu Ruffing encouraged her with a smile. I don't want to eat anymore, Dad. My level is too low. I can't digest it even if I eat. My stomach is bloated. My stomach is bloated. Xiao Ying patted her round belly, looking a little helpless. You mean because my level is too low, you can't eat it and can't reach level 3? Mu Ruffing asked doubtfully. It's not that I can't eat, it's that I can't digest what I eat and my stomach feels bloated and uncomfortable. Xiao Ying patted her round belly again with a firm tone. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about this. Mu Ruffing slapped his head and remembered the rules. The contractor cannot contract a monster that is 2 levels higher than himself. In other words, Mu Ruffing is now at level 1, and the weirdness of his contract can only reach level 2 at most. If Mu Ruffing wants to raise the weirdness of the contract to level 3, he himself must also raise it to level 2. It seems that only when he reaches level 2 can Xiao Ying continue to digest those small amounts of money and break through to level 3. Xiao Ying had just been promoted to level 2 before, but now, after eating so much small amounts of money, she has reached the peak of level 2. Of course, from what Xiao Ying said just now, it's not that she really can't eat anymore. She can still eat, but she can't digest it and can't upgrade it. Instead, it will be stored in her body. Mu Ruffing did not forget that his little money would be gone after passing this copy. Since Xiao Ying can store food, we must at least fill up the stock in her stomach. As long as Xiao Ying can still eat, let her eat to her heart's content, eat as much as she can, and eat without any scruples. Xiao Ying, then you should eat more. It's better to have a bloated stomach than an empty stomach, don't you think? Mu Ruffing advised. Yeah, if Dad tells me to eat, I'll eat it. Xiao Ying thought about it and it seemed to be the truth, so she nodded seriously. Mu Ruffing nodded and waved his hand. This time he actually took out a full 100 million. 100 million is already a huge amount of money, almost filling up the entire space in the room. Go ahead and eat it all, Mu Ruffing ordered heroically. Dad, Xiao Ying will try her best and will definitely finish eating it all. Xiao Ying made a gesture of encouragement with a serious look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from Mu Ruffing's arms. In the blink of an eye, she was lying on the pile of banknotes, swallowing them in big mouthfuls. Could this also be Xiao Ying's ability? Mu Ruffing murmured to himself in confusion. Teleportation? Or something else? He watched Xiao Ying disappear in his arms, his heart full of curiosity. Daddy, I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. Xiao Ying sat on a pile of soul coins, feeling so aggrieved that she was about to cry. There's not much left, Xiao Ying. Come on, Daddy believes you can do it. Mu Ruffing clenched his fists and cheered her up, his eyes full of encouragement. Wow, Daddy, I really can't finish it. Xiao Ying made a sad face and stuffed the money into her mouth with difficulty. Come on, Xiao Ying is the best, come on. Mu Ruffing kept cheering her on from the side. Not long after, another 10 minutes later, the 100 million yuan in cash was almost eaten up. There were only about 100,000 yuan in cash left in front of Xiao Ying. Wow, Daddy, I really can't eat anymore. Although Xiao Ying's body shape has not changed, the color of her body has changed from the original green to flesh color. Her skin is rosy and tender, and she is extremely cute. At first glance, she looks no different from a real child. Don't cry. If you can't eat, don't force yourself. Mu Ruffing's heart melted instantly. He hurried forward, hugged Xiao Ying in his arms, and comforted her sincerely. Dad, I don't want to eat small coins anymore. Xiao Ying stopped crying and looked up at Mu Ruffing with a face full of grievance. No. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Mu Ruffing quickly agreed. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Ying cried with joy. Hey, you already called me Daddy. Why are you still so polite? Mu Ruffing smiled and reached out to gently wipe away the tears on her face. Hey, Xiao Ying, why are you crying? Aren't you a ghost baby? Mu Ruffing was a little stunned. I don't know, it's just, my tears just started flowing out. Xiao Ying herself didn't understand why she was crying. Okay, if you don't know, then you don't know. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. Dad, I'm so full after eating. I want to sleep and don't want to move, Xiao Ying said again. Well, then you go back and rest first. Mu Ruffing patted Xiao Ying's head gently with a gentle voice. Okay, see you later, Dad. With Mu Ruffing's permission, Xiao Ying turned into a black mist and then merged into his body. Mu Ruffing looked inside and saw Xiao Ying sleeping in the contract slot. Bandage, quickly, help me put it on. He gave the order immediately. The bandages were applied quickly and obediently, wrapping Mu Ruffing up, and the cloak naturally did not fall off. After all, his things were tied behind his back, bound with bandages. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and put the remaining soul notes into the black gold card. Just as he was about to go out, he suddenly stopped. His eyes turned to the toilet beside him. People have 3 urgent needs, and he felt a little suffocated, so it would be better to take care of it first. He strode towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, Mu Ruffing walked out of the bathroom with a relaxed relaxed look on his face. After thinking for a moment, he decided to find the train conductor and ask about the Lolita dress. I always feel uneasy if I don't find some clothes for Xiaoying. Pushing open the door, Mu Ruffing walked out. After a while, he arrived at the door of the conductor's office.
Knock, knock, knock. He knocked politely. Conductor, I'm Mu Ruffing. Are you there?
In the blink of an eye, the door opened.
Mr. Mu, why are you here? Is there anything wrong? The train will arrive in 7 minutes.
The conductor said with a little surprise.
Ha, there are only 7 minutes left until the station? Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. Mr. Mu, please come in, please come in.
The conductor hurriedly invited him into the house.
Conductor, I have something to trouble you with. It may be a bit presumptuous, but I wonder if you can part with this dress? Mu Ruffing went straight to the point and pointed at the black Lolita dress. Ah, the conductor didn't react for a moment.
He had thought of many things, but he never expected that Mu Ruffing would come for his daughter's clothes.
Well, Mr. Mu, I wonder what you want this dress for.
The conductor did not agree immediately. He would definitely give me ordinary clothes without saying a word. But these were his daughter's clothes, the only thing he could place his longing for. Let me put it this way, I have contracted a strange baby.
Does the train conductor know about it? Mu Ruffing said. Yeah, I know. Xiaofei mentioned it to me. The conductor nodded, still confused. That little guy had a big appetite and ate a lot of soul notes. He's grown a lot now. She is a girl, and it's not good for her to be naked. I don't have any clothes like her, so I came to ask you. Mu Ruffing explained. Is that so?
The conductor murmured, obviously struggling internally.
I can see that this dress is very important to you. How about I pay 1 million to buy it? Mu Ruffing took the initiative to speak. 1 million? Deal.
The conductor reacted quickly and agreed without hesitation.
Are you kidding? How can his feeling of nostalgia for someone when he sees something be compared to 1 million?
Even hesitating for a second would feel disrespectful to Mu Ruffing.
Okay, should I transfer the money to your bank card or deduct it from my black gold card? Mu Ruffing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could buy clothes, it would be fine.
Mr. Mu, please transfer the money directly to your bank card.
My card number is. Mu Ruffing nodded and immediately transferred 1 million to the conductor's account using the black gold card. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Mu. I'll get the clothes to you right away.
The train conductor took a deep breath, calmed himself down, solemnly took off the black Lolita dress, and handed it to Mu Ruffing.
Don't worry, I will take good care of it. Mu Ruffing took Lolita with a smile.
The moment his fingers touched the clothes, Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this piece of clothing actually had attributes. Little devil suit, this is an extremely precious piece of clothing for a father.
Unfortunately, its preciousness is not worth a price of 1 million.
Effect, after wearing it, it can increase one's own ghost power by 30%, has strong defense, can automatically repair when damaged, is immune to some curse powers, can be freely transformed according to the wearer's body shape, is only for women to wear, and when the wearer exceeds level 3, the ghost power enhancement effect will gradually weaken. This property is really good. The effect of increasing ghost power by 30% alone is already very valuable. However, judging from the last line of text, this little devil suit should be a level 3 item.
The actual value may not be that high.
Mu Ruffing paid 1 million to buy it, which is a premium of several times.
But for Mu Ruffing, this money was free money.
This set of little devil suit was a great bargain.
Thank you, conductor, for your kindness. I'll take my leave now. Mu Ruffing said. Mr. Mu, please come this way. The conductor walked to the door and personally opened the office door for Mu Ruffing. You're so polite.
Mu Ruffing walked out of the office, and the conductor watched him return to his compartment. The clothes are now in hand, and the next step is to let Xiaoying wear them.
Mu Ruffing summoned Xiaoying from her sleep.
However, he was a little confused because the structure of the little devil suit was a bit complicated and he had no idea how to help Xiaoying put it on. After thinking for a while, Mu Ruffing simply put it in from the collar, wrapped the clothes, and then threw them into the contract slot. When Xiaoying wakes up, she will probably put it on herself, I think.
After dealing with Xiaoying's clothes, Mu Ruffing pushed open the door and walked towards the dining car.
It takes about 5 minutes to reach the station from Kunshan Chicken Farm. Mu Ruffing was going to carriage number 5 to find Shinyu and Xuefan and tell them that he had no intention of getting off the train. In fact, he didn't have to explain it specifically, but he was worried that if he didn't get off the train with them, Chang Yulin and Xu Lianhong would mistakenly think that he died in the bloody train copy. If he really died in the copy, they would definitely notify his parents immediately. Although they would make excuses, it would be interesting if Mu Ruffing came out alive and saw his parents crying their hearts out. Just in case, Mu Ruffing decided to explain things to them first. When Mu Ruffing walked past carriage number 1, there was nothing strange inside the carriage. There was only the waiter Xiao Fei standing by the bar. Apparently, those weird people who were dining there went to ask the pig-headed ghost to make dumplings.
Mr. Mu, you are out. The train will arrive soon. As soon as the waiter saw Mu Ruffing, he immediately came out from the bar and approached him with an attentive look on his face. You go and do your own thing. I need to find a companion for something. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and said, "Okay, Mr. Mu, just tell me if you have anything." Xiao Fei nodded and bowed as he watched Mu Ruffing enter carriage number 2.
When we arrived at carriage number 2, all the passengers were still asleep. Their faces were terrified, as if they were having a nightmare.
It's not as dark as before. Obviously, he had received some kind of warning. The man in the suit also saw Mu Ruffing walk in.
He stared at Mu Ruffing intently, wanting to take action but afraid of breaking the rules, and even more wary of the rule-based prop in Mu Ruffing's hand. Just like that, the man in the suit kept staring at Mu Ruffing until he left carriage number 2. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station.
Please prepare your luggage and get ready to get off.
Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station.
Please prepare your luggage and get ready to get off.
Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station.
Please prepare your luggage and get ready to get off.
When Mu Ruffing walked to carriage number 5, the announcement of the upcoming arrival of the station was heard in the carriage.
"Sir, you're back. We'll be arriving at our destination soon." When the flight attendant saw Mu Ruffing, he immediately came forward excitedly. "Yeah." Mu Ruffing nodded, then walked to Xinyu and Xuefan. The two were in the middle, one on the left and the other on the right. Mu Ruffing approached and they saw him. "Mr. Mu, you're back?
I haven't seen you for so long. I was quite worried." Xinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Ruffing.
"I'm glad you're back, Mr. Mu.
We'll be arriving at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station soon, and we've all cleared the dungeon successfully."
Xuefan's previously tense heart finally relaxed.
From now on, the two of them can be considered real players. As for the real contractor, he must contract with a strange creature and give birth to ghost power in his body to be considered a real contractor.
"It was a close call this time,"
Xinyu said with a smile.
"Yes, the death rate this time is not high." Mu Ruffing nodded in agreement.
He glanced at the number of surviving players and saw there were still 20.
Mu Ruffing remembered that when he entered the conductor's office, there were still 21 people left.
Nearly 2 hours passed and only one player died. I can't say much, but that dead player. Mu Ruffing guessed in his heart that this person was probably seeking his own death. After all, he was the one who asked the conductor to take care of these new players.
Mu Ruffing didn't care about the dead newcomer.
"After you get off the bus, please tell Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong that I will not get off at this stop,"
Mu Ruffing said.
"What?" Xuefan and Xinyu looked at him in surprise. "If I get off at Kunshan Chicken Farm, I can only get the lowest 100% clearance. I want to ride a few more stops to improve my clearance,"
Mu Ruffing explained. "Ah, Mr. Mu, isn't this too dangerous?"
"Yes,
Mr. Mu, the first stop is so dangerous. Getting off at Kunshan Chicken Farm is actually the safest choice."
"Mr. Mu, we've already cleared the level.
There's no need to take any more risks."
"Even if the clearance rate and rewards increase, safety is the most important thing." Xuefan and Xinyu expressed their disapproval of Mu Ruffing's decision not to get out of the car, and found it difficult to understand.
Unfortunately, Mu Ruffing wouldn't listen to them at all. "Don't worry about this. I have my own plans.
Please go out and tell Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong. Besides, I am not without the ability to protect myself." After saying that, Mu Ruffing raised his right hand, and with a thought, a ball of black air rose in his palm. Is this ghost power? Xuefan and Xinyu felt a sudden nervousness in their hearts when they saw the situation in front of them. They have received professional training and have a good understanding of the dungeon world. The term ghost power is naturally not unfamiliar to me. When ghost power is born in the contractor's body, it means that the contractor has contracted the first monster.
"Mr. Mu, you have already contracted the weirdness?"
Xuefan asked in shock.
"Well, I'm lucky.
I contracted the weirdness in the car."
Mu Ruffing nodded. "Congratulations, Mr. Mu."
At this moment, Mu Ruffing's status in Xinyu and Xuefan's hearts instantly rose a lot. After all, it is not easy to make a contract with something weird. First of all, in the first world, you cannot sign a contract at all because you are just a reserve player. Only after clearing the first copy can you obtain the qualification of an official player and open the contract slot.
This is exactly the case with Mu Ruffing.
In the first world, he didn't even have an attribute panel, and the contract slot was only opened after he cleared the level. In the second world, direct contracts with strange creatures are not impossible, but extremely rare.
Moreover, in these rare cases, most of them are assisted by high-level seniors. It is extremely rare for someone to contract the first monster in the second copy.
Mu Ruffing went to the dining car in person, which also meant that he had signed the contract himself.
How could they not be shocked? Even their minister Tian Lin only contracted his first monster in the third copy.
There are even many players in their relevant departments who have reached LV2 but have not yet signed a strange contract. Please be careful when you get off the bus, attendant.
Please keep an eye on it, Mu Ruffing instructed, then said to the attendant not far away.
Don't worry, Mr. Mu, I will take care of it.
The flight attendant replied respectfully. Because the flight attendant Xiao Fei had already informed all the flight attendants of Mu Ruffing's identity. Naturally, these flight attendants did not dare to disobey Mu Ruffing's orders. Yeah, Xuefan and Xinyu nodded.
At this moment, they were still a little confused and didn't understand why the flight attendant was so respectful to Mu Ruffing. After giving the instructions, Mu Ruffing left carriage number 5 without stopping for loan. Of course, he did not return to his original carriage, but returned to his exclusive compartment located between the locomotive and carriage number 1. Mu Ruffin was about to have a good sleep when he suddenly felt thirsty, so he pressed the service bell on the table. In less than half a minute, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Mu, I'm Xiaofei. What can I do for you?" The voice of waiter Xiaofei came from outside the door. "Bring a few bottles of water," Mu Ruffing said. "Okay, Mr. Mu, do you need anything else?" Xiaofei asked. Soon, Xiaofei brought 3 bottles of water. "Mr. Mu, if you have no other instructions, I'll leave first." Xiaofei put the water on the table and said respectfully, "Xiaofei, let me ask you, how many stations does our bloody train have?" Mu Ruffing asked. He planned to clear the border as quickly as possible, so he had to figure out the number of stations and how much time it would take. Xiaofei heard this and quickly said, "Mr. Mu, this train has 10 stops. Kunshan Chicken Farm is the first one, and the last one is Chanhong Amusement Park." "Only 10 stations?" Mu Ruffing frowned slightly. He had thought there would be dozens of stations, so that he could achieve a clearance rate of several thousand percentage points. But now there are only 10, and the best clearance rate is 1000%. This reality inevitably made him feel a little lost. Xiaofei said that the train stops are not fixed and will be refreshed every time before heading to the real world. And no matter what, there are only 10 stops, no more, no less. Xiaofei explained. "The site will be refreshed every time I go to the real world?" Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. "In other words, these chicken farms in Kunshan are not fixed sites. Does it also take 3 hours to get to those stations?" he asked again. "If it really takes 3 hours, then 9 stops would mean 27 hours, a whole day and night." "Sir, it takes 3 hours to return from the real world. Going to other stations takes at most 1 hour, and the shortest is only half an hour." Xiaofei replied. "I see. Well, go ahead and get busy," Mu Ruffing said, throwing him 100,000 soul coins as a tip. "Thank you, Mr. Mu. Thank you very much. Let me know if you need anything." Xiaofei took the money, his whole body trembling with excitement, and his face flushed. Ding dong. "The train has arrived at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Passengers who need to get off, please line up." The broadcast sounded 3 times in succession, and the bloody train slowly stopped at the dilapidated platform. As the train came to a complete stop, the doors of all 10 carriages opened at the same time. The first to come down were 10 flight attendants. Immediately afterwards, the strange passengers also got off the bus. After counting, I found that there were 23 passengers, all going to the chicken farm. Among them was the thin and strange man. The new players did not dare to delay and got off the car immediately after them. "I'm Chang Yulin from the relevant department. Everyone has passed customs and will be returning soon," he shouted loudly as he got off the car. "Remember, register with the nearest police station as soon as possible. We will send someone to take you to the relevant department. Please rest assured." Chang Yulin's voice echoed throughout the station. Apparently, this was the first time so many players had completed the dungeon. It seems that they will not have any free time after they return, and they will be busy with this matter for a while. Soon, Chang Yulin and other players disappeared from the spot and returned to the real world. There were a few strange people holding tickets nearby, waiting to get on the bus. When they first saw the new players, they were extremely excited. But after the players disappeared, they all became dejected and listless, like eggplants hit by frost. At the urging of the conductor, they boarded the bus with disappointment on their faces. Real world, train station. It is now 3:20 in the morning. The train station remains blocked, but the difference is that the troops have withdrawn. The crowd watching outside also dispersed. After all, at this time, there are fewer people watching the fun. Although Changsha is a city that never sleeps, it is not Weibo Square after all. There were not many people in the waiting room. Apart from Tianlin and Zhou Wan, there were only 5 people. The others were probably sent out by Tianlin to deal with various problems when the bloody train returned. Tianlin was sitting in front of the instrument at this time, staring at the screen intently, his eyes slightly red. The scene was silent and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. At this moment, the screen of the instrument suddenly flashed with light. Tianlin jumped up suddenly, then turned around and looked at the open space behind him. The others were also awakened by this scene and looked here immediately. At such a close distance, this instrument can accurately capture the impending ghost power fluctuations. Unfortunately, the detection range is still too narrow. A cloud of black smoke rose out of nowhere. Several figures slowly emerged from the thick ghostly aura. In just a few seconds, the ghost energy gradually dissipated. The figures of Chang Yulin and his group suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Xiaoyi, it's great that you're back." Tianlin recognized Qian Xiaoyi in the crowd at first sight. He was so excited as if he had won a 5 million lottery ticket. He rushed forward and hugged Qian Xiaoyi tightly. "Oh, uncle, it hurts, don't squeeze so tight." Qian Xiaoyi could hardly breathe. Sorry. Tianlin then realized that he had used too much force and quickly let go of his hand. Chang Yulin
Yulin, Chu Lianhong, you are amazing. You are all back. Zhou Wen's voice suddenly sounded. Tianlin finally came back to his senses from his excitement and looked carefully at the people who had returned.
Shang Yulin, Chu Lianhong, Xian Xiaoyi, Xuefan and Xinyu, all 5 returned safely.
A smile broke out on Tianlin's face.
This time, all 5 people sent by the relevant departments returned safely. As for Mu Rufeng, they knew nothing about it and had no idea that he had also entered the bloody train.
Yes, I'm back. Chang Yulin responded with a smile. No, there is still one person who hasn't come back. Where is Mu Rufeng?
Chu Lianhong then realized that Mu Rufeng was not among the returning team.
What? Tianlin and Zhou Wen didn't react for a moment. Where is Mu Rufeng? Why didn't he come back? Who of you was in the same carriage with him?
Chang Yulin also noticed that only 5 people came back, and Mu Rufeng was indeed missing.
What did you say? Isn't Mu Rufeng resting in the safe house of our relevant department? Zhou Wen had an ominous premonition in his heart. What on earth happened? Tianlin asked anxiously. Mu Rufeng also entered the bloody train copy, but he didn't come back. Could he have died in there? Xian Xiaoyi couldn't help feeling uncomfortable.
When Tianlin and Zhou Wen learned that Mu Rufeng had also entered the bloody train dungeon but had not returned yet, they were almost stunned.
No, Mr. Mu is not dead. Xuefan explained quickly. Yes, Mr. Mu is still alive, and he has also contracted a monster. Xinyu also quickly added. What? Not dead? And he even contracted a monster? What's going on? Tell me quickly.
Tianlin was dizzy and his voice rose a few degrees involuntarily. Xinyu and Xuefan immediately recounted the situation on the train in detail.
The survival rate this time is as high as 67%? Tianlin was so shocked that he was speechless. Oh my god, this is really busy. Tianlin was completely shocked when he heard that 20 people survived in the 30-person copy.
Even if Mu Rufeng survived and wanted to go to a few more stations to brush up on his clearance points, it would not be as important as the survival of 20 people. After all, there are not many players in Changsha, and the death rate is extremely high. Secondly, each dungeon has at least 1 person and at most 5 people, so the total number of players cannot be increased at all. There are only 37 players registered with the relevant departments in Changsha. 20 of them belong to relevant departments, and the rest are scattered wild players, or have been recruited by capital forces. Not counting Xian Xiaoyi and the others, there are suddenly 14 more players this time.
If they are not controlled, there will definitely be chaos.
And as we all know, the death rate of the bloody train was as high as 90%. The sudden increase in the survival rate this time was bound to cause a sensation.
Tianlin immediately took out his cell phone and called Lao He.
After giving a brief report on the matter, he called the head of the police station.
Request the internet police to immediately block all related information and videos on the internet. So, Mu Rufeng went to the dining car, stayed there for nearly 3 hours, gave the attendants a lot of money, and even contracted a monster?
Zhou Wen confirmed with Xinyu and Xuefan over and over again. The answers they got were both people nodding solemnly and seriously.
It seems that Mr. Mu is indeed extraordinary and is born to be in this line of work. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Don't even mention suitability. This guy is incredibly bold.
He didn't get off the car after completing a level, but instead wanted to increase his level.
Forget it, let's ignore him for now. Let's get started quickly.
We have a lot of missions tonight, and we must find all the returning players.
Chu Lianhong, Cheng Yulin, you took videos and photos of those new players, right? Hurry and check their identities in the database.
If they can join, let them join. Even if they don't join, they must be registered for me.
Tianlin gave the order. Yes, Minister Tian.
At this time, Mu Rufeng was lying on the bed in a daze, dreaming sweet dreams. Suddenly, there was a violent shock under his body, and he flew into the air, then fell heavily back onto the bed. Mu Rufeng was awakened by this sudden change.
What's going on?
He stood up and reached for the switch to turn on the light. However, after pressing the switch, the light did not come on. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He pressed it several times, and the light flickered, then flickered continuously, and finally went out again.
Mr. Mu, are you okay?
The conductor's voice came from outside the door.
I'm fine. What happened? Why was it shaking so violently that the lights couldn't be turned on? Mu Rufeng didn't open the door rashly.
No one knows what exactly happened. Sir, there is a small trouble.
Please stay in the room and I will take care of it right away.
I won't disturb your rest, said the conductor.
Okay, thank you for your hard work, conductor. Mu Rufeng responded. It's not hard. This is my duty. You take a rest first. I'll be back soon.
After the conductor said this, it became quiet outside. Seeing that the other party didn't say he wanted to come in, Mu Rufeng felt a little relieved. He hurried forward and locked the door immediately. Although it is not clear what happened, it is always better to be more cautious. Time passed little by little, but the shaking of the train did not subside. Instead, it shook again after a while. The lights inside the car also flickered from time to time.
What on earth happened? Mu Rufeng frowned.
He bit the corner of his lip without hesitation, and a bloody taste suddenly came out of his mouth.
Why not bite the tip of your tongue? Because it
fucking hurts. Thinking back to the action of biting the tip of his tongue, Mu Ruffing felt that he was really stupid at that time. The bloodthirsty attribute was activated, and the fear in his heart instantly disappeared. As for the rule skills, there is nothing unusual at the moment and they cannot be activated. Knock knock knock, Mr. Mu, are you still there? The knock on the door sounded again. It was the conductor's voice. I'm here, conductor. What exactly happened? Mu Ruffing asked in a deep voice. We've been targeted by the Gluttony Cruise, said the train conductor. Gluttony Cruise? What is that? This unfamiliar term made Mu Ruffing confused. That is an extremely terrifying cruise ship that has been wandering on the Dead Sea all year round. It is a very terrifying existence. I guess it's because of the soul coins on the bloody train that attracted its attention. The train conductor explained in a deep voice. You mean, I recharged 100 million on the bloody train, and this huge amount of money attracted the Gluttony Cruise? Mu Ruffing said in surprise. That's right. The conductor nodded. But how did they find out? Is there a traitor in the train? Mu Ruffing asked in confusion. Of course not. I guess the Gluttony Cruise detected it with its radar, the train conductor guessed. Radar? There is such a thing? Mu Ruffing listened in surprise. Radar can actually be used like this? The Gluttony Cruiser is a level 9 vehicle. Our blood train is far inferior to it. We can only run for our lives. We can't let Mr. Mu fall into danger, so we plan to let you off at the next stop. Dead Silence Cemetery, said the conductor. Take me off the car? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The train shook violently, and Mu Ruffing lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the bandages instantly unraveled and caught him in an extremely fluffy manner, avoiding damage from the impact. It's bad, Mr. Mu. The Gluttony Cruise has crashed into our carriage number 10. We're still 10 minutes away from the Dead Silence Cemetery. Please follow me to the door right now. I will take you off as soon as we arrive at the station, the conductor said anxiously. From his tone, it can be heard that although he was anxious, he did not force his way into the box. Mu Ruffing pondered for a moment, then reached out and opened the door. Conductor, excuse me, which station is the Dead Silence Cemetery? Mu Ruffing asked the conductor at the door. The train conductor quickly replied, Mr. Mu, the Dead Silence Cemetery is the 6th stop. That means there are still 4 stops. Mu Ruffing suddenly became a little irritable. It turns out that a good night's sleep can help you achieve a 1000% clearance rate. Unexpectedly, a glutton cruise ship came to cause trouble. Is the Gluttony Cruise really that powerful? Your bloody train is no match for it at all? Mu Ruffing asked. The Gluttony Cruise is a level 9 vehicle, and its captain is a level 8 Ghost King, extremely powerful. The Gluttony Cruise usually wanders the Dead Sea and rarely lands. This time, it was attracted here because we had too many soul coins on our car. We are not as strong as it in terms of level. We can only barely escape, the train conductor said in a heavy voice. I just recharged 100 million. Can the bloody train absorb this 100 million and upgrade to level 9? If it is not enough, tell me and I will spend another 100 million. Mu Ruffing said. Gurgle. The conductor's heavy mood eased a little. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, 100 million is definitely enough, but we are pressed for time. But don't worry, even if our level is not as high as the Gluttony Cruise, we won't be destroyed easily. At most, we will suffer some damage. If you are worried about the loss of soul coins, due to the rules, we can only refund you 10 million first, said the train conductor. Do I need this little money? Mu Ruffing asked coldly. Yes, Mr. Mu, please follow me to the door. Once the train stops, I will take you off immediately, the conductor urged hurriedly. Conductor, you said it came for the 100 million, so why don't I just give it the 100 million? I have a lot of money. Go talk to the captain of the Gluttony Cruise. I'll give him 100 million and ask him to withdraw. Mu Ruffing said in a deep voice. Since it's all about money, it's easy. He still has over 900 billion in his hands, so he doesn't believe he can't support the Gluttony Cruise. The conductor was stunned. He had never thought of this trick. Mr. Mu, are you really willing to spend 100 million to get the Gluttony Cruise to retreat? The train conductor looked incredulous. I told you, I don't have much else but a lot of money. You'd better go quickly, otherwise there won't be enough time. Mu Ruffing urged. Okay, Mr. Mu, I wonder if you could come with me to the cockpit so I can contact the captain of the Gluttony Cruise, said the train conductor. Well, lead the way. Mu Ruffing nodded. As for the cab, the bloody train cab of an 8th level vehicle is indeed quite novel. The cab was not far from the box, just behind the old iron door on the right side of Mu Ruffing's exclusive box. The conductor walked to the door and reached out to close the iron door. There was a flash of blood on the iron gate, and with a click, the big iron gate opened. Mu Ruffing followed the conductor into the driver's cab of the bloody train. The cab is not small, even more spacious than his private compartment. The room was filled with various old instruments, and in front was a huge glass window. It was gray outside and nothing could be seen clearly. There is also a fiercely burning stove on the right side of the cab. The train conductor noticed Mu Ruffing's gaze and quickly explained, Sir, this is the power unit of the bloody train. As long as we add fuel to it, we can increase increase the speed of the blood train. Now the furnace is burning to its limit, but it still can't shake off the gluttony cruise.
Yeah, Moo Ruffling nodded.
The conductor sat back in the driver's seat, picked up a device similar to a walkie-talkie from above, pressed a few buttons, and then waited quietly.
But in just 7 or 8 seconds, the intercom was connected.
The conductor of the bloody train, a hoarse voice came from the intercom. "It's me, are you the captain of the gluttony cruise?" The train conductor responded.
"Ha, you're contacting me now to beg for mercy, right?" The captain of the gluttony cruise spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. The train conductor was silent for a moment, then said, "Captain, what do you want in exchange for retreat? You can make your conditions." "Conditions?"
"Ha, the gluttony cruise's radar scan detected unusual fluctuations in the ghost energy on your car.
I guess you must have a lot of soul money.
With this concentration of ghost energy, I guess it's at least 100 million.
Give me 100 million and I'll let you go,"
the captain said slowly.
The train conductor did not respond immediately, but just looked at Moo Ruffing. Moo Ruffing didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly to indicate his agreement.
Seeing this, the conductor felt heavy in his heart, as if he had swallowed a piece of lead, and he suddenly felt confident.
"Are you crazy, or am I? Do you know how much 100 million is?"
the conductor said in a deep voice. He would not easily agree to give 100 million. This matter needs to be discussed slowly. "I don't know how much, but I know you have 100 million.
Captain Gluttony said lightly.
10 million, I'll give you 10 million, and you can go back to where you came from," the conductor said.
10 million?
Ha, you're just giving away beggars. I'll say it again, 100 million, and I'll let you go.
Captain Gluttony said disdainfully. 50 million, the maximum I can give you is 50 million.
The conductor made a concession.
50 million? Ha, it seems you really have 100 million on the train.
Conductor, I've got you covered. As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Gluttony hung up the phone.
The conductor's face suddenly became extremely gloomy.
Obviously, Captain Gluttony had no intention of letting the bloody train go, and would never give up even if he received 100 million. Moo Ruffing also became a little irritable for a moment, but quickly suppressed it. At this moment, he understood that no matter how many hundreds of millions Moo Ruffing took out, Captain Gluttony would still attack the train conductor after getting them. "Mr. Moo, don't worry, I will definitely get you off the car safely. Even if I give up those carriages, I can still escape from the gluttony cruise."
The train conductor looked at Moo Ruffing solemnly. "Will abandoning the carriages have any impact on the bloody train?" Moo Ruffing asked.
"Of course.
For every 2 carriages missing, the bloody train's vehicle level will be reduced by 1 level.
I can jettison 10 carriages at once, gaining power far exceeding level 8, and escape the gluttony cruise's pursuit. With the 100 million soul coins you recharged, the bloody train will be able to recover in 5 years at most, and it is not impossible to even upgrade it to a level 9 vehicle."
The train conductor secretly clenched his fists.
To be honest, if the gluttony cruise hadn't targeted them, with Moo Ruffing's 100 million, the bloody train could be upgraded to a level 9 vehicle in at most half a year. As a train conductor, he can also be promoted to the 8th level Ghost King. Unfortunately, all of this is difficult to achieve. The most important thing now is to escape from the pursuit of the gluttony cruise. Otherwise, everything will become a sacrifice to the gluttony cruise. The train conductor stood up and said, "We have 3 minutes to go to the cemetery. Mr. Moo, let's go to the door immediately."
Damn gluttony cruise, I must get back at them someday. Moo Ruffing felt depressed. Now, he can only get off at the dead grave.
The completion rate dropped sharply from 1000% to 600%, and Moo Ruffing couldn't help feeling depressed. Just as he reached the door of the cab, Moo Ruffing suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a prop in his hand. He paused, and with a thought, a crimson card appeared in his hand. Flame Vehicle Card. Attach this card to any vehicle to unleash hellfire, animating it and granting it unimaginable abilities. The duration of this effect depends on the user's ghost power.
Note, you must have at least level 2 ghost power to use this.
This card was given to him by Zhang Xijie, a level 6 red-clothed ghost. After looking at the attribute description, I found that the card can summon hellfire and activate any vehicle, giving it unimaginable abilities. Although Bloody Train is a level 8 vehicle, it is still a vehicle after all, so this card can naturally be used.
Moo Ruffing himself is only level 1, so naturally he can't use it.
However, the train conductor is a 7th level ghost general, so he can definitely use it. Conductor, take a look at this Flame Vehicle Card.
Can it be used on the Bloody Train?
Moo Ruffing handed the card to the conductor. The conductor was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take the card.
It's this card.
I can use it, but even if I exhaust all the ghost power in my body, I can only make the locomotive of the Bloody Train burn.
It doesn't really have much effect on the entire Bloody Train. He shook his head. If we set the entire Bloody Train on fire, can we escape from the gluttony cruise? Moo Ruffing asked. It's possible in theory, but not in practice.
The train conductor shook his head helplessly.
Conductor, if I use soul notes to activate this Flame Vehicle Card, will it work?
Moo Ruffing suddenly said.
Use soul notes to activate the Flame Vehicle Card?
The train conductor was slightly surprised after hearing this. He had never thought of this method, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed possible. More importantly, there is still a full 100 million in the bloody train account, enough money to burn.
It's worth a try. The train conductor also became a little excited. Yes, we'll know if it works until we try.
Mu Ruffing snatched the card from his hand, turned around and walked towards the driver's seat, then sat down heavily.
The train conductor didn't react for a moment.
When he was about to remind him, he found that Mu Ruffing was already sitting in the cab, and there was nothing unusual at all. You know, except for the train conductor, anyone else sitting in the cab will encounter extremely terrifying things. After a moment's thought, the train conductor understood that the reason Mu Ruffing was safe and sound was because he had recharged 100 million and became the most distinguished black gold member of the bloody train. After Mu Ruffing sat down, he felt a huge sense of consciousness. That's the blood train itself.
He could even feel that the bloody train was particularly close to him and did not seem to object to him controlling it. Ha, I never thought that I could drive a train one day. Mu Ruffing chuckled and pressed the flame vehicle card on the instrument in the cab.
At the same time, he mobilized the ghost power in his body, injected power into the card, and activated it.
A flame shot out from the card.
Almost instantly, Mu Ruffing felt that the ghost power in his body was completely exhausted.
No wonder it takes 2 levels of ghost power to activate this card. With this level of ghost power, I'm afraid it can't even activate a child's bicycle. Mu Ruffing didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, the entire cab was suddenly filled with banknotes. A strong ghostly aura instantly filled the air.
This huge ghost energy constantly stimulated the train conductor, who was surrounded by soul banknotes. The train conductor opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Excitement, surprise, all kinds of emotions intertwined on his pale face. Just then, a loud shout rang out.
Think I don't have enough ghost power? Here, take it. Eat as much as you can. Burn it up.
Mu Ruffing grabbed the banknotes and smashed them hard at the flame vehicle card.
When the banknotes hit the flame vehicle card, they instantly turned into pure ghost energy and were quickly absorbed by the card. Eat, give me food. All the money here can be used to eat. If it's not enough, there's more. As much as you want.
Mu Ruffing grabbed a handful of banknotes and slammed them hard on the cards. Almost instantly, the card burst out with astonishing power.
The terrifying hellfire swept over instantly, engulfing the entire cab in the blink of an eye.
Despite being in the raging flames, Mu Ruffing did not feel the heat at all.
Even the train conductor was unharmed and unaffected. A magical scene appeared. The banknotes piled up in the cab began to spontaneously combust. A large amount of ghost power emerged and was continuously absorbed by the flame vehicle card. The more it absorbs, the more terrifying the power of the flame becomes. The locomotive was instantly engulfed in flames, and then the flames quickly spread to the rear carriages. Looking at the half-burned soul money, Mu Ruffing waved his hand and immediately filled the empty space again. The flames surged again, and even the speed of burning the soul notes became much faster. Not enough, not enough. Burn it for me again, burn it. Mu Ruffing threw out handfuls of money like a madman.
At this moment, the flames of hell had already changed from their original orange to light blue, and the color was rapidly deepening. When the hellfire reached a deep blue color, Mu Ruffing discovered that the soul notes in the cab could no longer burn. At this time, he finally calmed down.
Could it be that it has already devoured to its limit? Mu Ruffing glanced at his balance.
Well, he had almost burned through several 100 million soul notes.
Now, this is my home ground.
He sat back in the driver's seat with a sinister grin on his face. At this moment, he found that he had complete control of the bloody train.
Various methods of controlling the bloody train also emerged in my mind. It's too complicated. Build me a throttle and a steering wheel.
Also, repair the damaged carriage number 10.
If you don't have enough ghost power, just keep burning. Mu Ruffing shouted loudly.
The next moment, the dashboard in front of him began to change. In an instant, a real steering wheel appeared before his eyes.
An accelerator pedal also appeared under my feet.
Even carriage number 10 reappeared in his perception.
Although Mu Ruffing can't drive, he can still drive recklessly. Boom!
With a loud noise, the train shook violently again. Mu Ruffing instantly sensed that the rear of the train had been hit by the gluttony cruise again. However, the collision did not destroy carriage number 10, but only caused a slight dent. Under the influence of the huge ghost power, the carriage recovered instantly.
Dare to hit me? Cheer me up. Mu Ruffing grinned fiercely and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom!
The locomotive of the bloody train erupted with a deafening roar, and deep blue flames suddenly surged. The next moment, he felt a strong push on his back, instantly distanced themselves from the gluttony cruise.
Mu Ruffing did not choose to escape.
Instead, he turned the steering wheel to the end, turned the front of the car suddenly, and swung his head. It was at this moment that he finally saw the true face of the gluttony cruise. A huge cruise ship, 100 meters high, suddenly appeared before our eyes. There is a huge mouth on the front of the cruise ship, which is full of extremely sharp teeth and is extremely terrifying. Mu Ruffing had never been to the seaside since he was a child, and had only seen cruise ships in movies and TV shows. Now, such a real and huge cruise ship appeared before his eyes, which inevitably brought him great shock.
Compared to the two bloody bloody train is not even on the same level. However, that was the bloody train of the past. Now, burning with deep blue flames, its momentum is no less than that of the gluttonous cruise ship. You've bumped into me several times. This time, I'll let you bump into me again. Moo Ruffing grinned fiercely and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The locomotive roared violently, like a long dragon of fire, rushing straight towards the gluttony cruise. On the other side, in the cockpit of the gluttony cruise, a man shrouded in a thick ghost aura sat in the driver's seat. Although his face could not be seen clearly, he was wearing a formal but slightly worn captain's uniform. With a cigar in his mouth, he looked very comfortable. Standing next to him was a man in a tattered suit, with a hunched back and a fawning look on his face. "Captain, we are going to make a fortune this time, a full 100 million. The man in the suit could not hide his excitement at this moment. "Deputy Captain, you are wrong. It is me who wants to get rich, not us." The captain exhaled a puff of black smoke, his tone slow and steady. Bang! The second captain slapped out his only remaining front tooth. Yes, I'm not good at talking, but it's the captain who wants to get rich. It's the captain who wants to get rich. I don't know what kind of luck this train had, but it actually got 100 million, but it saved me a lot of trouble. Once I digest this pile of soul notes, I will definitely be able to break through to the 9th level in one fell swoop. Then I won't have to stay on this dead sea for a long time. The captain held a cigar in his left hand, raised his right hand, grabbed the bloody head beside him, bit it into pieces and swallowed it. Pooh! The captain opened his mouth and spat out a ball of hair. The hair of these contractors is really disgusting, and the bald ones are the best choice. He complained. Captain, I was negligent. Next time I will shave the heads of these contractors and present them to you. The second-in-command's attitude was extremely humble. With this attitude, who would believe he was the second captain? A lackey would be a more accurate description. Well, I remember there are still 5 contractors left on the ship, right? Asked the captain. Yes, Captain, all 5 of them are level 4 contractors. They are not very strong, but they are extremely cunning. It is difficult for me to take action against them for the time being. The second captain replied. No rush, take your time, there's enough blood and food. The captain didn't care. Ha! Why is the bloody train on fire? The first lieutenant suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the fleeing train ahead. Ha! It's just a last-ditch struggle. The captain flicked the ash off his cigarette, accelerated the cruise ship, and rushed straight towards the train. Boom! There was a loud noise. The train was hit by the gluttony cruise again. However, the collision made the captain sit up straight. Interesting, it can actually withstand the impact without being damaged. This should be the Hellfire. It's quite fast. The captain's eyes flashed with interest. Captain, look, the bloody train has turned around in front of us. Are we preparing for a head-on confrontation? The second-in-command said with a sneer. Ha, what a tough conductor. When the gluttony cruise swallows the bloody train, if the captain is not dead, let him be the second mate. The captain laughed and swallowed the cigar in one gulp. The second mate. The first captain sneered in his heart. Facing the oncoming flaming dragon, the gluttony cruise was not afraid at all, and even opened its huge mouth at the front, as if ready to swallow the bloody train in one gulp. Before the two came close, the terrifying ghost energy had already collided with each other, rushing straight into the sky and rolling up endless gray fog. The burning train burst into dazzling light, instantly illuminating the darkness. The moment the two came into contact, the terrifying waves spread rapidly. The light faded, and the gluttony cruise opened its huge mouth and swallowed the bloody train in one gulp. The bloody train that was swallowed up in the burning hellfire suddenly stopped. Obviously, the bloody train is suppressed and at a disadvantage at this moment. Dare to swallow me? Let's see if you have the appetite. Burn it for me, crash it to death for me. Moo Ruffing waved his hand, and the soul coins in the cab were filled again. The train conductor was numb and did not show any emotion when faced with the pile of banknotes that filled his head. A large amount of soul banknotes burned rapidly, and it seemed endless. It could never be burned out. It could never be burned out. The flames that had been suppressed suddenly erupted again, even more violently than before. Countless dilapidated ships were wrecked by the bloody train, while more ships gathered from all directions. The blood train is fearless, and nothing standing in its way can stop its progress. The wrecked ships, contaminated by the flames of hell, began to burn. Boom! There was a loud noise. The bloody train hit a solid wall. After the shock, the train smashed through the wall without hindrance. The speed of the train suddenly increased. Ahead, the familiar gray fog appeared again. They burst out from the belly of the gluttony cruise. In the blink of an eye, the train had gone very far away. Moo Ruffing suddenly twisted the steering wheel, and the bloody train successfully turned around with a handsome drift. The huge gluttony cruise ship once again came into Moo Ruffing's sight. However, this time was different from before. A huge hole more than 10 meters wide appeared under the gluttony cruise. Around the cave entrance, azure flames burned fiercely. Under the burning flames, the hole continued to expand. However, soon, a large amount of thick ghost energy emerged above the gluttony cruise, and the growth of the flames was instantly suppressed and quickly shrank. Hee hee, if one hole isn't satisfying enough, I'll give you a few more. Moo Ruffing grinned and stepped on the accelerator hard. Woo! The burning bloody
train crashed into the hull of the Gluttony cruise ship again, tearing another big hole in it.
Meanwhile, on the deck of the Gluttony cruise, the 5 contractors, holding mops, stared blankly at the long dragon of fire that disappeared into the interior of the cruise ship. What on earth is that?
One of the contractors was deeply shocked by the scene before him.
Damn it, what on earth happened? What on earth is going on?
The captain was extremely angry at this moment, and his teeth rubbed against each other, making a harsh sound.
It was obvious that they were chasing the bloody train and it was fleeing in a panic. It is obvious that the bloody train has been swallowed by the Gluttony cruise ship, but it escaped from it easily. It also knocked 2 large holes into the hard hull.
The third big hole was about to form. The captain was puzzled.
The bloody train was only a level 8 vehicle, so why was its current momentum comparable to that of the Gluttony cruise?
Captain, now is not the time to hesitate. You should immediately mobilize the cruise ship's forces, confine the bloody train in the cabin, and let the cruise ship slowly digest it. The deputy captain quickly suggested.
Are you teaching me how to do things?
The captain stared at the second-in-command coldly.
The second-in-command didn't dare to talk back.
He lowered his head, hunched over, and his face was full of fear. Humph, even if the blood train is upgraded to level 9, it can't compare to my Gluttony cruise.
If that guy had escaped from the cabin, I might not have been able to catch up, but he just happened to show up at my door. The Gluttony cruise is my territory.
The tigers have to lie down for me, and the dragons have to coil up for me. The captain sneered, and his figure suddenly turned into black mist and merged into the floor. The second captain breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was always frightened when facing this moody captain. I think the captain has taken personal action, and the fate of the bloody train is sealed. Let's get rid of those contractors first, otherwise the captain will have nothing to eat after finishing his work and will come to trouble me again. The deputy captain said to himself, then walked out of the cockpit.
Burn it for me. Countless dilapidated ships swarmed in and smashed into the body of the bloody train.
However, not only was it ineffective, but it was ignited by the hellfire on the bloody train. Wherever Moo Roughing sped, he left behind a trail of blazing flames.
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
In the dark cabin, the flames spread strangely and rapidly. Even more bizarre was the fact that these flames seemed to merge with the flames on the bloody train. Faintly, one can feel the breath of the bloody train growing stronger. At this moment, a huge oppressive force suddenly came. The spreading flames suddenly stopped and began to shrink gradually until they went out. A huge figure appeared in front of the bloody train.
It was a giant whale.
Half of the whale's face was rotten, and its body was covered with pits and bite marks from giant teeth. But in terms of momentum, it is not inferior to the previous bloody train at all.
This strange whale is actually an 8th level ghost general.
On the head of the strange whale stood a tall figure wearing an old white captain's uniform. Through the train window, Moo Roughing naturally saw the strange whale and the human figure above his head.
Is that the captain?
There is actually an 8th level strange whale on this cruise ship, the train conductor exclaimed.
The strange whale is not an ordinary monster. It is one of the top monsters among the 8th level monsters.
With its huge size, if it were in the Dead Sea, even the top level 9 monsters would find it difficult to defeat it.
So what if they're strange whales? I'm going to defeat them today.
Moo Roughing didn't care about anything else and his heart was filled with joy at the moment. The burning bloody train gave him great confidence. The bloody train turned around and rushed straight towards the strange whale in front. The train roared, the sound shaking all directions.
Ouch!
A deafening roar came from the strange whale's mouth, and like an ancient giant beast, it violently collided with the bloody train.
The captain standing on top of the strange whale was originally full of confidence.
But the moment the two sides came into contact, his expression changed instantly. The strange whale that could compete with the Gluttony cruise ship was actually knocked away by a locomotive.
Ouch!
Another explosion erupted from the strange whale's mouth, but this time, it was a painful wail. The captain clearly saw that there was a large dent in the head of the strange whale, and it was obviously seriously injured.
Are you kidding me? The strange whale was actually knocked away by my Gluttony power?
The captain floated in the void, his face full of disbelief.
Very good, very good. Even so, you can't escape my control. The captain waved his hand and the world spun. The bloody train that was about to hit the hull suddenly appeared in the middle of the cabin. This is not over yet. The captain saw his hands making cutting motions, repeatedly pulling and gathering.
The space was instantly divided into multiple small spaces, and finally gathered into a circle.
The entire cabin space was actually controlled by the captain at will, and the bloody train is right in the middle of this circle.
Moo Roughing also noticed this, but he didn't care and still stepped on the accelerator to the bottom.
The flames burned and the firelight shone.
The train speed was increased to the extreme. However, not only did it fail to break open the hull, it didn't even hit a single object.
It seemed as if it had been spinning in this enclosed space. It's not good. We are in the cabin of the Gluttony cruise. The captain has formed a circle around the space. We can't escape. After all, the train conductor was knowledgeable and noticed the abnormality at a glance. Form a circle? The bloody train is at least a level 8 vehicle. Doesn't it have any special abilities? Mu Ruffing asked. At the same time, he waved his hand, took out soul notes again, and filled the cab in the air. Of course there are special abilities, Mr. Mu. You just need to communicate with the bloody train to find out, the conductor said quickly. Hearing this, Mu Ruffing put his hand on the dashboard and immediately established contact with the bloody train. Soon, the special abilities of the bloody train emerged in his mind. Even the attributes of the bloody train were clearly presented before him. Burning Blood Train, a 9th level vehicle, temporary. This is a train that has devoured countless soul coins and is blessed by the flames of hell. Special attribute 1, invalid. Special attribute 2, possesses the ability to travel between reality and the strange world. Special attribute 3, the power and defense are extremely strong, and after being damaged, it can consume ghost power to recover instantly. Special attribute 4, ghost power can be infused into the carriage, causing it to unhook and then explode autonomously. The explosion is extremely terrifying. Special attribute 5, can absorb all the energy on the train for its own use. Special attribute 6, can release all ghost power into a carriage at once, throwing it and detonating it. Note, please stay away after detonation, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Mu Ruffing's lips curled up slightly. It turns out it can be emptied all at once. This is really interesting. His smile gradually revealed a hint of perversion. As for the first special attribute, Mu Ruffing subconsciously chose to ignore it. Without hesitation, he activated the train's 6th special attribute. In an instant, all the ghost power was compressed into carriage number 10. The originally blazing flames instantly shrank into a weak flame. Then the flames quickly reignited and set the entire train on fire. This process was repeated 10 times. At this moment, the momentum of the bloody train has reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the captain, who was outside the space, looked extremely solemn. He couldn't understand why the trapped bloody train kept catching fire and going out, but its momentum soared dramatically. This momentum even affected the Gluttony Cruise. The Gluttony Cruise, which was originally wandering towards the Dead Sea, was forced to stagnate in the void. This is my territory. Even if you upgrade to a level 9 vehicle, you will never be as powerful as the Gluttony Cruise. The captain snorted coldly, mobilized the power of the Gluttony Cruise, and began to compress that space. Attention, attention, all passengers and crew members, please go to car 0 immediately. Countdown is 1 minute. No one will be served after the time limit. Attention, attention, all passengers and crew members, please go to car 0 immediately. Countdown is 1 minute. No one will be served after the time limit. Attention, attention, all passengers and crew members, please go to car 0 immediately. Countdown is 1 minute. No one will be served after the time limit. Mu Ruffing picked up the intercom and broadcast 3 times in succession to inform all passengers and staff on the train. Although he was indifferent to the life and death of these passengers, but after all, he was not the owner of this train, so in order to save face for the conductor, he still had to make some gestures. If they are not allowed to go to car number 0, they will surely die in the explosion of the car. When the Gluttony Cruise chased the bloody train, the passengers already understood the seriousness of the situation. They wanted to get off the bus immediately and get away from this troubled place. The moment the hellfire ignited, all the passengers were shocked. Only at this moment did they truly realize that the bloody train actually had the ability to reach the 9th level of the vehicle. More importantly, when the ghost power surged into the carriage, the passengers clearly felt the heart-pounding power. They wanted to escape all the time, but due to restrictions on the rules, they could not leave the carriage at all. Now, it doesn't take even a minute to hear the broadcast. Within just 20 seconds, many monsters used their special powers and gathered in carriage 0. Carriage number 0 is the car where the conductor's office and Mu Ruffing's exclusive compartment are located. Although there are a large number of weird things, they can gain a foothold anywhere without worrying about lack of space. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for buying them time to escape. The conductor looked at Mu Ruffing with gratitude. He was not worried about the safety of the passengers, but was more concerned about his men. In today's world, it's hard to recruit employees, especially for positions that require you to stay on the train and not leave. Except for some trusted aides, most of the employees on the train were brought here by coercion or inducement. Squeak, squeak. A powerful force is squeezing the train body. The burning hellfire was also compressed, shrinking from more than 10 meters high to only about 3 meters. The captain of the Gluttony Cruise finally took action, but Mu Ruffing didn't care about it, because he knew that the good show had just begun. Click. A crisp sound. The iron hook of carriage number 10 suddenly broke, and the speeding train instantly created a huge distance between itself and the powerless carriage. Then, Mu Ruffing directly detonated carriage number 10. A dark light flashed out, blocking out all the surrounding light. At the same time, an extremely destructive ghost energy carrying a large amount of hellfire swept in all directions. The space that was originally gathered into a sphere suddenly cracked into a huge gap. In an instant, the area was filled with hellfire. The captain above was also blown away by this force. It took him a long time to steady himself, and there was a slight smell of burning on his body. The Gluttony Cruise shook violently several times, apparently
apparently also affected by the explosion.
It actually caused such a powerful explosion? The captain's face suddenly turned gloomy. However, he soon smiled. This must be the full force of the ghost power, right?
To completely blow up the cabin, it would take at least 10 explosions like this. The captain finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time.
The ghost power of the bloody train is exhausted, and everything seems to be settled. This time, there will be no accidents. However, soon his face turned into one of horror again,
because he discovered that after the ghost power fluctuations dissipated, 10 carriages with the same aura as before fell from below one after another.
No, the captain shouted in horror. Boom! The flames of hell engulfed everything. The destructive ghost power and endless hellfire engulfed everything in sight.
In this horrific sea of fire, a burning train kept rolling. After rolling for nearly a kilometer, it finally came to a slow stop. It is called a train, but in fact all that is left is a locomotive and a broken carriage.
In an instant, the originally dim flames suddenly expanded and shot straight into the sky. Then, a magical scene appeared.
The damaged carriage was instantly restored, the flames spread rapidly, and then layers of ghost energy gathered behind the carriage, forming the skeletons of one carriage after another. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly aura dissipated, and one brand new carriage after another appeared. The flames burned again, and the bloody train returned to its exact same state as before.
Mu Ruffing controlled the train, turned the front of the train, and aimed the window in the direction of the gluttony cruise. At this time, the aftermath of the explosion had not yet subsided. The surrounding void was filled with violent ghost power, the power to destroy everything, and the blazing flames of hell. The space seemed to be distorted, the vision was blurred, and only the towering outline of the terrifying cruise ship could be vaguely seen. This power is really shocking. The train conductor stood aside, his face full of horror. With the blessing of the hellfire, the bloody train reached the level of a 9th-level vehicle, and with the added support of Mu Ruffing's terrifying strength, even the veteran 9th-level vehicle, the Glutton Cruiser, had to admit defeat. You said that the Gluttony Cruise can devour our bloody train, so can the bloody train devour the Gluttony Cruise? Mu Ruffing asked the train conductor.
This seems to have no precedent, but as long as we find the core of the Gluttony Cruise, we can devour it. The train conductor replied.
The core of the Gluttony Cruise? What is that? Mu Ruffing asked in confusion.
The core is the foundation of Gluttony Cruise, its power source, and all energy comes from there.
The bloody train also has a core, but I don't know where it is hidden exactly. Only the bloody train itself knows.
The train conductor explained.
Woo woo woo. A shrill whistle sounded.
Even though he was in the driver's cab of the bloody train, Mu Ruffing could still feel the harsh vibration. The violent ghost energy and the spreading sea of fire were actually scattered by the sound of the whistle.
The light of hellfire on the train illuminated the surroundings. Mu Ruffing took this opportunity to see the current situation of the Gluttony cruise ship ahead. A huge hole suddenly appeared.
The hull around the hole was corroded by the ghost energy and was difficult to repair. In addition to this huge hole, there are several smaller holes next to it, all caused by the collision of the bloody train.
Furthermore, Mu Ruffing noticed that the Gluttony cruise seemed shorter, smaller.
The sense of oppression had also diminished.
The power is indeed amazing. The front half of the Gluttony cruise was almost blown off. The train conductor looked at the severely damaged Gluttony cruise and felt happy. Why has the Gluttony cruise become smaller?
The train conductor suddenly noticed something unusual.
You noticed it too?
Mu Ruffing thought he was dazzled, but it turned out to be true.
It's smaller, it's become a lot smaller.
Mr. Mu, look, the hole caused by the explosion has also become smaller. The train conductor exclaimed.
You want to repair the gap? That's not that easy. Let's go. Mu Ruffing laughed and stepped down.
The train roared loudly and transformed into a flaming dragon, rushing towards the Gluttony cruise.
The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Mu Ruffing's expression became more and more excited.
The thrilling scene of driving a train into a cruise ship gave him an incomparable sense of pleasure. However, the moment the two sides came into contact, Mu Ruffing's face suddenly became surprised and then confused. The train actually passed through the Gluttony cruise without any hindrance, as if the cruise ship did not exist at all. He immediately turned the car around and drove back, then crashed into the Gluttony cruise again.
The result was the same as before. The train passed through the cruise ship easily. Why can't we hit it? What's going on?
Mu Ruffing turned the locomotive around and stared at the Gluttony cruise ship that was still slowly shrinking.
The train conductor said solemnly, the Gluttony cruiser has another name, the ghost ship. Its current state is precisely the Gluttony cruiser's special ability as a 9th-level vehicle. Ghost ship? Ghosts have no physical form, so the bloody train can't hit it? Mu Ruffing asked. That's not the case. I remember that the bloody train can travel between the real world and the weird world, so it should be able to hit this cruise ship, right? He looked confused. The train conductor explained, these are actually two different concepts. The so-called ghost ship does not exist physically, but is actually hidden in another dimension. We can't open the alternate dimension, so we can't touch it.
Of course, the Gluttony cruise can't touch anything in the real world in this state.
Then if I detonate 10 carriages, can I blow open the door to the the other dimension? Mu Ruffing asked. Well, I'm not sure either. The conductor shook his head. Why not give it a try? Mu Ruffing looked at the conductor with a firm gaze. Try it? The conductor was slightly stunned. That's right, let's try it. Mu Ruffing answered without hesitation. He did it right away. He took out a handful of soul notes again and ignited the flames of hell. Powerful ghost power was continuously injected into those carriages. At this time, in the cockpit of the Gluttony cruise, the captain was still wearing the old white captain's uniform and sitting in the driving seat. However, unlike before, he was originally nearly 2 meters tall, but now he has shrunk to about 1.6 meters. That strong and sturdy body also became the size of an ordinary person. Even the ghostly aura surrounding his body dissipated, revealing a shriveled corpse. I didn't expect the bloody train to have such a terrifying attack method. Damn it! I didn't get the soul notes, and instead the Gluttony cruise suffered heavy damage. The captain was extremely depressed and angry. He wasn't afraid of the bloody train causing trouble. First of all, the Gluttony cruise is in ghost state at the moment and cannot be attacked at all. Secondly, he didn't think that bloody train had the strength to continue after launching that horrific attack. Now, we just have to wait for the Gluttony cruise to activate another special attribute and return to normal so that we can sail back to the Dead Sea. As for the 100 million soul notes from the bloody train, he had given up long ago and had no chance of getting them. If he had known this situation would happen, he would have made all necessary preparations and killed the enemy with one strike. Captain, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. The second in command rushed into the cockpit. The moment he stepped into the cabin, a powerful suction force instantly pulled him towards the captain. Did I tell you that you have to knock before entering the cockpit? The captain pinched the second in command's neck, his face as cold as ice. I was wrong, Captain. Please let me go this time. Things are really urgent. The second captain was full of fear, but still tried to argue. The captain didn't say a word, but the second in command could feel the ghost power in his body rapidly draining away. After a long moment, the captain finally released his hand. You're lucky this time. I'll teach you a lesson. Tell me, what happened? The first officer climbed up from the ground, his momentum weakened. His level also dropped from the original level 6 ghost to level 5 ghost. Captain, that bloody train is coming to hit us again. The captain interrupted the deputy captain before he could finish his words. Do you think they can hit us? If nothing else, get out of here. Have you dealt with those contractors? Where's my fresh flesh and blood? No, Captain, the carriages of the bloody train have been extended again, and the atmosphere has returned to its state before the explosion. I suspect that the bloody train. The deputy captain's words stopped abruptly. The captain is not a fool after all. How could he not hear the clues? Damn it, if there's another explosion like before, it might really blow open the other dimension. No, I have to mobilize all my forces to force the Gluttony cruise back to the Dead Sea. As soon as the captain finished speaking, the second in command was shocked. Captain, although the cost is heavy, there is no other choice. Don't worry, losing a few levels is nothing. The sailors on the ship are still with you. As for those passengers, let's not care whether they live or die, the captain said with a sneer. Judging from what he said, those weird passengers on the cruise ship will also be demoted. In the past, even the captain had no right to touch the passengers on the ship, but now the situation is most critical, and the rules of the Gluttony cruise have automatically changed. In other words, this is a self-protection mechanism. When its own safety is threatened, it will mobilize all the forces on the cruise ship to deal with the crisis. The scene cuts back to the bloody train. Mu Ruffing had already refilled the ghost energy in 10 carriages. He rode the bloody train across the Gluttony cruise ship again, but this time, before crossing the cruise ship, he unhooked all 10 carriages. After the last lesson, Mu Ruffing moved away from it before turning around and targeting the Gluttony cruise. Without hesitation, he detonated 10 more carriages. However, the sound of the explosion did not come out yet. This scene made Mu Ruffing frown. Why didn't it explode? He didn't believe it, so he tried to communicate with the bloody train again and tried to detonate it, but there was still no response. The detonation command has been blocked. It's the evil spirits of the Gluttony cruise that are causing trouble, the train conductor said in a deep voice. Ghost Den? What is that? Mu Ruffing asked in confusion. Ghost Cave is an extremely powerful domain force, possessing incredible abilities within its domain. Only level 5 or above ghosts can have ghost dens, and not every level 5 ghost has one, with only very few exceptions, the train conductor explained. Then are there any ghosts on our bloody train? Mu Ruffing asked. Yes. The conductor nodded. Really? Why can't I feel it? Mu Ruffing asked in confusion. When he checked the properties of the bloody train before, he only saw 4 special properties and did not find any ghostly abilities, because when the Gluttony cruise was chasing us, the ghosts from both sides were fighting each other, so we can't use them for the time being. And it is the power of the ghost that allows the bloody train to travel between the weird world and the real world, said the train conductor. You mean, the ghost den of the Gluttony cruise has just recovered, but ours hasn't? Mu Ruffing said. That's right. The conductor nodded. That's impossible. The train swallowed so many of my soul notes, but the ghost cave did didn't recover? Mu Rufeng was full of confusion.
Ghost power replenishment can only maintain, it cannot repair the downed ghost cave. This is a contest of strength between the two sides, and more powerful energy is needed to speed up recovery. Although we are only a level 8 vehicle, the power of the ghost den is no less than that of the gluttony cruiser.
It's only because both ghost
dens have been shut down that the gluttony cruiser has been able to pursue us, relying on the powerful force of its own level 9 vehicle. The gluttony cruise has shrunk by half, and even the damage it suffered from the previous collision has recovered. It seems that it has absorbed all the power on the cruise ship, said the train conductor.
Just like the train's fourth special attribute, all the employees and passengers were drained of their strength. That's why they recovered from their injuries? Mu Rufeng asked. That's right. The conductor nodded. So what should I do now? Can I also absorb the power of the passengers on the train, restore my ghostly abyss, and then forcibly break through the ghostly abyss of the gluttony cruise and detonate the carriage? It's too late. The gluttony cruise is about to leave, the train conductor said in a deep voice. The next moment, a grey mist suddenly appeared in front of him, and Mu Rufeng vaguely saw a vast ocean before him. That's the Dead Sea. The gluttony cruise has used the power of the ghost to forcibly connect to the Dead Sea. We can no longer stop it.
The train conductor sighed.
I thought I could trap the gluttony cruise here, devour its core, and successfully upgrade the bloody train to a level 9 vehicle.
But now it seems that everything has become a luxury. Mu Rufeng couldn't help feeling a little regretful, but regret was of no use, and he felt powerless. After all, as a veteran 9th level vehicle, the gluttony cruiser is extremely difficult to destroy. After the bloody train is promoted to level 9, we will go and get our place back, Mu Rufeng said firmly. Well, this revenge must be avenged. The conductor nodded solemnly.
At this moment, the gluttony cruise had completely disappeared from sight. The vast Dead Sea gradually became blurred and finally disappeared into the void along with the thick fog. The bloody train was still burning, illuminating the surrounding darkness.
The 10 carriages filled with powerful ghost power floated alone, as if ready to explode at any time.
Since the gluttony cruise has already escaped, there is no need to detonate it.
Mu Rufeng drove the train slowly closer and collected the 10 carriages one by one. He saw that there was still most of the soul money left in the cab, so he stretched out his hand and pocketed it all. By the way, where is the next stop? I remember it was called Dead Silence Cemetery.
How do I get there? Mu Rufeng turned around and asked the conductor. Open the map, set the destination, and then it will drive automatically.
The conductor hurried forward and tapped on the dashboard. Then, a projection appeared, like a station map on the subway. There were 10 stations in total, and they were currently between the spooky apartment and the dead cemetery. It was only a short distance away from the silent cemetery. The train conductor reached out again and double-clicked the station for the dead cemetery. The next moment, the bloody train that was parked in the void started slowly and then sped forward. Now that things here are over, he naturally has to max out his clearance level. Mu Rufeng was still sitting in the driver's seat. After all, no one could guarantee that the gluttony cruise would not counterattack.
On a dark plain, there are many grave mounds standing upright.
These grave mounds are connected together to form a huge cemetery. Some of the graves are so tall that they reach the sky. There are tombstones in front of them, and you can vaguely see the portraits on them. Some of the graves have already collapsed and the tombstones have fallen to the ground. Countless strange shadows wandered in the cemetery, but no sound was made. This is the dead cemetery. There is a vast open space at the edge of the cemetery. A dozen weirdos were pacing back and forth nearby, with a hint of impatience on their faces. They didn't dare to speak and could only walk around in silence. Some of them can be seen still holding tickets for the bloody train. Obviously, they were waiting for the arrival of the blood train, but the train had already passed the station time and still hadn't shown up, which made them more and more anxious. Whoa! Suddenly, the sound of a train whistle broke the silence of the dead cemetery. In an instant, all eyes were focused on the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, a strong aura of terror suddenly descended, making all the weird things feel a heavy sense of oppression. The strictest rule of the dead silence cemetery is this: you must remain silent. However, just as these strange thoughts were dazed, the terror instantly dissipated. Woo woo woo! The whistle sounded again, closer and louder this time.
At the same time, an old platform loomed in the former empty space. In an instant, the old platform replaced the empty space. Besides, dazzling flames flickered from the distance, and with the roar of the train, the flames became brighter and brighter.
A burning train roared out of thin air, sped along the tracks, and finally stopped in front of the platform. The burning train exuded an extremely terrifying aura, making all strange creatures feel creepy. Their eyes were fixed on this bloody train. If I remember correctly, this bloody train did not look like this originally, and it did not have the terrifying aura it does now. Laugh! The air valve made a sound and the door of the train compartment slowly opened.
10 crew members got off the train first. Immediately afterwards, dozens of strange passengers rushed off the train. It was as if there was some terrifying existence hidden in the car. It's so damn scary. I will never take the train again, a guy who just got off the train said with lingering fear.
here?" Before he finished speaking, he noticed a dozen or so strange people in front of him waiting to get on the bus, staring at him with extremely strange eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that this site seemed to be called the Dead Cemetery. Information about the Dead and Silent Cemetery came to mind. The Dead Silent Cemetery is an excellent place for cultivation, as the graves contain rich and pure ghost power. The cemetery has a caretaker who is responsible for managing all the graves. As long as you pay, you can enter the tomb to practice. The price ranges from a minimum of 100 yuan a day to a maximum of 10,000 yuan a day depending on the concentration of ghost power. Although there are not many rules here, the most stringent one is, keep quiet. Once a sound is made, great terror will come, and even a level 7 weirdness cannot escape the fate of death. Even the 8th level weirdness doesn't dare to make a sound here. And he? Just a 3rd level evil spirit. In an instant, his face turned into one of extreme fear. The weird creatures around him seemed to have seen through what was going to happen next and stared at him with strange eyes. However, a few seconds passed and nothing happened. After waiting for a few more seconds, no great terror came. The evil ghost swallowed and trembled all over. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and immediately looked towards the train that was still burning. I know, it's the bloody train. He made up his mind and ran towards the train again. What's going on? The fastest running ghost saw that the evil ghost was talking without any harm, and asked subconsciously. The next moment, a terrifying atmosphere suddenly filled the air, and a collapsed grave suddenly appeared under the feet of the strange creature. The strange thing was swallowed up by the grave mound in an instant, and the collapsed grave mound slowly swelled up, eventually forming a new grave mound. Seeing this scene, many strange people were shocked and understood it instantly. The strange creature that spoke earlier had broken the rule of keeping silent, but did not encounter any great terror. The reason was that he was standing on the train platform at the time. This old platform is the lair of the bloody train. In the ghost cave, all external rules are isolated. Even the rules of the Dead Cemetery are invalid, so it is naturally safe and sound. The second one who opened the train was so strange and ran so fast that he was the fastest among the passengers who had just gotten off the train. He had already rushed out of the platform and stepped onto the cemetery. This is the territory of the Dead Silence Cemetery. Once you speak, you are breaking the rules. Great terror will come and you will be swallowed by the grave mound and become a new grave mound. Some strange eyes flashed, and when they saw that the monster had successfully boarded the train and was not affected by the flames, they all turned back. After all, their destination wasn't a dead cemetery. If you choose to get off here, it will take a lot of time and soul coins to rush to your respective destinations. It's like taking a weird bus. Even if you go to the nearest stop, it will take at least 10 hours and cost at least 100 yuan. If you want to go faster, you have to take a weird taxi. But no matter how fast it is, it can't compare to the bloody train, and it costs more. And what about safety? They believe that the bloody train, which is able to repel the 9th level vehicle, the Gluttony Cruise, should be one of the safest means of transportation in the strange world. Those passengers actually turned back and boarded the bloody train again. However, there were still 3 or 5 passengers who did not get on the bus because their destination was the Dead and Silent Cemetery. At this time, the weird people waiting to get on the bus finally reacted. They completely ignored the blazing flames and resolutely boarded the train. Whoa! Besides, what's more? The whistle sounded and the bloody train restarted, speeding forward. Not long after, it disappeared into the darkness in the distance. The flames left behind took a long time to slowly go out, and the scene was extremely shocking. Inside the bloody train cab, Mu Ruffing stood up from the driver's seat. The flame vehicle card has not been removed yet. After all, there is still plenty of ghost power in it. In any case, the most important thing is to complete the 10 stops first and completely eliminate any accidents. Conductor, I want to apply for a membership card for the ghost baby I contracted. Mu Ruffing said. Apply for a membership card for the contracted ghost baby? That's possible, but wouldn't it be too wasteful? Asked the conductor. As long as it can be done, it will never be wasted. Mu Ruffing thought about it and directly took Xiaoying out of the contract slot. Xiaoying was sleeping soundly at this moment. The magical thing was that Xiaoying, who was originally just stuffed in clothes, had put on the little devil costume without anyone noticing. Is this a strange baby? The train conductor looked at Xiaoying, who had a rosy face and smooth skin, and could not believe that the thing in front of him was actually a strange creature. If you say she is a human being, someone will definitely refute you. However, he could indeed feel the ghost power fluctuations emanating from Xiaoying's body. Yes, this dress is quite suitable, Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Yes, it fits perfectly and is very cute. The conductor nodded nostalgically. Okay, let's get her a card quickly, Mu Ruffing urged. Soon, more than a minute later, another black gold card appeared in Mu Ruffing's hand. Mr. Mu, from now on, all of Miss Xiaoying's expenses on the train will be free of charge, the conductor said excitedly. The conductor, who had seen so much money before, was numb because the money was not his and he could not use it. But he can use part of the remaining 100 million yuan. How can he not be excited? Mu Ruffing smiled slightly, stuffed the card into Xiaoying's trouser
pocket and put her back into the contract slot. The remaining balance of 100 million yuan successfully solved Xiaoying's future food expenses problem. In the future, you probably won't have to worry about the resources needed for Xiaoying's subsequent upgrades. Mu Ruffing glanced at the balance of his Tiandi Bank Black Gold card. 999,015,369,900 yuan. Well, based on the previous balance, he spent more than 800 million in total. With more than 800 million soul coins, a level 8 vehicle was upgraded to level 9, and the old level 9 Gluttony Cruise was successfully repelled. I have to say that the Flame Vehicle card is indeed extremely powerful. Of course, it is even more powerful if you have money. Mu Ruffing looked at the more than 900 billion soul coins he had left and felt a little regretful. There are still a few sites left and the copies are about to be completed, so I can never spend all the money. After thinking for a while, Mu Ruffing suddenly asked, "Conductor, do you think Xiaoying can apply for a Tiandi bank card?" Apply for a bank card for Miss Xiaoying? Of course. Whether you are a contractor or a strange resident, you can apply for it, the conductor replied. Mu Ruffing nodded, recalling that during the first copy, the delivery clerk Chunny once said that as long as he opened an account at Tiandi Bank, he could pay the soul coins online. What do I need to do? Mu Ruffing asked. As long as he opens a bank card for Xiaoying, he can transfer all the balance in his Tiandi bank card to Xiaoying. In this way, wouldn't he achieve complete financial freedom? It's very simple. You can just go to any branch of Tiandi Bank and handle it directly. However, Miss Xiaoying cannot handle it for the time being, said the train conductor. Can't do it? Why? Is there any special requirement? Mu Ruffing asked. To apply for a bank card, you need to go to the bank in person. You can't apply for it through a proxy or online. Mr. Mu, as a contractor, I believe that once you get off the car, you will return directly to the real world because you have completed the copy. As your contractor, Miss Xiaoying will naturally follow you back to reality. So, Miss Xiaoying cannot apply for a bank card, but if Mr. Mu needs it, he can use our Bloody Train Black Gold card to summon the Bloody Train after returning to reality. We can take you to the Tiandi Bank so that we can apply for a bank card for Miss Xiaoying, said the conductor. Mu Ruffing listened and his expression turned slightly ugly. After all, when the instance is over and the soul notes are taken back, what's the point in processing it for Xiaoying? But he also understood that he could travel back and forth to the real world once a month. In the past, he only had a black gold card, which he used to summon a train and take it to a strange world. And the Bloody Train can only return to the real world once a month. So after he went to the strange world, he had to stay there for a full month before returning to reality. It's different now. The black gold card breaks the rules and restrictions, giving him a chance to make a round trip. He had never thought of this before. When he applied for a card for Xiaoying, he just wanted to save as much as possible. He didn't expect that it would bring him such a great benefit. Is it really impossible to handle it online? Otherwise, I will also get her a Tiandi Bank Black Gold card, Mu Ruffing said. After hearing this, the train conductor felt that his thinking was still too narrow. The Tiandi Bank Black Gold card came just as it was promised. That's right, the Bloody Train burned so many soul coins, and the balance of Xiaoying's Tiandi Bank Black Gold card was not affected at all. It was just a transfer from one hand to the right hand. Mr. Mu, this is the rule of Tiandi Bank. Bank cards must be processed in person, the train conductor explained. Rules and restrictions? Mu Ruffing couldn't help but recall his experience of obtaining the Black Gold card. At that time, he did not go to Tiandi Bank in person, but the bank's general manager personally delivered the card to his door. Isn't this a contradiction? Of course, if you have the power to break the rules, you can do it online. The conductor suddenly remembered something and quickly added, the power to break the rules? Mu Ruffing murmured to himself. It seems that his plugin has the power to break these rules, otherwise how could he get a bank card from Tiandi Bank without going there in person? However, the plugin is not his own after all, so this method will not work for him, and he can only regret it. Conductor, I'm a little tired. Let's go back to the compartment and rest. There's still a lot of ghost power in the Flame Vehicle card. Use it like this for now, and call me when you reach the 10th station, Mu Ruffing said. Okay, Mr. Mu, please come this way. The conductor respectfully opened the door of the cab for Mu Ruffing and watched him enter the exclusive compartment. After closing the door of the cab, the conductor was very excited. A level 9 vehicle. He was finally able to control a level 9 vehicle. Although it is only temporary, it is a level 9 vehicle after all. A level 9 vehicle is already one of the most powerful vehicles in the strange world. His long-cherished wish finally came true. In excitement, the conductor subconsciously pulled a ring above. Whoa! The locomotive made a deafening roar and moved forward rapidly in the void. Mu Ruffing returned to the exclusive box, picked up the mineral water on the table, and drank it all in one breath. Of course he didn't sleep. There are still many ideas waiting for him to implement. He immediately took out his cell phone, restarted it, and entered the Ghost system. Then opened the Ghost communication app. Mu Ruffing came to the recharge interface and entered the phone card number. Please select the denomination you want to recharge. He took a look and saw that the recharge options were 7 levels, 1
yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 30 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan.
The amount is too small and not enough. He directly clicked on the 8th custom input option.
Without saying a word, he pressed the number 1 first and then pressed several zeros in a row. However, what made Mu Ruffing somewhat helpless was that 8 zeros was already the maximum limit allowed by the system and it could not be increased any further. In other words, the upper limit for recharging phone bills is 100 million yuan.
Recharge failed. Please bind your bank card number. The app pops up a prompt interface.
I almost forgot that he hasn't linked his bank card yet.
The next second, a pop-up window popped up.
So, Mu Ruffing immediately entered his bank card number and then his Ghoul verification password, and the binding was completed in a short while.
Ding dong. Recharge of 100 million yuan successfully. Card balance is 1,500,000,000 yuan. I hope I won't be disappointed this time.
He stared at the screen of his mobile phone and waited quietly.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed.
The phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed Ghost Communications Group Headquarters.
When Mu Ruffing saw the caller ID, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, he took the bait. He picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, Mr. Mu, I'm Luo Shui, the Customer Service Director of Ghost Communications Group. Thank you for topping up 100 million yuan in phone credit with our company.
From now on, your phone card will be independent, and you will become the most distinguished black gold phone card user of our Ghost Communications. A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Huh, it's actually possible like this? Mu Ruffing said in surprise.
The reason why he recharged 100 million yuan was to lure the people from Ghost Communications over. I didn't expect that I could even separate Sister Chunny's secondary card and turn it into his own black gold phone card. He even thought about applying for a new card and using the 100 million yuan as payment for Sister Chunny's phone bill.
Mr. Mu, that's no problem at all.
We will open a new secondary card for Ms. Li Chunny and also give her some compensation, Luo Shui explained.
By the way, I haven't opened a card in your company. How did you know my last name is Mu? Mu Ruffing asked. Mr. Mu, the bank card you linked to is a black gold card from Tiandi Bank. We have inquired about your information. Although Tiandi Bank refused to disclose your identity, they did disclose your last name. We're sorry that we've secretly inquired about your information.
If you have time, you can come to our Ghost Communications Group headquarters. We will express our most sincere apologies in compensation to you. Luo Shui's tone revealed that she hoped Mu Ruffing would go there in person.
No need. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and then asked, excuse me, does Ghost Communications need any investment? Investment?
I'm sorry, sir, we at Ghost Communications don't need investment.
We have sufficient funds.
Luo Shui was a little confused, but still politely refused. After all, their Ghost Communications business covers the entire weird world. More importantly, even if they wanted to accept investment, they would not be allowed to do so, and even the controllers of Ghost Communications were powerless to do anything about it. The reason lies in the particularity of Ghost Communications Group.
The Ghost Communications Group has never been truly controlled by any weird entity, and it cannot even be controlled at all.
It can only act according to the Ghost Communications Group's own rules. Mu Ruffing came back to his senses and felt a little regretful.
Mr. Mu, do you need to change to a nice number? Luo Shui asked again. A nice number? Forget it, just use this one. Mu Ruffing didn't want to use a nice number in a high-profile manner.
He chatted with Luo Shui again, mainly asking about investment and why he couldn't invest. Because Mu Ruffing was a big client, Luo Shui patiently explained it in detail. First of all, the Ghost Communications Group has its own set of operating rules and does not belong to any one spooky group. On the surface, the controller of Ghost Communications is just a speaker. Even though he possesses the powerful strength of level 9, he can only act according to the rules of the Ghost Communications Group. Moreover, the money earned by Ghost Communications Group is not under the control of the controller, and there must be a reasonable reason to use the funds. This is not only a special case for Ghost Communications Group but is basically the case for all larger group companies. For example, Tiandi Bank, Weird Bus Group, Weird Taxi Group, and even Scarlet Preferred and Undead Preferred are still the same. This also explains why soul notes are so precious in the strange world, because almost all the wealth at the top is firmly controlled by these strange groups or places like the Dead Silence Cemetery. It is difficult to make money, especially in this weird world, where weirdness has never been the dominant factor.
Of course, there are also many weird self-employed entrepreneurs, some successful and some failed.
The most successful one seems to be a catering group that spans the weird world. The owner of the group can be said to be the richest man in the weird world, with assets of over 100 billion.
Mu Ruffing was shocked after hearing these secrets.
It turns out that the weird world works completely differently from the real world. It is hard to imagine that these strange groups actually have their own set of operating rules. However, Mu Ruffing also felt that the weird people in the weird world were so poor that if they had assets of hundreds of billions, they would be considered the richest. Then, wouldn't the trillion in his hands instantly make him top the rich list? Forget it, I can only think of more ways and spend more money.
money.
By the way, if Mr. Mu wants to invest in the industry, Scarlet Optimal may accept it.
Luo Shui suddenly said. Are you sure?
Mu Ruffing immediately became alert. Well, Scarlet Optimum has been squeezed by Undead Optimum and CC Optimum. It has been losing money for over a year and has even begun to absorb investment from Scarlet Optimum's top management.
There should be a great chance of completing the investment, Luo Shui said. Okay, thank you very much.
Mu Ruffing hurriedly thanked him. He and Luo Shui chatted for a while, exchanged private numbers, and then ended the call.
This news is very important.
From this we can learn that as long as normal business means are used, those rule-breaking groups can be forced to follow. Once they suffer losses, they will definitely have to absorb funds from high-level officials to make up for the losses. Of course, this is not free, it has to be exchanged for shares.
Once the shares exceed a certain limit, the group will be completely controlled by the top management.
It is estimated that the senior executives of these groups all hold shares in the rules group to some extent. These strange senior executives are slowly eroding the shares of the rule group.
Oh, it's so hard to spend money.
Mu Ruffing had a headache, but at least he saw a clear path forward. After thinking for a moment, he called Li Chunyi. Although he didn't know how to contact the people from Scarlet Optimal, he had Li Chunyi's number.
Hello, is this Xiaomu?
Li Chunyi's voice came from the other end.
It's me, Sister Chunyi.
As soon as she opened her mouth, Li Chunyi spoke a lot in one breath like a machine gun.
Xiaomu, do you know what happened just now?
It seems your secondary card has been cancelled. The telecommunications company actually gave me a 100,000 yuan credit.
That's a 100,000 yuan.
Hey,
that's not right.
The supplementary card has been cancelled.
How can you still use that number to make calls? Mu Ruffing rubbed his ears.
Sister Chunyi's voice was really loud.
It hasn't been cancelled.
It's been separated and turned into my phone card.
I have something I want to trouble you with, Mu Ruffing explained. Independent now? Never mind.
Anyway, they paid for my phone bill and gave me an additional secondary card.
I made a killing. Haha, what's the matter? Let me make it clear first. No need to talk about borrowing money, Sister Chunyi said. Don't worry, it's not about borrowing money. Could you please give me the contact information of the Human Resources Manager Lu Mei? Mu Ruffing asked. What do you want Manager Lu's contact information for? Li Chunyi looked confused.
Do me a favor and I'll top up your phone bill for 1,000 yuan right now, said Mu Ruffing.
1,000 yuan? Okay, I'll get her number for you right away. Li Chunyi quickly hung up the phone and went to find the number.
Although Li Chunyi had a full 100,000 yuan in phone bills, she didn't care about the extra 1,000 yuan. As for the contact information of the Human Resources Manager, that is even simpler. There is no need to ask Lu Mei herself. Just look at the personnel list hanging on the wall of the warehouse and you can find the contact information of the Human Resources Manager Lu Mei.
It's just a small effort and you can get 1,000 yuan in phone credit, so why not do it? Soon, Mu Ruffing wrote down Lu Mei's phone number from Li Chunyi.
After all, Li Chunyi is just a small employee and cannot contact the senior management.
Lu Mei is different.
After all, she is the Human Resources Manager. Although she is not a senior executive, her position is not low either.
After getting the number, Mu Ruffing dialed it immediately. Who is this?
Lu Mei's voice came from the other end of the phone.
I'm Mu Ruffing. Manager Lu should still remember me, right? Mu Ruffing said. Mu Ruffing? Of course I remember. You completed your mission and returned right after you were promoted to a regular employee. How could I forget? Lu Mei responded with a smile.
I thought that after he became a regular employee, it would take him several days to save up enough soul coins to return to reality. I didn't expect that he would return right after being promoted, which means that he had already made a lot of money. Mu Ruffing could hear some gnashing of teeth in her words. He didn't care and smiled. Just remember, Manager Lu, I came to you this time because I have something I want to discuss. Although I don't know how you got the phone card. Tell me, what do you want to talk about?
Lu Mei said.
Your Scarlet selection seems to be having a hard time recently. I'd like to ask,
do you accept investment? Mu Ruffing went straight to the point. Investment? Are you kidding? How boring. Kid, don't let me meet you next time, or I will teach you a lesson.
Lu Mei left a threat and hung up the phone directly. Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Yes, he is just a contractor.
He just talks about investment without any real intention. Who else should he call? Fortunately, they are now on the bloody train and Lu Mei can't do anything to him.
If they met in person, Lu Mei would probably eat him. After thinking about it, Mu Ruffing didn't make another call, but opened the Ghost communication app. Click on the recharge interface, enter Lu Mei's number and recharge amount, inject ghost power and verify the password, and the recharge is completed. 10 seconds later, Mu Ruffing called Lu Mei again.
Manager Lu, has the phone bill been received? Can we have a good chat now? He asked. Did you top up that 1 million phone bill? Lu Mei's tone was full of disbelief.
Of course, if you don't believe me, I can charge more.
Mu Ruffing said with a smile. You're just a contractor. Where do you get so much money?
Don't worry about where my money comes from.
I just want to ask one thing. Do you want to invest in Scarlet Optimum? Mu Ruffing was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. How much money do you have? Lu Mei thought for a moment and asked seriously. Don't ask me how much I have. It depends on how much you need. I will invest no matter how much. If you think I don't have enough funds, tell me the amount and I will transfer it to you immediately as an advance investment. Mu Ruffing said generously. Are you sure? Lu Mei was shocked by his words. Okay, then transfer 10 million to me first. My Tiandi bank card number is. Lu Mei gave out her account number without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ruffing directly transferred 50 million through the Tiandi bank card. You want 10 million? I'll give you 50 million. Do you believe I have funding problems? Did you receive it? I've forwarded it. Mu Ruffing said lightly. 50 million? You, Ghoul. Lu Mei swallowed her saliva, her voice trembling. Are you really going to invest? She still couldn't believe it. The money is all in your card. Do you think I'm joking? Don't waste your time. It seems you can't make the decision. Find someone who can make the decision and talk to him. Mu Ruffing said. Yes, I can make the decision. Lu Mei replied quickly. Okay, let's talk about it. How much investment can you accept and how many shares are you willing to give up? Mu Ruffing said. Mu Ruffing transferred 5 billion yuan into the company account of Scarlet Optimal Group. In return, he received a rule contract, which is also an equity contract, protected by the rules of the strange world. The shareholding ratio is not high, only 7%. Scarlet Optimum has a market value of approximately 50 billion in the strange world. Logically, an investment of 5 billion should be able to obtain 10% of the shares. But no matter what, they are only willing to sell 7% of the shares and will not accept investments exceeding this amount. Moreover, if Mu Ruffing was not the contractor, they would never agree even if they were offered 10 billion. Mu Ruffing had sufficient funds, so he readily agreed. If they had not only accepted this little investment, he would have even wanted to buy Scarlet Optimum directly. With this 7% stake, Mu Ruffing successfully became the third largest shareholder of Scarlet Preferred. The largest shareholder is naturally the Scarlet Optimal Group itself, and the second largest shareholder is the general manager of Scarlet Optimal Group. During this half hour, Mu Ruffing and Lu Mei chatted a lot and also had a conversation with the general manager of Scarlet Optimal. This ultimately led to this investment cooperation. Mu Ruffing glanced at the account balance. Well, there were still more than 900 billion. After going around in circles and spending money, it doesn't feel like I spent much. There is almost no place to consume on this train. Forget it, don't think too much about it, just get some sleep first. It's all free anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's wasted. Mu Ruffing was too lazy to think too much, so he just lay down and fell asleep. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he was half asleep, he was woken up by a knock on the door. Mr. Mu, Changhan Amusement Park is almost here. Mr. Mu, the 10th station is approaching. The conductor's voice came from outside the door. Are we almost at the station? Mu Ruffing stood up and answered. Yes, Mr. Mu, we will arrive at the station in 10 minutes. The conductor replied. After a while, Mu Ruffing opened the door. Mr. Mu, this is your flame vehicle card. The train conductor handed over the card respectfully. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded and put it away. Walking out of the room, he headed towards the dining car. Halfway through the journey, Mu Ruffing turned around and said to the conductor who was following behind him, Conductor, go and do your thing. You don't have to follow me. Mr. Mu, you are the most distinguished customer on our train. Naturally, I have to see you off the train myself. The conductor said hurriedly. No, I don't like this kind of company. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and walked straight towards the dining car without waiting for the conductor's response. Seeing this, the train conductor had no choice but to return to the cab. When we arrived at the dining car, we saw quite a few strange things, more than a dozen of them. These are the new faces on board. As soon as Mu Ruffing appeared, all eyes were focused on him. They originally thought that he was coming from the front of the train and must be a powerful weirdo or an employee on the train. When he discovered that he was a human contractor, greed and strong malice appeared in his eyes. There's actually a contractor. This guy is really not afraid of death. Strange, why is it coming from the locomotive? Who cares? Hurry up, waiter, come here. There's a human here. He definitely doesn't have 1,000 soul coins on him. I'll reserve a thigh for him first. You're quite quick. I want a thigh too. I won't fight with you anymore. I want his head. In an instant, these dozen weird people chattered and cut Mu Ruffing's body into pieces. There were even a few weirdos who almost got into a quarrel because of the uneven distribution. Shut up, everyone. Xiao Fei at the bar suddenly shouted, then quickly stepped forward, bent his body, and showed an extremely respectful expression. Mr. Mu, you should get off the bus. There are still 7 minutes until the arrival. You can rest here first. I'll pour you a glass of water. By the way, what would you like to eat? Xiao Fei guided Mu Ruffing to an empty dining table. Just give me a bottle of water. I still can't get used to the food in the car. Let's go back to the real world and eat something familiar. Mu Ruffing said lightly. Xiao Fei nodded and responded, okay, Mr. Mu. Then he turned and walked towards the bar. As he passed by those strange creatures, his eyes were sharp and he warned them fiercely. One of the weird ones didn't care at all.
He stood up and walked straight towards Mu Ruffing. At this moment, a strong sense of oppression suddenly enveloped the entire carriage.
Mr. Mu is the most distinguished guest on our train.
Anyone who dares to disturb him will become fuel for the train. The conductor appeared at the entrance of the carriage at some point, his face cold and his aura extremely powerful. Especially the strange man who walked towards Mu Ruffing was suppressed by this oppressive feeling and fell to his knees on the ground with pain on his face. I was wrong, conductor, please spare me. Sir, I'm sorry. The weirdo begged for mercy quickly. The conductor ignored him and turned to look at Mu Ruffing.
Mu Ruffing nodded slightly. If you do it again, the rules won't protect you. The train conductor snorted coldly and retracted his oppressive aura. Thank you, conductor. Thank you, sir.
The weirdo thanked them hurriedly and did not dare to stay in the dining car any longer. He left in a hurry, leaving behind the unfinished food. At this moment, all the weird people in the carriage were silent.
Ding dong. The train has arrived at Changhan Amusement Park Station. Passengers who need to get off, please line up.
The broadcast sounded and the car doors opened at the same time.
Mu Ruffing stood up and walked towards the car door.
The waiter Xiaofei was already standing at the door, waiting for him.
The train conductor also appeared at the right time and saw us off respectfully. Mu Ruffing glanced at the two of them and waved. Let's go. See you next time.
By the way, when you reach level 9 and go to cause trouble for the Gluttony Cruise, remember to call me.
Don't worry, Mr. Mu, we will definitely notify you, the train conductor assured in a deep voice. Mu Ruffing stepped off the train under the watchful eyes of the conductor and Xiaofei. Ding!
Detected that the player has reached the 10th stop, Changhan Amusement Park, and the conditions for clearing the dungeon have been met.
Return countdown 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. You can also return immediately. Mu Ruffing did not return immediately but looked at the Changhan Amusement Park outside the platform.
There was laughter and joy in the amusement park, and colorful lights were shining from inside.
Many weird creatures lined up at the entrance of the amusement park, waiting to enter. Most of them brought their children with them, and there were also couples. It was strange that it was rare to see anyone acting alone. Changhan Amusement Park, what a strange place. Mu Ruffing thought to himself, retracted his gaze and glanced at the passengers getting on and off the bus. There were only 2 minutes left, and he was too lazy to wait any longer. He silently said, return immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ruffing's figure disappeared from the spot.
Real world, train station.
It was already 9 o'clock in the morning.
Today is Monday, it is the morning rush hour, and the train station is located in a busy area. The station has now been unsealed and trains are running normally, but the waiting room remains blocked. A 3-meter-high temporary wall was used to surround the waiting room, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. There was a cordon outside the wall, and 3 strong men in suits were standing guard, creating a mysterious atmosphere.
This also attracted many tourists to stop and watch, and even take photos and record videos.
Xian Xiaoyi sat in a chair, yawning, and flipping through a romance novel out of boredom. She was arranged here to wait for Mu Ruffing to appear.
Alas, it's been so long, Mu Ruffing can't be really dead, right?
No, even if he's dead, there should be a body.
He must be alive and still on the train.
Xian Xiaoyi prayed silently in his heart. Although she and Mu Ruffing had not known each other for long, they were teammates after all, and she still didn't want him to die like this.
Oh my, this plot is too bloody.
The heroine is just a slave, but she is chased to death by 7 or 8 princes, and in the end she
marries the emperor and becomes their stepmother?
Xian Xiaoyi couldn't help but complain and deleted this romance novel from the bookshelf. Just as Xian Xiaoyi was about to go to the bookstore to find other novels, a cold wind suddenly blew, making her shiver.
Are you kidding?
It's a hot day now, with temperatures reaching 37 or 38 degrees Celsius.
Even if the air conditioner is on, it won't feel this cold.
Xian Xiaoyi quickly stood up and looked towards the front, where a cloud of black smoke was slowly rising.
I'm back.
Her heart began to get nervous. When the black smoke dissipated and the strange man covered in bandages appeared in front of him, Xian Xiaoyi's heart finally settled down.
Mu Ruffing, you're finally back. I've been waiting for so long, I almost thought you were dead in there.
Xian Xiaoyi hurried forward, his tone full of concern.
Xian Xiaoyi, are you the only one here? Mu Ruffing looked around and his eyes fell on her. Well, everyone is busy with other things, and I was asked to wait for you here. Xian Xiaoyi replied. By the way, which stop did you get off at? She asked again. Let's talk about this later.
Mu Ruffing waved his hand, thinking that the most important thing now was to settle the rewards.
Settlement of rewards. He muttered to himself. The next second, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to level 1 player Mu Ruffing for successfully completing the multiplayer dungeon, Bloody Train.
The player has successfully passed the first stop, Kunshan Chicken Farm, the second stop, Horror Hospital, the third stop, Qingshan Pig Farm, the fourth stop, Netherworld Trade City, the fifth stop, Forest Park, the sixth stop, Dead Silence Silence Cemetery, the 7th stop Battle Royale Theater, the 8th stop Broken School, the 9th stop Happy Restaurant, and finally alighted at the 10th stop Changhang Amusement Park. Clear a level with 1000% completion, receive the rule-based item, Joker's Crazy Chainsaw, title, Crazy Driver, and 1000 ghost coins.
Note, clearing a dungeon earns you 100 basic soul coins. The calculation formula is, completion points times basic soul coins equals final soul coins.
It has been detected that the host has completed the dungeon, the cheat has been uninstalled, and all soul coins have been recovered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cheat's legacy and a Tiandi Bank Platinum card.
Ha!
Seeing these rewards, Mu Ruffing did not check the rule-related props or titles at the first time, but instead set his eyes on the Tiandi Bank Platinum card left by the plugin.
Tiandi Bank Platinum card. This card is the second-tier VIP card of Tiandi Bank.
The condition for obtaining it is to deposit 10 million soul coins.
Current bank card balance, 136,986,301 new Taiwan dollars.
Effect, you can withdraw cash from the black gold card at any time.
Note, this card is a black gold card provided by a cheat.
The interest on 1 trillion yuan stored for 1 day is calculated as follows. 1 trillion yuan times 0.05 divided by 365 equals interest for the day. If the storage time exceeds 8 hours but is less than 24 hours, it will be calculated as 24 hours.
An ecstatic look appeared on Mu Ruffing's face.
Although there is a huge gap between more than 130 million and 1 trillion, this money is his real wealth that he can spend at will anywhere.
130 million.
Needless to say, Mu Ruffing can now be said to have achieved financial freedom in this strange world.
Then he looked at his inventory.
The black gold card of Tiandi Bank has disappeared, and along with it, the 10 billion soul notes he put into his inventory have also disappeared.
Sure enough,
even if you take it out from the black gold card and keep it on yourself, it will be taken back by the plugin. After calming down, Mu Ruffing turned his attention to the chainsaw in his hand.
The Joker's Crazy Chainsaw. This was a clown's favorite chainsaw. He was fired due to old age and frailty. He could no longer work and could not pay the rent, so he had to sell the chainsaw and let it wander around. Effect, a rule-based item. As long as the ghost power is sufficient, it can saw through anything, but it cannot harm any strange creatures. Clown slogan, I am a clown, but I am not ugly. I am scary, but I don't kill people. After reading these attributes, Mu Ruffing was so surprised that he almost couldn't close his mouth. It's true that it's an offensive weapon, and it's quite powerful, capable of sawing through anything. However, it has absolutely no lethality against monsters or humans. Even a mouse cannot be sawed to death by it.
However, with its ability to saw through everything, it is definitely a first-class good thing and will definitely come in handy in some special occasions. Then, Mu Ruffing turned his attention to the second reward title.
Crazy Driver. This is a crazy contractor who controlled a level 9 vehicle as a level 1 contractor and severely damaged another level 9 vehicle.
His madness was recognized by the rules.
Effect, wearing this title will gain all-round driving proficiency, and all attributes will increase by 2 points. Once driving a vehicle, all attributes will double, dynamic vision and brain computing speed will be improved, and the madness attribute will also double. All attributes can be increased by 2 points? Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised.
This title can be worn for a long time, which means that all his attributes are directly improved by 2 points. He chose to wear it without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a sense of comfort all over his body, and both his strength and physical condition were significantly enhanced.
Ding! Title successfully worn. All attributes increased by 2 points. Do you want to display the title? Don't show it.
Mu Ruffing glanced at Qian Xiaoyi, who had a strange look on his face, and decisively chose not to show it. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi was indeed staring at him with a strange look. After all, Mu Ruffing was wearing a red bandage suit and a strange-shaped cloak on his back. He suddenly had an even more bizarre chainsaw in his hand, and he was grinning foolishly. This look made Qian Xiaoyi wonder if he was crazy. Have you finished the settlement? Now it's time to answer my question. Which stop did you get off at? Qian Xiaoyi asked again. Yes, the 10th stop. Get off at Changhang Amusement Park.
Mu Ruffing replied. What? The 10th stop? Is this true?
Qian Xiaoyi was stunned with surprise.
Of course it's real. Look, this is my reward.
Mu Ruffing said, motioning Qian Xiaoyi to check the properties of the clown crazy chainsaw. Qian Xiaoyi raised his hand and pressed the electric saw.
After checking the properties, his mouth opened into an O shape. Rule-based props. It's actually rule-based props. She was shocked. Wait, how did you manage to get through all 10 stations safely? Qian Xiaoyi asked anxiously.
I was only planning to get off at the second stop, but for some reason the conductor suddenly appeared and told me to go to carriage number 10. Also, I cleared up all the weirdness in carriage number 10. Just like that, I kept writing and writing until I reached the 10th stop.
Mu Ruffing scratched the back of his head, looking very lucky.
Qian Xiaoyi was shocked again.
Don't lie to me. I've read a lot, but you can't lie to me. She looked doubtful. Really?
I heard from the conductor that carriage number 10 will be reserved for us contractors, and all the weirdos will be assigned to other other carriages. Mu Ruffing explained anxiously. Is this true? Xian Xiaoyi still didn't quite believe it. Anyway, the bloody train will appear again next month. You can then ask those contractors who get off the train and you'll know the answer, said Mu Ruffing. Forget it, no matter whether what you said is true or not, I will tell my uncle and Captain Zhou about your return first. Xian Xiaoyi picked up the phone and dialed the number directly. After briefly explaining the situation, she nodded repeatedly and hung up the phone. Let's go back to the department first. You must be tired and sleepy. Go back and have a rest and eat something. My uncle will come to see you later, Xian Xiaoyi said. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded and followed her out. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, Mu Ruffing, Xian Xiaoyi and several employees finally returned to the relevant department. I have to say, the traffic jam during the morning rush hour was really terrible. It should have only taken 40 minutes, but it ended up taking more than an hour. Mu Ruffing returned to the room where he had rested before. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately untied the bandages on his body. Of course, the wrapped props were also neatly placed aside. Walking into the bathroom, Mu Ruffing turned on the shower faucet and the water rushed down. Although he didn't feel hot on the train, he still sweated a little. His body was sticky and had a peculiar smell. If I don't take a shower, I always feel like something is wrong. While taking a shower, Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered that he had used a rule-based prop on the train, a singing mouth. Singing mouth. This is the mouth of a girl who loved singing. Her singing once deeply moved the people of the entire city. Later, the girl disappeared. When she reappeared, her mouth had been cut off and became someone else's collection. Effect: a rule-based prop that can specify a target and force the other party to sing a song loudly. Note: after designating a target to sing, the user must also sing the target's song within 24 hours, otherwise it will be enforced. According to this rule, Mu Ruffing has to sing Good Luck Comes. It just so happens that singing in the shower sounds natural. 15 minutes later, Mu Ruffing dressed neatly and opened the door. He accepted the meal from an employee and devoured it all within minutes. Then he took out a tissue to wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and drank all the water in the bottle in one breath. It feels so good. He touched his belly contentedly. Then, Mu Ruffing opened his attribute panel. Name: Mu Ruffing. Age: 24. Level: LV1, 1/2. Strength: 21, 10 points for an average adult male. Spirit: 18, normal adult male 10 points. Constitution: 21, normal adult male 10 points. Contract slot: LV2 Ghostly Infant, Mu Guiying. Ghost Power: Level 1. Title: Crazy Driver. Skill: Life and Death. Props: Bloody Bandage, Resentful Kitchen Knife, Dorm Manager's Secret Candle X2, Matches, Singing Mouth, Tiandi Bank Platinum Card, Flame Vehicle Card, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card, The Clown's Crazy Chainsaw. Soul Coins: 136991479. The attributes have changed significantly, with new title and ghost power columns added. By the way, let's try Xiaoying's ability first. Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered that he had contracted Xiaoying, but it seemed that he had not used her ability yet. He immediately tried to communicate with Xiaoying. However, Xiaoying was still sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking up. Mu Ruffing discovered that he seemed to be able to use Xiaoying's abilities at will. He carefully sensed that Xiaoying had two abilities. The first one is the mental immunity that the thin and weird one mentioned. Mental immunity can be immune to mental pollution up to one level above oneself. Previously, Thin and Weird said that he was immune to mental pollution below level 3, but now it seems that it is far more than that. As long as Xiaoying continues to level up, she will be able to resist higher levels of mental pollution. If she reaches level 8, she will even be immune to the strange 9th level mental pollution. This ability to grow is definitely a magical skill. The second ability shocked Mu Ruffing even more. Teleport allows short teleportations within line of sight, starting at 1 meter. Each level doubles the teleportation distance. At level 5 and above, teleportation is possible regardless of line of sight. Teleportation. Mu Ruffing was extremely excited. This skill is absolutely magical. Although the starting distance is short, it is teleportation after all. It is a top-notch weapon whether for fighting or escaping. He tried to calm his excitement and an idea came to his mind. The next moment, Mu Ruffing turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared on the spot. 2 meters away, the black mist condensed and returned to his shape. It's amazing, it feels really special, he said excitedly. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing flashed several times in succession until he stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to continue playing, but his ghost power has been exhausted. The first level ghost power teleportation ability only allows him to use it a maximum of 5 times. Of course, if he only teleports a distance of 1 meter or less, the ghost power consumed will be less, so he can use it more times. Overall, this is a magical skill, but it is limited by the amount of ghost power one has. Mu Ruffing can also use the ghost power in Xiaoying's body to perform his duties, and with this, he can definitely run rampant with ease. After all, Xiaoying has a lot of ghost power stored in her body, so it is not impossible for her to teleport infinitely. Originally, Mu Ruffing planned to take another nap and have a good rest, but he found that he was not sleepy at all. I had already slept for a few hours hours before entering the bloody train, and then I slept for another 7 or 8 hours on the train. In addition, he had just received a reward and tested Xiao Ying's abilities, so his mind was in an excited state. How could he fall asleep? So, Mu Ruffing lay on the sofa, took out his cell phone and opened the Weird Forum. As soon as I entered the Weird Forum app, a huge title stuck at the top caught my eye. Shock! A burning train, and the 9th level gluttony cruiser that was pierced through. There was also a blurry photo below of a burning train. Maybe because the distance is too far, the photo is not very clear, but you can barely make out that it is a train. Mu Ruffing was slightly startled. Isn't this the burning bloody train he was driving? It was actually photographed? He quickly clicked on the post. The author of the post is a netizen named Crazy Zero Girl. She claimed that she was in a copy of the Gluttony Cruise at the time and was a cleaner on the Gluttony Cruise. I was cleaning stains on the deck at the time and happened to witness the shocking scene, so I took out my phone and took this picture. When I was about to continue taking pictures, for some reason, the phone was suddenly blocked and turned off. Therefore, only this photo was circulated. At the same time, she also described the thrilling vehicle battle in detail in words. Until the end of the article, the poster said that it seemed that because the Gluttony Cruise lost, the remaining few contractors successfully passed the copy and returned to the real world. Mu Ruffing finished reading the post and browsed the comments. Wow, this post has only been up for a few hours and it has already received over 10,000 comments. Most of the comments said that the poster was very lucky. There are also many analyses on whether this burning train is a bloody train. The more he read, the more interesting it became. Mu Ruffing spent half an hour reading the comments. He closed the post only when he felt he hadn't said enough. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Mu Ruffing, are you in there? I'm Tian Lin, the director of the relevant department in Changsha. I have something to talk to you about. Tian Lin's loud voice came from outside the door. I'm here. Wait a minute, let me get dressed. Mu Ruffing quickly stood up and put on the clothes and pants that Zhao Daong had prepared for him in a few seconds. Soon, he opened the door. You are Mu Ruffing, boy. You are quite capable and have a bright future. You actually rode 10 stations and came back safely. Tian Lin patted Mu Ruffing's shoulder with approval. What a great strength. Mu Ruffing secretly sighed in his heart, but smiled and said, Minister Tian, I am just lucky. Anyway, you've made it through 10 stations. Can I come in and sit for a while? Tian Lin asked. Of course, Minister Tian, please come in. Soon, the two sat down at the table. Come on, tell me about your experience on the train. If you find any rules that no one has noticed, you can also tell me. Tian Lin said. Mu Ruffing nodded, not surprised at all, and immediately spoke out the content he had prepared in advance, bit by bit. After a long time, Tian Lin stood up and patted Mu Ruffing's shoulder again. Your experience is very valuable. I will compile what you said into a written report and send it to the capital. Don't worry, there will be rewards. There will also be a guide for your first copy. Both rewards will be given to you together. Tian Lin said. Minister Tian, what is the reward? Mu Ruffing asked curiously. You have 3 choices. 1 is 200 soul coins, 2 is 200,000 cash, and 3 is 20 contribution points. Tian Lin replied. 200,000? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. He didn't care about the soul coins, contribution points and the like at all. He was immediately attracted by the 200,000 cash. He worked for 2 years, and although he was provided with food and accommodation, he only saved about 100,000 yuan. Now, in just 2 days, you can earn 200,000? Why would you hesitate to choose? I choose 200,000. Mu Ruffing answered without hesitation. Are you sure? Tian Lin seemed a little surprised by Mu Ruffing's choice. Soul coins are indeed very important in the dungeon. Contribution points can be accumulated and exchanged for powerful items. Tian Lin was afraid that Mu Ruffing didn't understand, so he explained it specially. Mu Ruffing laughed inwardly. You must be kidding. 200 soul coins are just to fool beggars. I'm a billionaire in this weird world. As for the contribution value, he didn't care. After all, he already had a lot of props on him. Minister Tian, I understand, but I still choose 200,000 in cash. Mu Ruffing said seriously. Okay, whatever you want. 200,000 will be deposited into your bank card before 5:30 today at the latest. By the way, I have to remind you to try your best to save your life in the future and not take risks just for the so-called higher clearance level. Survival is the foundation of everything. I told everyone you were being reckless and fined you half a month's bonus. Don't take it to heart. I was also furious at the time. To be honest, I also think it's inappropriate. How about this? I'll give you an additional 10,000 yuan privately and transfer it to your card together with the 200,000 yuan. Tian Lin said. No need, Minister Tian. How can I trouble you with these 10,000 yuan? I'm fine. Mu Ruffing declined with some surprise. Okay, you should rest for a while. I'll give you another day off tomorrow. After you move into the assigned house and settle down, you can officially start work the day after tomorrow. Tian Lin waved his hand and walked out the door. Okay, Minister Tian. Mu Ruffing stood up and saw Tian Lin out of the room. After closing the door, Mu
Ruffing took off his clothes and pants, leaving only his underwear. Then start exercising in the room.
He didn't exercise much before, and the high-intensity unloading work every day is the best exercise.
Now that I am no longer unloading and have become a dungeon player, I naturally cannot relax.
He leaned over and started doing push-ups. He did 100 in one breath and was a little surprised when he stood up. Improving physical fitness and strength is indeed different. 100 push-ups were completed so easily.
This feels great. A smile appeared on his face. An hour later, Mu Ruffing finished his exercise, sweating profusely.
After a short rest and waiting for the sweat to dry, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. He was already very thirsty, so he grabbed the kettle on the table and drank it in big gulps. After drinking half a pot of water, I felt refreshed.
Knock knock knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Mu Ruffing, I'm Joe 1. Are you in there?
Joe 1's voice came from outside the door.
Captain Joe, I'm here. Wait a minute, I'll get dressed. Mu Ruffing responded quickly and then put on his clothes.
When I opened the door, I saw Joe 1, Chang Yulin, and Chu Lianhong. Hey, Captain Joe, why do you three all have dark circles under your eyes?
Mu Ruffing asked in surprise. Don't mention it.
I didn't sleep a wink all night and was busy until just now. Chang Yulin said with a wry smile. Xiaomu, I heard from Xiaoyi that you passed 10 stations and achieved a 100% completion rate.
Is that true? Chu Lianhong asked curiously.
Of course it's true.
How could I possibly lie to you? If you want to hear it, I can tell you again. Mu Ruffing said with a smile.
Chu Lianhong was about to nod when Zhou Wen spoke up. We've heard Qian Xiaoyi talk about this several times, and we don't want to listen anymore.
I came here this time mainly to ask what abilities the strangeness in your contract has and what level it belongs to. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to tell us. We won't force you. We're just asking as a routine question. Zhou Wen said softly. Some contractors will deliberately conceal their strange abilities.
This not only adds to the sense of mystery, but also makes other contractors feel fearful and afraid to provoke them easily. Therefore, the relevant departments will not force you to disclose your abilities. Of course, whether you say it or not, the department will still ask you as a routine question. It is best to say it, but if you don't want to, it's no big deal. Mu Ruffing smiled and replied, the one I contracted is a level 2 ghost infant, which has the ability to be immune to mental pollution below level 3, and also has the ability to teleport over short distances. He didn't mind exposing his abilities and spoke frankly. Immune to mental pollution below level 3? Short distance teleportation? Chu Lianhong and Chang Yulin exclaimed in surprise almost in unison. Although these two skills are not offensive, they are definitely life-saving skills. It seems that your ghost infant has great potential. After hearing this, Zhou Wen's pupils shrank slightly, and then he patted Mu Ruffing on the shoulder. He actually has two abilities, and they are so strong. Chu Lianhong said with envy. I'm so envious and jealous that my teeth are almost broken. Chang Yulin said with envy. Just lucky. Mu Ruffing smiled shyly. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go back to rest. I'll give you a day off today. Zhou Wen said to Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong. Hee, Captain Zhou is so nice. I need to work on my dark circles and get some beauty sleep when I get home. Chu Lianhong said with a smile. It just so happens that my mother arranged a blind date for me. I'm going to meet her at noon. I heard she's a great beauty. Hee. Chang Yulin smiled proudly. TSK, you wretched man? How could such a beautiful girl like you? Chu Lianhong glanced at him sideways and said disdainfully. Chang Yulin was about to retort when Zhou Wen interrupted him. Alright, stop arguing. I'm going back to the office to write a report. Xiaomu, if you have anything, call me, or come to office 401 on the 4th floor. Okay, Captain Zhou. Mu Ruffing nodded in response. Soon, Team Zhou and his three teammates left. Mu Ruffing closed the door, packed up his things, and wrapped the bandage inside his clothes so that no bandage could be seen from the outside. Then he picked up a backpack and walked out of the room. He asked his employees to bring these, and all the props that couldn't fit in the bandages were put into the backpack. Soon, Mu Ruffing arrived at the office lobby on the 1st floor. He walked straight to the sofa waiting area, sat down and waited quietly. The hall was bustling with people coming and going, and there were some familiar faces. These are all newly joined players, that is, the contractors who have passed the bloody copy. Mu Ruffing didn't know how many players the department had recruited, but he estimated it was quite a lot. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Deong arrived late. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. There was a traffic accident on the ring road, and the traffic was blocked for 20 minutes. Zhao Deong apologized as soon as he arrived. It's okay, let's go and see the house assigned to me. Mu Ruffing smiled and waved his hand. Soon, Mu Ruffing drove towards a residential area. Boss, have all the contractors who have passed the level today been found? Mu Ruffing asked boredly. We found them all, 14 in total, 5 of them are local, and the rest are from other provinces. Zhao Deong replied. How many people have joined our department? Mu Ruffing continued to ask. There are 10, and 3 of them are assigned to us, said Zhao Deong. 10? Then the remaining 4 didn't join? Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. 2 of them were poached by the group with high salaries. One of them was originally a member of the group, and the other did not agree free to join either side and seemed to want to be a lone ranger.
Zhao Daong explained. Group forces? How did they find these returning players? Mu Ruffing was surprised.
Well, the group has a lot of spies.
Since we're looking for someone so publicly, they'll definitely notice.
With their resources, it's easy for them to find the information and contact details of those players, said Zhao Daong.
Then why didn't anyone contact me?
Mu Ruffing scratched his cheek and said in a low voice. It's not that Mu Ruffing really wants to change jobs, but simply because no one comes to find him, he can't help feeling a little lost. Mr. Mu, we're almost at the residential complex. Zhao Daong didn't seem to hear his question, or perhaps he didn't want to answer, so he just changed the subject.
This seems to be Inching North Road. Which community is this? Mu Ruffing asked. The surrounding environment of Yujiang community is quite good. Shopping malls and hospitals are nearby, and transportation is also very convenient.
It is only 200 meters away from the Metro Line 4 entrance.
Zhao Daong introduced.
Oh, it's indeed convenient here.
I've come here to eat in the business district with my friends before. Mu Ruffing nodded. About 5 minutes later, they drove into the underground parking lot of Yujiang community.
The developer of this residential complex has cooperated with our relevant departments. The residents of buildings 1 and 2 are all employees or family members of the relevant departments. You can choose one of the vacant houses in these 2 buildings as your welfare housing. After parking the car, Zhao Daong handed Mu Ruffing a tablet, which showed a 3-dimensional map of Building 1 and Building 2 of Yujiang Pavilion community.
Mu Ruffing randomly clicked on a house and was able to see the house type and related data.
He found that many houses were gray and could not be clicked, presumably because they were already occupied. A few minutes later, Mu Ruffing chose a house on the 28th floor of Building 2.
Okay, Mr. Mu, let's go over and take a look now.
Zhao Daong got out of the car with his handbag. Soon, the two took the elevator to the 28th floor and stood in front of room 2802. Zhao Daong took out a universal card from his handbag and swiped it on the electronic device at the door.
Ding!
There was a sound and the door opened directly. Mr. Mu, come and set the password first.
After that, no one except you can enter this door.
As he spoke, Zhao Daong skillfully operated the combination lock and then asked Mu Ruffing to enter the fingerprint and set the password.
In less than a minute, everything is set up.
This house is 118 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen and 2 bathrooms. It's fully decorated and equipped with all the necessary appliances. It's just that no one has lived here for a long time, so there's some dust.
I'll have someone come and clean it up later.
Zhao Daong looked at the sofa and electrical appliances covered with white cloth in the house and spoke.
Okay, that's just what I want.
I also have to go to my previous dormitory and move my things over.
Mu Ruffing replied.
Zhao Daong then explained a few things and entered some information before leaving. Originally, Zhao Daong wanted to send Mu Ruffing to Yuxian, but he didn't expect that he refused and told him to go about his own business. Mu Ruffing stood on the large balcony, looking at the scenery below, and his mood suddenly became relaxed, and a feeling of emotion surged in his heart.
He finally has a house. Although the transfer of ownership has not yet taken place, the time is not far away. Ding dong! The phone suddenly rang with a text message alert. Mu Ruffing opened it and a look of joy appeared on his face.
Changsha Bank, your card with the last number 7713 received 210,000 yuan, remitted from another bank, at 11:02 on July 17th, and the balance is 312,751 yuan.
The money has arrived.
More than 300,000 yuan is indeed a considerable amount of money for a young person who has just graduated for 2 years. First, go to Yuxian, move your things out, and then go through the resignation procedures. I also need to get the salary for the past 2 weeks. Although he is now financially well off, he is still reluctant to give up the more than 3,000 yuan salary for this half month. Mu Ruffing just walked to the door when he saw an aunt in her 40s walking towards him with cleaning tools.
Auntie, are you here to clean? You come so quickly? Mu Ruffing asked in surprise.
Yes, young man, Daong asked me to come. I live on the 12th floor, so of course I can come quickly.
The aunt replied with a smile. Daong?
Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned, but soon understood something. I am Daong's mother. Please take care of me in the future.
The aunt said with a smile.
Oh, so it's Daong's mother.
Does that bother Auntie too much?
Mu Ruffing originally thought that this aunt was just Daong's relative, but unexpectedly she was his mother.
Hey, it's not a big deal, and your boss is paying you.
Don't worry, young man, I will definitely clean the place thoroughly. Yong's mother said with a smile.
Okay, then I'll trouble you, Auntie. Also, Auntie, you can just call me Xiaomu. Mu Ruffing responded. Okay, by the way, Xiaomu, you probably don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Do you want your aunt to introduce you to a few?
They're all college graduates, pretty and smart. Yong's mother suddenly said.
Ah, well, Auntie, I have something to do, so I'll leave first.
Just remember to close the door after you finish cleaning.
Mu Ruffing ran away in a hurry with his bag on his back.
I really don't understand why the older generation likes to introduce blind dates to young people.
Mu Ruffing took the elevator down to the first floor. As soon as he walked out of the building, he took out his mobile phone, opened the mini program, program, and booked an online taxi. It's about 8 kilometers and costs 23 yuan, which is not expensive. In the past, Mu Roughing would definitely ride a shared electric donkey, but now he has money. 5 minutes later, he got on the car at the gate of the community. 20 minutes later, Mu Roughing got off the car at the high-tech logistics park. It didn't take long for him to arrive downstairs of the dormitory. The dormitory building has only 5 floors, and Mu Roughing lives in room 403. It's 12:30, lunchtime, and I didn't expect there are so many people returning to the dormitory. However, most people don't know it. Only a few uncles in the same dormitory were familiar with him. It was Uncle Lu, Uncle Wang, and a driver who was in his 30s. The driver works the night shift and mostly sleeps during the day. Mu Roughing returned to the dormitory and found Uncle Lu, Uncle Wang, and the driver were all there. The driver was, of course, asleep. Uncle Wang and Uncle Lu seemed to have just finished their meal and were preparing for a nap. "Xiao Mu, you're here?" Uncle Lu asked in surprise when he saw him. "I say, Xiao Mu, what happened before?" Uncle Wang was also shocked and asked quickly. "Well, Uncle Lu, Uncle Wang, don't ask about this anymore. It won't be good for you if I tell you. I have signed a confidentiality agreement." Mu Roughing shook his head and said, "Old Wang, don't ask anymore. This is not something you can ask about." Uncle Lu advised. "Oh, I'm just curious, that's all. I won't ask anymore. I won't ask anymore." Lao Wang waved his hand. "Xiao Mu, why are you coming here at this time?" asked old Lu. "I'm getting ready to quit and pack up and move out," said Mu Roughing. "Moving away? Are you really quitting?" Old Lu was a little reluctant. "Ah, you want to resign?" Lao Wang was surprised. "To be honest, it's very comfortable to work with Mu Roughing. He is young and strong, so he does a lot of work and everyone feels relaxed. Sometimes I would buy some drinks and fruits to eat together. So when I knew Mu Roughing was leaving, I felt very reluctant. Especially Lao Wang. This guy loves to take advantage of small things. So how could he be willing to let Mu Roughing, this little sucker, go? Xiao Mu, this job is not too tiring. The salary is good, and food and accommodation are provided. Can you find such a good job if you leave?" Lao Wang said. "Uncle Wang, I've made up my mind." Mu Roughing smiled slightly, walked to the bed and started packing. Uncle Wang wanted to say something more, but old Lu stopped him. "Okay, Xiao Mu is still young. How can he stay here forever? It would be better for him to go out and try his luck." After hearing this, Lao Wang had no choice but to wave his hands and lie down on the bed to rest. Mu Roughing didn't have much stuff, just a quilt and a suitcase filled with clothes, shower gel, and other miscellaneous items. "I'm too lazy to take the unused shampoo, shower gel, and cooling mat, so I just leave them there. I guess they won't be wasted." So he took his suitcase and left the dormitory. Carrying a bag and dragging a box, he came to the door of an office. On the way, he had already contacted someone by phone. It was the team leader who was in charge of recruiting people. Before Mu Roughing could go in, he saw a middle-aged man walking out. "It's Xiao Mu, you're here. I've already reported your resignation to the higher-ups, and you can leave now. As for your salary, after deducting your days off, you worked a total of 13 days, which comes to 3,080 yuan. This money will not be deposited into your card until next month's payday. Do you have any other questions?" "I have something to do here," said the middle-aged man. "It's okay, Brother Zhao, you go ahead and do your thing, I'm fine," Mu Roughing replied. Brother Zhao nodded and hurried forward. "Finally solved, now I can go home." An hour and a half later, Mu Roughing returned home carrying large and small bags of things. He looked around the house and found that all the white cloths had been taken away and the dust in the house had been cleaned up, making it look brand new. Auntie cleaned the house so well. Mu Roughing smiled, then walked towards the bedroom and put away his backpack and clothes. Then he spread the newly bought mat on the big bed. Some daily necessities were also placed in the bathroom. In this way, the house finally has some breath of life. Time soon arrived on July 19th. This day is the day when Mu Roughing officially starts working. He wore the suit issued by the department and rode his newly bought electric scooter to the department branch. To be honest, Mu Roughing looks quite good in this black suit, which totally supports this outfit. "Ding ding ding, you're here quite early. Work doesn't start until 9 o'clock, but you're here at 8:30? A horn sounded behind him, followed by a familiar voice. Mu Roughing looked back and saw that it was Captain Zhou when driving the SUV. "Captain, you're here early too." Mu Roughing greeted with a smile. He parked the electric scooter and waited for Zhou Wen to back it into the garage. Not long after, Zhou Wen parked the car and walked into the office lobby with Mu Roughing. Although it was only 8:30, many employees had already arrived and started to get busy. Mu Roughing was a little curious about what these people were busy with, but he was too embarrassed to ask more questions, so he had to follow Zhou Wen silently. To his surprise, Zhou Wen actually took him to the third underground floor, which had not yet been opened. The third underground floor is quite large, about the size of a football field. There are many instruments and equipment here, as well as various knives, guns, sticks and clubs, and even hot weapons. There is an open space the size of a basketball court. The ground looks like it is made of metal and is covered with scratches and potholes. "Captain, is this third floor a training ground?" Mu Roughing asked. asked. Yes, your main job these days is training. First, put on this weight-bearing suit and run 10 laps around the training ground to warm up, Joe when instructed. Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded and walked forward to take the weight-bearing clothes from the iron rack. As soon as he got it, Mu Ruffing felt its heaviness, estimated to be around 30 kilograms. This is 15 kilograms, which is considered entry-level. Once you get used to it, you can wear heavier ones. Joe picked up a 30-kilogram weight-bearing jacket and put it on swiftly. Not only weight-bearing clothes, but also wrist guards, knee pads, and even shoes are fully equipped. After putting on the clothes, Joe began to run and jump on the spot. Mu Ruffing discovered that there was ghost power flowing in Joe body. Apparently, he relied on his ghostly strength to be able to exercise while wearing heavy equipment. These weight-bearing clothes can not only help you exercise your body, but also improve your ghost power. Don't just stand there, move quickly, I will give you special training all day today, Joe said. Yes, Captain. Mu Ruffing responded with a bitter face. He originally thought it would be easy, working from 9 to 5 with weekends off, but he didn't expect it to be high-intensity training. Half an hour passed quickly, and Chang Yulin, Chu Lianhong, and 3 other new colleagues arrived at the training ground one after another. Okay, everyone's here. You should all be familiar with some basic dungeon information. Now, in 5 days you will enter the next dungeon. We need to train you both physically and mentally. As for Mu Ruffing, you can skip the mental training. Just follow what I taught you before and practice physical fitness every day. Then, let Chang Yulin or Chu Lianhong fight with you to help you master your strange abilities, Zhou Wen said. Okay, Captain. Mu Ruffing responded quickly. When Dandan, Liao Chunshu, and Lu De, you 3, follow me, Zhou Wen said to the 3 new players. Okay, Captain Zhou. The 3 nodded and quickly followed Zhou Wen towards a small house in the distance. Hee, I wonder if these 3 newcomers will be scared to pee their pants. Chang Yulin came close to Mu Ruffing and said with a smile, wetting your pants? Brother Lin, is mental training really a ghost? Mu Ruffing was slightly startled and asked in confusion. You can say that. It will definitely leave them with unforgettable memories, and they have to train every day until they can withstand the shock. Chang Yulin explained with a smile. TSK, they are in trouble. Fortunately, I don't have to go. Mu Ruffing sighed in amazement. Mu Ruffing could still understand that mental training. After all, if you want to survive in a dungeon, you must first stay calm. You can be afraid, but not so afraid that you lose the ability to think and act. Of course you don't have to go. I guess you can chat and laugh with strange powers now, Chang Yulin said with a smile. Okay, don't look over there, Mu Ruffing. I'm going to train you now so that you can master the contract ability, Chu Lianhong said. Okay, but how do we train? Mu Ruffing looked at Chu Lianhong. Come on, attack me. You can use any abilities or props, said Chu Lianhong. Ah, are you sure? Xiaomu, you have to be careful. Chu Lianhong is a violent woman. After Chang Yulin said this, he immediately ran away, as if he was afraid of being implicated. Chu Lianhong glanced at Chang Yulin, snorted coldly, and then looked at Mu Ruffing. Get started, why are you dithering like a grown man? It's not that I hesitated, but if I used the regulation props, I would definitely kill her instantly. After all, once I open my mouth, Chu Lianhong will lose the ability to resist. Then I'll come? Mu Ruffing said. Come on. Chu Lianhong moved his right foot forward, tilted his body slightly, and assumed a fighting stance. The next second, Mu Ruffing's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Chu Lianhong. Chu Lianhong narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately sensed the fluctuations of ghost power behind him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slammed his elbow backwards. But the next second, she felt something was wrong. The object hit by the elbow was soft and slightly cool. Soon, a snake-like object extended from her elbow. Chu Lianhong kicked off, his body flew into the air, did a backflip, flipped 4 or 5 meters away, and landed steadily. But when she landed, her feet felt soft, which made her feel strange. Chu Lianhong, look at your feet, Mu Ruffing said with a smile while standing not far away. What? Before Chu Lianhong could react, she saw the strip of cloth under her feet rapidly extending upwards. Only then did she react and tried to jump away with her feet. But he found that his feet were tied and he couldn't move them at all. Bandage? It should be okay if it's torn into pieces, right? Chu Lianhong pressed down with both hands and grabbed a ball of bandage. No problem, even if it is torn into pieces, it will repair itself automatically. Mu Ruffing shrugged. Okay. Chu Lianhong shouted immediately, the ghost power in his body gathered madly, and he pulled hard with both hands. The bandage was immediately stretched straight, even stretching her arm to form a small hill. However, the bandage was only stretched straight and remained intact, and because of the delay, bandages had already wrapped around her hands. Why can't it be torn apart? Chu Lianhong was stunned. The one she contracted was a peak level 1 muscle ghost, whose main focus was strength. Although he is only level 1, as long as he uses the power of the contracted ghost, Chu Lianhong can burst out with a force of thousands of pounds. A force of 1,000 pounds may not sound like a big deal, but once you realize that one punch can shatter a hard skull, the power becomes obvious. In a blink of an eye, the bright
bright red bandage had wrapped Chu Lianhong tightly. Although Chu Lianhong was wrapped up at this moment, she did not give up and still burst out with great power in her movements. However, such struggle is ultimately futile. Because the bandage is extremely tough, it is impossible to cause any damage to it by force alone. Just like that, Mu Ruffing quietly watched the bandaged man lying on the ground and struggling. If the person trapped by the bandages was an enemy, Mu Ruffing would have already attacked with a knife, and the opponent would have absolutely no power to fight back. But since the person in front of him was Chu Lianhong, he naturally couldn't act rashly. Cheng Yulin, who was standing by, covered his mouth to hold back his laughter, holding his cell phone in his left hand and recording the video, obviously wanting to capture the scene of Chu Lianhong making a fool of herself. After more than a minute, Chu Lianhong was still struggling, but his strength was slightly weakened. Just as Mu Ruffing was about to loosen the bandages and let her out, Chu Lianhong's voice rang out, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat, let me go." Mu Ruffing immediately spread out the bandage, then quickly retracted it like a snake and wrapped the bandage around his arm.
"Thank you for your concession. I have gotten the upper hand. If it weren't for this bandage, I would have had to run away," Mu Ruffing said.
Your bandage really restrains me." Chu Lianhong thought for a long time and finally squeezed out the sentence.
Cheng Yulin couldn't help laughing out loud. Chu Lianhong, you looked so funny just now. I couldn't help it. You're looking for death."
Chu Lianhong glared at Cheng Yulin, clenched his fists angrily, and strode towards him. "Let's practice today."
No, I don't want to fight with you. I'm afraid that if I lose, you will accuse me of scheming." Cheng Yulin retreated repeatedly, not wanting to fight with her at all.
Chu Lianhong refused to give in. He kicked the ground hard and rushed towards Cheng Yulin at a rapid speed. Seeing this, Cheng Yulin raised his hand and grabbed the steel beam on the roof. Several thin threads that were invisible to the naked eye shot out and instantly bound the beam. Then he exerted a little force, and the whole person flew upwards with the help of the force.
"Cheng Yulin, come down."
Chu Lianhong looked up and shouted,
"I won't come down. I don't want to fight with you."
Cheng Yulin sat on the beam and responded nonchalantly,
"Are you a man?
If so, come down and fight me."
Chu Lianhong shouted angrily, "No matter what you say, I won't come down." Cheng Yulin simply lay on the beam, pretending to rest.
Chu Lianhong felt both angry and helpless when she saw him like this. Suddenly, an idea struck her.
She quickly looked at Mu Ruffing, then turned to Cheng Yulin and said, "Forget it, let's not fight anymore. My abilities are useless against Mu Ruffing.
You should come down and train with him." "No, I don't believe you unless you swear by gaining 20 pounds.
Cheng Yulin shook his head and refused.
Okay, I swear, as long as you come down, I will definitely not fight with you, otherwise I will gain 20 pounds.
Chu Lianhong said, gritting his teeth. "That's right." Cheng Yulin nodded and slowly slid down along the thin thread. To be honest, Chu Lianhong really didn't continue to provoke. This surprised Mu Ruffing secretly.
"Xiaomu, your bandages are very effective against Chu Lianhong. Even if you teleport, she won't be able to catch you.
However, I'm different.
I contracted a level 1 thread ghost, and now it's been upgraded to level 2. My threads are not only tough and flexible, but also incredibly sharp. Your bandages are useless against me. Even if you teleport, my lines will protect you. So, attack me with all your might."
Cheng Yulin stood there and smiled faintly. For some reason, Mu Ruffing felt that Cheng Yulin had a unique aura at this moment. "What do you think? I'm handsome, right? Hee." Cheng Yulin's aura of master at that moment did not last more than 3 seconds.
A chuckle of hee completely broke the majesty. "Then Brother Lin has to be careful."
Mu Ruffing waved his right hand, and the bandage expanded instantly. In an instant, Mu Ruffing put on the bandage suit.
With a thought, Mu Ruffing's figure suddenly disappeared.
"Still using this trick? You're overthinking it."
Cheng Yulin smiled faintly, raised his hands, spread out his 5 fingers, and 10 silk threads instantly gushed out from his fingertips. Almost in the blink of an eye, Cheng Yulin was surrounded by a tight network of traps.
"I caught you." Cheng Yulin turned his eyes and looked to the right.
A figure appeared out of nowhere, and the silk thread was also touched.
Soon, under Cheng Yulin's control, the silk thread wrapped around Mu Ruffing's body.
Mu Ruffing's body stretched out rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he bounced off all the silk threads.
However, this doesn't seem to have much effect, because countless silk threads swept in from all directions.
Seeing this, Mu Ruffing disappeared again, and the next moment he appeared 2 meters away, safely escaping from the encirclement of the silk threads.
"Your ability to teleport and escape is truly amazing." Cheng Yulin couldn't help but admire sincerely when he saw this scene. "But you only have level 1 ghost power. How many times can you use it? Even if there is a level 2 ghost baby in your body, you can't use it many times, right?" Cheng Yulin seemed confident, and his tone was a little teasing. It seemed as if Cheng Yulin could drag Mu Ruffing to death. You're right." Mu Ruffing did not refute. "So, are you planning to admit defeat?" Cheng Yulin asked with a smile. "This still doesn't work." Mu Ruffing smiled slightly, then took out the clown's crazy chainsaw from the inventory. Buzz buzz buzz. Mu Ruffing pulled the chain on the electric saw, and the machine started, immediately making a deafening roar. "I just happened to get this prop this time. Let's use it
it on Brother Lin to try out its effect.
Mu Ruffing showed a warm smile on his face.
Oh, is this the chainsaw Qian Xiaoyi mentioned? Chang Yulin was quite visually shocked when he saw Mu Ruffing take out such a big chainsaw.
But he didn't take it seriously. After all, it was just a prop.
As long as he caught the user, he would have the upper hand.
Then I'll do it? Mu Ruffing's figure suddenly disappeared as soon as he finished speaking.
Mu Ruffing can teleport and take away everything, no matter the equipment on his body or the props in his hand.
People's care is precious. As long as you lead evil people to do legitimate business, you can make a lot of money. Just save a life.
The seriously wounded enemy trembled and said, "No, don't come over here. Just let me die, okay?"
Guan Chengue walked over with a gentle expression. Please, let me save you one more time, okay? Just once. There is a transfer link below.
The roar of the chainsaws echoed throughout the training ground.
Countless silk threads shot towards Mu Ruffing from all directions.
But Mu Ruffing just swung the electric saw, and instantly the silk threads were wrapped around the saw blade and then broke into pieces.
This time, Mu Ruffing did not use teleportation, but rushed towards Chang Yulin madly while waving the chainsaw.
Seeing this, Chang Yulin quickly retreated, controlling the silk threads to attack as he retreated. Whether it was a sneak attack from behind, an attack from underfoot, or a threat from overhead, the bandages were all firmly blocked.
As long as the electric saw is turned, the surrounding silk threads will be cut directly. Your electric saw is too sharp.
My silk thread can leave marks on steel.
Chang Yulin shouted while running. Xiaomu, how can you run so fast with such a heavy chainsaw?
Looking at Mu Ruffing who was approaching rapidly, Chang Yulin became more and more panicked.
I have a good physique and can run faster. Brother Lin, be careful. Mu Ruffing suddenly shouted. Chang Yulin was startled and turned around subconsciously, but Mu Ruffing was nowhere to be seen. Oh no! Chang Yulin screamed.
He knew that Mu Ruffing had teleported in front of him. The roar of the chainsaw exploded in Chang Yulin's ears, extremely harsh.
When he turned his head, he saw the teeth of the chainsaw flying towards his head.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. At this moment, Chang Yulin was filled with the fear of dying.
Mu Ruffing.
Xu Lianhong, who was watching the fight from the side, saw this and his face suddenly changed and he shouted in horror.
However, it was too late.
Mu Ruffing's chainsaw had already landed on Chang Yulin's crown.
Chang Yulin.
Xu Lianhong shouted again and ran towards this side desperately.
Am I dead?
Chang Yulin stood there blankly, his forehead pressed against the chainsaw that was still spinning at high speed.
Mu Ruffing, do you know what you are doing? Xu Lianhong rushed over and punched Mu Ruffing without hesitation. Hey, let's talk nicely and don't fight. Mu Ruffing used teleportation at the moment he was about to be hit, and instantly appeared behind him 2 meters away. Ha, why am I okay? Chang Yulin raised his hand and touched his head.
Not even a single hair was intact.
What? Didn't Qian Xiaoyi tell you the properties of my chainsaw? Mu Ruffing raised the chainsaw in his hand and said proudly, how come you're okay? Mu Ruffing, what's going on?
Xu Lianhong grabbed Chang Yulin's head and forced him down. After carefully checking and confirming that he was fine, he turned to Mu Ruffing and questioned him. What attributes? Qian Xiaoyi didn't say, he only told us that you got a chainsaw.
Chang Yulin said with lingering fear while touching his head.
Sorry, I thought Qian Xiaoyi had already told you about the properties of the chainsaw.
Come, let me show you. Mu Ruffing walked over and handed the chainsaw to Xu Lianhong.
Xu Lianhong took the chainsaw without hesitation. Chang Yulin beside him had already stood up and reached out to press the chainsaw. After looking at the attributes, the two looked at each other with surprise in their eyes.
Xiaomu, you are so lucky that you got another rule-based item. Chang Yulin looked at Mu Ruffing enviously. This rule-based prop is quite interesting.
It can saw through everything, but it can harm living things or monsters.
It can play a huge role in certain special scenarios.
After understanding the situation, Xu Lianhong relaxed and handed the chainsaw back to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing put away the chainsaw and said apologetically, Brother Lin, I'm so sorry for scaring you.
Hey, it's okay. This is the first time I've had my head chopped by a chainsaw, huh?
Chang Yulin didn't care at all, but laughed out loud.
You are smiling so happily, is there something fun?
In the distance, Zhou Wen walked slowly towards them with a smile on his face. When Dandan and the other person were still conducting spiritual training in that small room and were nowhere to be seen. Captain Zhou, we've picked up a great treasure this time.
Chang Yulin quickly told Zhou Wen what had just happened. In other words, neither of you is a match for Mu Ruffing?
Zhou Wen did not focus on the chainsaw first, but stared at another question.
Well, you can say that. Chang Yulin nodded in agreement.
Xu Lianhong remained silent and agreed to this statement.
Okay, Mu Ruffing, keep it up. Maybe you will take my place in the future.
Zhou Wen smiled and patted Mu Ruffing's shoulder.
Captain Zhou, what are you saying? I just joined not long ago. There are also Brother Lin and the beautiful Chu. No matter what, it's not my turn. Mu Ruffing said modestly. Who knows if we can make it out alive in the next instance.
For those below level 3, there is a dungeon every 7 days.
My 6th dungeon is tonight. Zhou Wen still had a smile on his face.
After the three of them heard this, the originally relaxed and happy atmosphere suddenly became remain gloomy. Captain, you have a smart mind and have contracted 2 ghosts. They are so powerful, there will definitely be no problem.
Chang Yulin comforted.
Yes, Captain Zhou, if something happened to you, Chang Yulin and I would have died long ago.
Shu Lianhong also quickly agreed.
If you count the time, I have only been in the relevant department for more than a month, and I have been promoted from a team member to a team leader. The original captain also died in the dungeon, and several familiar colleagues didn't make it out alive. To be honest, I sincerely hope that the dungeon doesn't exist at all.
Zhou sighed, a trace of melancholy on his face. Captain,
Shu Lianhong and Chang Yulin also looked a little lonely.
Don't worry, we will definitely be able to defeat the copy.
At most, we can start over again in 18 years and be heroes.
Mu Ruffing said firmly.
That's right, we can wait for 18 years at most and then we can set off again.
Chang Yulin also agreed.
Alright, continue your training, use your contract abilities more often, and don't slack off on your physical training. I'm going to prepare for tonight's dungeon, Shu Lianhong. I'll leave the mental training of those 2 new recruits to you. Remember, train every 2 hours, for half an hour each time, Zhou reminded.
I understand, Captain.
Shu Lianhong agreed quickly. Zhou nodded, turned, and left the training ground. Come on, Xiao Mu, lend me your chainsaw so I can scare those 2 newcomers.
Chang Yulin suddenly said. Ah, Brother Lin, are you sure? Aren't you afraid that they will hold a grudge against you? Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment and asked. What are you afraid of? I'm training them, don't you think, Shu Lianhong? Chang Yulin looked at Shu Lianhong.
The latter hummed twice, unclear whether it was agreement or disagreement.
Okay, I'll lend it to you. Mu Ruffing handed over the chainsaw. Hey, let's go.
Chang Yulin took the chainsaw and called Mu Ruffing and Shu Lianhong to walk towards the cabin together. You guys go ahead, I'll continue practicing bandaging here and see how to use it to get the best effect.
Mu Ruffing said. Okay, you practice on your own. Call us if you need an opponent. Chang Yulin nodded, then walked towards the hut with Shu Lianhong.
Time flies, and it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon on July 21st.
It is Friday. It's time to get off work.
I have something to do today, so I'm leaving first, Mu Ruffing said to Shu Lianhong and Chang Yulin.
Yeah, Chang Yulin responded without raising his head.
Shu Lianhong simply didn't answer and just buried his head in lifting the weights. The atmosphere was a bit depressing because Captain Zhou had not returned yet and today was already the 2nd day.
Don't be so depressed, the captain will definitely come back safely. Mu Ruffing looked at the 2 people in silence and couldn't help but comfort them. I definitely believe in the captain. Shu Lianhong nodded.
If you have something to do, go quickly. The traffic is the most congested at this time on Friday, Chang Yulin reminded.
Yeah.
Mu Ruffing nodded, turned, and left the training ground. He rode his electric scooter and it took him 20 minutes to reach the underground parking lot of the community. Although the relevant department branch is located in a remote countryside, it is not far from the Yujiangfu community, only about 6 kilometers away.
It's so hot to ride a bike in the sun.
I guess I need to get a driver's license so I can buy a car,
Mu Ruffing muttered and took the elevator home.
The first thing he did when he got home was to take a shower.
After 10 minutes, he quickly went out. Today is the birthday of his college roommate Li Yaozuan.
A few old friends who have a good relationship rarely get together once a month, so they took advantage of Li Yaozuan's birthday to get together.
Mu Ruffing came to Li Yaozuan's house with a lot of iced drinks. There were not many people in the room, only 6 in total. Mu Ruffing, Li Yaozuan, Zhou Chang and Lin Fuding were college roommates and had a deep relationship.
Long Meiwan and Huang Mei are the girlfriends of Li Yaozuan and Lin Fuding respectively.
Brother Feng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Look at this big pot of spicy crayfish. Is it enough for you?
Li Yaozuan led Mu Ruffing to the dining table and pointed to a large bowl of spicy crayfish and said with a smile.
Oh my god, you guys eat so much. Can you really finish it? Mu Ruffing swallowed. Hee, eat as much as you can if you can't finish it. I haven't prepared any other dishes today. Li Yaozuan responded with a smile. What are you waiting for? Let's eat. Oh, I almost forgot. Happy birthday to you. Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Li Yaozuan smiled and thanked repeatedly.
Just as Mu Ruffing was about to sit down, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of ghost power.
Mu Ruffing's eyes instantly locked onto today's birthday boy, Li Yaozuan. A pitch-black candle was abruptly stuck on the top of Li Yaozuan's head and the small flame was burning faintly.
This candle has a unique scent. It seemed that among the crowd, only Mu Ruffing could sense its existence.
Brother Feng, why are you staring at my head? Although I know I'm a little bald, it shouldn't be so easy for you to discover, right? Li Yaozuan said suspiciously. After hearing what he said, everyone in the room turned to look at the top of Li Yaozuan's head. No, your hair looks quite thick, Lin Fuding said. Bald? What? Am I bald too?
Zhou Chang, who was standing by, touched his sparse hair and said with a smile.
Isn't that the case for all programmers? Aren't you stronger even though you're bald? Li Yaozuan laughed. Long Meiwan and Huang Mei couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh out loud. Mu Ruffing's expression remained solemn, and he did not join in the crowd's jokes. Oldly, touch your head and see if there is anything on it. Mu Ruffing said. Is there something on my head? head? Is it stained with something? Li Yaozuan was a little surprised and subconsciously reached out to touch the top of his head. Hey, what is that? Li Yaozuan suddenly touched the black candle. He carefully took the candle down from above his head and took a closer look. It turned out to be a black candle, and it was still burning. Oh my god, why is there a candle on my head? How come I didn't notice it at all? Li Yaozuan said in shock. What? What candle? His girlfriend Long Meiwan looked at him in confusion. Candles? Don't you see any? Do we have to cut the cake and sing the birthday song first? Lin Fuding joked. What are you talking about? Isn't this a candle in my hand? It's still burning and emitting black smoke. This candle looks weird and has no smell. What material is it made of? Li Yaozuan thought they were joking, so he didn't take it too seriously. You have a candle in your hand? Stop it. Okay, let's eat. I'm starving. He Chang smoothed his sparse hair and prepared to eat. Hey, stop teasing me. Isn't this a black candle in my hand? Li Yaozuan said as he handed the candle to his girlfriend. What's wrong with you? Your hands are clearly empty. Long Meiwan looked confused. At this time, Mu Ruffing stepped forward and reached out to grab the candle in Li Yaozuan's hand. However, his right hand actually passed directly through the candle and was unable to touch it at all. It was clear that this candle was the means to enter the dungeon. Besides the contracted player, although they could see it, they could not touch it. Unless the medium's owner dies and the medium has not yet found its next host, the contractor can seize the medium and enter the exclusive copy through it. Once the medium appears, it means that this is a brand new copy that has never appeared before. If you are pulling people in from an old copy, there will be no intermediary at all. You can just pull them in directly. Of course, there are also cases where people are directly pulled into the dungeon without going through an intermediary, but most of them are contractors, and newcomers are rarely pulled in. There are also some special copies that will distribute media multiple times, such as train tickets for the bloody train, tickets for the weird bus, tickets for the gluttony cruise, etc. What's going on? Brother Feng. Li Yaozuan was stunned as he watched Mu Rufing's hand pass through the candle. Mu Rufing's hand passed through unhindered, as if the candle didn't exist at all. I clearly have a candle in my hand. Brother Feng, can you see it? What happened just now? Li Yaozuan suddenly became excited. Brother Cun, don't panic. Listen to me. This matter is very important. Don't interrupt me. Just listen to me. The candle in your hand is a medium that only you can see and touch. It could disappear at any time. I'm telling you the key point. Once you go in, you must observe carefully. Don't be afraid. Stay calm and use the same carefulness you used when chasing your sister-in-law. If you want to survive in there, the most important thing is to discover the rules and use them to protect yourself. This is for you. Keep it safe. You can light it when you're in danger. And these banknotes are also very useful in the dungeon world. Remember, don't use them carelessly. Mu Ruffing took out matches, candles secretly made by the dormitory manager, and a few soul coins, and stuffed them directly into Li Yaozuan's trouser pockets. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Before Li Yaozuan could finish his words, the black candle in his hand suddenly emitted black smoke, which quickly spread and enveloped him completely. Long Meiwan and others could not see the black candles at all, and they were also unable to detect the black smoke emitted by the candles. They only saw Li Yaozuan standing in front of them in the previous second, and disappeared alive in the next second. Where is Li Yaozuan? Long Meiwan was the first to react and quickly stood up. What's going on? Where's Brother Cun? Why is he gone? He was clearly here just now. How come he suddenly disappeared? Am I seeing things? Brother Cun? Brother Cun? Have we encountered a supernatural event? Lin Fuding and others nearby also stood up, their faces full of horror. At this time, Mu Ruffing had already taken out his cell phone, ready to contact Cheng Yulin, tell him the situation here, and ask him to send someone over to deal with it. However, before he could open the address book, Cheng Yulin called first. After the call was connected, before Mu Ruffing could say anything, Cheng Yulin's voice came over. Xiaomu, Captain Zhou is back and has been promoted to level 3. When you are free, come to the unit, we are all here. Mu Ruffing could hear the excitement in Cheng Yulin's tone. That's great, but Brother Lin, I have some trouble here. A new copy has appeared. Mu Ruffing said. A new copy? Did you see the medium? I heard you were partying with friends. Where are you? I'll bring someone over right away. I'm in Changsha County, room 601, building 3, XX community. Mu Ruffing replied. That is the area under the charge of Captain Lao He. I informed him that you should stay there and comfort your good friend. We will not go there. Cheng Yulin said. There is one headquarters and 2 branches in Changsha. The headquarters is in Furong district, close to Wui Square, where there is a large flow of people and strong contractors are needed to be stationed there. At the same time, the headquarters also manages Yuhua district, Tianqing district, and the service area. The headquarters is headed by Tian Lin, the director of the relevant department of Changsha. He is a LV4 contractor and the strongest force in Changsha. The second branch is located in Xinsha County and is commanded by level 3 Captain Loe. Xinsha County accounts for about 1/3 of Changsha's area. The third branch is located in Wancheng district. Although it is located in Wancheng district, it also has to manage the Yuelu district. It is led by the newly promoted LV3 Captain Joe 1.
Generally speaking, branches are managed independently and do not easily cross regions.
This is also the reason why Chun Yulin asked Lao Hei to handle it and he himself did not go. After hanging up the phone, Mu Ruffing looked at everyone in the room. Brother Feng, what's going on? Where is Li Yaozuan? What you just said to him? Long Meiwan spoke first. Brother Feng, we all heard your phone call just now. Could it be a supernatural phenomenon? Were you calling the Dragon Group? Zhou Chang asked hurriedly without waiting for Mu Ruffing to answer. Dragon Group? Brother Chang, have you read too many novels? It's almost the same. In fact, it's not called Dragon Group but the relevant department. Mu Ruffing said lightly. Relevant departments? Everyone asked in unison, their eyes full of confusion, and they all looked at Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing nodded and then told them some basic information that could be disclosed to the outside world. So, the relevant department is the one responsible for managing these supernatural phenomena? Then you are an employee there now? Lin Fuding asked. Yes, I just joined not long ago. There will be formal employees coming to communicate with you on specific matters. They should be here soon. Mu Ruffing replied. Brother Feng, I don't know much about these things related to the relevant departments, but can you tell me where Li Yaozuan went? Is he in danger? Long Meiwan asked anxiously. Long Meiwan is our schoolmate and has been with Li Yao since college. It has been 4 years now, and I heard that they are still planning to get married. Well, I can only say that it depends on him. Don't worry, I gave him some things. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for himself, he will definitely come back safely. Mu Ruffing did not tell them the detailed information of the copy. Knowing too much is not good for them. Even many employees' families are not clear about the specific work of the relevant departments. Really? Long Meijuan's eyes brightened. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. It must be true. It must be colleagues from the relevant departments. I'll go open the door. Mu Ruffing said as he walked to the door, confirmed the visitor through the peephole, and quickly opened the door. Are you colleagues from the Changsha County branch? Hello, I'm Mu Ruffing from the Wancheng District branch. Although Mu Ruffing didn't know them, he recognized their uniforms. You are Mu Ruffing. That's great. You actually cleared 10 stations. I'm Mo Bin, the action team leader of the Changsha County branch. You can just call me Lao Hei. Lao Hei stretched out his hand to shake hands with Mu Ruffing, his face full of enthusiasm. Captain Lao Hei? You came in person? Mu Ruffing was a little surprised when he heard the name Lao Hei. Well, I happened to be nearby, so I brought someone to take a look. Okay, enough small talk. Tell me the situation. Xiao Lu, Xiao Tang, you two go talk to these gentlemen and ladies. Lao Hei said to the two men behind him. Okay, Captain. Xiao Lu and Xiao Tang responded and walked towards Long Meiwan and the others. Don't worry, they will explain everything to you clearly. I will be here with you. Mu Ruffing saw that Long Meiwan and others were a little nervous, and hurried to comfort them. Mu Ruffing closed the door and stood at the door to explain the situation to Lao Hei. From time to time, he would look over there and give everyone a comforting look. To be honest, he never thought that he would encounter such a thing when he was just getting together with friends and celebrating his birthday. Alas, in the past, there were fewer instances and we could control them. Now the frequency of copies is getting higher and higher, and it's a bit difficult to control. Hundreds of confidentiality agreements have been signed this month. Lao Hei sighed after listening to Mu Ruffing's words. Captain Mo, do you think the country will introduce any new policies? Mu Ruffing asked. It's hard to say, but there's a high probability. These things are not something that small people like us can influence, so let's leave it to the people above to decide. People like us may be reincarnated one day, Lao Hei said with a smile. Mu Ruffing echoed from the side. To be honest, Mu Ruffing's mentality is completely different from that of these contractors. There's no way he has a cheat. If I didn't have the cheats, I probably wouldn't even be able to pass the first dungeon, let alone keep my mindset. Captain, they have signed the confidentiality agreement. Xiao Lu walked over with several contracts. Well, Mu Ruffing, take your friends and leave here first. This place needs to be temporarily blocked, Lao Hei said. In order to get to know the situation of new players as soon as possible, department staff will generally wait here as long as the location and identity of the players entering the dungeon are determined. I understand. Mu Ruffing naturally understood and nodded. Then he walked towards Long Meiwan and others. Since Xiao Lu and the others have already explained it, there is no need to waste more words. Several people walked out the door together. By the way, Brother Phone, please tell your colleagues not to waste that pot of lobsters. Let them eat it. Standing in front of the elevator, Long Meiwan suddenly spoke. Everyone was feeling extremely complicated at the moment. Although they were a little hungry, they had no appetite at all. It would be such a waste not to eat the huge pot of lobsters in front of me. Well, wait a moment, I'll go talk to them. Mu Ruffing immediately turned around and went back. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it happened to open. It's Captain Lao Hei. Hey, do you have anything else to say? It just so happens that I saw you prepared such a large plate of crayfish. It would be a waste if we don't eat it. I want to ask if we can eat it? Captain. Lao Hei originally planned to make a phone call,
but he thought that Mu Ruffing and the others had just left and should still be waiting for the elevator, so he simply came out and asked in person.
What a coincidence.
My friend also said that it would be a waste if we don't eat that pot of crayfish, so I told you to eat them up quickly.
Mu Ruffing responded with a smile. That's great, I won't hesitate. You must eat it all. Oh, and there's cake. If you don't want to eat it, please put it in the refrigerator for me. Mu Ruffing reminded. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lao Hei patted his chest and said with a smile, the elevator is here. Let's stop talking. Captain M.O., if someone comes out, remember to notify me immediately. Mu Ruffing said. Okay, go ahead. Lao Hei nodded in agreement.
Several people stood aside, speechless for a moment, and the atmosphere was a little depressing.
Mu Ruffing didn't know what to say at this moment.
When the elevator reached the first floor, Mu Ruffing finally spoke. Sister-in-law, how about you stay at Huang Mei's house for one night? Although Huang Mei is Lin Fuding's girlfriend, the two have not yet lived together and she still lives alone. The two of them have a good relationship, so staying for one night should be no problem.
Okay, that's perfect. I'll have someone to talk to in the evening. Huang Mei nodded repeatedly. Okay.
Long Mei-wan nodded with a smile, but her smile seemed a bit reluctant.
Obviously, she was still extremely worried about Li Yaozuan.
Soon, everyone dispersed and went home to find their own mothers.
No one came to Mu Ruffing to ask for news. Obviously, they all knew that these were not things they could ask. Before leaving, Zhou Chang came over, put his arm around Mu Ruffing's shoulders, and whispered, Brother, don't forget me when you become rich. When you were in college, you spent all your money on games and had no money for food. I had to make a scene with my dad and get the money to support your food. Mu Ruffing didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this, and then said, Don't worry, I will never forget you. After listening to Mu Ruffing's words, Zhou Chang left with satisfaction.
Looking at the people leaving, Mu Ruffing touched his rumbling stomach, his eyes flickering. He immediately turned around, walked back, and took the elevator back to room 601. I was still a little worried, so I just waited here for Li Yaozuan to show up. You can also eat some spicy crayfish to fill your stomach.
Ding dong, ding dong. Mu Ruffing rang the doorbell. After a long while, the door opened and it was Xiao Lu. When Mu Ruffing entered the room, he saw Lao Hei sitting at the table. Lao Hei was chewing something, his mouth was full of oil, and his hands were wearing disposable gloves covered in oil stains. Ah, kid, I knew you would come back. Lao Hei laughed out loud when he saw Mu Ruffing.
I'm worried about my friend, so I'll wait for him here today, said Mu Ruffing.
I understand. Come and sit down and eat something together. There is so much, we three can't finish it. It will be almost enough if you join us. Lao Hei hurriedly invited Mu Ruffing to sit down.
Lao Hei acts as if he is the master here. Mu Ruffing glanced at the drink he brought and saw that some of it had already been drunk. Then he picked up disposable gloves, grabbed a big lobster, and started to feast on it. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed and it was July 24th.
It has been exactly 3 days since Li Yaozuan entered the dungeon. There is still no news about Li Yaozuan's return.
Neither the body nor the medium was ever seen. Since Saturday and Sunday were weekends off, Mu Ruffing stayed in Li Yaozuan's rented house all day and did not go out. As for today, having just finished training at work, he took a shower in the bathroom of the training ground, changed into clean clothes, and then went to a closed room on the 4th floor underground. The room was completely enclosed, with only a small ventilation hole, and nothing else inside except a chair. The 4th underground floor is divided into several areas, and the area where Mu Ruffing is located has more than 10 similar rooms. These rooms are specially prepared for branch players to enter the dungeon. This is to prevent the player's body from being released into the outside world after death and causing panic. As for the medium on them, I'm sorry, as long as it's not the first time for the medium to enter the copy, once the medium's owner dies, the medium will dissipate.
Today is the day when Mu Ruffing enters the 3rd dungeon.
Through the department's internal information, he learned that the time to enter the copy was fixed to the time of first entering the copy. In other words, the exact time you first entered the instance will be the same time, accurate to the second, when you enter again 7 days later. Even if the time is disrupted due to a special copy, the time will be fixed to the time of first entering the copy the next time you enter. Mu Ruffing couldn't quite remember what time he entered the dungeon, but he knew it was a little after 7. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was 6:50. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing checked his props and items one by one.
Item 1, Rule Item, Singing Mouth. Item 2, TND Bank Platinum Card. Inventory 3, Joker's Crazy Chainsaw.
His body was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, with props hidden inside the bandages.
1, Resentful Cleaver. 2, Flame Vehicle Card. 3, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card. 4, Dorm Manager's Secret Candle X1. 1 was given to Li Yaozuan. 5, Soul Fruit X1. 6, Meat Fruit X1. 7, Fruit of Power X1. 3 spaces were too few, and he had many things that he could only carry around with bandages. He also brought one of each fruit, in the hope that it might come in handy, just in case. He put the remaining 12 fruits into the refrigerator of his home. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing waited quietly for the time to come. Today is also the time for Chu Lianhong and Chang Yulin to enter the dungeon. In addition
According to them, there are also new players who survived the Scarlet Train together last time. However, because Chung Yulin entered the dungeon in the morning, he successfully returned in just 5 hours before Mu Ruffing got off work. Although he was seriously injured and even one of his arms was torn off. Fortunately, Chung Yulin successfully found his arm. Relying on his special ability as a thread ghost, he used thread to sew his arm to the broken part, and there were actually faint signs of healing. I guess with some more medicine and the contractor's strong physique, the arm might be able to recover. As for the new players, they entered in the early morning and suffered heavy casualties, with only about 30% returning alive. The time came to 1913. Mu Ruffing suddenly lowered his head and looked at the black umbrella mark on his left arm. The black umbrella seemed to come alive, with wisps of black air spreading and emitting heat. He knew it was time to enter the dungeon. Mu Ruffing, I just received news from Lao Hei that your friendly Yao Tzuan has returned safely from the dungeon and has joined Lao Hei's team. At this moment, Zhou Wen's voice came from the speaker embedded in the upper right corner of the room. Hearing this, Mu Ruffing showed a hint of joy on his face. Just as he was about to respond, the black umbrella on his arm suddenly opened, and ghost energy spread out, instantly wrapping him up, and then disappeared into the house.
A moment later, Mu Ruffing stood in an open space covered with dead grass.
For some reason, he felt a little dizzy and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. At this time, he began to look carefully at the surrounding environment.
This is an open space about half the size of a basketball court. The rear was shrouded in thick fog, completely obstructing the view and making it impossible to see anything. The situation on the left and right sides is similar. Both are covered with thick fog, and in front of it stood a huge old iron gate. On both sides of the iron gate is a seemingly endless wall, about 5 meters high. The top of the wall is covered with caltrops, and further up there is a fence reinforced with steel wire. Next to it stands a sign with the words "High Voltage Electricity, Danger," written in large, eye-catching letters. A plaque with peeling paint hangs above the iron gate. Qingshan Pig Farm. Qingshan Pig Farm? I remember that when we took the bloody train, the third stop was here, right? Mu Ruffing recalled in his heart. He pinched the bloody train black gold card hidden in the bandage and thought to himself, I should be able to summon the bloody train. I must try it when I get the chance. Then, his eyes fell on the 4 people still lying on the ground. 2 men and 2 women, with ghostly energy emanating from their bodies, were obviously not new players, but contractors. This dungeon is not a single-player challenge, but a multiplayer dungeon. Mu Ruffing has the best physique, so he woke up first. Not long after, the 4 people regained consciousness one after another. They immediately looked at each other warily. When their eyes fell on Mu Ruffing, they were all shocked. The ghost power in his body was fluctuating abnormally and was almost about to launch an attack. At this time, Mu Ruffing's body was tightly wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of eyes exposed. He didn't look like a contractor at all, but rather extremely weird. Fortunately, everyone knew that this was inside a copy and that actions had to be cautious, so they suppressed their impulses. Are you a contractor or a staff member? A contractor asked first. Contractor. Mu Ruffing responded indifferently. So you are the contractor. You really scared me. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Hao from Tangfei Group, a second-level contractor. Lu Hao said. Xiangxing Group, Tang Hao, second-level contractor. Another man said coldly. Samrun, Masizi, a second-level contractor. A short-haired woman continued to introduce. Yongcheng Group, Luo Jing, second-level contractor. The long-haired woman spoke last. It seems like I'm the only one from the relevant department this time. Relevant departments of Changsha, Mu Ruffing, a first-level contractor. Mu Ruffing said with a faint smile. Everyone tacitly agreed not to reveal their abilities. Level 1? You're only level 1? Lu Hao looked Mu Ruffing up and down, with a hint of contempt in his tone. I thought we were all level 2 and the dungeon should be quite difficult, but I didn't expect a level 1 to pop up. It seems that this dungeon is much simpler than I thought. Tang Hao sneered. I haven't heard of the Qingshan Pig Farm dungeon. Do you have any related strategy? Asked the independent player Mei Shizi. I don't have it either. I don't know if it's a new copy. Luo Jing shook his head. When it comes to dungeon news, the official ones are definitely the most comprehensive. Look, there's one right here. Level 1, do you know this copy? Lu Hao asked, staring at Mu Ruffing sharply. Mu Ruffing frowned, puzzled as to why Lu Hao treated him so badly. We are all human beings, and we all entered the dungeon to struggle for survival, but why are we so indifferent to him just because he is level 1? I don't know either. It should be a new copy. Mu Ruffing replied calmly. Lu Hao was about to speak when suddenly, there was a heavy bang on the gate of Qingshan Pig Farm. After a few loud bangs, the iron door slowly opened with an old friction sound. A tall and strange figure in blue overalls walked out from inside. A powerful aura emanated from him. A third-level evil ghost. This weird thing is exactly a third-level evil ghost. In an instant, everyone became nervous, except Mu Ruffing. Are you the employees applying for the job this time? Yi walked closer, stared down at the 5 people, and asked in a cold voice. Yes. Tang Hao remained calm and was the first to nod in response. You're here quite early. early. Come in with me. After saying this, Gigi turned and walked into the pig farm. The group didn't waste any time and immediately followed the strange man into the pig farm. However, Gigi did not bring them directly into the venue. Instead, it stopped on the right side inside the big iron gate, where there was a place similar to a security booth. Go and register first. Use the red booklet. Only after you complete the registration can you enter the pig farm, he said strangely, pointing to the table in front of the security booth. There are 2 booklets and a pen on the table. Lu Hao was the first to walk over, picked up a pen, and started writing on the red booklet. Not long after, Lu Hao finished writing and stepped aside. Next came Tang Hao, Luo Jing and Mei Shizi, and finally it was Mu Rufing's turn. Mu Rufing glanced at the registration content and found that there were not many items that needed to be filled in. There is only name, gender, age, level, and job position. He looked again at the job applications filled out by the 4 people. Lu Hao is a security guard. Tang Hao is the breeder. Luo Jing is a cleaner. Messi is also a security guard. Strange, how do they know what positions are available? Mu Rufing was full of doubts, but he didn't think much about it and started filling in the items in the booklet one by one. Just as he was about to fill in the job application form, a prompt sound suddenly rang in front of him. Please select the position you want to apply for. 1. Breeder. The breeder is a frontline operator in the pig farm, mainly responsible for feed distribution, cleaning, storage and record keeping in the pig house. 2. Fattener. Fatteners are frontline operators in pig farms, mainly responsible for the management, feeding and disease prevention and control of fattening pig houses. 3. A cleaner. The cleaner is responsible for cleaning the pig house. 4. Security guard. Security guards are the security personnel of pig farms. They are mainly responsible for patrolling, anti-theft and maintaining safety on the farm. 5. Veterinarian. Veterinarians are crucial in pig farms and are responsible for pig health management, including disease prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. Note, applicants for this position must have certain medical knowledge and abilities. 6. A butcher. A butcher, also commonly known as a pig killer, is responsible for slaughtering pigs that need to be slaughtered. Note, to apply for this position, you need to have certain martial arts skills, otherwise you may be killed by the pigs. So that's why these prompts appear when filling out a job application. Which one should I choose? Mu Rufing pondered in his heart. There is no doubt that keepers and cleaners are relatively safe. As for veterinarians, needless to say, they must have medical skills, which directly eliminates most people. The most dangerous job is naturally that of a butcher, literally. Mu Rufing prefers to be a security guard. After all, the security guard's job is to patrol the pig farm, so he can understand the environment of the pig farm and some clues to the greatest extent possible. Host detected entering the instance. Plugin loaded successfully. Host, please choose one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Ignore the rules. You can ignore all the rules in the dungeon, and there will be no consequences even if you violate them. 2. Simulator. It can consume 10% of its own ghost power to simulate everything that happens in the next 3 hours. 3. Kill monsters to become stronger. Kill creatures in the strange world to randomly obtain a permanent attribute point and increase your ghost power by 1%. The plugin appeared. Mu Rufing thought carefully about these 3 plugins. The first thing to exclude is cheats that ignore the rules. If you are strong enough, you can naturally ignore the rules. Moreover, although this plugin is good, it is not suitable for his current situation. The second is the simulator. To be honest, if you can use the simulator plugin, you can definitely anticipate the enemy's moves. You can know many rules and secrets without having to take risks yourself. A cheat that makes you stronger the 3rd time you kill a monster. As long as you kill the creatures in the strange world, you can permanently gain a random attribute point and 1% of your own ghost power. But if these improvements only take effect within this copy, then it is a useless plugin. However, this improvement is permanent. Whether it is a plugin that ignores the rules or a simulator plugin, it cannot make Mu Rufing stronger directly. At most, it can only help him avoid danger. The plugin that can make you stronger by killing monsters is tailor-made for the position of butcher. At this time, Mu Rufing already had the answer in his mind. He decisively chose the 3rd option, a plugin that makes you stronger by killing monsters. Then, he slowly wrote the word butcher in the job posting column. Can you write faster? We are all waiting for you, Lu Hao said impatiently. Mu Rufing put down his pen, looked at Lu Hao quietly, and said nothing. The tall and strange figure did not make any complaints about waiting. Gigi walked forward and grabbed the red booklet. After a quick glance, his eyes landed on Mu Rufing. Kid, you actually chose the butcher? With your physique, I'm quite optimistic about you. Before he finished speaking, he turned to Lu Hao and Mei Shizi. We are only hiring 1 person for the security position. One of you 2 must change positions, Gigi said. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Hao and Mei Shizi's expressions suddenly became nervous. Lu Hao spoke first. I was the first one to fill in the security guard position. Mei Shizi, you should change your position. After hearing this, Messi did not respond, but looked at him strangely. Strangely but calmly, he said, you guys discuss it among yourselves and make a decision within 1 minute.
minute, otherwise I'll just assign it randomly. He doesn't care about their choices at all. He said he would distribute them randomly, and I'm afraid he would really do so. So what if you filled it out first? I also want to be a security guard. You should change your position. Messi responded coldly. What do you want? Lu Hao asked. It's not about what I want, but what you think. Messi was obviously unwilling to give up the security guard position. Mu Ruffing ignored the argument between the two. His eyes were fixed on that weird person. At first he didn't notice anything unusual, but when he got closer, Mu Ruffing noticed that something was wrong with him. This monster was at least 2 meters tall, with a burly upper body and clothes that were stretched tight. However, the legs in the lower body were loose and kept swinging when the wind blew. Looking at the thickness of the thigh, it is not as thick as the strange arm. How can one not feel weird with such a weird proportion? Just then, the 1-minute deadline was up. In the end, Messi chose to compromise and changed to the position of fattener. Lu Hao continued to apply for security guard position. The two did not fight because time was tight. Lu Hao suggested that they play rock paper scissors to decide the winner. The result was self-evident. Messi lost. Gigi held up the red booklet, ticked Lu Hao's name, and pointed to the door. Lu Hao, you are now a security guard at the pig farm. That security booth is your workplace and residence. Remember, you must not make any mistakes at work. Yes. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded and walked towards the security room. He came to the door of the security room, checked it briefly, and immediately pushed the door open and went in. You guys, follow me, he ordered strangely, then strode into the pig farm. Mu Ruffing walked at the end, looking back towards the security room from time to time. Just as they were about to pass a building, Mu Ruffing suddenly saw the door of the security room being slammed open. Lu Hao looked flustered and had changed into a security uniform. He came to the big iron gate, and the ghost power in his body surged, and he quickly closed the door. Mu Ruffing's heart trembled slightly, but he did not stop and quickly caught up with the crowd that was gradually moving away. The pig farm is large in scale and is divided into 4 areas: pig houses, septic tanks, living quarters, and slaughterhouses. The pigsty is where pigs are raised and where they eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Breeders, fatteners and cleaners all work here. The septic tank is where the cleaners collect pig feces and dump them into the tank. It can be said to be the cleaners' management area. The living area is the residence and canteen for the pig farm employees. The final slaughterhouse is where pigs are slaughtered. The building they just passed was the pigsty. It's just that the pig house is very big, but there is only one entrance. Gigi led them around in a circle and finally arrived at the entrance of the pigsty. Strangely, Gigi did not stop, but continued to walk forward. Several people were confused, but they didn't dare to say anything and could only follow him silently. Soon, they came to an area of bungalows. This is the living area. Your dormitories are here, and the cafeteria is on the far left. You have half an hour now. Work will officially begin in half an hour. Your dormitories are located in the areas with job titles posted on their doors. As soon as the strange voice finished speaking, he turned to look at Mu Ruffing. The slaughterhouse is 200 meters at the end on the right. It will officially open in half an hour, that is, at 8 o'clock. After saying that, Gigi took out a booklet and ticked everyone's name. After finishing this, he turned and left. Several people looked at each other, and finally walked silently towards the bungalow. There are not many rooms here, only 5, which seem to be just enough for all positions except the security guards who have their own dormitories. From left to right, there are 5 signs on the first door: breeder, fattener, cleaner, veterinarian and butcher. There was no choice, so everyone just picked their corresponding dormitory. Mu Ruffing came to the door of the 5th dormitory, glanced at the word butcher above it, and without much hesitation, pushed the door open and walked in. The dormitory is not big, about 20 square meters, and it is very simple, with only a bed, a wardrobe, a desk and a chair. There is also a small toilet of 4 or 5 square meters at the innermost part. It's extremely simple, but Mu Ruffing didn't care. After all, no matter how simple the room was, it was much better than the environment in the Yushin dormitory building he had lived in before. Fortunately, Uncle Lu and Uncle Wang don't smoke. Although they chew beetle nuts, Mu Ruffing can still tolerate the smell. As for the driver, he smoked, but because it was a night shift, the smell of smoke did not affect Mu Ruffing. Compared to those smoke-filled and garbage-filled dormitories, theirs is definitely first rate. And compared to this dormitory, the latter is definitely better than the former. Mu Ruffing immediately walked over and opened the wardrobe. There were 2 sets of clothes inside, one of which was the same as the work clothes that Gigi was wearing. The other set is a leather apron that covers most of the body. A strong smell of blood emanated from the leather apron. There were still stains of deep red blood on it, which had obviously blocked a lot of filth for the previous owner. Mu Ruffing quickly changed into the work clothes and put on an apron. In an instant, his image became even more bizarre. On the outside was an apron stained with dark red blood, and on the inside was a work suit that had been washed so thin that it looked pale. The inner layer of the work clothes was wrapped with blood-red bandages, and the exposed skin was tightly wrapped with these bandages. To be honest, Mu Ruffing at this moment is even weirder than some others. After getting dressed, he began searching the house for clues. After some searching, I found a copy of the Butcher's dormitory rules and a key in the desk drawer. Butcher's dormitory rules. 1. Daily working hours are 8 to 12 o'clock in the morning, 12 to 1300 hours for lunch, and 13 to 1700 hours in the afternoon. 2. Please strictly abide by the working hours. 3. Please do not allow other employees to enter your dormitory. 4. No going out from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. 5. If someone knocks on the door at night, if it is a fattener, you can let them in, otherwise please ignore them. Hee, this working time is quite standard 8-hour system. Mu Ruffing couldn't help but complain. He paid particular attention to Article 5. Article 3 clearly states that other employees are not allowed to enter the dormitory, but Article 5 states that fatteners can come in by knocking on the door. What's so special about a fattener? Mu Ruffing pondered carefully. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't come up with a clue. I was too lazy to think about it anymore, so I put the rules back to their place and picked up the key from the drawer. Key is a key that is as ordinary as it can be, used to open or lock the door of the butcher's dormitory. Oh, it looks like I have to work all night again. Mu Ruffing sighed, put the key in his pocket, and then walked out of the room. The time in the strange world flows synchronously with that in the real world, and the relationship between them is 1-to-1, except that day and night are completely opposite. For example, Mu Ruffing entered the strange world at 7:13 in the evening, and the time is still 7:13, but it is not night here, but 7:13 in the morning. In other words, what others consider working hours is working all night for Mu Ruffing. After closing the door, Mu Ruffing locked it again with the key. At this time, there are only 10 minutes left before work. Lu Hao, who was wearing a security uniform, and 3 other people were gathered outside the door, talking in low voices, as if they were discussing something secretly. When they saw Mu Ruffing appear, they did not come forward to say hello or call him over. Instead, they dispersed one by one and walked towards the pigsty. Obviously, these 4 LV2 contractors isolated him, a LV1 contractor. It cannot be said that they were completely isolated. The main reason was that Mu Ruffing chose the position of butcher, and they all thought that he would definitely die. Mu Ruffing didn't care about this at all. After all, his goal was different from theirs. At this moment, he just wanted to step into the slaughterhouse and become a real pig butcher. A few minutes later, Mu Ruffing arrived at the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse is huge and extremely closed. As he approached the gate, a small window suddenly opened. A voice came from inside. "Are you the new butcher?" "Yes." Mu Ruffing nodded in response. Click. A small door opened with a sound. "Come in." A strange creature only half a human's height stood at the door. In addition to its small size, Mu Ruffing noticed that it actually had a pig nose. But he didn't care and walked straight in. Bang! The door was immediately closed. The room suddenly fell into darkness. Before Mu Ruffing could ask a question, the short and strange guy pressed a switch. Suddenly, the dim slaughterhouse lit up. Although the light is not strong, it is enough to make the entire venue clearly visible. The slaughterhouse is divided into 4 areas: slaughterhouse, cleaning and processing area, inspection area, and cold storage area. The refrigerated storage area is on the left side of the door, and the inspection area is on the right side. Walking in, the slaughtering area is on the left and the cleaning and processing area is on the right. Mu Ruffing works in the slaughtering area. Your post is in the slaughterhouse. There are still 5 minutes until work starts. You can go in and wait first. Then employees will put the pigs into cages from the delivery port. The short man said strangely, pointing to the innermost building on the left. Mu Ruffing walked into the slaughterhouse alone. This is an enclosed space, and even the door is made of heavy iron, which is obviously very sturdy. There is a large glass on one side of the wall, through which you can see the scenery outside. In addition to the glass, there were deep scratches and teeth marks on the door, walls, and floor. Obviously, this glass is either replaced frequently or is extremely tough. What caught Mu Ruffing's attention was that the slaughterhouse was extremely clean, without even a trace of strange smell. He didn't think much of it, as there were only 3 minutes left before work. He began to wander around the slaughterhouse. The layout of the slaughterhouse is quite unique. Mu Ruffing stood with his back to the main gate. There was a large hole about 1 meter wide, about 7 or 8 meters to the right. There was a conveyor belt inside the cave entrance, with a black curtain hanging above it to cover it. I guess this is the transmission port mentioned in the rules. After he slaughters the pigs, he will send the adult pigs from here to the cleaning and processing area. There is also a hole on the wall opposite the portal. However, there is no conveyor belt at the entrance of this hole, but a movable round iron plate covering it. It is obvious that this is the garbage outlet. In front of the wall directly in front of us stood a 5-meter high iron cage. In the center of the slaughterhouse, there was an old metal table covered with scars. There are also several shackles fixed on the metal table, obviously for the convenience of slaughtering and cutting. After a while, Mu Ruffing walked around the slaughterhouse and finally walked to the corner. There was a chair and a table here, apparently the butcher's resting place. Similarly, Mu Ruffing found a copy of the slaughterhouse's employee guidelines in the drawer of the table. Butcher's Code of Conduct. 1. Strictly observe working and leaving hours. 2. No
going out during working hours.
3. Please keep your butcher knife properly, as it is the best weapon for slaughtering pigs. 4. The number of adult pigs in the iron cage should not exceed 2 as much as possible, and it is absolutely forbidden to reach 3. 5. When slaughtering an adult pig, first drain the blood and then kill it with one blow.
There is no other way except with a knife.
6. Cut the slaughtered pig into 2 halves and put them into the conveyor belt. 7. If the adult pig speaks, please ignore it, kill it quickly, and throw the body into the garbage. 8. If an employee comes from the transfer port, he must immediately hide in the garbage outlet. 9. Slaughter at least 5 adult pigs every day and send them to the transmission port. 10. Don't worry about the hygiene of the slaughterhouse, the top priority is slaughtering the pigs.
Mu Ruffing wrote down the rules one by one.
At this moment, a bell rang throughout the slaughterhouse.
Ring, ring, ring. It's time to go to work. A loud roar came from outside the huge iron cage.
The next moment, the wall inside the iron cage slowly opened. Immediately, a huge adult pig was thrown out from the darkness and fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. Then, the wall slowly closed and returned to normal.
Ah!
The adult pig rolled on the ground, stood up quickly, and let out a fierce roar.
Mu Ruffing was stunned,
staring at the adult pig in the cage. The pig was really big, 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and it was a giant in his eyes. An average adult pig is no more than 0.9 meters tall at the shoulder and about 1.7 meters long.
The one in front of me is at least twice as big. It's so big, can anyone really kill it? Mu Ruffing was shocked by the pig's size.
But he soon realized that he was not an ordinary person, so killing it would be no problem. But he suddenly froze.
Where's my butcher knife?
To kill a pig, you must use a butcher knife. But he just looked around the slaughterhouse and didn't see any trace of the butcher knife.
How can I kill a pig without a knife? Mu Ruffing started to have a headache.
He stood up and continued to search carefully in the slaughter room. Still no butcher knife was seen.
Did the butcher knife get stolen? Or do I have to ask the administrator for it?
He wanted to ask the short weirdo, but the slaughterhouse was sealed tightly and he couldn't get out.
Bang! There was a loud noise.
The adult pig banged the iron cage frantically, but the cage didn't move at all, which made the pig scream in pain.
But even though it hurts, it still keeps hitting.
A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Mu Ruffing,
as if wanting to eat him alive. It seems that my kitchen knife will become a butcher knife. Mu Ruffing sighed helplessly and pulled out a knife from the bandage.
Although I don't have a butcher knife, I still have a kitchen knife in my hand. The work rules say that pigs can only be killed with a knife, but a kitchen knife is also a knife, so there should be no problem.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Just as Mu Ruffing was about to open the iron cage, he suddenly remembered that he had not used his rule skills yet. He unleashed a life and death struggle on the adult pig in front of him. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. This pig is indeed a creature from the strange world. It is considered dead. Mu Ruffing touched his chin and muttered to himself.
He then opened his property panel. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV1, 1/2.
Strength, 84, 10 points for an average adult male.
Spirit, 72, normal adult male 10 points.
Constitution, 84, 10 points for an average adult male.
Contract slot, LV2 Ghostly Infant, Mu Guaying. Ghost Power, Level 1.
Title, Crazy Driver.
Skill, Life and Death.
Props, Bloody Bandage, Resentful Kitchen Knife, Dorm Manager's Secret Candle X2, Matches, Singing Mouth, T&D Bank Platinum Card, Flame Vehicle Card, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card, The Clown's Crazy Chainsaw.
Soul Coins, 136990479.
His attributes have been tripled. Long before, when he saw the tall weirdo at the pig farm and the short weirdo at the slaughterhouse, Mu Ruffing had secretly activated his life and death skill. After all, it was better to be prepared. It was just a pity that he couldn't increase it to 10 times. Mu Ruffing walked to the iron cage, pulled down the bolt and opened the cage. Upon seeing this, the adult pigs immediately ran towards the exit. Mu Ruffing quickly stretched out his hand, and several bandages shot out like living things, instantly forming an encirclement outside the exit. The adult pig didn't seem to have much intelligence and rushed straight into the bandage circle.
Under Mu Ruffing's control, the bandage immediately contracted, tightly wrapping the adult pig.
However, the adult pig had incredible strength, and coupled with the inertia of running, it actually rolled forward, dragging the bandage along. Mu Ruffing grabbed the bandage tightly with one hand and tried to pull it hard, but he seemed to have forgotten the properties of the bandage. The bandage was stretched straight, yet it continued to stretch, showing great elasticity. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to loosen the bandage and let it stretch freely. The adult pig rolled over and over, and crashed into a metal platform 10 meters away with a dull thud. It howled twice again and began to struggle frantically. Even though the adult pig's strength doubled, it was still unable to break free from the bandage. This bandage was indeed a powerful control prop.
Mu Ruffing walked closer and kicked Chengzhu in the head.
The adult pig grunted, and then howled violently.
It's quite strong, almost as strong as me. Mu Ruffing felt its explosive power and couldn't help but be shocked.
He now has 8 times the strength of an average adult male. It seems that this adult pig, as a creature from a strange world, world, is far more powerful than ordinary people. I'm afraid even if a tiger comes, it may not be able to defeat it. Mu Rufeng leaned over, grabbed Changzhu, and slammed him hard on the metal table. The adult pig howled again. Then, Mu Rufeng manipulated the bandages to expose the pig's forelimbs. He grabbed the forelimbs, pressed them onto the semicircular shackles, closed the other half of the shackles, and successfully locked them. Then, he shackled the pig's limbs one by one before taking back the bandages and wrapping them around himself again. The adult pig struggled frantically, but the shackles were so strong that it couldn't get out. Mu Rufeng walked up to the pig's head and punched it hard. Ah! The adult pig howled and struggled even more violently. Ha! Seeing that it seemed to be unharmed, Mu Rufeng was a little stunned, and then he punched it on the forehead continuously. Bang! Bang bang bang! A series of muffled sounds were heard. He hit the pig 8 times. Logically, he could have smashed even a tiger's head, but the pig was still struggling vigorously. Is this the power of rules? Immunity to damage? Mu Rufeng secretly doubted. The 5th rule of the butcher's code of conduct came to his mind. 5. When slaughtering a pig, please drain the blood first and then kill it with one blow. Please note that there is no other way to kill a pig except with a knife. That's interesting. Mu Rufeng smiled and pulled out the kitchen knife from the bandage. Although I don't have a butcher knife, a kitchen knife will do the trick. Although Mu Rufeng had never slaughtered a pig himself, he often saw his grandfather slaughtering pigs at home when he returned to his hometown during the holidays. He remembered his grandfather telling him when he was little, "You have to bleed the pig before you kill it. If you don't bleed, the meat won't taste good." Then, Grandpa stabbed the white pig directly into the throat. He was so scared that he cried, but his grandfather was laughing heartily. Now it was his turn to slaughter the pig, but Mu Rufeng still didn't know where to start. A taste of rust filled my mouth. Mu Rufeng bit his lower lip and hardened his heart. A strange courage surged within me. The previous feeling of not knowing where to start disappeared in an instant. He walked forward, grabbed the pig's head by the chin, and jerked it upwards, exposing the throat. The other hand held a kitchen knife and stabbed it straight into the blood vessel in the throat. Then he twisted the blade and pulled it out again, and blood immediately gushed out from the blade. Mu Rufeng was caught off guard for a moment, and blood splattered all over his body. Fortunately, he was wrapped in clothes and was not afraid at all. He put the kitchen knife aside, and with the hand that held the pig's jaw, he shook the pig's head quickly, while with the other hand he pressed hard on the abdomen. The rate of blood flow suddenly increased. The adult pig, which was originally struggling violently, gradually became weak due to throat injuries and blood loss. However, even so, the adult pig still did not die. Mu Rufeng waited quietly, and after a few minutes, the blood flow slowed down significantly. He immediately undid the pig's shackles. Although the pig was not dead and its eyes occasionally blinked, it was no longer able to respond. He grabbed the pig's legs and dragged it off the metal table. Bang! With a dull sound, the pig's back hit the ground heavily. Then, Mu Rufeng used both hands to lift the adult pig high up and hung it on the sharp iron hook hanging above. The iron hook was sharp and pierced into the pork in an instant. He then took out an iron hook, hung it above the pig, and inserted it into its body. At this moment, the adult pig was completely hanging in the air, and blood continued to flow out in large quantities. At some point, the originally clean ground was stained red with blood. Blood slowly flowed into the sewers around the metal platform and eventually disappeared without a trace. Mu Rufeng understood that it would take quite some time for the blood to drain, so he didn't wait any longer and went straight to the rest corner to sit down. As the blood flowed, his eyes fell on the portal. The 8th principle comes to mind. 8. If an employee comes through the transfer port, please hide in the garbage chute immediately. So, can I also enter another area through the portal? Mu Rufeng touched his chin and began to think. Forget it, let's finish the work first. His gaze fell back on Changzhu. I have to say that this adult pig has extremely strong vitality. Although it is dying, it has not died yet. At this time, a roar came from the iron cage again. Mu Rufeng looked over and saw the wall slowly opening. An adult pig no smaller than the previous one was thrown into the iron cage. The heavy thuds and the howling of pigs filled the entire slaughterhouse. The second pig came. 15 minutes? Only the second pig has arrived? Mu Rufeng frowned slightly. It's not that it's too fast, but that the pace is too slow. Even at this rate, one every 15 minutes, that's only 4 per hour. Working 8 hours a day, the maximum number of adult pigs is 32. Converted into attribute points, it is only 32 points and 32% of the total ghost energy. Killing monsters will make you stronger. If triggered successfully, you will gain 1 point of spirit and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%. Is he dead? Mu Rufeng slowly stood up. A successfully slaughtered pig needs to be cut into 2 pieces before it can be put into the conveyor belt. However, looking at the adult pig still dripping with blood, he hesitated and did not use the knife. Turned and walked towards the iron cage. The strong adult pig continued to hit the iron cage desperately, without any fear. With the experience of catching the first adult pig, Mu Rufeng once again used his clever tricks, set a trap at the door with bandages, and then opened the door of the iron cage. Unsurprisingly, the adult pig fell into Mu Rufeng's trap again. Like the previous one, it rolled a long distance force and finally hit the metal table heavily. He locked the iron cage and walked over to the adult pig. Moo Ruffing used his brute force to lift the adult pig and slammed it against the metal platform. While the adult pig was still dazed, he quickly secured its limbs and bled it out in one go. The adult pig was still struggling slightly, but Moo Ruffing ignored it and started to deal with the pig's body that had been hung up. Cutting a pig in half is no small undertaking. The most important thing is to have a sharp knife. Moo Ruffing's kitchen knife can barely be considered a good knife. After all, it does 50% more damage to boars. Both of these pigs are male. I almost forgot, I haven't used this new skill, Life and Death, yet. Moo Ruffing immediately activated the rule skill on the adult pig huddled on the metal platform. Life and Death skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, duration 1 hour. He felt his strength growing again. If you do the math, the current strength has increased fourfold. Well, it's easier to do this way. Moo Ruffing stabbed the pig's chest with a knife, exerted force suddenly, and slid the blade all the way down to the anus. With a loud clatter, a large amount of internal organs gushed out from the knife wound, mixed with unknown liquid and blood, splashing all over Moo Ruffing. But he didn't mind and focused on cleaning out all the internal organs. He originally planned to throw all the internal organs into the trash. But suddenly I thought that almost all parts of a pig can be eaten, even the large intestine that contains feces is a delicacy, not to mention other parts. Just throw it all into the portal. They'll be cleaned and processed there anyway, so don't let it go to waste. Moo Ruffing then found a bucket and poured all the internal organs into it. Then he continued cutting into the pig. Cutting the meat from the body was relatively easy, but cutting the pig's head took a lot of effort until the pig bones were cut off. Then, Moo Ruffing brought the 2 pieces of pork to the portal, lifted the curtain, and stuffed them directly in. However, after putting it in, there was no response. At this moment, he noticed an inconspicuous button on the left side of the portal. After thinking about it, Moo Ruffing reached out and pressed it. There was a sound of gears turning. The conveyor belt in the portal slowly started up. I almost forgot, there are also internal organs. He quickly ran back to the metal table, picked up the iron bucket containing the offal, and poured the offal onto the conveyor belt. About half a minute later, the conveyor belt stopped running, and it was obvious that all the things had been delivered. After waiting for a long time and seeing no other movement, Moo Ruffing ignored it and returned to the metal table to continue slaughtering the pig and bleeding it. The operation is the same as before: unlock, hook, bleed, and wait. But this time, he chose to wait in front of the iron cage for the next adult pig to arrive. At the slaughterhouse gate, a tall figure appeared. "Director, you're here." Almost instantly, the slaughterhouse door was opened, and the short and strange man came forward with a flattering look on his face. "Well, I heard from Xiao Bai that a new butcher came today. How is his job doing?" asked the factory manager. "Director, you've got to say, this butcher is really good. In just over half an hour, he's already slaughtered 2 adult pigs. The bleeding was very clean, and the meat quality didn't deteriorate. Even the pig's offal was handled properly and sent to the clean processing area." The short and weird guy was obviously very impressed with Moo Ruffing's performance. "Oh, such high efficiency. The 2 butchers on the night shift are about the same level, right?" The factory manager suddenly became interested. The next pig should have been caught from the pigsty. "Director, why don't you go over and take a look?" the short and weird guy suggested quickly. "Okay, let's go and take a look. It's rare to see such high efficiency." The factory director seemed very interested and the smile on his face never disappeared. "By the way, how did I deal with the pigs last night?" the factory manager suddenly asked. "Director, those 6 pigs are all quite large and strong. The 2 butchers on the night shift put in a lot of effort and only managed to kill 5. We plan to kill the remaining 1 tonight," the short and strange man answered. "Yeah." The factory manager nodded and said nothing more. Soon, the 2 came to the glass window of the slaughterhouse. As soon as he arrived, he saw Moo Ruffing slam the bandaged pig onto the metal table, then he skillfully tied up its limbs and stabbed its throat to let the blood. "Director, look at how skillful this butcher's movements are. He only needs to slaughter 5 pigs during the day, and he can finish it easily in less than half a morning." The short and strange man pointed at Moo Ruffing and laughed. I thought the factory director would give me some praise, but unexpectedly he remained silent. The short and strange man's heart tightened, and he turned to look at the factory director, only to find that his face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and then he showed a sinister smile. "Factory director, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" the short and strange man asked cautiously. "Is this guy the butcher who applied for the job today? A human contractor?" The factory manager stared at the short and strange man and asked. Yes, director." The short man nodded strangely in response. "What's his name? Is his surname Moo?" the factory director continued to ask. The short and strange one nodded again. He. "There's a road to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you force your way in. Go and bring over the pig that was left over from last night so he can slaughter it," the factory director ordered with a sinister smile. Factory director, it takes 2 level 3 butchers to kill that pig," the short and strange man exclaimed. "Give it to this 1st level contractor, not." Before he could finish his words, the factory director interrupted him him coldly. Are you the factory director? Yes, director, I'll go and give the order right away. The short and weird man didn't dare to say anything more and left quickly. Kid, you certainly didn't expect that you would come to my territory this time. Thanks to you, how else could I have gotten 6 pigs with such high quality meat? I made a small profit by the way. It seems that you should have more soul notes on you. Ha, my pig farm can be expanded. The factory manager laughed twice and turned away. Moo Ruffing took the opportunity to hang the 3rd pig on the hook. When he was about to take a break, he saw a tall figure leading through the glass. Ha, this weird creature has a pig's head? Why does it look familiar? Moo Ruffing wondered in his mind, but couldn't remember who it was. He couldn't remember, so he didn't think much about it. He took a chair and placed it in front of the iron cage, waiting quietly for the next pig to arrive. Soon, half an hour passed. Strangely, the 4th adult pig has not yet appeared. Moo Ruffing looked displeased. If the adult pigs arrive so late, wouldn't his become stronger by killing monsters plug-in be completely useless? However, even so, he could do nothing. After all, he can't go out casually. You can't just rush into another area from the portal and kill people indiscriminately, right? He is only at level 1 now. Although he has a lot of soul notes, he is still far from being arrogant and invincible. Sighing, he could only continue to wait. I just have some vague doubts in my heart. The conditions for clearing the dungeon have not been announced yet, and there are no hints at all. The breeder Tang Hao, the cleaner Luo Jing, and the fattener Mei Shizi were staring ahead with frowns on their faces. Ah! A violent howl echoed throughout the pigsty. It was a super adult pig that was 3 meters tall. It was locked in a cage, surrounded by 3 weirdos and security guard Lu Hao. They all held electric batons in their hands and reached in through the gaps in the cage. Whenever the electric baton touched the super adult pig, the current flashed and the adult pig screamed. No, Manager Bai, this pig is too powerful. Even our electric batons can't knock it out. A monster with pig ears said to the tall monster next to him. Manager Bai was the weird guy who had brought them into the company before. How come those ones were stunned by electric shock last night, but this one didn't react? Keep on shocking them, said Manager Bai. The two responded strangely and continued to shock the pigs with electric batons. Ha, new here, are you slacking off? Manager Bai turned his gaze to Lu Hao. When Lu Hao heard this, he quickly said, Manager Bai, you want to send this pig to the slaughterhouse, right? This pig has thick skin and flesh, and ordinary electric shocks are no longer effective, but I have a way to make it go to the slaughterhouse obediently. You have a way? Just a mere level 2 contractor like you? Before he could finish his words, someone sneered strangely from the side. Haha, we 2 third-level evil spirits can't guarantee that we can handle it. Do you still count on you? Or do you rely on the ghost in you? Another weird one also sneered. As Lu Hao listened, the ghost energy in his body began to stir. It wasn't that he himself was irritated, but that the ghost in the contract within his body was angered. He didn't know what he said to the contract ghost, but his breathing quickly calmed down. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Manager Bai, why don't you let me try? Lu Hao looked at Manager Bai with a firm gaze. I have no objection if you want to try, but I have to remind you that the pigs from our pig farm can only be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Except in slaughterhouses, these adult pigs are protected by regulations and are immune to harm. Only electric shock can make them unconscious. Although it's just a pig, its strength and size are enough to rival a 4th-level evil ghost. Manager Bai said. Don't worry, Manager Bai, I'm still confident. Lu Hao patted his chest confidently and smiled. Humph, you really overestimate your own abilities. This isn't overestimating one's own capabilities, it's courting death. The 2 people next to him said in a strange and sarcastic tone. Manager Bai ignored him and turned to Lu Hao, saying, then I'll leave it to you. Thank you, Manager Bai, for giving me the opportunity. Lu Hao walked forward with a smile and stood in front of the iron cage. At this time, Manager Bai turned his head and looked at Mei Shizi and the other 2 in the distance. What are you standing there for? Do you want to be lazy? Get to work, he scolded. The 3 of them didn't dare to talk back and immediately got to work. There was not just one adult pig in the pigsty, but hundreds of them. Of course, not all pigs can be slaughtered. Their work is hard. I am almost always busy preparing feeding pigs, and cleaning up pig manure. Apart from Moo Ruffing, the person who has the easiest time is definitely the security guard Lu Hao. When I have nothing to do, I patrol, walk here and there. Just now, while patrolling the pig house, Manager Bai asked him to help use an electric baton to shock this super adult pig. Does this pig have a name? Lu Hao suddenly asked Manager Bai. Name? Where does a pig get a name? Why are you asking this? Someone said in a strange and dissatisfied tone. Lu Hao ignored him and turned to Manager Bai, waiting for him to speak. Without a name, your method won't work? Manager Bai asked. If there is no name, the success rate is only 30%. If there is a name, I am confident of 80% success rate. Lu Hao replied. Manager Bai was silent for a moment and said, its name is Zhang Buqiang. Lu Hao was shocked. His guess was confirmed. The reason he stood up was firstly to leave a good impression on Manager Bai. Secondly, it is likely to improve task completion. Most importantly, importantly, he wanted to find out the origins of this adult pig.
If it doesn't have a name, it's 100% an ordinary weird creature. But once there is a name, the result is self-evident. The true identity of this adult pig must be related to weirdness or even the contractor.
When several contractors nearby heard this, they were also shocked.
They were not fools and understood the deeper meaning after a little thought. From then on, he was more careful when working, for fear that he would accidentally break the rules and be locked up in the pigsty like a piglet.
Lu Hao stood in front of the iron cage, staring at the adult pig that was violently hitting the cage, but there was no fear on his face. He slowly said, "Zhang Buqiang, I know you don't want to go to the slaughterhouse, so let me make a bet with you and decide it by rock paper scissors. If I win, you must go to the slaughterhouse. If you win, you stay here."
As soon as Lu Hao said this, everyone's attention immediately focused on him. Turns out he's a gambler.
At this moment, a strange voice chuckled.
This contractor actually contracted a gambler.
Wow, he's quite courageous.
Another person also made a sound of amazement. Even Manager Bai couldn't help but look at Lu Hao again.
Messi heard something unusual from the conversation between the few people.
A gambler? A gambler? Rock, paper, scissors? Has he used his ability before?
She suddenly remembered that positions were decided by rock, paper, scissors.
As Lu Hao proposed a gamble, the originally agitated adult pig miraculously calmed down.
This was not the end yet. It sat down on the ground and raised its right paw, as if it was really ready to play rock, paper, scissors with Lu Hao. Seeing this, Lu Hao's face showed joy. Just as he was about to reach out his hand, he suddenly slipped and his face turned pale. The ghost power in his body was too little, not enough to gamble with this adult pig that was comparable to level 4.
Old ghost, hurry up and give me ghost energy.
Lu Hao's heart tightened and he hurriedly shouted to the gambler with whom he had contracted. Old rules, 9 out and 13 back.
The gambler responded slowly. No problem, come quickly. Lu Hao agreed quickly.
The next moment, a pure ghost energy surged out of his body again. His face immediately flushed, he steadied himself, raised his hand and shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a pair of scissors. The pig can only produce cloth because its claws cannot change. In this way, Lu Hao won the first round of rock, paper, scissors. The adult pig suddenly trembled all over and then started howling. Lu Hao spoke again, "Let's continue the bet, or play rock, paper, scissors.
If you win, you can stay here. If you lose, you have to go to the slaughterhouse." Didn't this guy already win? Why does he want to take another gamble? Someone asked in surprise.
You're stupid.
He's only a second-level contractor.
This ability works perfectly against opponents of the same or lower levels, but against higher-level ones, you have to win multiple times to force victory. In this kind of crushing situation, we're basically going to eat this pig, said another one who obviously knew more.
Oh, I see. You're quite understanding.
Alas, I once gambled with a gambler who was 1 level lower than me. I lost and wanted to refuse to pay, but he used his ability to beat me 3 times in a row.
I even lost my pants to him. The man sighed. Gamblers are special beings in this strange world. They have various shapes, including human, alien, orc, and even animal.
But the only thing in common is that they all have the ability to take a gamble.
Just in different ways.
For the one that Lu Hao contracted, the only way to gamble is to play rock, paper, scissors. Some gamblers have strange ways of doing things, even competing to see who can pee farther. The conversation between the two made everyone suddenly enlightened. Only Messi, who was far away, gnashed his teeth and thought to himself, the other party has activated his ability, and he was completely unaware of it. Mu Ruffing sat quietly in front of the iron cage, his eyes anxious. An hour passed and the 4th pig still did not appear. Although the first 3 pigs brought some strength, increasing 2 points of spirit and 3% of ghost power, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Just then, there was a noise inside the iron cage. The wall finally slowly opened. Then, a huge monster slowly walked in. The moment it entered, the walls quickly closed, as if afraid that this super adult pig would escape back. At the moment the wall closed, the huge adult pig suddenly let out a shrill howl, and its originally calm expression instantly turned violent. It soon saw Mu Ruffing with a happy look on his face and rushed towards the iron cage without hesitation.
Boom!
A loud noise was heard. The iron cage shook slightly.
What a big pig! Mu Ruffing couldn't help but sigh. No wonder we came so late. Is it because this pig is hard to catch? He thought to himself. Bang!
The adult pig slammed the iron cage again, causing the cage to shake violently. Mu Ruffing looked up at the edge of the iron cage and found that the screws fixing it seemed to be a little loose. Bandage, you should be able to hold on, right? He whispered to the bandage. Upon hearing this, the bandage stretched out a little and swayed slightly, as if to say that it could not hold on any longer.
No, that has to work. No matter whether you can do it or not, you have to hold on. Mu Ruffing showed no mercy and directly controlled the bandage to extend into the iron cage. He had no intention of opening the cage. After all, safety came first. When the bandages were wrapped around the adult pig, it continued to do its own thing and kept hitting the iron cage. It will still take time for the bandage to wrap tightly around this super adult pig. Every time the bandages were wrapped around the
pig's limbs and were about to wrap around the body. The pig's powerful strength would cause the bandages to loosen. Moo Ruffing realized that this adult pig did not rely solely on brute force. Every time it collided, ghost power would surge in its body. This adult pig actually has ghost power hidden in its body. No wonder Bandage just shook his head to indicate that he couldn't hold on any longer. This pig was simply too fierce. It's okay, take your time. We have plenty of time, just waste it slowly. Moo Ruffing looked up at the iron cage and said, "The iron cage is strong enough, so it won't be a problem if it is hit dozens of times." He sat back in his chair and began to think. He wondered if his rule-based prop, the singing mouth, would work on this strange creature that couldn't speak. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly became interested. No matter whether it would work or not, he would know if he tried it. Moreover, you can also verify whether you can attack the target who is singing. Moo Ruffing stood up and prepared to act. Suddenly, he noticed something and turned to look at the glass window at the door. Through the glass, he saw two strange figures staring at him. One was the short and weird guy who had let him in before. The other one is a very familiar pig head monster. "Ha, the pig head is weird? Didn't I put a bounty on you? How come you're not dead?" Moo Ruffing's expression changed slightly. Director Zhutu also noticed the change in Moo Ruffing's expression. It was obvious that Moo Ruffing had recognized him. The pig-headed factory director grinned, revealing a ferocious yet somewhat kind expression. Moo Ruffing glanced at the adult pig still banging against the iron cage and the bandages struggling to control it, then turned around and strode to the glass. "Pig-headed ghost? I say, this pig farm is not run by you, right?" Moo Ruffing said. However, the pig-headed factory manager outside did not respond, but the smile on his face became more unscrupulous. The short and strange man next to him said something, but the glass had a very strong soundproofing effect, so Moo Ruffing didn't hear it and didn't understand lip reading. After thinking for a moment, Moo Ruffing directly used his skills on the short weirdo and the pig-headed weirdo. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. The power in the body surged again. Soon, the short and weird man left, but the pig-headed factory director still stood in front of the glass, his eyes always fixed on Moo Ruffing. "Alas, I didn't expect that this pig-headed ghost is not dead. I spent hundreds of thousands on a reward, and 6 weird people took the job. Did they all take the money and run away?" Moo Ruffing sighed. Looking at Zutugi's appearance, even if he is not the factory director, his position in the pig farm will at least not be low. As a result, Moo Ruffing felt an even greater threat. "This guy is staring at me and I feel uncomfortable all over." Moo Ruffing got goosebumps all over his body because of the pig head's weird gaze. Right now, he couldn't even try to use the rule props. He looked around, trying to find something to cover the glass, but after looking around, there was nothing else around to cover it. "That's all we can do." Moo Ruffing immediately waved towards the bandage. The bandage had already wrapped around half of the super adult pig's body, and it seemed reluctant to part with its masterpiece. But in the end, the bandage finally broke away from the adult pig and quickly flew back into Moo Ruffing's hands. "Go, seal this glass for me." Moo Ruffing threw the bandage directly at the glass. The bandage reacted immediately and stretched out rapidly. The bandage is not long enough to completely cover the 30-meter-long glass. After thinking for a moment, Moo Ruffing moved the tables and chairs over there, hung them on the glass with bandages, and then filled the exposed gaps with bandages. In this way, the glass is completely blocked. Moo Ruffing smiled secretly, picked up his singing mouth, and walked to the iron cage. When he was about to use the item, he activated his skill on the adult pig. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasts for 1 hour. Moo Ruffing opened the personal attribute panel. Strength 154, base 22 plus amplified 132. Spirit 140, base 20 plus amplification 120. Constitution 147, base 21 plus amplification 126. At this moment, although his attributes were not added up to 10 times, with the addition of these 4 adult pigs, the pig-headed monster and the short monster, the total reached 6 times. Calculating the time carefully, the short and weird one has already used his skill for the 2nd time, and the skill time of the adult pig that started first is almost over. Please specify the target audience and songs to be sung. Moo Ruffing chose the adult pig as his target, and the song was Good Spring. That's right, it's the theme song Good Spring from the movie My Little Peach Blossom Land. The super adult pig, which was originally extremely irritable, suddenly became quiet the moment the prop was activated, with a look of fear on its face. A good spring day is worse than a dream. You carry your dreams with you. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water. And the gentle breeze blows the setting sun. A cheerful and light song came from the mouth of the adult pig. This was not a male voice, but a beautiful female voice. Moo Ruffing's eyes narrowed. He didn't think that this adult pig was a female. After all, the big stick was there. Then this sound obviously came from the mouth of someone who loves to sing. This means that even non-speaking animals can be targeted by rule props. It doesn't matter if you can't speak, your singing mouth will sing for you and you can dance to the song.
Sure enough, the super adult pig started dancing. It is hard to imagine that a 3-meter-tall fat pig would twist its huge body and dance. The rule props are indeed extremely terrifying.
Moo Ruffing looked at the scene in front of him and could already imagine how embarrassed the man in the suit must have been in carriage number 2 at that time.
He wanted to point the knife at Moo Ruffing immediately. I looked at the time. The song Good Spring is about 3.5 minutes long.
Excluding the prelude and outro, there are at least 2.5 minutes of singing time.
There is plenty of time. Moo Ruffing moved instantly and entered the iron cage.
Then he swung the knife at the pig's body. However, a strange scene occurred. The fat body of the adult pig twisted and perfectly avoided Moo Ruffing's attack.
Ha!
Moo Ruffing was slightly stunned, but didn't care and continued to swing his knife. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. The huge adult pig kept twisting its fat body, nimbly dodging Moo Ruffing's attacks, still singing loudly. However, the space in the iron cage was too narrow, and no matter how agile the adult pig was, it could not avoid Moo Ruffing's attack. However, it seemed as if the adult pig deliberately used the thickest part of its skin to catch Moo Ruffing's kitchen knife. Even a sharp kitchen knife was completely unable to break through the defense, leaving only a faint white mark on the surface.
It's really unbelievable. Even if the kitchen knife was not sharp enough with his current strength, how could he not even break the skin?
Just as Moo Ruffing was about to continue his attack, he suddenly noticed that the singing became more rapid. The tempo of singing suddenly quickened. In other words, from the moment he started attacking, the speed of the singing had increased significantly. I just hadn't noticed before, but now the singing is at least twice as fast. Seeing this scene, Moo Ruffing did not continue to attack, but dodged and jumped out of the iron cage. He finally understood that after locking onto a target with his mouth, the user could then attack the person who was singing. The target will use dance to dodge the attack, and this dodge is almost limited unless the terrain is restricted or the attacker is too powerful to avoid. At the same time, the singing speeds up when attacked, and Moo Ruffing is sure that twice the speed is definitely not the fastest. At this moment, the singing stopped abruptly. The singing mouth flew out from the adult pig and landed accurately in Moo Ruffing's palm. What a great treasure!
Moo Ruffing pinched the item and put it into the inventory. Ah!
The adult pig seemed to realize that it had been tricked, and began to roar wildly and slam into the iron cage violently.
Every impact caused the iron cage to emit a deafening roar. Crunch, crunch.
The iron cage made a twisting sound where it was hit, and it was obvious that it was about to collapse.
This iron cage is too unreliable. It's definitely shoddy.
Moo Ruffing complained, then stretched out his hand and pulled the bandage over.
Bang!
A sound was heard.
The table fell to the ground. There was no one in front of the glass.
The pig-headed factory manager probably couldn't see any good show anymore, so he quietly left. Under Moo Ruffing's control, Bandage began to set traps at the exit of the iron cage. The adult pig was huge, and the bandages were stretched to the limit with 2 layers stacked on top of each other.
Moo Ruffing placed the table behind the bandage.
Use a kitchen knife to cut a notch, insert the knife handle into the notch, and point the tip of the knife at the bandage. In this way, as long as the adult pig rushes out, it will be tightly wrapped by the bandage.
With the inertia and powerful force of running, the adult pig is bound to hit the kitchen knife. If you're lucky, you might even hit a vital point. After everything was ready, Moo Ruffing stepped forward and unlocked the iron cage. At the same time, quickly back away, completely entering the bandage trap and acting as bait. Sure enough, as soon as the exit opened, the pig roared angrily, and its huge body pounced towards Moo Ruffing with terrifying momentum. His heart tightened, thinking that if he was attacked, he would be in great danger. At the critical moment, Moo Ruffing suddenly disappeared from the spot. He moved instantly and completely avoided the attack. Then, the super adult pig rushed into the bandage. The bandage was immediately tightened, wrapping the adult pig. Although it couldn't fully control its movements, the special bandages caused the adult pig to limp and fall to the ground. The huge body did not slow down and continued to slide forward. It hit the table accurately, then slid a distance and hit the metal table. The table was smashed without a doubt. As for the kitchen knife, Moo Ruffing couldn't see it clearly and wasn't sure if it worked. All I know is that the adult pigs began to struggle frantically. The bandage was stretched to its limit and almost broke. But it was only almost reaching its limit. The strength of this adult pig was indeed amazing. If he were a little bigger, Moo Ruffing's bandages might not be able to withstand it. The adult pig struggled to its feet, pulling at the bandages. Whenever it managed to stand firm, the bandages would shrink quickly and tightly wrap around its limbs. This process repeats until the adult pig falls to the ground again. As long as the pig is lying on the ground, the bandage will hold it tightly no matter how hard it struggles. But once the pig stands up and expands its range of movement, the bandage may not be able to hold. Cheer! A slight and subtle cracking sound suddenly reached Moo Ruffing's ears. He immediately became alert and quickly stepped forward. Sure enough, he found tiny cracks in the bandages on the pig's limbs. The bandages were beginning to fail under the pressure. Can you suck blood? Sucking blood should help you heal your wounds, right? Moo Ruffing asked. Go and see if my kitchen knife has pierced its body, he said. After hearing this, Bandage
bandage threw a kitchen knife under the pig's head. Moo Roughing looked carefully and saw that the skin there was as smooth as new, without even a trace of skin mark. It seems that the kitchen knife trap he set was in vain. You control it first, I'll do it myself. Moo Roughing picked up the kitchen knife and prepared nervously. Finding the right moment, he slashed at the pig's belly. Just as the knife was about to fall, the bandage on the abdomen quickly fell apart. A large cut was made directly. But what made Moo Roughing speechless was that although the defense line was broken, not a drop of blood flowed out, only thick white fat was exposed. At this moment, the adult pig felt pain, struggled frantically, turned over quickly, and turned its back towards Moo Roughing. The skin on its back was extremely tough, and Moo Roughing would have to cut it at least twice, and in the same place. It was impossible for the struggling adult pig to be hit in the same spot repeatedly. This is not an easy thing to do. Moo Roughing scratched his head and thought quickly. His abilities were indeed somewhat insufficient to cope with the current situation. His contract power is immunity to mental pollution and teleportation, but it is of no use here. If it were a little weirder, with the attributes directly multiplied tenfold, he really didn't believe that it couldn't break the defense. Forget it, I can't care about that anymore. Hurry up and show me its nose, Moo Roughing shouted. To be honest, it would be easier to attack the pig's back door, but it was too disgusting and he still couldn't accept it. Soon, Moo Roughing walked to the pig's head. The thick nose finally appeared, and the nostrils were almost as big as a fist. Black air kept coming out of his nostrils. Without hesitation, Moo Roughing stabbed the knife directly into the pig's nose. As the blade penetrated him, he quickly spun the blade, then pulled it out and instantly teleported 2 meters away. Then he teleported several times in succession and appeared directly in the iron cage. At this time, the iron cage has been closed and it is extremely safe inside. Aha! A howl even more tragic than the previous one was heard. Blood gushed out from the wound in the pig's nose. Moo Roughing immediately inserted the bandage into the wound. On the one hand, it prevents the wound from healing on its own, and on the other hand, it absorbs the blood of the super adult pig. A large amount of blood was absorbed by the bandage, which became noticeably stronger and the tiny cracks began to heal rapidly. The adult pig struggled more frantically than before due to the severe pain. But it was this violent struggle that caused the wound on the pig's nose to tear more severely, causing the blood to gush out faster and the bandage to absorb blood faster. As one thing grows, the other shrinks. The adult pig is no longer as lively as before, but the bandage becomes stronger and stronger. I believe that in a few minutes, this super adult pig will be completely controlled. Just as Moo Roughing was waiting calmly, a sound suddenly came from behind him. He frowned slightly and dodged the iron cage. Looking back, I saw the entrance of the iron cage slowly open and an adult pig was thrown directly in. The huge body hit the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, the unconscious adult pig inside was awakened. It howled and stood up quickly. After discovering Moo Roughing in front of the iron cage, he immediately rammed the cage frantically. Another one? That's not bad. Moo Roughing immediately activated the rule skill. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasts for 1 hour. Strength, 176, 22 plus 154. Spirit, 160, 20 plus 140. Constitution, 168, 21 plus 147. With the 7-fold bonus, the power surged again. However, the one that turned into a pig first only had a few minutes left. Moo Roughing ignored the adult pig in the iron cage and turned around and strode towards the super adult pig. Time was running out, so he had to go on stage to help. Moo Roughing did not continue to use the kitchen knife. After all, that weapon was not convenient to use. He relied entirely on his own strength and began to beat the pig like crazy. Be it the head, chest, abdomen, eyes, injured nose, or vital parts of the lower abdomen, Moo Roughing spared no one. Although it cannot cause any actual damage to it, it can at least make it feel pain and consume its physical strength and ghost power. But even so, the adult pig still persisted for a full 5 minutes before becoming exhausted. It's really fucking tough. Moo Roughing breathed a sigh of relief and dragged the pig onto the metal platform with great effort. This time he couldn't lift it up and could only drag it up slowly, bit by bit. Fortunately, this metal platform is specially designed and can be stretched, otherwise it would be impossible to lock this super adult pig. The bandage was untied and then slipped back into Moo Roughing's collar, covering him again. Moo Roughing didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the speed of the bandage was a little faster. It seems I'll have to let the bandage absorb more blood in the future, he muttered to himself. Then, he stood in front of the metal table, holding a kitchen knife. At this time, the super adult pig took a short rest, recovered a lot of strength, and began to struggle violently again. Unfortunately, the shackles on the metal platform were extremely hard and locked it tightly, and the only way to escape was to tear off all the limbs. Moo Roughing reached out and grabbed the pig's chin, then suddenly lifted it up, making the throat bulge out. Just as he was about to strike with the knife, there was a loud rumbling sound from the iron cage. Moo Roughing stopped and turned around to look, and found that another adult pig was thrown in. There are now 2 adult pigs in the iron cage. Including the super adult pig on the metal table, there were a total of 3 pigs in the the slaughterhouse. The adult pig that had been thrown into the cage before stopped attacking the cage. Instead, it howled and pounced on the new pig that had just entered. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the second adult pig hard. Adult pig number 2 roared in pain, and adult pig number 1 tore off a large piece of flesh and blood, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it directly into its stomach. Adult pig number 2 rolled over, quickly stood up, and stared at adult pig number 1 with its big blood-red eyes. The two pigs roared and rushed towards each other, and soon they were entangled. Blood splattered everywhere. The sharp teeth could tear off large pieces of meat with one bite, and the pig's claws left deep scars.
Damn, don't get killed, or my cheat will be useless. Moo Ruffing became anxious.
If the adult pigs kill each other, it will be troublesome. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the iron cage with knife in hand. He couldn't even take care of the super adult pig on the metal platform. Before arriving at the iron cage, Moo Ruffing quickly activated the rule skill, and his attributes were improved again. Only then did he understand why the two pigs couldn't be locked up together. Because they would kill each other and even ignore the living. Looking at the two ferocious adult pigs, Moo Ruffing didn't think twice and rushed into them with a teleportation. With a wave of his hand, the bandage flew out quickly and wrapped around one of the adult pigs. At the same time, he kicked the other one away and kicked it away. Moo Ruffing ignored the one that was being controlled and instantly came to the second adult pig, which was more seriously injured. He grabbed the pig's ear and pulled it up suddenly, then stabbed the pig's throat with a kitchen knife. He flipped over, drew his knife, and disappeared from the spot.
Aha!
Pig number 2 was stabbed, howled in pain, and rolled around wildly. Fortunately, Moo Ruffing evacuated quickly, otherwise he would have suffered a lot if it had struggled to its death. Soon after, a bandage slowly extended and penetrated into the wound of pig number 2. At this moment, pig number 2, who was already exhausted, struggled desperately again. However, it was in vain. The more it struggled, the faster it lost blood, and the bandage was wrapped around it several more times. A few minutes later, adult pig number 2 had already fallen to the ground weakly, and its body seemed to have shrunk slightly.
Moo Ruffing saw this situation and thought it was reasonable. It seems that the benefits of bandages for blood absorption have been noticed. I'm afraid that after sucking that high-level and strange blood, he developed an extreme interest in blood. Then he walked up to pig number 1, stabbed the knife into its throat again, turned it over and pulled it out. The adult pig was still struggling frantically, but its entire body was firmly bound by bandages, so its struggle was much weaker. Killing monsters will make you stronger.
If triggered successfully, you will gain 1 point of spirit and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%.
Moo Ruffing then stepped forward and dragged pig number 2 out of the iron cage.
During the dragging process, no more blood was flowing out of adult pig number 2. Apparently all the blood had been absorbed by the bandage. He dragged it to the metal table, hung it on an iron hook, skinned it open, took out the internal organs and put them into an iron bucket. Then he quickly divided it, cutting it in half. A few minutes later, the conveyor machine started and the pork and offal were transported away together.
Next is pig number 1.
Use the same method to send it into the portal. Now, only the super adult pig is left. Not long after, the adult pig's physical strength was almost restored, and even the wound on its nostril stopped bleeding, as if it had healed. Seeing Moo Ruffing approaching, it struggled violently again. You can even hear the sound of bones breaking. Apparently, the bones in its limbs were broken from the intense struggle. Moo Ruffing walked up to the pig's head, reached out and grabbed its chin, gently lifted it up, raised the kitchen knife in his right hand, and stretched out a bandage, staring at it hungrily. Just as he was about to make a move, 2 tears of blood suddenly slid down the super pig's eyes. Then, those blood-red eyes gradually became clear.
No, don't kill me, Mr. Moo, it's me. Chang Zhu suddenly said, Ha, pigs can actually talk? Wait, do you know me? Moo Ruffing was extremely shocked.
Chang Zhu's shouting of Mr. Moo made him even more unbelievable.
I'm not a pig, I'm Wan Yu Dao, Mr. Moo. We met in the dining car of the bloody train. I even gave you my business card. Chang Zhu said hurriedly. Ha, wait, are you the weirdo who accepted my bounty? Moo Ruffing was a little surprised. Yes, Mr. Moo, I am the mummy. Chang Zhu responded quickly. Mummy?
The strange figure of the mummy suddenly appeared in Moo Ruffing's mind.
How did you turn into a pig? I remember that 6 of you accepted the bounty together, didn't you? Did they all take the money and run away, leaving you alone to deal with that pig-headed ghost, and ended up being killed in return? Moo Ruffing asked. Mr. Moo, that's not the case.
The 6 of us are going together to encircle and suppress that pig-headed ghost. But that pig-headed thief was too insidious. He lured us into the pig farm and, relying on his status as the farm director, mobilized a lot of shady employees. He also took advantage of our lack of knowledge of the farm's rules and arrested us all.
As for how he turned us all into pigs, I don't know.
The other 5 weirdos were probably all killed.
I was the strongest. I persisted even after being electrocuted.
I managed to survive until the butcher on the night shift got off work last night. The mummy ghost quickly explained everything.
So the 6 of you went together to besiege the pig-headed monster, but ended up getting wiped out by him? Moo Ruffing showed helplessness on his face after hearing this.
What level is that pig-headed ghost? He asked again. The pig-head ghost is level 5. Among the 6 of us, there are 4 level 4 ghosts, 1 level 5 ghost, and me, also a level 5 ghost. Mr. Moo, that pig-headed ghost is too cunning, and we underestimated him, the mummy ghost said with a wry smile.
So, the pigs in the pig farm are all weird or transformed from contractors? Moo Ruffing asked.
Although I lost my mind after becoming a pig, my memories still exist. Although not all of them, they occupy the memories of about 50% of the pigs in the pigsty. Moreover, the stronger the weirdness is, the stronger the pig will be and the better the meat will be, the mummy said weirdly. Ha, this pig-headed ghost really knows how to do business. You guys are really useless. 2 level 5 ghosts and 4 level 4 ghosts can't actually beat a level 5 ghost. Moo Roofing's face was full of dissatisfaction, as if he was disappointed in his friend.
Mr. Moo, I don't want to die. Can you save me?
As long as you save me, I am willing to sign a contract with you. Once you reach level 3, I can immediately become your contracted ghost,
the mummy ghost said anxiously. Level 3? Even if I reach level 3, I can only contract level 4 weirdness. You seem to be level 5, right? Moo Ruffing asked doubtfully.
Well, Mr. Moo, after I turned into a pig, my level dropped by 1, and my body was completely strengthened.
My meat quality is considered high quality, so you can sign a contract with me when you are at level 3. The mummy ghost explained. You brought so many people but still couldn't defeat the pig-headed ghost. It's obvious that your ability is limited, Moo Ruffing said lightly.
His meaning was very clear. Your ability is too poor and I don't want to sign a contract with you. The mummy ghost was not a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning of Moo Roofing's words.
Besides, even if we sign a contract, by the time I reach level 3, you'll probably be back to level 5.
In that case, even if I reach level 4, I'll have to meet you first before the contract can take effect and you can become my contracted ghost.
What? You are deceiving me, the contractor. Don't you understand the rules? Moo Ruffing retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the mummy fell silent. Yes, that was exactly what he intended.
Considering that Moo Ruffing was still a first-level contractor, he thought he was a novice who knew nothing. As for why he was so rich, Ganshiki guessed that he must have inherited the wealth of the family contractor elders.
By the way, why did you regain your sanity? Moo Ruffing suddenly asked. I don't know either.
He recovered suddenly.
The mummy ghost replied. Mr. Moo, please save me. I will listen to you from now on, okay? I used to be a manager in a theater.
As long as you, the mummy ghost pleaded again, but before he could finish his words, Moo Ruffing interrupted him.
I don't care what you did in the past. Besides, it's difficult for me to save you. Now I'm a butcher in a pig farm, specializing in killing adult pigs like you.
Moo Ruffing spread his hands, looking helpless.
The mummy ghost was silent for a moment, then seemed to think of something and quickly said, Then Mr. Moo, can you let me out of the slaughterhouse?
As long as I'm out, according to the rules, I'll be immune to damage.
Maybe I can escape on my own. Ha!
It seems that this is indeed possible.
However, unfortunately, the slaughterhouse cannot be opened before the end of work. Calculating the time, it will take at least 2 more hours before we get off work. Moo Ruffing replied. 2 hours? No problem, I can wait.
The mummy ghost said quickly.
Actually, there's another option. I can let you enter another area through that portal.
That area is not closed, and there are many adult pigs there.
If you eat them, you should become stronger, right?
Moo Ruffing said, pointing to the teleportation portal.
The mummy ghost's eyes lit up. Mr. Moo, this is what I am. I am now a pig.
The pigs in the pig farm have a fatal attraction to each other.
Eating it will definitely restore me to my original level.
Although the mummy ghost was not sure whether he could turn back into a mummy, he believed that as long as he ate enough pork, his level would definitely recover. He didn't mind his current pig form as long as he could escape.
Okay. Moo Ruffing nodded and immediately untied the shackles that bound the mummy's limbs.
After the mummy escaped, it rolled off the metal platform and then stood up.
Thank you, Mr. Moo. Thank you very much.
The mummy ghost expressed his gratitude sincerely.
Okay, let's go quickly.
Eat some pork and restore some levels before Director Pighead arrives,
Moo Ruffing said as he walked to the teleportation portal. Yeah, the mummy responded strangely and walked towards the portal.
The portal is not big, but not small either. If an ordinary adult pig squeezes in, it can still get in. But with his 3-meter height, he couldn't squeeze in at all unless he cut off the fat on his body. The mummy ghost apparently also realized that the entrance to the cave was too small.
Mr. Moo, no, the entrance to the cave is too narrow and I can't squeeze in, said the mummy ghost. This wall doesn't look very thick. Wait a minute, I'll help you widen the opening a little, Moo Ruffing said as he took out an electric saw. Buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw started up and the roar echoed all around.
Without hesitation, he pointed the chainsaw at the wall and began cutting.
The originally thick and hard wall was easily cut open by the electric saw.
Rubble and steel bars continued to break and fall.
This chainsaw is so sharp. If it hits me, I'm afraid I'll be cut in half. The mummy ghost looked at the power of the chainsaw in surprise and was shocked.
But then he thought again. It seemed that nothing in the pig farm could hurt him except the knife. Soon, the portal was widened enough for the mummy to get in. Hurry up, I heard some movement over there. Mu Ruffing urged hurriedly. Mr. Mu, thank you so much. I will definitely repay you for your kindness in the future. After the mummy ghost said this gratefully, he leaped up and his huge body entered the portal. Oh, Mr. Mu, the belly is too big and it's stuck. Could you please give it a push? Two pig legs emerged from the hole and kept waving in the air, as if trying to find a fulcrum to use to rush forward. When Mu Ruffing saw that part, he didn't even want to look at it, let alone kick it. It was really an eyesore. Kicking you isn't a good idea. It'll hurt. I'll activate the conveyor belt. It should help you get through, he said, and pressed the start button of the conveyor belt. Thank you, Mr. Mu. The mummy ghost hurriedly thanked him. Mr. Mu is so nice that he doesn't even want to kick me. I must repay this kindness in the future. The mummy ghost's gratitude towards Mu Ruffing reached a new level. However, the next second, the machine roared and a powerful force came from below. Then the conveyor belt rubbed his skin, fat, and his big baby. That feeling made the mummy ghost endure great pain. Ah, wailing and screaming echoed all around. Finally, after some friction, the conveyor belt successfully sent the mummy into the cleaning and processing area. Mu Ruffing glanced at the glass, which was now dyed blood red, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. People outside cannot peek inside either. He had previously dyed the glass red with pig's blood to block the sight of both parties and allow himself to move more freely. Mu Ruffing turned his head to look at the portal and heard some shouting and fighting sounds from inside. But he couldn't see it because there was a curtain hanging on the opposite side, blocking his view and suppressing the sound a lot. He immediately climbed up the portal and quietly walked to the other side. Instead of going in, he opened a small hole and observed the situation inside. In front of me was a large pool of water. The water was full of filth, and the smell of pig food was pungent. Exclamation point. Mu Ruffing cursed inwardly and immediately covered his nose with a bandage to block out the stench. This pool is probably the first cleaning process, and things like pig intestines are piled in it. He looked away and saw the mummy ghost squatting in a relatively clean pool, gnawing on half a pig. At the same time, several monsters were attacking the mummy monster frantically, but all attacks were completely ineffective against the mummy ghost. Even if it felt a little pain, it only made him groan a few times, and it didn't waver at all. The smell of pork is too tempting. Soon, half of the pork was eaten up, even the bones were chewed and swallowed. Then he grabbed the other half of the pork and continued to eat it. Mu Ruffing's gaze fell on the three strange figures. Without hesitation, he activated the rule skills against the three ghosts. Life and death skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. The triple effect, combined with the previous effect, has increased 8-fold. The duration of the adult pig that first activated the attribute has expired. Boom! Just as Mu Ruffing was speaking, a noise suddenly came from the slaughterhouse. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Ruffing immediately understood that another pig had been delivered. He didn't have time to peek and hurried out of the portal. Sure enough, a new adult pig had been put into the iron cage. Mu Ruffing quickly stepped forward and activated his skills immediately, doubling the attributes again. Strength 198, 22 plus 176. Spirit 189, 21 plus 168. Constitution 220, 22 plus 176. At this moment, his whole body was filled with surging power. Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing opened the iron cage. This time, not even a bandage trap was set. As soon as the iron cage was opened, the adult pigs reacted extremely quickly and pounced on him immediately. How could Mu Ruffing be soft-hearted? He raised his foot and kicked Changju's nose accurately. Bang! With a dull sound, the adult pig was kicked backwards and hit the wall heavily. Before the pig could get up, Mu Ruffing stepped forward, grabbed one of its hind legs, and strode towards the metal platform. No matter how hard the pig struggled, it could not escape his powerful grip. Immediately afterwards, Mu Ruffing exerted force suddenly, the muscles in his right arm tensed instantly, and he threw the pig hard onto the metal table with one hand. While the adult pig was still confused, Mu Ruffing quickly fixed its limbs. He didn't act immediately, thinking it would be nice to keep the pig as a tool. Aha! The adult pig came to its senses, howling and struggling wildly. Listening to its cry, Mu Ruffing felt inexplicably irritated. He was no longer polite and went forward to use bandages to spread the pig's upper and lower jaws apart. Then he took out a kitchen knife, cut off its tongue with one stroke, and threw it into the bucket next to him. However, even though their tongues were cut off, the adult pig screamed even more miserably due to the severe pain. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing wrapped the bandage tightly around its head and covered its mouth. Let the bandage sink deeper into the wound and begin to absorb the blood it sheds. Sure enough, the howling of the adult pigs disappeared immediately without a trace. Inhale slowly, don't inhale too fast, Mu Ruffing reminded himself. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the portal, climbed in, and took a peek at the cleaning and processing area. But there was no one there, even the mummy ghost was gone. There was no processed pork in the washing area. It seems that all the pork has been eaten up by the mummy ghost. Mu Ruffing did not delay any longer and walked out directly back to the slaughterhouse. No matter what happens next, it is no longer his
his business. His most important task is to kill the pig. He stroked his chin and thought, will he sneak into the pigsty at night and kill the pigs? Noon, 12 o'clock. Ring, ring, ring. A bell rang, and it was time for lunch break. The door of the slaughterhouse slowly opened. Moo Ruffing put away the kitchen knife and strode out. At this moment, his mouth was dry and his stomach was rumbling. An hour's lunch break is enough for him to eat and drink enough. Walking out of the slaughterhouse, Moo Ruffing saw many strange employees walking out of their respective posts. Only in the cleaning and processing area did no strange things appear. He counted and found that there were 6 employees walking in front of him. Without hesitation, Moo Ruffing activated his abilities one by one. Regardless, it's always good to plan ahead. Even so, his attribute bonus is still only 6 times, because the duration of the previously activated buff has ended. Except for the adult pig whose tongue was cut off, no new adult pigs appeared until the end of the shift. In 4 hours in the morning, he slaughtered 6 adult pigs, gained 6% of the ghost energy value, and added 2 points of strength, 3 points of spirit and 1 point of physique. It cannot be said to be little, but it is definitely not much either. I hope more pigs can be slaughtered this afternoon. Moo Ruffing sighed and walked slowly towards the living area. His eyes fell on the few weirdos in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to rush up and kill them. Could it be that the bloodthirsty nature has not subsided yet? Moo Ruffing thought to himself. Soon, he arrived at the living area and found that those weird creatures had entered the cafeteria before him. Moo Ruffing did not join them directly, but went straight back to his dormitory. He carefully checked every corner of the house, even turned over the bed, but still could not find any trace of the butcher knife. It seems that I can only go find that short weirdo, he muttered to himself. As for that mummy ghost, I don't know if it escaped. There are so many ghosts in the cafeteria, they should know something. So, Moo Ruffing locked the door and strode towards the cafeteria not far away. Although the cafeteria was not crowded at this time, with only a dozen people, it was extremely lively. From their conversation, Moo Ruffing vaguely caught some information about the mummy ghost. That mummy ghost actually escaped. The security guards, the 2 weirdos responsible for catching pigs and sending them to slaughter, and many employees were all chasing the mummy ghost. Even if the pighead factory manager tried personally, he couldn't keep it. The situation has completely reversed. At first, it was the pighead factory manager who used the rules of the pig farm to successfully set a trap and captured the 6 weirdos. Now, the mummy ghost was able to escape thanks to the protection of the pig farm rules, otherwise he would have been taken back long ago. Moo Ruffing glanced at the corner of the cafeteria and saw Lu Hao and 3 others sitting around a table eating lunch. They noticed Moo Ruffing's arrival and all of them showed shocked expressions. The super adult pig escaped, and logically Moo Ruffing should have been killed by the pig long ago. Who wouldn't be shocked to see him safe and sound now? In addition to them, some weird people also looked at Moo Ruffing with surprise. Moo Ruffing ignored these glances, withdrew his gaze, and walked straight to the food area of the cafeteria. There are about 7 or 8 dishes, but most of them are weird and inedible. There is only one dish that the contractor can eat, stir-fried pork with chili peppers. He looked at the strange old lady who was serving the food and asked, "Auntie, what kind of meat is used in this stir-fried pork with chili peppers?" The weird old lady glanced at him without reacting. Moo Ruffing took out 100 soul notes, placed them on the counter, and said politely, "Please tell me, thank you." Seeing the money, the weird old lady's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it and whispered, "This meat is the meat of a dead pig in the real world." Moo Ruffing didn't know how to react for a moment. He then asked, "Is there any normal food?" "Yes, we have stir-fried dishes in the cafeteria, and we guarantee that we use the best ingredients," Auntie said, handing him a menu. Moo Ruffing took it and looked at it, and found that there were many kinds of stir-fried dishes, no different from those in ordinary home-style restaurants. The only thing that made him frown was the price. An ordinary serving of fried tofu costs 30 soul notes, and stir-fried beef is 50 soul notes. According to the exchange standards previously given by the relevant departments, he guessed that 100 soul coins were approximately equal to 100,000 RMB, with a ratio of about 1 to 1,000. In total, a serving of stir-fried beef costs 50,000 yuan. Of course, this is just Moo Ruffing's guess. After returning this time, he plans to find out the specific exchange rate between soul notes and RMB. He took out another 100 soul notes and said, "Give me 1 stir-fried beef, 1 fried tofu, 1 shredded cabbage, and some rice." The rice should be free, right? $50 for stir-fried beef, $30 for fried tofu, and $20 for shredded cabbage, which is exactly 100 soul notes. Seeing that he ordered so many dishes, the weird lady was delighted and said with a smile, "Of course it's free. If you spend more than 50 yuan, the rice is free." Moo Ruffing nodded and asked, "Is there any mineral water for sale here?" "Yes, 5 yuan a bottle, a real discount," the weird aunt said, handing him a bottle of mineral water. Moo Ruffing took a glance and saw that it was a 330 milliliters bottle of mineral water, which was sold for 0.5 soul coins in the vending machine in the Scarlet Preferred Canteen. "Do you have a big bottle?" he asked again. "Of course, it's only 10 yuan. The weird old lady took out a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water from her arms. The actual cost
cost of which was less than 1 yuan. Mu Rufeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally took out 10 yuan to buy the bottle of water. He was so thirsty that there was nothing he could do. Alas, apart from some underwear, he couldn't bring anything from the real world into the dungeon. Otherwise, he would definitely bring some food with him, so at least he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. After paying, Mu Rufeng took the mineral water and glanced at its attribute information. XX mineral water, 500 milliliters, a bottle of extremely cheap mineral water that costs less than a dime. That's right, it's pure mineral water, unlike those with additives. Mu Rufeng unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it all in one gulp. The weird employees in the cafeteria looked at him in surprise when they saw that he didn't eat the free meal but instead spent 100 yuan to order food. Afterwards, Mu Rufeng found an empty table and sat down. Wow, you're really rich. You don't want to eat the free meal, but spend 100 soul coins to order dishes, and spend 10 soul coins to buy water. Lu Hao laughed at Mu Rufeng when he saw him sitting at the table next to him. Mu Rufeng glanced at him and ignored him, waiting quietly for the food to be served. To be honest, in his eyes, Lu Hao is just a clown. Ha, what a rich fool. Lu Hao sneered again, picked up the free egg drop soup and drank it in one gulp. Although there was no free water, they provided egg drop soup, which was pretty good. If all else fails, going back to the dormitory and drinking toilet water is also an option. I say, are you out of your mind? You just enjoy chewing on that dead pork and drinking egg drop soup made from who knows what kind of eggs. Why are you coming to me to make a difference? Mu Rufeng looked directly at Lu Hao and asked back. The three of them are so nice, eating their own food quietly. But you, on the other hand, had to jump out like a clown. Did I provoke you? Or do you think you are ugly and I am handsome, so you don't like me? If that's the case, then I can forgive you and not bother with you. Mu Rufeng said. You? Lu Hao was speechless because of these words. How dare you talk to me like that? I just don't like you, so what? Handsome? Are you as handsome as me? Not convinced? Let's make a bet. Rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I'll pay for all your meals for the next few days. If you lose, you have to give me 500 soul notes and treat everyone to a meal. Let's forget about today's matter. Lu Hao said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the three people next to him immediately understood. Lu Hao was deliberately putting on this act in order to provoke Mu Rufeng and then make a bet with him. The ability to take a gamble cannot be used casually. There must be a reason, such as angering Mu Rufeng and making him refute, and then Lu Hao can naturally propose a gamble. Take a gamble? Okay, come on. Mu Rufeng agreed without thinking too much. Everyone can play rock paper scissors, it all depends on luck. It doesn't matter if he loses, he is not short of money. If he wins, someone will pay for his meal, so why not? Lu Hao still had a rebellious look on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Today, I earned $500. In his opinion, victory is a sure thing. Why? Because his ability is not only to collect chips after winning, but more importantly, his ability to take a gamble can help him win. Okay, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Lu Hao finished speaking and stretched out his hand with a fist. As Mu Rufeng was listening to Lu Hao's words, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Scissors, if you play scissors, the opponent will play paper, and you can win by playing scissors. Hearing this voice, Mu Rufeng felt inexplicably irritated. He didn't want to use the scissors at all, but directly used paper. You said scissors and I said scissors, but I said cloth, he thought to himself. As Lu Hao finished speaking, Mu Rufeng stretched out his hand and took out a piece of cloth. I won, huh? Why did you play cloth? Lu Hao, who was originally confident of victory, was shocked when he saw the cloth played by Mu Rufeng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you, a level 1 player, ignore my take a gamble ability? Lu Hao's face was full of disbelief. If Mu Rufeng was level 3, Lu Hao might be able to accept it. Even if it was level 2, it wouldn't have made him so shocked and unbelievable. But Mu Rufeng is only level 1, so it seems that his gamble should completely crush Mu Rufeng. Although there is a price to pay every time you use your ability, it is completely worth it to win 500 yuan. But now, not only did he owe Lao Gui 100 soul notes, he also had to pay for Mu Rufeng's meals in the dungeon these few days. It's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. What? You are allowed to win but I am not allowed to win, right? The meal I just ordered costs 100 yuan, give it to me quickly. Mu Rufeng said with a smile, stretching out his hand. At this time, Mu Rufeng also reacted and realized that this guy must have used his ability. This ability should be related to the mind. Coincidentally, Mu Rufeng has the ability of a strange baby, which makes him immune to mental pollution of level 3 and below. Although I don't know whether the other party will default on the debt, he is not someone to be trifled with. Lu Hao's eyes were gloomy, and he finally took out 100 yuan with a painful heart and handed it to Mu Rufeng. Well, not bad, you are quite trustworthy. If you still want to gamble, I am always here to accompany you, Mu Rufeng said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Hao was delighted. He didn't believe that his ability would fail, and felt that something must have gone wrong just now. Just when I was worrying about having no reason to gamble again, I didn't expect Mu Rufeng to take the initiative to bring it up. He firmly believed that a small first-level contractor could not ignore his his ability to take a gamble. The person who can sign a contract with a gambler is also a gambler himself. Everyone understands the mentality of a gambler. He wants to continue gambling with Mu Ruffing and doesn't feel anything is wrong with his mood. Old Ghost, use your ability this time and go all out. Lu Hao communicated with the gambler in his body and his mind.
No problem, still the same rules.
I want 60% of the chips after winning.
Lao Gue replied.
Okay. Lu Hao agreed without hesitation. If you just want to borrow Lao Gue's abilities, you only need to pay 20% of the chips. But once the old ghost takes action himself, his ability will be enhanced and will not consume Lu Hao's own ghost power, but the price is that the chips will increase to 60%.
Okay, let's have another bet. This time it's rock paper scissors. If you win, I'll give you 1,000 soul coins.
If I win, you'll have to give me 1,000 soul coins.
The chips from last time will be void. How about that?
Lu Hao said through gritted teeth.
Because he didn't have the chips of 1,000 soul notes.
His total assets now are only more than 700 yuan, and he won it by relying on his ability to take a gamble.
However,
he felt that with Lao Gue's help this time, he would definitely win, so he simply raised the chips to 1,000 yuan. Although your chips are a bit low, it doesn't matter.
I agree. Mu Ruffing said.
Okay.
Lu Hao was delighted and immediately said, let's do it quickly.
Rock, paper, scissors. Lu Hao stretched out his hand and took out the cloth, and a voice still sounded in Mu Ruffing's mind, guiding him out of the stone. This time the voice was softer, carrying a magical power that made people obey. But Mu Ruffing did not compromise at all and took out the scissors without hesitation.
Oh, sorry, I won again. Give me the money.
Mu Ruffing said with a smile and stretched out his hand.
Ah, impossible. How could this happen? Why did my gamble ability become ineffective?
Lu Hao's face suddenly changed, totally unable to accept it. Old Ghost, what's wrong with your ability?
Why did it become ineffective?
Lu Hao ignored Mu Ruffing and questioned Old Ghost madly in his heart. That guy either has a higher mental attribute than you, or he has a gadget that can make him immune to my mental pollution.
Kid, just accept that you have bad luck this time. Don't confront this guy head on. Give him the chips and I will owe you this money first. You know the rules.
The old ghost said lightly.
You? Lu Hao felt itchy in his heart after hearing that. I'm talking to you. Give me the 1,000 yuan we agreed on. Mu Ruffing spoke again.
Lu Hao suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. This was the ability of taking a gamble, reminding him that he must not break the rules, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable.
I'm still short of 300 yuan. Please lend me another 300. Lu Hao asked Lao Gue to borrow money. No problem. It's still the same old rule. 9 out and 13 back.
The old ghost agreed readily. By the way, you still have to give him food money for the next few days.
That kid seems to eat a lot. Do you want to lend him some more? The old ghost reminded